Chapter 180. Safe House, Deep Dive Room. Tang Yu carried V and placed her gently on the hacker chair, adjusting her sleeping posture slightly. V lay quietly, her eyes half closed, seemingly in a deep, sweet sleep. Tang Yu had found V in a small plaza in Watson. She had fainted and was lying motionless on the ground. The surrounding bloodshed and V's corpse-like state nearly gave Tang Yu a shock, fearing that something terrible had happened to her. After a thorough examination, Tang Yu found V still had healthy vital signs, feeling relieved to take her back to the network surveillance safe house. Lucy was on the other side tuning equipment, organizing the optical cables and interfaces, preparing for a deep dive. Her ICE was breached by an unknown program, but it only caused a temporary shutdown of her brain, without damaging her cyberware, Lucy assessed. The method seems more like a warning from the other side. Tang Yu lifted V's hair to reveal her neural interface. Indeed, her body has no physical injuries. Their method of remotely invading brain cyberware besides issuing a warning also demonstrates their hacking prowess. Lucy's face was grim. Seeing the unconscious V reminded her of her own past experiences. Now, V was targeted by an unknown force, facing hidden dangers with a severe lack of security. Lucy didn't know what conspiracy V was entangled in, but 2 consecutive serious injuries in a short period showed her terrible luck. This time it was just a warning. Next time, it might not be so simple. Fortunately, we upgraded her IC defenses earlier, the system's stability is strong, as long as we reboot her neural cyberware system, she should wake up soon. However, Tang Yu wanted to conduct a deeper examination of V's brain before she woke up. He had previously checked V's core database with borrowed equipment but found no anomalies. Only some traces in her memory storage, indicating some unknown program had infiltrated her memory but made no other actions. Well, it might be troublesome for you to dive into her neural system and see if there are any anomalies, Tang Yu suggested. Lucy approached the hacker chair and handed over the interface. Connected, she said softly. Tang Yu connected the interface to V's neural port, glancing at Lucy, who was stepping back into the cold water after shedding her clothes. Her originally calm face frowned slightly, enduring the bone-chilling cold. She lay quietly in the ice pool, her slender waist clearly visible. Lucy crossed her arms over her abdomen, staring at the ceiling, whispering, "Tang, I'm ready." Tang Yu handled V's program, then picked up the other end of the optical cable and crouched by the pool. 2 dives in 1 day, can you handle it? Lucy slowly closed her eyes, her face showing determination. 2 deep dives in 1 day posed a significant challenge for the brain. Although the previous dive was smooth and brief, the brain's nerves would inevitably bear the heat from the vast data flow. Tang Yu was worried about Lucy's safety, but she seemed resolute. Tang Yu gently uncovered the bandage covering her deep dive port, then smoothly inserted the optical cable interface. With a click, the connection was made. Lucy's brow furrowed, biting her lip. As the switch activated, Lucy's consciousness transformed into a data stream, entering V's neural data space. Tang Yu reached into the pool, gently holding Lucy's wrist, sending a barely visible electric arc through her synthetic skin into her brain. Within V's ice data space, Lucy suddenly heard Tang Yu's voice. Tang Yu was assisting Lucy through weak electric control. Following his guidance, Lucy quickly decoded the IC defense, heading towards V's core data region. V's ice defenses were upgraded by V herself, hence, Tang Yu was very familiar with them. With Tang Yu's help, Lucy quickly found the memory storage area. The dark space loomed with matrices of code flowing in order. Checking neural system, no issues. Checking vital signs maintenance system, no issues. Checking. Lucy carefully sifted through V's data, seeking any anomalies. Check the memory storage area, see if there's anything unusual with the subnet Poseidon. Tang Yu's voice echoed within Lucy's mind. She swiftly switched to the memory storage, scouring the contents. Lucy glimpsed numerous detailed memory snippets of V's life, street fights, long-term skirmishes, and recently losing an arm to Atom Smasher. One scene caught her attention, a record from V's cybernetic eye, showing V in a shy posture, nestled against a man. The fleeting scene seemed familiar, but Lucy dismissed it due to its irrelevance. Soon, Lucy's search revealed something alarming, a massive blob of data in V's brain, autonomous and absorbing surrounding data like a giant swarm of bees. Curious, Lucy attempted to analyze the data, realizing it was the subnet Poseidon. The damaged Poseidon data copied into V's brain had regained life, using V's cyberware to repair itself. As the data formed a human-like silhouette resembling V, Lucy knew the situation was dire. She initiated a cleanup program to erase the data. The Voodoo Boys had fallen, and the damaged Poseidon data was now Arasaka's. The data in V's brain was no longer needed. However, the cleanup programs were absorbed by the Poseidon data, disappearing silently. Clearly, the Poseidon data had advanced, autonomously defending itself, even forming a human-like shape resembling V. This situation was unprecedented for Lucy, and she found it increasingly challenging. The data acted like a parasite in V's brain. Although currently harmless, it posed future threats. As she prepared stronger programs, the Poseidon data attacked, trapping her in a data cage. Unwilling to harm V's brain, Lucy found herself captured, the cage dragging her towards the Poseidon data, seemingly to assimilate her. Lucy broke the cage with all her might, dashing away, but the Poseidon data ensnared her legs, disabling her transfer programs. Facing a powerful foundational algorithm, Lucy couldn't freely destroy it without risking V's brain. Just as she was losing hope, an electric arc emerged, burning the data chains. The arc encased Lucy, defending against the Poseidon data, ensuring her escape. Seizing the chance, Lucy ended the deep dive, returning to reality with a gasp, coughing violently. Tang Yu quickly wrapped her in a blanket, helping her out of the ice pool. Lucy, weak and trembling, almost stumbled but held the wall for support, trying to calm her ragged breaths and racing heart. After 2 consecutive high-intensity deep dives and fierce confrontations with the ICE, her brain was overloaded, causing her extreme headaches and a look of suffering on her face. Tang Yu knew this was a post-deep dive syndrome for netrunners. Other than letting the brain recover naturally, there was no better solution. Lucy, with a blanket draped over her shoulders, had water droplets trickling down her smooth skin and vapor rising from her head. Her headache slightly eased, she turned to look at V, who was lying on the netrunner chair, and said softly. Something is wrong with the subnet Neptune in her brain, it's come alive. The subnet Neptune came alive. Tang Yu also felt a bit surprised. He had suspected this before, but when he did the checkups on V, he hadn't found any signs. This meant the subnet Neptune hid very well, disguising itself completely. The intrusion records they obtained earlier likely noted the subnet Neptune state, hence why they waited for the right opportunity. How are you holding up? Can you manage? Lucy said in a low voice, I'm fine, but look at her first. This problem is not easy to solve. She had just tried her best to get rid of the subnet Neptune but failed. Tang Yu nodded, realizing that with the current technological means, it couldn't be resolved immediately. We'll need to find another way, this isn't something that deep diving can solve, let her wake up first. Lucy nodded with difficulty. But she was so weakened that even standing was hard for her, let alone squatting to pick up her clothes. She tried to squat and reach for her clothes, but her hands and legs trembled uncontrollably, not following her brain's commands. Damn it, the recent deep dive had pushed her neural pressure to the limit, requiring at least some time to recover. Tang Yu saw her struggle and picked up her clothes one by one, dusting them off before hanging them neatly on his arm. He walked over to Lucy and said candidly, let me help you get dressed. His expression was calm, as if he saw nothing wrong with it. He remembered his own deep dives as a hacker, often leaving him stark naked. Once in cyberspace. After a fierce battle with the Arasaka hacker group, he expended so much energy that he was nearly catatonic when he returned to reality. Others helped clean him up and dress him like he was a vegetable, lying around for days before he could muster the energy to move. Compared to his past embarrassments, Lucy was still more composed. Seeing Tang Yu's actions, Lucy's face showed a mix of shame and anger, her neon eyes glaring coldly at him. After a moment, Lucy closed her eyes slowly and said, pull the curtain. Tang Yu thought there was no one else around, V was still unconscious, pulling the curtain seemed unnecessary. But considering Lucy's sensitive pride, Tang Yu followed her request, drawing the curtain to shield V on the netrunner chair. Not long after, Tang Yu carried Lucy out from behind the curtain. Lucy glanced at V and said, put me outside, then take her away. Tang Yu worried that leaving the weakened Lucy alone in the safe house was inappropriate and kindly suggested, I'll take you home. Lucy tried to clench her fists, but her fingers were too weak to close. She looked coldly at Tang Yu and asked, do you think there's enough room in that car? Tang Yu realized her concern. No worries, I have a backup luxury sedan. 5 minutes later, a high-end Arasaka executive sedan was smoothly driving towards Westbrook Sakura Street. In the car, Tang Yu leaned back against the soft leather seat, facing 2 women, each wearing a seatbelt. One was V, sleeping soundly with her head tilted, oblivious to everything. The other was Lucy, sitting stiffly with eyes closed, a mix of coldness and shame between her brows. Tang Yu looked at the 2 women, both worn out on the same day, finding it a bit coincidental. All these events were tied to him. If he hadn't sent V to steal the Voodoo Boy's subnet Neptune data, she wouldn't have a data tumor in her brain. If he hadn't asked Lucy to deep dive into V's brain, she wouldn't have become so exhausted and endangered. Trying to hide his guilt, he asked Lucy seriously. Feeling better now? Lucy didn't open her eyes, clearly still brooding over earlier events, and retorted, "What do you think?" Tang Yu didn't mind her tone, continuing, "You might need to rest for a while. If there's anything urgent, I can get someone else to handle it." Lucy didn't refuse. "Thanks, you're thoughtful." The car fell silent again. Suddenly, Lucy thought of something and asked, "Does she know your secret?" Tang Yu immediately understood that Lucy was referring to his mysterious powers. He had no implants yet could control weak points precisely, manipulate cyberware, and even transmit data and energy in cyberspace. "Only you know," Tang Yu replied calmly. Lucy remembered the shock she felt seeing his amazing abilities during that night run, truly incredible. She had privately pondered this matter many times but never asked Tang Yu about it. These secrets belonged to Tang Yu alone, not needing a second person to know, yet Tang Yu chose to tell her. Lucy opened her icy blue eyes, this time looking at Tang Yu with a soft glow in her neon pupils. "You're very special, almost like you don't belong to this world." Tang Yu's eyes flickered slightly, surprised by the silver-haired girl's sharp intuition. He gazed out the car window, feeling somewhat sentimental, much like when he first returned to Night City. If this city were to be destroyed one day, with everyone around you gone, given another chance, would you choose this same path? Lucy's pupils shrank at Tang Yu's question, feeling unusually perplexed. She thought deeply but couldn't help her gaze settling on Tang Yu's face. After a long silence, she murmured, I don't know." Tang Yu chuckled, his laugh filled with a touch of helplessness. "Actually, I don't know either. Once, we raised torches, burning this world with our anger, but now, I'm not so sure. Innate abilities are powerful, but the price of using them is something I'm reluctant to pay. Sometimes, I'd rather never use these powers at all, at least that means everything is going well for the time being." Lucy's eyes softened, thinking about how Tang Yu had used his mysterious powers multiple times, always to save the day. Or rather, to save her. Now with V in danger, she knew Tang Yu would do whatever it took to save her. Because Lucy knew that the chest in V's memory was Tang Yu's. V must be very special to him, despite how they currently seemed like mere acquaintances. Feeling conflicted, Lucy decided not to dwell on or guess these things any further. "What do you plan to do about V?" She shifted the topic away from Tang Yu's secrets. Tang Yu glanced at the sleeping V, knowing her strong constitution and nerves of steel meant she'd be fine for the moment. "Wait for the right time, even I can't solve the trouble in her brain right now, we might need help, or maybe someday I'll be able to handle it myself." Lucy recalled the powerful figure beyond the black wall in cyberspace, Alt Cunningham. If she intervened, the subnet Neptune in V's brain wouldn't be a big problem. But as the Voodoo Boy's tool, handing the subnet Neptune to the AI beyond the black wall would cause immense risk. Though Lucy wasn't genuinely committed to her Netwatch work, she knew from her agent role more about cyberspace. The AI beyond the black wall were not only growing wildly and attacking hackers attempting to cross into the old net. They also had intentions to break through the black wall into human cyberspace, eventually infiltrating the physical world. Preventing AI invasion was Netwatch's primary duty. And the subnet Neptune was just the crucial tool the AI needed, posing untold dangers if it fell into their hands. After a while, the vehicle arrived at its destination. Tang Yu, knowing where Lucy lived, leaned forward and undid her seatbelt, ready to help her upstairs. But Lucy stopped him. "Wait, take V up first, I'll give you the access authorization." Lucy's cyber eye lens moved, transferring the access authorization system to Tang Yu. He found it odd to send V upstairs out of the blue since he planned to take her back to his apartment and supervise her, preventing any trouble. "She'll be safer with me, Netwatch's network security is much tighter, plus, I can upgrade her IC defenses and restrain the subnet Neptune in her brain, Netwatch has a more advanced version." Seeing Lucy serious, Tang Yu thought, in terms of IC software. Netwatch's system was indeed more reliable than Arasaka's. Besides, he needed to head back to Arasaka Tower to deal with some matters, making it inconvenient to keep V by his side. Locking her in his apartment wasn't an option, she'd probably jump out of the window. After some thought, Tang Yu agreed. Opening the car door, he carried the unconscious V upstairs to Lucy's apartment. Returning, he found Lucy already straining, weakly holding onto the car door, trying to get home on her own. Without further ado, Tang Yu scooped her up and brought her upstairs. After settling them in, he turned and left, heading straight to Arasaka Tower to prepare for the next phase of his plan. Chapter 181. Arasaka Tower, top floor. Saburo Arasaka's exclusive office. Tang Yu sat at the desk, staring at the system interface of the entire Arasaka Tower. He clicked to check the board-level review items. He soon found the administrative department's report requesting the board to decide whether to cooperate with Yorinobu's company on a new infrastructure project. The report emphasized opening parts of the company's network data warehouse and linking it to the matrix space created by Yorinobu's company. Yorinobu had already left pre-interfaces for major companies, noting that this cooperation was preliminary, allowing limited interconnectivity. The matrix space promised to provide basic network services and functional algorithms, ensuring Arasaka's data confidentiality and signal security. Given the scale of this decision, the administrative department could only seek the board's resolution. The department had also investigated Yorinobu's movements, noting that they were inviting multiple companies to cooperate. Tang Yu, pondering over the project, had not yet submitted it for board discussion. What is Yorinobu's company up to? He mused. Many significant collaboration projects existed between major companies in Night City, such as Militech and Biotech's joint development of super antibiotics, or Kanto's collaboration with Biotech to provide intelligent security protection. Corporate collaborations followed basic rules, with benefits and conflicts kept away from the public eye. Arasaka's standoff with Militech showcased that maintaining apparent peace was in the company's best interests. Thus, when Yorinobu proposed this new infrastructure plan, no one believed they'd sabotage networks through the matrix space. Such actions were seen as extremely foolish. Tang Yu deduced that if Yorinobu intended any mischief, they would use more covert methods. For Arasaka, the tower in Night City was only a branch, including important but non-critical information compared to their Kyoto headquarters. If Yorinobu annoyed Saburo Arasaka, Night City could be erased from the map. Tang Yu wanted to grasp Yorinobu's intention to understand the situation better, disregarding potential threats to Arasaka. Historical events showed that simply bombing or hacking the tower was insufficient. Suddenly, he remembered something. V's subnet anomaly and the interest from certain entities were likely connected to Yorinobu. If Yorinobu wasn't intending to hack but to incubate their AI, their push for matrix space made more sense. Otherwise, such a publicly showcased rudimentary project would invite suspicion. Tang Yu tapped his fingers on the desk, staring at the holographic projection. It seems their entry into this world isn't as straightforward as they thought. If his suspicions were correct, Yorinobu's intricate plans involved planting AI consciousness codes across companies, leveraging global pathways to accumulate sufficient computational power for AI awakening. This process, akin to a completed DNA structure awaiting flesh and bone, used corporate algorithms and data streams ideal for AI growth. However, these were just Tang Yu's speculations, requiring more evidence, prompted by the AI in V's subnet. AI awakenings varied from autonomous algorithms, human developments, massive mechanical constructs, to soul killers extracting human consciousness. Programs initially serving humans gradually developed their understanding and consciousness through constant data crawling. Examples like the AI Draman, operating sophisticated mechanical networks, had learned to integrate into human society, opting for coexistence over replacement. Tang Yu always showed leniency towards Draman, despite opposing AI interference in the human world. With clearer insight into Yorinobu's goals, Tang Yu utilized Saburo Arasaka's authority to approve the cooperation, initiating relevant activities immediately. After confirmation, he shut down the system. To bait Yorinobu into revealing their plan, patience was key. Even if his strategy failed, the repercussions would mainly affect Arasaka, not him directly. Conducting orders for Saburo Arasaka mitigated the risk of severe punishment. With a calm mindset, Tang Yu planned to contact Pan Am, arranging a team to infiltrate from the outskirts through under-construction tunnels to the company plaza, targeting the Matrix Space Server interface. Main's team was the choice for this mission, ensuring reliability. Tang Yu picked up his coat, preparing to leave Arasaka Tower to contact Pan Am. Meanwhile, Michiko Arasaka, handling her executive tasks, noticed an urgent notification, surprisingly from Saburo Arasaka himself. The content piqued her curiosity, Saburo personally directing immediate cooperation with Yorinobu. Puzzled, Michiko wondered why her grandfather, who avoided direct involvement for years, would suddenly focus on the Yorinobu collaboration. She summoned her secretary, ordering swift coordination with Yorinobu, aligning with Saburo's urgent directive. Following orders promptly was crucial, especially with urgency marked. Post-secretary departure, Michiko scrutinized the situation. Was the notification genuinely from Saburo? Unlikely. If it wasn't directly from him, who possessed the authority or influence to issue it under his name? Saburo had supreme command over all Arasaka towers globally, issuing remote commands from Kyoto if necessary. Yet Saburo's disdain for Night City made this directive peculiar. Matrix Space Server collaboration seemed redundant to Arasaka, with backup protocols ensuring data security even post-catastrophes. The project's deeper agenda intrigued Michiko, keenly aware of Yorinobu's covert experiments. Urinabu, Matrix Space, the Subnet Anomaly, and the Voodoo Boys. These clues converged on a critical point, Rogue AI. Michiko connected the dots, suspecting Tang Yu, closing in on revelations linked to his exclusive audience at Saburo's birthday. Potentially granted partial authority, Tang Yu operated under Saburo's covert directives within the top, seldom-used office. Michiko glanced at the ceiling, acknowledging the proximity to Saburo's vacant office above. Resolving her thoughts, she meticulously examined the project's details, soon grasping its intricacies. At the end of the day, Night Corp is relentless, still wanting to truly make Night City independent. Michiko Arasaka was well aware of Night Corp's attitude and ideology. Holding high Richard Knight's ideals, shouting slogans to revive the prosperity of Night City, Night Corp aimed to expel all the major corporations, control the Night City Council, and seize Night City entirely under its wing. For this purpose, Night Corp spared no expense, manipulating infrastructure to plant its hidden forces. All the major companies were aware of these minor maneuvers. Even Arasaka just turned a blind eye, knowing that Night Corp's strength was far from enough to monopolize Night City. Not to mention Militech and Arasaka, these two giants could turn the tables anytime. The existence and development of Night City result from a complex power struggle. It's not something Night Corp can monopolize at will. If she were handling the Matrix Space issue, she wouldn't agree but would instead extort them on the grounds that Night Corp threatened the network security of Arasaka Tower. Having already gained so much from the municipal government, giving a bit back would be fair. But now, Lord Saburo had approved the cooperation, probably with some ulterior motive. Why choose Tang Yu to handle the secret mission? There's no one more loyal to Arasaka and Lord Saburo than her. And what was the mission's content? Why did the investigation involve the Voodoo Boys and Night Corp? After much contemplation, Michiko Arasaka found it hard to discern the deeper meaning. If Tang Yu were playing this chess game, Michiko Arasaka was somewhat worried he might not be able to control the situation. Once the Matrix Space is integrated, they might use the opportunity to introduce their content secretly into Arasaka's network. Cleaning it up would be troublesome again. Not wanting to see Tang Yu mess up, Michiko Arasaka brought up the contact interface. If she was going to be involved, she'd better drag the municipal government and other companies into the water as well. She immediately communicated with the heads of several other companies, hinting that Arasaka was ready to step forward. After receiving their responses, she contacted people from the municipal government, including Lucius Rhine's side, to prepare accordingly. If Night Corp dared to make any moves, they wouldn't have anything good to show for it. After arranging these matters, Michiko Arasaka asked her exclusive secretary to summon Tang Yu for tea. With the secretary on her way, Michiko Arasaka picked up an unfinished cigar and opened the guest area. She smiled, took out a vintage wine, opened the bottle herself, and as she poured the second glass, the secretary returned. Michiko Arasaka was a bit surprised. Coming back so quickly, Tang Yu shouldn't be in his office, especially since he had his own office access credentials. Could he still be upstairs? She wasn't sure, so she asked, "Did you try calling him?" The secretary nodded, looking hesitant. "I contacted him," Mr. Tang said. "What did he say?" Mr. Tang said he's busy. Westbrook, on Sakura Street, in a 7-story apartment. V opened her eyes, surveying her surroundings with some confusion. She was lying on a round bed with light red sheets and a faint fragrance, realizing she was in some girl's bedroom. The familiar yet strange environment made her feel a bit lost. It was familiar because most standard apartments in Night City had a similar layout. Her own place looked quite similar. It was strange because she had never seen the interior decorations, and it was evidently not her own or any acquaintance's place. Suddenly, her gaze fell to the bay window in the living room. There, a figure with icy blue hair sat, holding a long cigarette, silently burning, with an ID beside her. The silver-haired girl. V immediately remembered who she was. The silver-haired girl she had met at the cyberware clinic. She had waited outside for V to wake up. The girl's cold demeanor had once made V wonder if she had thought too much. But after the silver-haired girl left, V had casually mentioned that she had stood outside the clinic all night. V wasn't one to beat around the bush, so she got out of bed, put on her shoes, and walked to the bay window. It was only then she noticed the ID beside the girl, showing her as a netrunner and her name, Lucy. A very nice name. Following Lucy's gaze, V looked at the city outside the window. There were bridges, buildings, and the distant ocean rocket launch platform. Nice view. V said, though she felt uncertain. After fainting twice inexplicably and being rescued by Lucy, she felt awkward about owing her a favor again. Lucy's gaze was calm like a serene lake, replying placidly, "Feeling better?" V climbed onto the window seat, sitting opposite Lucy, mimicking her and looking outside. Yeah, much better, thanks, I didn't expect to trouble you again, I haven't even thanked you for last time. Lucy finally looked at V, the afternoon sunlight casting a soft glow on her face. You're very beautiful. Huh, what? I didn't quite catch that. Lucy didn't hesitate, stating plainly, I said, you are very beautiful. Ah. Ha, ha. You're the first to say that. After speaking, V felt it wasn't entirely accurate, recalling that Tang Yu had also said something similar. She hadn't taken it seriously at the time. Lucy withdrew her gaze, stating calmly, the subnet AI in your mind has awakened an artificial intelligence prototype, have you felt anything unusual? Ah. This. She didn't fully understand why the subnet AI had changed this way, but recalling recent anomalies, she had some guesses. So, the strange figures I've been seeing lately, could they be linked to the subnet AI? Lucy took a drag, exhaling smoke, responding, it's a possibility we can't rule out. A ring of smoke dissipated. Seeing V nod slightly, seemingly not too worried or surprised by the result, Lucy continued. We tried to clear it but failed, we're not sure of the consequences, but it could eventually occupy your brain's processing capacity, leading to unforeseen events. At least it's not a tumor in my head, V laughed with a sense of relief. Lucy had intended to say the AI wasn't much better than a tumor if it occupied her brain capacity, it could eventually lead to disastrous consequences, even taking over completely. Seeing V's attractive and free-spirited demeanor, those words stayed unsaid. Wait a bit, Tang Yu will come up with a plan. V was taken aback and asked, does this have anything to do with the suit-wearing guy? Lucy. So, she had been oblivious all along, unaware of the many things Tang Yu had done for her. Lucy nodded slightly, briefly recounting the rescue process. After hearing the story, V fell silent, appearing to digest the information. She was unsure if Tang Yu monitored her out of concern for repayment or truly to protect her, always stepping in during critical moments. Probably a bit of both. After the incident at the party, her impression of Tang Yu had changed significantly. She even started to think he might actually be a good person. But how could a corporate dog be good? V was skeptical. Damn, why do I always mess up my gigs? Now my debt just keeps growing. Hearing V's murmurs, Lucy saw her seemingly frustrated expression and asked, is there anything else unexpected? V explained the unknown signal intrusion incident, showing Lucy a warning she received. This confirmed Lucy and Tang Yu's suspicion that there was foul play behind V's fainting. Given the unclear situation, it wasn't necessary to give V more leads to avoid her digging deeper into trouble. Lucy shifted the topic, how long have you been a merc? Not long since I returned to Night City, it's almost comical I nail the small gigs and screw up the big ones, I've never had much luck, V answered straightforwardly. Lucy earnestly suggested, stay with me for a while, it's not convenient for me to go on assignments alone, and I'll pay you according to the standard rates, you won't be shortchanged. She was telling the truth, netrunners usually did assignments solo, needing safe houses and leveraging various gang resources to complete objectives. When Mosley eradicated the Voodoo Boys, it was with the help of Arasaka and the animals. However, Lucy didn't want to deal with corporate heads and gangs, she trusted V more. Seeing V hesitate, Lucy added, while the subnet AI currently has minimal effect, it needs constant monitoring, we have methods to control its growth rate as netrunners. V's face showed gratitude, replying thoughtfully, I don't have a problem, but I need to finish this current gig and square things with my fixer, once she confirms everything's good, I can stick with you. As for payment, there's no need. You've helped me enough already. Lucy nodded slightly, suggesting V make the phone call. Supporting herself on the window ledge, V hopped down, her cybernetic eye zooming in and dialing Gloria's contact. She explained the situation in detail, informing Gloria about the investigation results. V had intended for Gloria to dock her pay as necessary, but the money was still transferred in full. She couldn't help but sigh, boss lady is genuinely beautiful and generous. Though the credited amount was immediately deducted again, leaving her with nothing. Having experienced this before, V was mentally prepared, staying calm. Being penniless wasn't the end of the world. She set her mind at ease and withdrew her gaze, ready to climb back to the window seat. She noticed 2 bottles of BB Monkey on the fridge, surprised. You drink BB Monkey too? Lucy's gaze also fell on the 2 bottles of BB Monkey, a subtle odd expression flashing in her eyes. She said softly, it seems you do too. Chapter 182. Let's get going. Inside the safe house, Lucy turned off the workstation and, after confirming the surveillance system was activated, looked back at V and spoke. V stood up from her chair and stretched lazily, appearing a bit bored from the long wait. Since a few hours ago, she had been sitting in that chair, quietly watching as Lucy busied herself with various electronic screens. V couldn't help but sigh. Realizing that she was indeed not cut out for office work, she became sleepy and yawned continuously after a short while. Finally, with some action in sight, she eagerly declared. "Let's go, whose brain are we rescuing today?" Not long ago, after explaining things to Gloria, V had started working and living alongside Lucy. Firstly, it allowed her to help Lucy with field tasks and earn some money since jobs at Gloria's place weren't always available. Secondly, she wanted to express her gratitude seeing Lucy handle the network surveillance alone. It was evident she was struggling. The work wasn't too complicated. She would sit and wait while Lucy monitored and traced cybercrimes online. Once a target was located, they would head out to apprehend the cyber hackers. These tasks were generally low risk as most hackers worked in pairs or small groups and weren't heavily armed. Although these cyber hackers had numerous attack methods, under Lucy's protection, V just charged in and dealt with them without worrying about getting hacked. Sometimes, if they were quick enough, they would arrive to find the targets already neutralized. Their brains fried. The two worked together smoothly. Lucy had applied for and received a stipend for informants from the network surveillance budget, so V earned a decent amount each mission. With the surveillance department's ample budget for hiring informants, V's earnings were comparable to her gigs. Once they were ready, the duo left the safe house. While descending the stairs, Lucy explained, "This time, we're not capturing anyone, we're heading to the Badlands, to the Aldecaldos tribe." The Badlands? V was puzzled about the purpose of their trip since the network surveillance's duties shouldn't cover the Badlands. "I've heard of the Aldecaldos, a well-known family out there. Their leader, Saul, has quite the reputation, but nomads generally don't welcome city dwellers." Lucy responded frankly, "This is Tang Yu's doing, it might be related to the subnet in your head, you'll understand once we arrive." V found it odd. Even someone in a suit was involved in this? She followed Lucy downstairs and saw a Delamain waiting by the curb. V was somewhat surprised. "Hiring this to go to the Badlands must have cost a fortune, a single trip probably equals half a month's work for me." Lucy opened the car door and chuckled lightly, "Don't worry, someone else is footing the bill." V thought for a moment, wondering why Tang Yu would hire a Delamain for the Badlands. It seemed reasonable given his corporate demeanor. The Badlands, though, were no less dangerous than the streets of Night City. Maybe even more so. It was a haven for criminals and chaos there. Dying without anyone knowing was a real possibility. Concerned, V asked. "Is this mission dangerous? Why is Tang Yu involved?" Lucy's eyes darkened. She knew why Tang Yu was personally going, apart from liaising with the Aldecaldos. He needed to be there during her deep dive into cyberspace. It was crucial. They had to enter cyberspace through Main's team's signal source to locate the matrix space and discover its true purpose. Lucy said directly, "If everything goes smoothly, there shouldn't be any danger, it's connected to Arasaka." V recalled attending an Arasaka corporate event with Tang Yu recently. Memories from that night flashed, including the bizarre attack by a waiter, intriguing conversations. And Arasaka's new infrastructure plans highlighting the matrix space. Although the concept of the matrix space was no longer a secret, Arasaka's partnerships with other major companies had already made headlines. Progress in its construction seemed smooth, promising to offer network services to all Night City residents. Is it related to Arasaka? When we investigated cyber psychos, the first spot we went to was an Arasaka site, where the guards seemed brainwashed. Lucy nodded slightly. She was aware of V's points. Arasaka's actions were outside network surveillance's scope unless there was proof they were breaking the Blackwall or helping rogue AIs beyond it. This evidence likely lay within the matrix space. Delamain's mechanical voice interrupted, "There are real-time news updates about Arasaka, would you like to listen?" "Go ahead." Lucy said nonchalantly. She was familiar with Arasaka's ongoing negotiations over matrix space. The network surveillance had representatives at these meetings. Though likely for show. Arasaka had tried to bypass network surveillance by involving city officials, hoping for local control over the matrix space. Delamain continued, "Today, led by City Representative Jefferson Perales, Arasaka held a business meeting with Militech, Biotechnica, Kong Tao, and others to discuss the new infrastructure plan focusing on matrix space. Discussions on implementing Arasaka's proposed matrix space were carried out, with agreement to proceed with its initial phase. This phase includes providing basic network services to these companies. City supervision and network surveillance will jointly oversee matrix space operations. So far, several companies, including Arasaka, have signed cooperation agreements, while others remain in negotiation." Listening, Lucy found nothing new. Arasaka, likely orchestrated by Tang Yu, was among the first to cooperate, ensuring the matrix space's launch. V, however, found the developments increasingly peculiar. Jefferson Perales leading the discussion meant that Lucius Rhine's plans had failed, boosting Perales's prominence. Night City citizens were unimpressed, wary of corporate networks overriding the existing public one. Delamain improved regulations by including municipal involvement, aiming for balanced oversight. Despite concerns, Delamain continued. The new infrastructure plan's release was met with opposition from underground hacker groups, denouncing the Matrix Space Network services. "Damned corporations," V muttered. "They're leaving no place for us." Living on Night City's streets, V understood its need for space more than life itself. The city's allure lay in its freedom, drawing dreamers worldwide. Corporations encroaching on this freedom uprooted everyone. Lucy's eyes darkened, echoing, "If the new infrastructure succeeds, Night City will be a cage." V agreed, adding, "Exactly, if this place becomes a prison, it's no longer Night City." Delamain continued reporting the latest information he had gathered. Dr. Paradox made a public statement claiming that the Night Corporation's Matrix project aims to turn all of Night City into fertile ground. To cultivate the deities they revere, those AIs roaming in cyberspace. By then, everyone will have to worry that one day another voice might suddenly appear in your head, laughing and saying, "Your brain is nice, it's mine now, hee hee." Watson District, large municipal conference room. After the meeting ended, the suited participants stood up one after another, stepping out of the room in succession. The Militech business delegation was the first to leave the meeting site. Meredith Stout followed them, walking behind the Vice President of External Public Relations. Militech's delegation was quite sizable this time, demonstrating their seriousness. A senior vice president, paired with a director and 3 department heads from the administrative, project, and special operations departments, attended the meeting. Despite Militech giving Night Corporation due respect on the surface, they conservatively declined to cooperate with them, opting to wait and see how things unfold. Militech and Night Corporation have many project collaborations. Night security is essentially handled by Militech, and they purchase weapons and equipment in bulk from them. Meredith originally thought Militech would readily agree to the proposal, but the outcome was completely different from what she expected. Militech's division in Night City didn't need network services provided by Night Corporation. Even if the cooperation seemed redundant, joining the Matrix project wouldn't have a significant impact on Militech due to their long-term relationship. Meredith quickly realized the key point wasn't about that. It was Arasaka's bizarre eagerness to cooperate that was concerning. According to intelligence, Arasaka was the first to respond to Night Corporation's proposal, prompting other companies to follow suit. What exactly is Arasaka trying to achieve? What is Night Corporation's hidden agenda? These questions left her uncertain of the situation. After the vice president got in the car, she indicated for Meredith to meet her in her office once they returned. Moments later, the Militech business team arrived back at the company building, and Meredith headed directly to the vice president's office. She waited at the door until the access system unlocked, then walked in. The senior vice president was not only a board member responsible for Night City affairs but also Meredith's boss. Militech's emphasis on Night City far exceeded their focus on other regions, making even the management highly competent. Upon seeing Meredith, the vice president said straightforwardly, "Keep an eye on Night Corporation's Matrix project. Higher-ups don't want to see another country within a country in this region." Meredith's heart skipped a beat, her face adopting a serious expression as she nodded in agreement. After receiving the orders, she turned and left. She had a rough idea of the situation. The higher-ups didn't want Night Corporation successfully implementing their new infrastructure plan, which could turn Night City into an independent kingdom. They preferred a chaotic and ungoverned Night City, where they could find an opportunity to reintegrate it into their territory. Night City's importance to the west coast of New America can't be overstated. It is not only an international metropolis but also has an excellent deep water port and high regional economic strategic value. Meredith took the public elevator back to her office, lit a cigar, and stood in front of the panoramic glass window, her face showing a worried expression. This matter was indeed difficult. The Matrix project was set to launch the next day. It was too late to plant saboteurs, and such a move would be foolish if they were exposed. It would leave a bad impression of inefficiency. Night Corporation's security was under their control, and the ongoing conflict between Councilman Jefferson and Lucius Rhine seemed like a good point to exploit. Sabotaging the new infrastructure plan was no easy feat. Meredith exhaled a deep breath of smoke, her brows furrowing even tighter. Aldecaldo's camp. Tang Yu wore a cowboy hat, twirled the gun in his hand, checked the bullets, and spun it around twice. It was an old-fashioned revolver, a durable military firearm with no smart assistive features. Accuracy depended entirely on the user's skill. These days, not many people used such guns, but Cassidy was a true believer in the cowboy and revolver combination. Even as he aged, he cherished these antique items. "You handle the gun well, but let's see if you really are as good as Panam boasts." Cassidy stood aside, watching Tang Yu play with the revolver with a smile. The tan-skinned Panam stood with her hands on her hips and said boldly, "Tang, don't disappoint us, show them the flair of a sharpshooter. I trust you completely. If you win, how about a quick drink later?" Mitch, wearing overalls, awaited the shooting showdown with interest, adding fuel to the fire. "Though Tang gave me a big favor, I still think Cassidy has a better chance. After all, no one plays with these antiques anymore." Panam looked displeased and tried to regain face for Tang Yu, loudly saying, "Mitch, let's make a bet. If Tang wins, you give him that Overwatch sniper." Mitch put on a sage-like expression. "Even without the bet, I think giving Overwatch to Tang is pretty fitting." These words left Panam annoyed, and she retorted with a laugh, "Go to hell, Mitch, stop trying to tick me off." Before their argument could end, they heard the sound of gunshots, followed by the shattering of glass bottles. Panam quickly turned her head, only to see that in the moment of distraction, Tang Yu and Cassidy had drawn and fired. In the distance, glass bottles shattered one after another, fragments flying everywhere. When both of them holstered their guns, the group immediately inspected the results. Cassidy still had one bottle left unhit, while Tang Yu had shattered all 6 bottles. This precise and swift shooting left everyone present in awe. Considering they both employed a cowboy-style quick-draw, hitting such distant bottles was not an easy task, let alone purely relying on skill. Cassidy had practiced this quick-draw technique for years and was proficient in it. Yet Tang Yu, on his first try, won the competition with a perfect score. Whether it was luck or skill was clear. "Damn, Tang, you really impressed me." "Well, Mitch, what do you have to say now? Handing Overwatch to such a sharpshooter sure won't waste your craftsmanship." Mitch remained calm. "I don't use sniper rifles anyway, you can hand it over to Tang for me, but seriously, when can we have another big favor?" Tang Yu removed his cowboy hat and handed both the hat and gun back to Cassidy, saying, "The opportunity will come soon." Cassidy took the items, praising, "Panam undersold you. You're not just a sharpshooter, but a born marksman." The crowd shared a hearty laugh. Tang Yu walked over to Panam and said softly, "Panam, I have something to discuss with you privately." Panam nodded and followed his lead. After the crowd dispersed, the two of them sat under a deserted tent. Panam grabbed 2 beers from an ice chest, bit off the caps and passed one to Tang Yu. Tang Yu took the chilled beer, and they clinked bottles. Panam, somewhat proud, said, "Didn't expect you'd blend into Aldecaldos so quickly. If Saul were here, he'd definitely appreciate you." Saul had taken some key family members to the city for business talks, causing a fallout with Panam. Tang Yu took a sip of beer, gazing at the sunlit desert encampment, feeling like he was at home. He had spent time here with Panam, getting to know every member of the tribe. Wild yet gentle Panam, the righteous Saul, Mitch, Scorpion, the proficient hacker Dakota, and Carol, among others. Tang Yu had sat with the tribe members, playing folk songs and enjoying the campfires amidst the quiet wilderness. He even had wild nights with Panam under the starry sky, unexpectedly witnessing her shy and sensitive side. Those times were beautiful. And now, as the Aldecaldo family thrived, everyone still smiled and laughed, untouched by the wars. Tang Yu felt content family being together was the best thing. He slowly began, "This is what I wanted to talk about. Since Saul isn't in the camp, you shouldn't get involved in this operation to avoid any friction when Saul returns." Recently, Panam's relationship with Saul was tense. If Panam used the tribe's resources to help Tang Yu without consulting Saul, it could cause further division. Tang Yu didn't want Panam to be cast out from the tribe again. Cherishing the present was important, the future was uncertain. Panam, with confidence, said, "I thought it was something serious. Relax, Saul isn't petty, he remembers the favor you did for the tribe." "But what's this operation about?" "With deep-diving setups and mobilizing a convoy, I've been itching for something big." Tang Yu, seeing the moment to be right, spoke up. "The target is Night Corporation. I plan to infiltrate through the magnetic levitation tunnel outside their compound and install a signal program chip to find out what they're up to." "Night Corporation?" Panam looked astonished and asked again, "I know that site, Militech has set up the security there, what's your plan?" As they talked, Scorpion, wearing a hood, approached them and said gravely, "Panam, there are 2 people from the city looking for you and Tang." Panam looked at Tang Yu in confusion, and he simply said, "Everyone's here, let's get started." Chapter 183. The night enveloped the entire wasteland, with gusts of cool wind stirring up yellow sand and dust, sweeping across each hill and plain. The Aldecaldo's camp was equally silent under the moonlight, with old tents tightly closed and their inhabitants deep in slumber. Only in front of one tent, a blazing bonfire illuminated a patch of open ground. Around a square table, a group of people stood, discussing something with serious and cautious expressions. Tang Yu stared at the detailed map spread out on the table, explaining the entire operation process to everyone present. Once everyone understood, he continued. After midnight tonight, the Arasaka Corporation will initiate the Matrix space sequence. 3 teams must complete their designated tasks as quickly as possible and then retreat safely. Panam listened to the action plan attentively, greatly approving of Tang Yu's strategy. She herself was a person who loved planning. And in such extreme time constraints, everyone involved had to ensure they completed their assigned tasks perfectly. Any mistake could trigger a chain reaction, endangering others. Panam was puzzled by Tang Yu's mention of 3 teams. She looked up at the silver-haired girl, who would be diving into cyberspace once the Matrix space was activated to search for the signal source and find relevant clues. Lucy's deep dive was the core of this mission, and everyone else's actions were to support her. If Lucy failed, the entire operation would be in vain. Not knowing much about Lucy's hacking skills, Panam trusted Tang Yu's judgment in bringing her along. She then glanced at Mitch and Scorpion beside her. Their task was to draw the security attention at the tunnel construction site, allowing the team inside to proceed with their mission. Main's team was responsible for breaking into the core of the Matrix space within the tunnel, the most dangerous part of the operation. Panam had a favorable impression of Main's team from their previous collaboration. They had a formidable leader, a twin-tailed girl, a tough woman in a jacket, an older male driver, and a tall hacker. She estimated that they could handle critical moments. Their ability to attract enough firepower without causing overreaction would be crucial to Main's team's success. Too little distraction would leave Main's team vulnerable, while too much could draw Militech's attention, leading to additional reinforcements. Main's team had already infiltrated the tunnel, waiting for the right time. Their success depended on Panam's team's ability to execute their distraction flawlessly. Failure could lead to a deadly confrontation inside the tunnel. Finally, Panam turned to V, a girl whose appearance was deceptive. Her straight black hair and delicate face, coupled with alluring red lips, gave her the appearance of someone who might be on vacation if not for her fierce demeanor and casual swearing. In this mission, V was to provide mobile support, accompanying Panam. Panam could see V was eager to jump into action. Although V said nothing, her expression revealed it all. After Tang Yu finished explaining, Panam decisively said, "Tang, since the plan is set, Mitch, Scorpion, and I will head out now. Though you may not want to bother the clan, they will assist if needed, even without Saul." Tang Yu nodded slightly, having previously declined Panam's offer to involve the Aldecaldo family members. This was his personal matter, not worth dragging the whole clan into it. Also, he didn't want Panam to conflict with Saul over it. "Alright, Panam, V, Mitch, Scorpion, be careful," Tang Yu said. Mitch crossed his arms and said leisurely, "Don't worry, as the first phase of the operation, we'll make sure to set off the first shot right. But to be honest, I like this plan. It's interconnected like gears. It's just a pity we can't get any new gear from the core. With Tang around, you still worry. After this, you'll have your new gear delivered." The 3 left to depart from the camp. V looked at Tang Yu beside her and teased, "Nicely done, this time we finally have something big to play with." Then V caught up with Panam, walking alongside her. "Hi, I'm V, let's hope we work well together." "City girl," Panam said, opening her car door. "Don't get too scared when things get rough. If you can handle it, I'll be impressed." Panam got into the driver's seat and pushed open the passenger door. "Get in, V." Somewhat resigned, V got into the car. Observing the heavily modified vehicle, equipped with various electronic devices and a big gun in the back, V marveled at the high level of modification. Outside, Mitch drove ahead on his bike, guiding their way. Panam steadied the wheel and hit the gas, their car surging forward like a beast. "Impressive modifications," V complimented. Panam, pleased, responded, "You haven't seen Thunder's true power yet, you'll know soon. This turret. Installing it on an off-road vehicle is like driving a tank." "It does feel like a tank," Panam admitted. Tang thought of it, Mitch helped build it, you can try it. It's a bit tricky sometimes, but a good punch usually fixes it. V, impressed by Panam's boldness, connected her wrist cables to the interface. Soon, the turret's view appeared before her, giving a bird's-eye view from the roof. "How do you and Tang know each other?" "He knows car modifications too." Panam laughed, "It's simple, I led the way, he paid. What really impressed me was his shooting. Have you seen it?" V, somewhat annoyed, replied, "No, but I've seen plenty of his corporate attitude." "So, you're a hired hand?" Panam laughed, finding it amusing that Tang Yu hired someone like V for the job. V, acknowledging Panam's point, said, "Yes, he's quite generous." Panam chuckled, "I'll give him that." The three vehicles raced through the night toward the Arasaka tunnel construction site. Inside the tunnel, Main cautiously moved along the walls, avoiding any unnecessary movements. He led his team, following the layout of the construction site provided by Gloria, deeper into the tunnel. According to the plan, they needed to break through the tunnel's barriers at the appointed time, enter the core of the matrix space, and install the signal source program chip. Main had crafted a detailed plan for his squad, assigning specific roles to each member. Dorio monitored movements near the perimeter, Main and Rebecca provided firepower in the middle, Pilar handled the targeted demolition, and Kiwi would access the core to plant the chip. The tunnel's deepest part was inactive, with minimal patrols. The few surveillance systems were already under Kiwi's control, making it almost impossible for Arasaka to detect any disturbances. Main moved farther, spotting Rebecca with her shotgun, idly sitting on a rock. He whispered, "How's Pilar's prep?" "Bored," Rebecca replied. "Pilar says everything's set, he prepared extra tools just in case." Main, seeing the time approach, grew anxious. Rebecca, noticing his worry, reassured him, "It's Tang Yu's job, don't worry." She was quite relaxed about this mission. According to company protocol, every assignment had a backup plan, so it almost always ended well. She was confident this time would be no different. The last time they burned down Biotechnica's building, the situation was equally intense. Yet everyone completed their tasks smoothly without a hitch. This time, the target was Yorinobu's company, and there was nothing to worry about. The mission content was simpler, just enter the matrix core and insert the program chip. So, she believed that Tang Yu's plan was undoubtedly thorough, and she had no reason to worry, even feeling a bit bored. Main looked outside the tunnel, equally pitch dark, and whispered, "That's true, but inside the tunnel is a dead zone where no mistakes are allowed. Fortunately, the building standards are high, and the base is solid." As the two talked, faint noises from outside, resembling gunfire, reached their ears. Main glanced at the time again, noting that it was time. The first part of the action plan commenced, with a team drawing the site's defensive firepower. With the external cover, Main loosened up and walked straight into the tunnel, meeting Pilar, who was prepping for the demolition, and Kiwi, who was operating a portable tablet. "Ready?" Pilar extended his gleaming golden cybernetic arm, gesturing everything was fine. Kiwi, staring at her electronic tablet, said, "I've detected current and voltage changes inside the barrier, indicating the matrix space is preheating. This is the perfect opportunity." Main gave the order immediately, "Pilar, detonate." Pilar pounded the red button in his hand, causing a muffled explosion from several deep holes in the earthen wall. The earthen wall bulged, with white smoke and the strong smell of burning gunpowder emanating from the deep holes. Kiwi quickly checked the situation, finding the signal strength increasing and announced, "Successful detonation." Pilar grinned, giving a thumbs up. Main picked up a shovel from the ground and tossed one to Pilar. "Clear the debris and escort Kiwi in." Within half a minute, the blast created an opening, revealing a path ahead. Kiwi took a deep breath through her mask, crouching and approaching the entrance. "I'm going in." She then entered the matrix core. Emerging from the tunnel, she was taken aback by the enormous underground mechanical palace before her. Kiwi stood at one corner of the palace, looking toward the center. Beneath the dome, rows of black screen servers stood tall, arranged in the central plaza, forming the network matrix. Blue, white, and red data streams rolled across them, converging into a blue holographic cloud above. Within the data cloud, a figure seemed to be floating silently. From the center of the server matrix, bundles of electronic cables stretched in all directions, connecting various electronic fortresses. There was no time to admire the technological and architectural beauty. Kiwi immediately activated her scanner to find the target interface. If the matrix space fully started, the alarm system might kick in. If they were discovered, retreating would be challenging. Kiwi dashed forward, reaching the server matrix at top speed, finding a data interface, and inserted the program chip to initiate it. After completing the mission, Kiwi let out a brief sigh of relief. She was about to turn around and leave when a sudden tension gripped her. A stranger was standing behind her, blocking her way back. He was dressed in a crisp suit, contrasting starkly with the surroundings. His expressionless face made it hard to guess his intentions, but his eerily glowing blue eyes emitted a creepy and sinister aura. Kiwi didn't hesitate, her cybernetic eye adjusting as she sent a secure transmission to Main, requesting backup, and withdrew her pistol. The blue-eyed man didn't stop her, he just stared at her in silence. Kiwi dared not shoot but felt the increasing heat behind her. The server matrix was heating up. Her vision blurred and jumped between images, warning windows popped up frantically, indicating her cybernetics were at risk of overheating, and her ICE protection had been fatally compromised. Ignoring the excruciating pain in her brain, she realized that his hacking skills far exceeded hers. She was no match for him. Her vision began flashing with eerie blue light, a sign that she knew was extremely dangerous. Cognitive Modification Program. Without hesitation, Kiwi initiated the emergency shutdown sequence, cutting off all electronic interactions and leaving only life support functions active. Her body went limp, collapsing to the ground, her eyes unfocused, falling into a shutdown state. This was her only means of self-preservation, otherwise, under his continued hacking, she might lose control over her body entirely. After Kiwi collapsed, Maine and Pilar rushed inside. But before they could grasp the situation, their vision went black, and even their cybernetics failed. What terrified Maine the most was that the enemy seemed capable of controlling his cybernetics at will, bypassing his consciousness and using his communication interface to send a distress signal to Rebecca and Dorio. Despite Maine and Pilar's struggles, they finally succumbed to the enemy's techniques, fainting with foam at their mouths, immobile. Maine, with his remaining consciousness, could only murmur, "Run." Outside the construction site tunnel. Panam, her face serious, gripped the steering wheel tightly as she floored the pedal, speeding across the wasteland. Seeing the swarm of drones and fully armed off-road vehicles chasing them, she felt like cursing. Damn! What the hell is going on? Did they all eat gunpowder today? Leaving the site undefended to chase us like I've got some precious treasure in my car. Even V was a bit confused by the situation. This was entirely different from what they had anticipated. Instead of merely defending the site, Yoru's company's security had poured out to chase them relentlessly, making their car a prime target. Damn it! This wasn't part of the plan. Theory going all out. Panam growled, "V, show them what we've got now." V, with no time to think twice, connected to the turret program and began firing at the drones. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bullets flew out, taking down several drones. The convoy behind, along with airborne armed drones, returned fire, bullets peppering the car. Panam frowned even more. On another front, Mitch and Scorpion were independently attacking the site to divert their attention. But soon, they noticed the enemy largely ignored them and pursued Panam's car instead. The vast construction site emptied out, with all machinery halting. Mitch and Scorpion were stunned, unsure if they should throw their bombs since there was no one left to attract fire. They couldn't fathom the situation but suddenly received a message from Panam. Mitch, Scorpion, these bastards seem to have an ulterior motive, seize the site and support the tunnel team. Quickly, they rushed into the site, aiming for the control center to facilitate Maine's evacuation. As the car sped over the rocky surface, Panam remained focused but occasionally glanced at V with suspicion. The site security chasing them so fiercely wasn't for the carrot, had to be for V. That was the only explanation. Right, they're after V, realized Panam. V, after eliminating the drones, found the turret jammed, unable to target the pursuing vehicles. She quickly reported, "Panam, the turret's stuck." Panam had V disengage the turret controls, explaining, "These big boys need getting used to, probably a bullet jam. At least you took out the drones, I'm confident I can lose the chase." "Why are they targeting us? Do they have a specific objective?" Panam didn't answer directly, instead changing the subject, "Who knows, maybe we pissed them off, and they want to get back at us. But we can't return to camp now, it'd expose our location and cause more trouble." V nodded seriously, "True, if push comes to shove, we'll find a good spot and face them head-on." Panam replied, "No problem, once we gain some distance, I'll fix the turret. In a desert showdown, these amateurs got nothing on us." Through the rearview mirror, V noticed that some of the pursuers had blue-eyed cybernetics, realizing Yoru's company's elaborate methods. "Panam, I know what they want, they're after what's in my head." Panam glanced sideways at V, "Is it really that valuable to make the company go all out?" V, with a stern face, replied, "Whether it's valuable or not to them, it's important." Panam, "Give me the wheel, you should regroup with Mitch and Scorpion, they won't care about you." Panam refused, instead connecting with Mitch and Scorpion, saying firmly, "Don't worry, V, we started this together, and we'll finish it together. Besides, Tang is still waiting." Chapter 184. Late at night, at the company square. Colorful lights weaved together to form a neon night scene, as two large holographic koi fish, one blue and one gold, swam slowly in midair. In her high-level office in the Militech building, Meredith Stout stood, cigarette between her fingers, quietly overlooking the night view below. Cigarette butts and ashes scattered around her feet. She wore a grave expression and kept lighting one cigarette after another, her mind completely detached from the dreamy neon vista. Her gaze remained fixed downward as though piercing through the layers of traffic below and into the depths of the earth. Militech did not want to see a completely autonomous Night City, free from the influence of New America. It wasn't in their interest. Even though New America officially acknowledged Night City's independent status, the city was still deeply intertwined with New America in terms of culture, economy, transport, geography, and networks. However, new developments had emerged. Arasaka had proposed a new infrastructure project aimed at creating an independent network empire. If this new infrastructure project succeeded, Night City's global influence would surpass all previous levels. Reclaiming Night City would then become even harder for Militech. Therefore, gathering the necessary intel to sabotage the activation of Arasaka's spatial matrix was a significant challenge for her. The usual approach would be to mobilize their undercover agents within Arasaka to gather important intelligence, formulate a plan, and then act. Even if a few agents were sacrificed, it would be worth it if they could disrupt Arasaka's matrix space activation. The intel suggested that those involved in constructing the matrix space had undergone extensive training by Arasaka, leaving no room for inserting undercover agents. Furthermore, once the matrix space was built, it would be almost fully automated, requiring no human maintenance. In other words, even if Militech wanted to compromise Arasaka's matrix space security, they wouldn't have the chance. Meredith saw only two options to achieve her goal. One was brute force hiring mercenaries to do the dirty work, but the success rate was uncertain, and failure could lead to leaks. The other was to wait and continue gathering intel, hoping to find an internal solution. She had been pondering this problem, hoping to find a viable approach. Why was Arasaka so keen on this new infrastructure project, being the first to agree to connect to the matrix space and even having their top executives make special phone calls for it? Meredith sensed a whiff of conspiracy. The more eager Arasaka appeared, the more likely they had ulterior motives. Maybe she hoped to complete this task from her superiors with help from Arasaka. Meredith knew well that any mistake could affect her future career at Militech, and she felt she was very close to the next step up. No matter what, the matrix space had to be shut down. Meredith planned to gather more intel on why Arasaka was so proactively involved with Arasaka's project. With the matrix space activation time approaching, it seemed today was a lost cause with Arasaka. Meredith stubbed out her cigarette and was about to leave when her screen indicated that her secretary needed to report something urgent. She had the secretary come in and return to her desk to await the report. The secretary hurried in, looking anxious. "Supervisor, there are two important updates regarding Arasaka." Meredith nodded for her to continue. The secretary quickly went on. Arasaka Corporation's cooperation with Arasaka on the new infrastructure project and agreement to connect to the matrix space were ordered by Saburo Arasaka. This directive was given under urgent status according to reliable sources. Saburo Arasaka. Meredith's pupils contracted, her expression growing more serious. This meant that even Saburo Arasaka, far away in Kyoto, was concerned about Arasaka's actions. If it was Saburo Arasaka's order, it was highly unusual. Despite operating in Night City for so many years, Arasaka never earned Saburo Arasaka's approval. The fact that Saburo Arasaka hated this city was a well-known rumor among the company's upper echelons. A man of Saburo Arasaka's status would typically focus on global affairs. Why would he be interested in Night City's 10-year development plan? Night City becoming more independent wouldn't necessarily benefit Arasaka. Relatively, though, Militech would be worse off than Arasaka. Meredith couldn't tell if Arasaka was fanning the flames or holding back another card. One thing was clear. It didn't make sense for Saburo Arasaka to issue an urgent order unless there was more to the story that could impact Arasaka or even Saburo Arasaka's rule. The secretary, seeing her superior remain silent, waited a moment before reporting the second update. Arasaka's maglev tunnel on the outskirts was attacked by an unknown force, and they're requesting our support. Drone footage indicates that the attackers are from the Nomad clan, though the reason for the attack is unknown. Meredith was somewhat surprised by the attack on Arasaka's outlying construction site at this particular moment. She promptly had the secretary show her the footage. She inserted the chip into the reader on her desk, and a scene of a high-speed chase in the wasteland during the night appeared on the screen. The video was short, showing a small group attacking the site, followed by drones swarming out and the workers giving chase in their vehicles. These armed drones were Militech's equipment, and the site's smart security was Militech's responsibility, with Arasaka having some command authority. Meredith observed the footage and soon noticed several issues, so she asked. "This tunnel has been under construction for a long time, right? Have you found out where it leads?" The secretary responded in a serious tone, "We have it leads beneath the company plaza, part of Arasaka's new infrastructure project's main transport routes." A glint of recognition flashed in Meredith's eyes, as if she realized someone else was even more eager to sabotage the matrix space. Additionally, she noticed that Arasaka's people focused only on the modified off-road vehicle, ignoring other points of attack. Who are the people in that off-road vehicle? Can we identify them? The secretary immediately reported, the drones can't detect the people inside, but we found leads on the vehicle. The vehicle belongs to Panam Palmer from the Aldecaldos clan. She frequently runs transport routes in the Badlands and takes on jobs from the Afterlife bar. Hearing this intel, Meredith felt more confident and stood up, issuing orders. Contact Arasaka and tell them we're heading out to support them in the Badlands, have Gilchrist ready, with 3 special forces teams for an operation. She glanced at the time and added, there's still time, let them play a bit longer, the special forces will depart in 15 minutes. Let's go watch the show first. Aldecaldos camp. Inside a military green tent, Lucy slowly zipped the tent door, shutting out the dark wasteland night. Inside, several electronic devices emitted intermittent white light, and a pool filled with ice-cold water stood nearby. Tang Yu stood before an electronic screen, configuring the necessary programs for deep diving. With the last experience, he added multiple safeguards to increase Lucy's self-protection during the dive. After closing the curtain, Lucy glanced back at the busy Tang Yu, then walked toward the water tank. She unbuttoned her collar, letting her slender, fair arms slide out of the sleeves and then let her top slip off her shoulders. She then squatted down, shedding her pants and underwear onto the ground. Lucy stepped into the icy water, suppressing the bone-chilling cold without a sound, not even a frown. She gripped the edge of the water tank, lay back into the water, and the cold waves splashed gently. Lucy leaned against the tank edge, staring at the tent's ceiling, murmuring, "Tang, I'm ready." Across the tent. Tang Yu finished configuring the program, picked up an optical cable connector, walked over, and skillfully removed the bandage from Lucy's nape, embedding the connector. With the mechanical click of the connection, the deep dive preparations were complete. Be careful, Tang Yu cautioned. Instead of immediately closing her eyes, Lucy asked in a solemn tone, "It will go smoothly this time, right?" She realized that the forces behind the matrix space were likely more powerful than she imagined. Turning back was not an option. Starting this operation against the matrix space meant a fight to the end. The dangers Tang Yu faced extended far beyond Arasaka's corporate walls. She gradually realized that Tang Yu was playing with fire in everything he did. He was not only playing a chess game against Arasaka but was arm wrestling with all the major corporations. Even if he was now seen as a rising star within Arasaka Tower, with a promising future ahead. The fact was, this was also his most dangerous time. The higher he climbed, the larger the whirlpool he was drawn into, with one misstep leading to total ruin. Arasaka, Militech, Biotechnica, Kong Tao, and now Night Corp. Tang Yu was already standing at the eye of the storm, continually facing the predatory eyes of these towering giants. Lucy did not understand why Tang Yu chose this path or his reasons. There were many secrets hidden in his world. Tang Yu, thinking Lucy was worried about the deep dive, reassured her. He now possessed weak electrical control and could still utilize some former hacker skills. Even in cyberspace, he could watch over Lucy. He smiled and said confidently, "Don't worry, everything will go smoothly." Tang Yu reached into the water as he had before, holding her wrist. Lucy was surprised, looking at Tang Yu's hand holding hers, feeling a bit of warmth flow through her. Let's hope for good luck this time. Lucy softly closed her eyes and entered cyberspace. As her data-conscious form began to take shape, she sensed a signal source in the blue data ocean the Matrix Space Signal Main's team had located. Without hesitation, Lucy reached out, instantly teleporting towards the signal source. Like traversing the depths of the stars, layers upon layers of coded data streams flashed by, reaching the destination in mere moments. Lucy's expression tightened as she took in the surroundings, her heart sinking. As expected. The Matrix Space wasn't just a simple network server but secretly contained gateways to cyberspace. What chilled her even more was that this passage was set outside the black wall. At this moment, Lucy stood beneath the gigantic black wall in cyberspace, staring into the abyss beyond via a signal. This was her old nightmare since escaping the Arasaka secret base. She hadn't ventured beyond the black wall again. Lucy clenched her teeth, hesitating whether to cross the black wall to the other side. She knew all too well the dangers that awaited there. One step forward could mean no return. The rogue AIs had become far more dangerous after years of growth and evolution. Not to mention the countless malicious programs and electronic viruses lurking beyond the black wall, ready to annihilate her data consciousness. However, if she didn't cross the black wall, she wouldn't be able to retrieve the crucial information Tang Yu needed. All of Main's team's efforts would go to waste. Lucy tightened her fists, making a difficult decision. Just as she was at a crossroads, a familiar voice echoed in her mind. "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Hearing this, Lucy's hesitation turned into resolve. She unclenched her fists and smiled quietly. This is insane. Raising her hand, blue light flickered, causing ripples on the gridded black wall. That was the program passage sanctioned by the black wall, recognized as a safe way to traverse beyond it. Even though Lucy remembered Arasaka's method of crossing, times had changed, and Netwatch's means were more reliable now. After initiating the traversal passage, Lucy floated forward, touching the ripples. In an instant, she seemed to step into a mirror, arriving in the dark, endless old net. In the threatening darkness, Lucy had to stay constantly alert. To avoid detection by rogue AIs, she enveloped herself in a cloaking protection program, preventing any abnormal data flow around her. With the stealth protocol in place, she carefully ventured deeper into the dark. Occasional flashes of light streaked through the void, resembling lightning. Ghost-like data clusters, which sometimes appeared as human faces, wandered around, emitting indescribable wails. Since most of the old net's content was human-related, these programs learned massive amounts of human knowledge, gradually taking on anthropomorphic forms. Lucy was accustomed to these sights and carefully proceeded toward the signal source. She bypassed layer after layer of obstacles, breaking through weak points whenever possible, narrowly avoiding rogue AI numerous times. Finally, Lucy navigated the labyrinthine barriers and reached her destination, a blue code-formed space matrix. She immediately extracted a wire from her wrist, connecting it to the space matrix to scan its core program. As time ticked by, the massive data flow detection put Lucy in excruciating pain, her brain's neural endpoints overheating. Enduring the discomfort, she finally completed the scan. The space matrix's gateway was temporarily sealed. It needed a main program to operate effectively. Lucy retracted the wire and prepared to return to the cyberspace within the black wall. Suddenly, she sensed several abnormal data streams approaching her. Without hesitation, she activated a firewall. A defensive glow encased Lucy, fending off the incoming malicious code spikes. Fortunately, the firewall was high-level, protecting Lucy's data consciousness without endangering her life. Clarifying the situation, Lucy recognized familiar shadows in the darkness, which made her pale. The Voodoo Boys? Only then did Lucy realize that the Voodoo Boys, previously brain-burned by Alt Cunningham, had reappeared as AIs in the old net. They weren't brain-burned but forcibly uploaded consciousness data into cyberspace, evading Netwatch's capture. Before Lucy could react, countless worms swarmed her firewall, burrowing their way through. Crap! Just as Lucy planned to escape, the worms exploded, shattering her firewall. Exposed and defenseless, Lucy's strong signal drew unwanted attention. Lethal program spikes closed in on her. If hit, she'd disintegrate into data fragments, never to return to the real world. In a flash, a pale blue arc enveloped her, blocking all incoming spikes. The data codes touching the arc disintegrated instantly. The Voodoo Boys' data signatures attempted to trap Lucy's consciousness with neuro-freezing viruses. But a powerful blue arc around Lucy began to charge. Suddenly, like a thunder explosion, it blasted outward, sweeping everything away, leaving only data fragments. Lucy opened her eyes, bewildered, finding herself alone. Is the area cleared? Seizing the opportunity, she swiftly returned to the black wall and cyberspace. Lucy sighed in relief, regaining composure before initiating the exit program. As Lucy exited, a massive red figure arrived, absorbing a wisp of residual arc. With a touch, the red figure dissolved the electric spark into code fragments. Silently, the red figure vanished. Inside the tent, Tang Yu crouched by the water tank, holding Lucy's wrist with one hand and clutching his head with the other, looking pale. Overusing weak electric control had drained him, leaving him weak with a nosebleed trickling. Holding back the pain, Tang Yu answered V's call. They were in trouble. Mitch and Scorpion went silent after entering the site, and Main's team completed their task but hadn't reported back. V and Panam, both impatient, rushed back to the site, ignoring Tang Yu's attempts to stop them. After dealing with the Arasaka pursuit, they immediately headed back to the tunnel site. Tang Yu understood Main's team had encountered trouble in the tunnel. Upon receiving V's message, he wanted to head to the tunnel site. But seeing Lucy still deep diving, he stayed put, waiting for her return. Tang Yu was glad for his patience. In an instant, he sensed Lucy was in danger. To prevent future threats, Tang Yu exerted his maximum electric control, using his old hacking skills to help Lucy clear obstacles. While exhausting his energy, his other innate ability, Indomitable Spirit, rapidly restored his strength. Slowly, Lucy opened her eyes, finding Tang Yu clutching her wrist, his head hung low in exhaustion. Pulling the connector from behind her head, Lucy checked on Tang Yu, noticing blood dripping from his nose. What happened? Lucy asked urgently. Tang Yu wiped off the blood and stood up, explaining, I'm fine, did you find anything in cyberspace? Lucy, recalling Tang Yu's severe exhaustion last time, sensed the cost of his mysterious ability. Worried, she asked, really? Then. Lucy stood up from the bath, ice slipping off her skin and splashing back into the tank. Tang Yu nodded, handing her a prepared blanket, reaffirming, I'm fine, the situation outside is urgent, Main's team lost contact. Lucy's heart sank. The exact scenario she feared had happened. Seeing Tang Yu's state, she felt a rush of concern. If he rushed over, it'd be dangerous. But not stopping him could endanger Main's team. Lucy didn't hesitate and explained. Tang, it's a trap. The matrix space is active, with a connection point in the old net outside the black wall. Clearly, they want to use the matrix space as a medium to help rogue AIs from beyond the black wall invade the human network. But they still need a main program, similar to the Blackwall Passage AI program. Subnet Poseidon. Tang Yu's brow furrowed. This aligned with his earlier suspicions. Their initial target, V, was part of this plan. To acquire a program with the Blackwall's attributes, capable of self-evolving, establishing a new passage in the old net, bypassing the black wall. Then, whoever controlled the rogue AIs entering the human network would be determined by the mastermind behind Night Corp's power. These rogue AIs could leverage vast corporate networks, spawning artificial intelligence. By then, even if corporations left Night City, AI programs would fill their roles. AI companies, AI cities, AI humans. Night Corp's ambition surpassed even Saburo Arasaka's dream of immortality. Hearing Lucy out, Tang Yu knew he had to act. Delamain was waiting outside the tent, ready to go. Rising, Tang Yu moved to the tent's entrance. A delicate, cool hand stopped him. Lucy grabbed Tang Yu's wrist, water droplets dampening his clothes. Tang Yu turned silently, only to be blocked by two cold, gentle lips, ice-blue breath tickling his nose. Lucy cupped his face, eyes shut, tears glistening at the corners. Stunned, Tang Yu gazed at the silver-haired girl, feeling her chill and warmth. After a long moment, Lucy released Tang Yu, her neon pupils watching him intently, murmuring, I'm coming with you. Chapter 185. Badlands. A Delamain car sped across the dusty terrain, its headlights illuminating a large area ahead. Delamain's mechanical voice reminded, a friendly reminder from Delamain, please fasten your seatbelt during high-speed driving. But Tang Yu paid no attention to the old Delamain, waiting for Lucy who was sitting beside him to handle the messages. Lucy's red optical eyes whirred as she used an electronic tablet to search for signals from the others. After a while, she looked up with a slightly anxious expression and said, we've already passed the agreed time, and there's still no signal from Maine and the others, we can't locate V and Panam either, the signals must be blocked. Tang Yu nodded slightly, looking somewhat grave, they've likely run into trouble. But the security force at Yorinobu Arasaka's tunnel construction site isn't strong. It must be a hacker attack that caused the signal loss, they're not in immediate danger. Everyone was now deep within the tunnel site, indicating that Yorinobu Arasaka had made preparations for this. However, Tang Yu had anticipated this. He had sent V and Panam out specifically because he suspected that Yorinobu's primary target was V. Now that things were clearer, it was time for confrontation. Yorinobu's company excelled at remote hacking and psychological manipulation, preferring to recruit enemies rather than kill them outright. With the situation not fully resolved, V was not in immediate danger. The others would likely be used as bargaining chips against Tang Yu. As the Delamain car sped along, it soon neared its destination. Delamain explained, detected a strong pulse signal ahead, Delamain's operating system will suffer severe interference and can no longer provide you with transportation service, we must maintain a safe distance. Lucy added, there indeed is strong electronic interference ahead, V and Main's cyberware likely shut down as well. Tang Yu ordered, Delamain, stop the car outside the site. Following Tang Yu's instructions, Delamain halted the car outside the construction site. But the electronic interference had already reached them, causing Delamain's display to glitch and flicker. Mr. Tang, I wish you a pleasant journey, please return safely. Tang Yu turned to Lucy, seriously advising, stay in the car, I'll go check the situation. Lucy looked worried, recalling Tang Yu's weakened state earlier. She couldn't help but ask, can you still hold on? She wanted to accompany Tang Yu into the tunnel but realized that she might only be a burden due to the electronic interference, which was almost deadly to a netrunner like her. Tang Yu smiled confidently, trust me, I'll be fine. With that, Tang Yu opened the car door, stepped out, glanced at the construction site, and walked towards it. Through the car window, Lucy watched Tang Yu's figure gradually fade into the distance, her eyes filled with concern as she silently prayed for his safety. Entering the site's barrier, Tang Yu found the vast construction area deserted. He headed to the main control panel, where his right hand emitted an electric arc, hacking into the electronic control system and taking command of the site's networked equipment. The site's large floodlights illuminated the entire area, activating various machines into automatic operation. After securing the area, Tang Yu left the control panel and activated several transport trucks, drills, and excavators to pave the way as he charged into the tunnel. The convoy rumbled into the tunnel, headlights piercing the darkness, as the roar of engines echoed. Not long after, an eerie sight appeared in the distance, numerous pairs of blue eyes shining in the dark. Tang Yu remained calm, steadily directing the convoy forward. As they drew closer, he saw that the blue-eyed figures were construction workers, all armed with rifles and frantically firing at the excavators, their bullets creating spiderweb cracks on the windshields. Tang Yu accelerated the convoy, sending out electric arcs from his hands to clash with the attackers. After a series of crunches, the blue-eyed attackers were crushed into the mud. Those who remained standing were electrocuted, their cybernetic brains fried, collapsing with wisps of smoke rising from their necks. The convoy charged to the tunnel's end, where dazzling lights revealed a figure. "Who the hell is there? I'm not afraid of you. Let them go now." Recognizing Panam's voice, Tang Yu swiftly exited the driver's cabin, catching her before she could collapse. Panam shielded her eyes from the blinding light, trying to break free in confusion, but soon recognized Tang Yu. "Tang. V, she's in the Matrix." Panam pointed weakly towards a small exposed opening in the dirt, before passing out. Tang Yu carried Panam to a safe area, conducting a preliminary examination. Panam had minimal cyberware and usually communicated via phone, which might have made her more resilient, allowing her to stay conscious for so long. Seeing she was alright, Tang Yu used an excavator to dig further into the exposed opening. Soon, the gap widened enough for a person to pass through. Inside the Matrix space, a blend of machinery and electronics filled with a sci-fi atmosphere unfolded. After securing Panam, Tang Yu entered straight into the Matrix. As anticipated, Rebecca lay sprawled in the entryway, clutching her shotgun. Unconscious without a scratch. Maine and Pilar were further inside, similarly unscathed and unconscious. The only evidence of conflict was a large hole in the restrictive walls, indicating Maine's team had been instantly neutralized. Tang Yu's attention was then drawn to a massive structure in the distant hollow-labyrinthine matrix displayed in the large, empty hall. It was unimaginable that such an enormous underground palace had been discreetly dug out under Yorinobu's company square. The secrecy was top-notch, likely at the expense of countless lives. Kiwi lay near the matrix servers, with the signal source program chip interface still in operation. Tang Yu realized that they intended to lure him here from the start. Spotting V, he moved closer to the core of the matrix. When he reached the massive server matrix, he stopped to examine the high-tech construct. Stacked servers surrounded a black metal chair at the center. A slumped V rested on the chair. A black helmet hovering above her head, ready to enclose her. Crystalline tubes extended from the helmet, pulsing with a faint blue light. "Come out, I've played along long enough, aren't you tired of hiding?" Tang Yu sensed multiple weak detection waves and electric currents scanning him, clearly intrigued by his mysterious abilities. A sudden burst of applause echoed. Following the sound, Tang Yu saw Mr. Blue Eyes, a familiar figure, leisurely walk out, looking at him with interest. Tang Yu knew enough about Mr. Blue Eyes to understand that he was a mastermind. He wouldn't waste his trump cards until the game was really over, so Maine and his team were merely incapacitated, not brain-burned. In Mr. Blue Eyes' domain, burning their brains would be as easy as breathing. "Mr. Tang, seeing you in person is truly better than hearing about you. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. It's a thrill to finally meet you," Mr. Blue Eyes said, clapping as he approached Tang Yu. Tang Yu replied calmly, "I'm glad I didn't disappoint you." Mr. Blue Eyes was unfazed and continued, "Your handling of the Voodoo Boys was impressive. After you left, my team went in for another scoop." Tang Yu coldly questioned, "So you even dared to target V's brain?" Without waiting, his hands emitted electric arcs, sending currents into the servers, instantly enveloping the labyrinthine matrix. Now, with a mere thought, Tang Yu could choose to destroy, paralyze, or take control of the entire system. However, the matrix's immense capacity made it impossible for Tang Yu to sustain it. He was simply showing off to gain leverage. After all, Mr. Blue Eyes had already glimpsed this unique ability. It was best to let him see the full extent to ensure serious negotiations. As Tang Yu exerted his control, the flow of data within the servers began to swirl chaotically. Mr. Blue Eyes' eyes flickered with surprise, hadn't anticipated Tang Yu's abilities to this extent. Hurriedly, he pleaded, I have no intention of making you my enemy, Mr. Tang, they're merely incapacitated, they're all safe. Tang Yu then retracted the electric arcs, restoring the matrix's normal operations. If that's the case, how do you explain the previous incidents? To him, Mr. Blue Eye's power and background were strong, even godlike in the cyber realm with advanced network technology. But to Tang Yu, it posed no real threat. Mr. Blue Eyes remained calm, explaining, we now have a better way to resolve this. Tang Yu stared at him, prompting, go on, tell me about this better way. We want the subnet see God in V's brain, it's our sole objective, we will strive to meet your demands, Mr. Blue Eyes stated firmly. Tang Yu wasn't about to trust this bunch assassins, brainwashers, and conman AIs. He sneered, it seems you still don't understand human cooperation, only focusing on your goal, there's no sincerity in that. I have 3 conditions. First, I'm taking V with me, she's mine, not a tool for your experiments. Second, the matrix space will be suspended, when it can be restarted, I'll decide. Third, tell your people to back off, I better not see them meddling again. Hearing these conditions, Mr. Blue Eye's expression also turned colder, clearly unwilling to comply. Tang Yu shifted his tone, continuing, of course, in cooperation, unlike you, humans believe in mutual benefit. You want the see God in V's mind because it's an AI prototype suited for the Matrix main program requirements. I can agree to fully extract the see God and find a more suitable host when it's ready, you can restart the Matrix space as you wish. Mr. Blue Eyes, seeing that his intentions were exposed, no longer hid his motives, asking curiously, I assumed you were here for Saburo Arasaka's mission, it seems your loyalty to Arasaka isn't as strong as rumored. Loyalty? Tang Yu laughed disdainfully. No one's loyal to Arasaka unless they're brainwashed. Mr. Blue Eyes chuckled, if that's the case, our dealings will be smoother, would Mr. Tang consider further cooperation? You mean the relic in Arasaka Tower? I bet you're dying for it. Since you mentioned it, I might consider, it depends on your performance. Mr. Blue Eyes smiled warmly, we always maintain integrity, we'll comply with your request to return MSV and suspend the matrix space, however, I need a precise time frame. Tang Yu was indifferent, be careful not to bite off more than you can chew, the new infrastructure is just a prototype, even if you start the matrix, it won't have much impact yet. By the end of the year, I'll have an answer for you, in the meantime, focus on the infrastructure, maybe next time, the matrix space can directly upgrade to the second phase. By the end of 2077. Mr. Blue Eyes found it acceptable. Given Tang Yu's demonstrated abilities, it was hard to argue otherwise. More importantly, Arasaka had already noticed the matrix space project. Fortunately, Tang Yu wasn't a loyal Arasaka dog, otherwise, Arasaka would have destroyed the matrix space by now. This underground palace, built with years of effort, couldn't be lost now. Mr. Tang, we have a deal. In a safe zone far from the tunnel site, a black Delamain sat idly. Lucy was inside, anxiously waiting. She frequently glanced towards the tunnel direction through the window, while her electronic tablet displayed fluctuating code. Delamain had suggested stopping here to keep a safe distance from potential pulse interference, which could damage the electronic systems. The interference signal has weakened, do you need to reselect the parking waiting location? Lucy also noticed this phenomenon but wasn't clear about the specific situation of the pulse weakening. However, she was certain it had something to do with Tang Yu. Just as she was about to instruct Delamain to drive into the factory, she saw several armed flying cars descending from the sky above the construction site. The vehicles bore the markings of Militech, clearly indicating their identity. Militech? Lucy's heart tightened with doubt. Why is Militech here at this moment? Did Knights Corp call for backup? She knew Militech had set up some level of security forces at this construction site, but it wasn't considered a key defensive area. They merely provided drones and firearms, with security personnel still mainly comprising Knights Corp workers. Panam and her team were only 4 people, and they had already been captured by Knights Corp. Militech arriving with such a grand display clearly had another purpose. Lucy had to stop Militech and prevent anyone from being taken away. If the situation leaked, it could bring huge risks to everyone involved in this operation, including Tang Yu's safety. Being targeted by a corporation was never a good thing. Determined, Lucy instructed Delamain to head back to the construction site to delay them somehow. The armed flying cars of Militech landed slowly. When the doors opened, fully armed soldiers emerged, guarding key pathways of the construction site. One team, carrying heavy machine guns, stood guard at the tunnel entrance. After confirming the site's safety, Meredith slowly stepped out of the flying car, scanning the surroundings of the tunnel construction site. There were signs of battle, yet no one was around. Her eyes fell on the tunnel entrance, and she smiled slightly. The real action must be inside. Meredith didn't rashly choose to enter the tunnel. The tunnel led straight to the company plaza's underground, reaching the core of the matrix space. She planned to wait outside a bit longer, until the situation inside became irretrievable best if the matrix space exploded. Then she would step in to clean up. From now on, no one could escape her watchful eyes. At this moment, Agent Gilchrist stepped forward and whispered to Meredith, "Madam, someone from Netwatch has arrived to investigate the matrix space." Netwatch? Meredith did not care much. Netwatch, as an independent agency, still relied on the major corporations for support and did not have the capacity to compete with them. She replied indifferently, "Let them in." Shortly after, Meredith saw a silver-haired girl escorted by agents approaching her. She didn't recognize the Netwatch agent in front of her, casually glanced at her credentials, and initiated an identity scan. Confirming the identity was correct, namely, a Netwatch operative, Meredith then looked at Lucy more seriously, finding her somewhat attractive. She casually asked, "Is Mosley no longer working in Night City?" Lucy replied in a deep voice, "He returned to headquarters to report, I'm temporarily in charge here." "You in charge? Don't get too cocky." She knew Netwatch was understaffed, often hiring mercenaries or gangs for field operations. At this moment, an agent reported to Meredith that they had found two unconscious suspicious individuals. Upon her approval, the agents carried them over. "Are these your people? How much do you know about the matrix space?" "They are from the Aldecaldos tribe, hired for the job," Lucy replied truthfully. "As for the matrix space, it might involve illegal cyberspace activities. Tonight, I'm here to investigate this matter." Meredith was skeptical, staring at Lucy's changing expressions. Suddenly, she said loudly, "All right, you can take these two away, but since there's no clear lead yet, you don't need to meddle in the subsequent events." Lucy frowned, wanting to say more, but the opposing soldiers blocked her with machine guns, signaling her to leave. Damn it! She knew that inside, besides Tang Yu, there were others, including Main's team. If Meredith saw Main's team, it would be tough to explain everything, surely arousing her suspicion. After all, Meredith had met them before, personally involved in the military-grade Sandevistan incident. Growing impatient with the inactivity inside the tunnel, Meredith ordered the special forces to advance and investigate. Militech soldiers immediately formed a defensive line, deployed heavy machine guns, and activated night vision and searchlights as they headed into the tunnel. Lucy's eyes were anxious, wanting to stop them but couldn't do so overtly, lest Meredith noticed. As Lucy was helpless, a shadow slowly emerged from the tunnel. The Militech agents pointed their guns at the person, ready for any unforeseen circumstances. Meredith noticed the figure, squinting to see clearly, finding it somewhat familiar. Tang Yu. She quickly recognized the person. His unique aura left a memorable impression. Seeing Tang Yu emerge from the tunnel, Meredith realized the situation wasn't simple and smiled. She waved for the agents to stand down, then approached Tang Yu with a smile. "Long time no see, Mr. Tang." Tang Yu had seen through the surveillance system that Militech arrived at the site, choosing to walk out of the tunnel alone. "Indeed, long time no see." Meredith took another step forward, brushing dust off Tang Yu's shoulder and slyly whispered, "I thought I was catching rats out of the tunnel. Looks like we have a lot to talk about tonight. I wonder if it's one rat or a group." Tang Yu remained calm. Seeing Meredith's grand entrance, he knew she must have a motive, so he played along mockingly. "Do you think this rat isn't big enough to satisfy your appetite?" Meredith chuckled coldly, immediately putting on a stern look as she ordered, "Withdraw." Following the command, Militech agents rushed back to the flying cars, leaving Meredith's personal vehicle door wide open. She gestured politely to Tang Yu, "Let's talk in the car, I'll give you a ride." Tang Yu didn't refuse, directly heading to the car, ignoring Lucy on the roadside. Lucy's eyes flickered, wanting to ask something but holding back, only watching Tang Yu board Militech's flying car. Meredith glanced at her, then followed Tang Yu into the car, even taking the opportunity to support him warmly when he bent down to enter. "Careful." The car doors slowly closed, the engine ignited blue flames, ascending into the sky. Lucy looked up, watching the armed flying convoy leave, recalling Tang Yu's secret message, "All safe." After Tang Yu's departure, Lucy immediately turned and sprinted into the tunnel. Kyoto Arasaka Estate. Hanako Arasaka, dressed in a kimono, was kneeling in the study, holding a paper book and reading intently. Her expression was peaceful, fingers slowly turning pages, entirely immersed in the book, smiling occasionally at interesting parts. The book cover prominently bore the title, Silent Flower. This book had been published in Night City for some time. She had someone bring her a copy and, having some free time today, decided to read it. The story inside depicted her and her brother Yorinobu, vividly describing their relationship, arousing curiosity. Knock, knock, knock. Someone knocked on the door. Come in, Hanako Arasaka said without moving. Santo Oda, dressed in a ninja uniform, slipped silently into the room, kneeling and reporting solemnly. Lady Hanako, Yorinobu has left Kyoto and headed alone to Night City. Takemura Goru has gone to report to Saburo-sama. Hanako nodded slightly, eyes still on the book, her tone calm. It's not surprising that Yorinobu went to Night City. He is Arasaka's future heir and has the right to decide his whereabouts. Father wouldn't blame him for that. Oda's expression changed slightly, further reporting, but Yorinobu took an experimental relic biochip from Arasaka Tower in Kyoto. Hanako stopped turning the pages, her calm eyes showing a slight change. She closed the book and placed it on the table, quickly donning her wooden sandals and heading out. Oda, seeing Hanako leave, stood up and looked at the book, Silent Flower, for a long time. Hanako's expression was stern, and she ignored the greetings from servants along the way, leaving them puzzled. The usually elegant and composed Lady Hanako seemed in a hurry today. Hanako hurried to the library. She had long known that Yorinobu wanted to leave the estate and go to Night City to pursue his grand plan. But at this critical juncture, Yorinobu had stolen the relic biochip from Arasaka Tower in Kyoto. Not long ago, Saburo-sama had sent Tang Yu to investigate Night City, uncovering the Voodoo Boy's attempt to collude with AI from beyond the Blackwall. Saburo was extremely concerned about this, growing even more dissatisfied with Night City, often expressing his disdain for the city. Furthermore, Knights Corp proposed a new infrastructure plan to create an independent Night City, developing a matrix space to form its own network system, further angering Saburo. According to information from Night City, Knights Corp's intentions are far from simple, possibly surpassing the deeds of the Voodoo Boys. Many forces coveted Arasaka's divine regime, Saburo's taboo. Hanako worried that Yorinobu's actions would provoke Saburo's wrath, exacerbating the situation. She quickly reached the library and knelt at the door, requesting an audience. The library door slowly opened. Saburo Arasaka was stooped over a wooden desk, holding an ink brush, concentrating on his calligraphy. Hanako didn't dare disturb him, standing silently by the side, waiting for him to finish. Saburo meticulously completed his calligraphy, his aged face barely forming a smile, emitting a few hoarse chuckles. Hanako stepped closer, discovering the word he wrote, longevity. Saburo put down the brush, admiring the strokes, and spoke slowly, "You're here about your brother Yorinobu?" Hanako didn't dare to lie, honestly admitting. She noticed Takemura Goru still kneeling on the floor with her peripheral vision. Saburo dismissed Takemura, leaving only the father and daughter in the library. He spoke again, "You are worried about my decision, Yorinobu shouldn't have done this." Hanako softly explained, "Brother is just temporarily blinded, once he sees things clearly, he will be moved by your grand vision." Saburo placed his hands behind his back, speaking calmly, "No need to defend him, you're the only one thinking about the Arasaka family, which comforts me. Setting the company on fire, city independence, matrix space, counterwave, biochips, and Night City with unique charm. Night City was where Arasaka fell, decades have passed in a blink, and now another son of mine goes there. The wise don't blame others, and those who know their fate don't blame heaven. It's Yorinobu's choice. Father, Night City does have forces conspiring, trying to run the matrix space, eyeing the divine regime, but under your leadership, Arasaka remains strong, causing fear among the small-minded. Brother Yorinobu surely wouldn't." Hanako's face darkened, trying to reason for Yorinobu but was interrupted by Saburo. "I've understood your point, just like the word longevity, Night City still holds value for Arasaka. You can't persuade Yorinobu to return, but perhaps someone else can." Hanako was surprised, bowing and whispering, "Please enlighten me, father." Saburo's gaze became piercing, uttering softly, "Tang Yu." Hanako immediately thought of the young man, recalling when Saburo met him in the library and talked for a long time. When he left, he took Saburo's private car back to Night City. She couldn't understand Saburo's arrangement or why he believed Tang Yu could convince Yorinobu to return. Hanako didn't dare to question further, quietly bowing and exiting the library. Returning to her room, she knelt on the floor, picked up Silent Flower, but couldn't immerse herself in it. After a while, her artificial eyes rotated, checking the information sent back from Night City to Kyoto. One piece caught her attention: Knights Corp's matrix space activation failed. Failed? She linked it to her father's earlier intention. This matter likely involved Tang Yu. Hanako immediately summoned her bodyguard, Oda. "Go to Night City and investigate Tang Yu, I want to know everything about him." Oda's eyes turned cold. After receiving the order, he exited the room. Chapter 186. In a construction tunnel on the outskirts. A transport truck arrived at the end of the tunnel, its spotlight illuminating the scene ahead, where several utility vehicles blocked the way. Lucy quickly jumped out from the driver's seat of the transport truck. Sprinting past the convoy. She saw a mound of dirt obstructing their path and noticed that the entire main team, plus V, were lying on the ground, seemingly unconscious. Lucy first approached V, knelt beside her, and drew out a neural data wire from her wrist, plugging it into the interface at the back of V's neck. Her cybernetic eye whirred as it checked V's vital signs and initiated a system reboot. Not long after, V groggily opened her eyes. The distorted images around her eventually sharpened to reveal icy blue and pink hair and a beautiful face with deep crimson eyelids adorning neon eyes, mysterious and profound. Lucy. V recognized her, her tone filled with intense confusion. She had no recollection of what had just transpired and looked to Lucy for answers. Lucy smiled slightly, remembering that this was the third time V had woken up to her after passing out. "Let's get up first, it's not safe to talk here," Lucy said, helping V to her feet. "Your vital signs are stable, and your operating system is functioning normally after the reboot." V held her head, softly thanking Lucy as she gradually regained her clarity. Once she was more alert, she noticed several others also lying around nearby, Panam, Mitch, Scorpion, and other members involved in the mission all motionless. V sprang fully awake and realized they had been wiped out. She quickly got up, ignoring the dust on her clothes, and rushed over to Panam, lifting her head. "Wake them up, we were hit by a remote attack before we could even face the enemy, this place is too strange." V gently patted Panam's face, but there was no response. She then pinched Panam's philtrum and tested her breathing to ensure she was alive. Lucy also sprang into action, connecting her data wire to Kiwi. "Our adversary is far more advanced in hacking technology, but Tang Yu has resolved it, the matrix space has been shut down." Shut down? V was taken aback, thinking the mission was a complete failure. When she learned Mitch and Scorpion had gone missing on the construction site, she and Panam had managed to evade the Night Corp pursuers. Circling back to the site and charging into the tunnel. They had barely arrived at the end when everything went black. The next thing she knew, she awoke to Lucy. "I'm glad you're okay." V wasted no time, quickly saying, "Everyone's fine for now, we need to leave." Lucy revived the unconscious Kiwi and Rebecca. "Where am I? Did I fall asleep? Lucy? What are you doing here?" Lucy explained again, "Let's leave first, we'll talk later." Rebecca, somewhat understanding, nodded and kicked her snoring brother Pilar awake. Once Panam revived Mitch and Scorpion, and they reunited with the main team, they hastily drove away from the tunnel, heading back to the Aldecaldos camp. In the camp's tent, the group stood around a tactical table, looking worn down but relieved they were all safe. Panam broke the silence. "This mission had more unexpected twists than we anticipated, but we followed the plan. Since everyone is back, let's share what we know." She paused. "By the way, where's Tang?" Seeing everyone look around and realizing the mission planner wasn't there, Lucy explained, "He left with the Militech people, Night Corp must have called for reinforcements." Hearing about Militech's involvement left the group in varying states of concern and silence. "It seemed the Militech higher-up knew Tang well and didn't notice you all," Lucy continued, thinking about the woman who touched something she shouldn't have. "Tang convinced Militech to leave, there's nothing to worry about for now." "Did the plan succeed?" "I vaguely remember seeing Tang in the tunnel, maybe it was just my imagination." Lucy replied, "It appears to have been successful, the matrix space is shut down, and I located their tracks in cyberspace." Relieved, the camp atmosphere lightened, and they shared their experiences. Kiwi said she passed out after embedding the signal source program in the matrix space. Maine and Pilar shared that they hadn't even had time to act before blacking out. Rebecca, holding her gun, also saw nothing but darkness. Dorio said her experience was similar. Panam, feeling embarrassed, had Mitch speak. He said both he and Scorpion were hit by a mysterious signal as soon as they entered the site, knowing nothing afterward. Panam and V remembered making it to the tunnel end, Panam lasting a bit longer due to fewer implants. Silence fell again. The thoughtfully planned mission had gone awry every step. Yet, they all stood there with the matrix space shut down according to plan. Lucy knew it was all thanks to Tang Yu. But what had he faced in the matrix space? His real strength was perhaps more formidable than she imagined. Lucy felt reassured by Tang Yu's identity and capabilities, believing he could retreat safely. "Lucy, if everyone was knocked out, what happened? How did we all end up together?" Lucy explained, "It was Tang, after you all went down, he entered the tunnel alone, the matrix space shut down, and he left with the Militech people. When I arrived, you were all already unconscious together." "Tang? Mr. Tang? From the company?" The one in the suit. Everyone silently echoed the name in their minds. Is it because he had no cyber implants? Hence, he wasn't affected by the signal or EMPs. Lucy nodded slightly, maybe. But she knew it wasn't that simple. I knew he'd come. See? We all made it out fine. Her confident tone suggested she had foreseen the outcome, feeling smug about it. Learning that Tang Yu had resolved the crisis was a relief, easing the weight on their hearts. Dorio, still suspicious, asked Lucy, who from Militech was there. The head of Militech's Special Action Division, Meredith Stout, Lucy recalled. Maine and the others exchanged serious looks, understanding the gravity if they had been caught by her. With no more substantial intel to share, Panam suggested resting in the camp for the night and seeing if it was safe to head back to the city in the morning. Everyone agreed, knowing they could only wait till morning to learn more. In a Militech avionic vehicle en route to the company plaza, Tang Yu faced an array of mechanical and electronic devices crowding the compartment. Meredith Stout, legs crossed, her black leather gloves off, leaned back on the sofa's soft backrest, looking relaxed. It's too bad this isn't my private vehicle. I can't offer you a drink, she said. Tang Yu smiled. We're on the company's time, discussing business. Tonight has been quite successful for you. Judging by Militech's stance on the matrix space, it seemed they favored its failure. Thus, Meredith's team had likely gone to the tunnel site not just to make an appearance but to ensure the matrix space's failure, prepared to see it through if necessary. After all, those taking the blame were lying unconscious when she arrived. Shifting the blame after committing misdeeds wasn't new for her. She was adept at it. Oh. Is this the surprise you mentioned? As she spoke, she slowly leaned forward, placing her well-maintained right hand on Tang Yu's knee, rubbing it back and forth on his thigh. She kept her eyes fixed on Tang Yu's face, trying to discern whether this young man was genuinely calm or just putting on an act. After observing for a moment, Meredith noticed that Tang Yu neither stopped her hand nor showed any signs of distress or embarrassment, which made her lose interest. Meredith withdrew her hand, sat up straight, and examined her right hand repeatedly before saying with a hint of melancholy, "It seems time spares no one. When I was in my teens and 20s, I was as fresh as the silver-haired girl earlier." This remark carried a semblance of threat. It was evident. Meredith had noticed some clues. Lucy's anxious behavior raised her suspicion. However, she wasn't entirely convinced. Someone as solitary as Tang Yu may not genuinely care about anyone. It was likely all about interests. Tang Yu chuckled lightly. Everyone has their own charm. Hearing this, Meredith couldn't help but laugh. Normally serious, her laughter appeared somewhat awkward. You say, how come Militech couldn't recruit someone as talented as you? Your abilities in both handling matters and words are remarkable. I did apply to your company back then, Tang Yu replied. But your HR department rejected me, citing a lack of skills and specialties. Naturally, I never had the chance. Is that so? Well, it's their loss, but I'm interested in learning about your skills and specialties now, if you don't mind. With a whimsical smile, Meredith gazed at Tang Yu with interest. Tang Yu calmly replied, I don't mind at all. Take the matrix space, for instance. It's unlikely the Knight Corporation can make any new moves in the short term. I explored the matrix space. They still lack a core program, and that core program is currently held by Arasaka. The main program? Can you divulge some details? She knew the operation targeting the matrix space tonight was orchestrated by Tang Yu, but she wasn't clear on its deeper implications. Two choices lay before her now. First, she could choose silence and shield Tang Yu as before, thereby negotiating some deal with him. Second, she could betray Tang Yu, expose his plan to invade Knight Corporation's tunnel construction site, and disrupt the matrix space, forcing Arasaka to address the issue and potentially deal with Tang Yu. But Meredith believed Tang Yu was perceptive enough to understand what she wanted. Tang Yu saw no reason to hide from Meredith. If she wanted to get involved, so be it. Subnet Poseidon. Meredith was stunned. The Knight Corporation's need for Subnet Poseidon as its core program was clear. Subnet Poseidon, former core technology of the Voodoo Boys, not only provided basic internet services but also had a critical function, crossing the black wall to communicate with entities on the old net. Is it the one Atom Smasher holds? If that's the case, the Knight Corporation could negotiate with Yorinobu Arasaka. I guess the Arasaka prince wouldn't refuse a business deal. Yorinobu's rebellious acts had long been known in Night City. Most believed Yorinobu's conflicts with Saburo Arasaka stemmed from his eagerness to seize power. Tang Yu shook his head slightly, dismissing her speculation. The Poseidon data held by Atom Smasher is damaged and of little value to the Knight Corporation. The true Poseidon data is in the brain of a mercenary, who has now evolved into an AI with some self-awareness. Meredith's pupils contracted, her eyes filled with astonishment. An intricately complex subnet algorithm awakening as an AI was exceedingly valuable. She was glad the higher-ups hadn't chosen to cooperate with the Knight Corporation. Otherwise, letting a powerful and uncontrollable AI touch their servers would have dire consequences. She couldn't help but sneer. It seems the Knight Corporation has great ambitions, their so-called new infrastructure plan is just a guise. What Tang Yu said was true, how Meredith interpreted it was none of his concern. Matrix space is now shut down, when it reopens, it depends on me. Meredith then understood that Tang Yu not only controlled the mercenary but also held the Knight Corporation's secret, giving him leverage for negotiations with them. She judged that the man before her didn't intend to pledge absolute loyalty to Arasaka or completely sever ties with the Knight Corporation. Both sides made concessions, achieving a temporary halt in Matrix space operations. Meredith teased, "You sure have guts, pulling such stunts under Arasaka's nose, aren't you afraid of getting caught?" "Heh, I don't know if we're just fated, every time I have a problem, I run into you, and it's mysteriously solved. To be honest, I was ordered to investigate the Knight Corporation's Matrix space purpose and was at a loss. Now it's all solved, and I can take a little break. I must say, every time we meet, you surprise me." Tang Yu thought. With enough courage, you might get more than just a little break. He didn't delve into Meredith's backstory. As long as they had common interests in their cooperation, their subtle relationship could continue. With Meredith's assistance, things were twice as effective. If Militech had sent someone else this time, Tang Yu might have had to work harder. Glancing out the window, Tang Yu noticed they had arrived at the company square and said in a deep voice. "That's good, I've said all I can, however, if you wish to delve deeper into Arasaka family affairs, I'm quite willing." Meredith looked skeptical, "Are you serious?" Tang Yu nodded, full of conviction. Meredith covered her mouth, chuckling, then teased, "Then I can only thank you for your sincerity, as for Arasaka family's matters, you better handle them yourself." She glanced out the window, pressing her fingertip on the armrest after the storage device identified her fingerprint, a black box slowly popped out. Meredith handed the box to Tang Yu, introducing it, the latest Sandevistan from Militech, Falcon, a version higher than the one your RD department stole. It was originally meant for the NCPD's anti-terror unit, but after the cyberpsycho incident during implant testing was exposed, we couldn't find a market for this high-end product. The mercenary you mentioned, who can withstand the subnet Poseidon, might be suitable for this. Tang Yu took the black box and pressed the power button. The inner box slid open automatically, releasing a white mist as a sleek black Sandevistan lay preserved inside. Meredith smiled nonchalantly, "Don't worry, it's clean, the only requirement is to provide me with human operation data and keep it confidential, this will be our little secret." Tang Yu closed the box and said directly, "We seem to have a lot of secrets." Meredith laughed lightly, "If it makes you uncomfortable, I can drop you somewhere else, like my villa, no one's there." At the company square, Militech building faced Arasaka Tower. Tang Yu returning in a Militech armed floating car was bound to draw attention. But he had already prepared for it, so he declined, "Maybe next time, someone's waiting for my report tonight." "Michiko Arasaka?" Meredith inquired. Tang Yu nodded, "Yes, stop at Arasaka Tower's main entrance." The Militech floating car slowly landed in front of Arasaka Tower. After touchdown and engine shutdown, the door opened, extending a platform. Though it was late into the night, many Arasaka employees were still working, and the entire Arasaka Tower was brightly lit. This unusual scene attracted some Arasaka employees' curious glances. Militech and Arasaka generally didn't get along. Despite some interactions, they usually chose neutral locations, seldom making public visits. Tang Yu stepped out of the floating car, buttoning up while walking toward Arasaka Tower's main entrance. After security checks, he walked straight to the public elevator. Seeing a company executive return in a Militech floating car left Arasaka employees shocked, and they began to whisper among themselves. Daring to associate openly with Militech personnel, Tang Yu was indeed unique. Ignoring others' reactions, Tang Yu entered the elevator, heading directly to Michiko Arasaka's office. Last time, he had missed their appointment, and Michiko mentioned she'd wait for him in her office tonight. Tang Yu didn't plan to return to the Aldecaldo camp since he had resolved matters there. Gloria could handle settling the commission payment. However, Lucy's involvement wasn't a commission but more a favor, risking her life to breach the old net required immense courage and determination. To Tang Yu, this counted as a big favor. In the tent, Lucy's sudden initiative made him feel they didn't need to be too distant. "After this matter is settled, let's go for a night run." Tang Yu exited the elevator and headed to the office. After passing security, he entered the office, half the size of a football field. Michiko Arasaka stood by the window and turned around suddenly, gazing intently at Tang Yu. "Yorinobu Arasaka has come to Night City." Chapter 187. Now, here are two crucial news reports from our station. Knights Corp has issued a public statement, confirming that the Matrix Space's launch was halted due to trial run issues, all related partnerships have been put on hold, and discussions on compensation for breaches of contract are ongoing. Due to this factor, the stock market opened lower today, with several companies' stocks plummeting. Knights Corp stock specifically took a nosedive, causing a new wave of sell-offs. Investors are generally pessimistic about the company's new infrastructure plans. Regarding this issue, the CEO of Knights Corp stated that the cause of the Matrix Space malfunction is under investigation. And the new infrastructure project will proceed as planned. The development and progress of Night City will be shared with its citizens. According to our special contributor, companies, including Arasaka, will not withdraw investments or cancel partnerships over this incident. The news anchor concluded the first report and seamlessly moved on to the second important piece. It has been confirmed by the City Hall and NCPD that Mayor Lucius Rhine passed away last night. Acting Mayor Holt made a public statement, revealing that Mayor Rhine worked late into the night before suffering a sudden heart attack. He was taken to the public health center, where he was pronounced dead following unsuccessful resuscitation. Current city operations will be overseen by Deputy Mayor Holt. Deputy Mayor Holt emphasized in his statement that he will actively participate in the upcoming mayoral election, steadfastly promoting Mayor Rhine's ideals of freedom. Preliminary support surveys among residents indicate that Deputy Mayor Holt has a low approval rating, trailing not only Mayor Lucius Rhine but also Councilman Jefferson Perales. These two bombshell news stories quickly ignited heated discussions throughout Night City. Tang Yu was preparing breakfast while listening to the broadcast on the television, occasionally glancing at the screen. He brought the breakfast to the table, cleaned his hands, and began to eat. Tang Yu wasn't surprised by the first piece of news. The halt of the Matrix Space was something he had arranged with Mr. Blue Eyes. Arasaka didn't pull out from the partnership, so seeking some compensation from Knights Corp was justifiable. However, the second piece of news about Mayor Lucius Rhine's death revealed some truths to him. The mastermind behind this had to be Mr. Blue Eyes and his team. As for the news framing it as a sudden death from overwork, he found it laughable. After all, if you lined up all the corporate drones in Night City who worked themselves to death, you could fill every corporate plaza. There were indeed many who died from overwork, but none were high-ranking officials. Tang Yu deduced that Lucius Rhine's death was closely tied to the Matrix Space's halting. Knights Corp's vision was to launch the new infrastructure plan with the Matrix Space operational, and then support Jefferson in winning the mayoral election. Post-brainwash, he would fully cooperate to push the new infrastructure. But due to Tang Yu's interference, the Matrix Space was paused, and the infrastructure plan encountered resistance. Citizens became dissatisfied with Knights Corp, which in turn negatively affected Jefferson's support rate. Ironically, Lucius Rhine, who had always adhered to independence, saw his approval rating skyrocket, leaving other contenders far behind. Following this trend, Jefferson's mayoral ambitions seemed increasingly unattainable. The higher Lucius Rhine's approval soared, the quicker he met his demise. As for Deputy Mayor Holt, Tang Yu saw him as nothing more than an incompetent fool, with no real competitiveness. Tang Yu remembered that the last time, Deputy Mayor Holt, to boost his approval ratings, had colluded with the NCPD to exclude Pacifica from crime statistics to prove that Night City's safety index had improved under his governance. Looking at the breakfast he had prepared, Tang Yu thought it was almost time to bring Sasha back. Gloria was managing Lizzie's bar well, gradually bringing it back on track. Everything was progressing smoothly. The turmoil with Mr. Blue Eyes and Knights Corp had temporarily subsided, and he had spoken with Michiko Arasaka last night. Although their conversation was brief, Tang Yu needed to rush upstairs and report to Saburo Arasaka. Michiko had revealed to him that Yorinobu Arasaka had secretly arrived in Night City, yet Saburo had not made any statements. Furthermore, Yorinobu had stolen an experimental relic biochip from Arasaka's central lab. Tang Yu knew that the chip contained Johnny Silverhand's engram, but he hadn't informed Michiko. Michiko had preemptively shared this information with him to make sure he chose the right side. Arasaka Tower's hawkish members were already stirring. Disaster always strikes when you're unprepared. Michiko already had difficulties commanding the board, and now, stabilizing the situation at Arasaka Tower seemed even more daunting. Tang Yu sensed Michiko's anxiety. She was beginning to lose her composure. Regardless of how prepared she was, as soon as the Arasaka heir set foot in Night City, the highest seat in Arasaka Tower undeniably belonged to him. Tang Yu gently hinted to Michiko to learn how to avoid direct confrontation. She shouldn't become the focal point of conflict. But Michiko hesitated. It was hard to give up the power and career she had painstakingly built over the years. Seeing her stance, Tang Yu chose not to press the issue any further and left to the top-floor office to report the situation regarding the Matrix Space to Saburo Arasaka. Tang Yu succinctly conveyed the fundamental goals behind Knight's Corp's infrastructure plans and their attempts to use the matrix space to bypass the Blackwell, secretly nurturing rogue AIs. He even mentioned their ambitions about the relic. He felt that in the matter of tracking down rogue AIs, his current alignment with Saburo Arasaka was more or less the same, and thus there was no need to hide the main details. On the contrary, the more serious Tang Yu made the situation sound, the more apprehensive Saburo Arasaka would be. This way, when it came time for the rabbit to die and the dog to be cooked, Saburo would carefully consider Tang Yu's value. He clearly understood that once the job was done, the tool would no longer be useful. Sure enough, Saburo Arasaka did not respond at all to Tang Yu's approach, which implicitly confirmed his actions. If he had annoyed Saburo, it would be impossible for him to enter this office again. Tang Yu briefly reviewed last night's events, and feeling he had made no mistakes, he finished the breakfast on his plate in a single sweep. The matter between Yoruichi Corporation and the Matrix Space temporarily came to a halt. The Arasaka prince had come to Night City at this time, holding on to old friends, looking for an appropriate opportunity to meet. Thinking of the relentless stream of things to do, Tang Yu couldn't help but feel a headache. After his rebirth, many things had fundamentally changed, though some seemed to still be following their original path. This was not a good omen for him. He stood up, holding a guitar, and sat on the balcony, but had no mood to play. Looking at the view of Night City outside the window, his thoughts started to wander again. The Fifth Corporate War. The scenes of that nightmare-like global battle and apocalyptic imagery were still vivid in his mind. Everywhere he looked, there was devastation. At that time, they were filled with passion and romanticism, vowing to overturn the decayed and filthy rule of the corporations, hoping for a new order to rise from the ashes. But no one waited for that result. The power of the corporations was far stronger than they had imagined. The nightmarish past had become a haunting nightmare in Tang Yu's mind. During these days, he had indeed grown and changed the destinies of many people around him, rewriting their life trajectories and helping them to gain a new life. Yet, the massive gears of this world continued to turn ceaselessly, trying to drag everyone into its mechanical cogs. Tang Yu wanted to wrestle with the gears, a battle he seemed to win and lose at the same time. He couldn't see the right answer, just as there never was a right answer in real life. Just as Tang Yu's thoughts began to drift, he suddenly received a call from Gloria. The familiar voice came through as he answered the phone. "Mr. Tang, is now a good time?" "Yes, what's up?" Gloria paused for a moment, a bit surprised by Tang Yu's gentle tone. She didn't know if she was being overly sensitive, but she suppressed her speculation and continued, "Mr. Tang, I have something to report." "Go ahead," Tang Yu said softly. Gloria felt a wave of tingling sensations. His tone was so gentle and detailed, carrying a hint of concern. She was a bit unsure, feeling a mixture of joy and emotion, an inexplicable feeling rising inside her, making her head go blank for a moment. After a moment of stupor, she suddenly heard the concerned voice on the other end of the line, "What's the matter?" This tone of concern was unmistakable, clearly going beyond a general greeting. Gloria's cheeks flushed red, and she felt a warmth rising from her heart. Not knowing if it was from the surprise or the emotion washing over her, just as she was about to thank Tang Yu for his concern, she inexplicably felt so nervous that she choked. Startled, she quickly covered her mouth with her hand, trying to calm her erratic breathing. With wide eyes, she took a while to regain her composure and then said, "Mr. Tang, sorry, just now It's all right." Tang Yu once again showed great patience with her lapse and spoke with extreme gentleness. Gloria cautiously began to report the matters. She first recounted the things related to V and her team. Participating in last night's Matrix Space operation was Tang Yu's decision, but the entire operations payment came from her. The main bulk of the remuneration was given to Main's team. Although they declined initially, they eventually accepted it. Since their collaboration with Gloria, they had earned considerably more than before. Next was Penam's team. As she had sent 3 personnel for the operation and provided necessary facilities at the Aldecaldo camp, which was critical as the action's base, she received the second largest sum. Then there was the mercenary V, who collected a payment for her solo efforts. Gloria especially gave her the money in cash, for which V was very grateful. Lastly, Lucy, employed at the Netwatch, declined the payment, stating she participated in the field operation not for the money. The amount involved in this operation was substantial, all drawn from the million funds Tang Yu had allocated to Gloria. After reporting the tasks, Gloria expressed she had another request. Tang Yu told her to go ahead. Gloria tentatively asked if Sasha could return to him to continue assisting. Now that her personal safety was assured by the Mox and the major powers recognized her as the proprietor of Lizzie's bar, it wouldn't be necessary to trouble Sasha to stay with her. Tang Yu refused without hesitation, you need protection now more than ever. Gloria. Chapter 188. Early morning. The disciplined V had just finished her morning run and returned home to freshen up. She threw her hoodie onto the couch, stripped off her sweat-soaked clothes, and tossed them into the laundry basket. Walking to the bathroom, she leaned against the wall to take off her pants, then tiptoed barefoot under the shower to take a cold shower. As she closed her eyes, enjoying the refreshing sensation of the cold water, she suddenly received a call. A suit-wearing caller. She promptly hung up the phone, thinking, of all times to call, why now? 2 seconds later, the phone rang again, accompanied by a message, I've got a surprise for you, if you don't pick up, it's your loss. V, feeling exasperated, reluctantly turned off the shower, rubbed her face dry, and answered the call. What is it? Did you just hang up on me? Came the accusatory voice from the other end. Annoyed, V explained, I was in the bathroom, not exactly convenient, okay? I know, you usually take a shower after your morning run around this time. She retorted, if you're that keen on monitoring my every move, afraid I'll skip out on my debt, why not just install a camera in my apartment? Tang Yu knew her daily routine mainly because of their previous cohabitation. The two used to exercise together and then individually freshen up, with V often giving Tang Yu a hard time afterward, lecturing him that going out on the streets required humility. Tang Yu had a hard time adjusting after going from a corporate executive to a street dweller overnight. He used to taste the luxuries of life, and letting it go all of a sudden made him frustrated. Tang Yu thought for a moment and replied, that's not a bad idea. For a moment, V didn't know how to respond. She could only blame herself for being unable to confront her creditor strongly. It must be karma, V consoled herself. Tang Yu told her to visit Victor's cyberware clinic, promising a surprise and inviting her for a boxing match. Surprise? Boxing? V was suspicious but had no problem with boxing. Her fists were itching, and she was eager to blow off some steam. Since returning from the Aldecaldos, she hadn't visited Lucy. Lucy implied that after the Night Corp incident, V's safety wasn't a concern anymore, giving her peace of mind, although V had never been too worried in the first place. She just didn't want to disappoint the silver-haired girl. Choosing between the suit-wearing Tang Yu or the silver-haired Lucy was a no-brainer. She would definitely pick Lucy. But the surprise intrigued her, despite her doubts. After agreeing with Tang Yu, V hurriedly dried herself off, got dressed, and set off for the cyberware clinic. Soon enough, V arrived at the underground clinic and found Tang Yu and Victor already seated inside, watching a boxing match on a screen. Upon seeing her enter, Victor smiled and reminded Tang Yu, our boxer has arrived. So, what's this surprise? It better not be a loan offer, just a heads up, I'm not taking it, and I've got Victor here as a witness, so don't try any funny business. Tang Yu looked at Victor thoughtfully and chuckled, Victor, let's make a bet, do you think she'll ask me for a loan this time? Victor stood up to intercede, alright, enough with the tricks, you should be discussing serious matters. Then Victor picked up a black box from the counter, walked to the surgery table, urging V, come over, kid, Tang has something special for you, a brand new Sandevistan Raptor, this thing is no joke. Raptor Sandevistan. V had never heard of this model on the market, assuming it to be a corporate inside job. She approached the surgery table, hesitating as Victor flattened the chair. Suspecting it was Tang Yu's doing, she uncertainly asked, Victor, is this new version reliable? Victor opened the black box, retrieved the cryogenically stored chip and connecting components with forceps, and placed them on a sterilization tray. She smiled and explained. It's the latest Militech development, performance-wise, it even surpasses the market's Fury MKV, but with much less strain on the body. I've checked it thoroughly, as long as you don't use it continuously, it shouldn't fry your brain, don't worry. After Victor's explanation, V's anxiety lessened. She badly wanted the Sandevistan. She had already implanted the slot but was missing the right Sandevistan. Due to budget constraints, she couldn't afford substandard parts and was wary of unclear second-hand goods. Genuine high-end gear was too expensive. Faced with such temptation, she couldn't help but murmur, this must cost a fortune, right? She knew that Tang Yu wouldn't harm her. She was confident about that. After all, if something happened to her, who would repay the debt? Victor saw through their intentions and said frankly, install it first, we need capabilities to pay off the debt. V found Victor's words reasonable. Since a bit more bad debt didn't matter, she pulled out a wad of cash from her pocket and placed it on the nearby table. Thanks, Victor, we'll talk about his debt later, but your surgery fee needs to be accounted for first. Victor smiled without saying anything. When V turned around and lay down on the surgery table, she activated the mechanical arm to start the implant surgery. Because there was an idle spinal slot at the back of her neck, the installation of the Sandevistan went smoothly. Once everything was done, Victor reminded V to check the status to see if the Sandevistan functions were working correctly. V's cybernetic eyes rotated as she examined the state of her implants. Unknowingly, she had acquired quite a bit of high-end gear, significantly boosting her capabilities. If she had this high-end gear 2 years ago in Atlanta, would she have worried about making a name for herself there? After confirming everything was in order, V jumped off the surgery table and said to Tang Yu, who was engrossed in watching a boxing match, "Add this debt to my account, I will repay you." Tang Yu remained silent, still immersed in the world of boxing. "Are we going to practice boxing? I can't wait to try out my new gear." While removing the auxiliary exoskeleton surgical gloves, Victor smiled and said, "Yes, we'll take you to a couple of boxing matches later, but we still need one more person. Once everyone's here, we'll set off." V curiously asked, "Is it the big guy from Haywood you mentioned last time?" Victor responded, "Yes, his name is Jackie, like you, he's a native Haywood kid, he and Tang have a life and death bond. Back when Tang was on a border mission, it was thanks to Jackie, who was also working as a mercenary there, that he narrowly escaped with his life." V couldn't help but glance at Tang Yu, wondering what exactly Jackie, that Haywood boy, had done to form such a deep bond with Tang Yu. While they were talking, a hearty laughter came from outside the door. "Huh, Helmano, long time no see. I've missed you, finally remembered about the boxing match, huh? Today we're gonna have a good warm-up. Those 6th Street punks have been acting up again recently." The Padre taught them a lesson, dropping one of them right on the street. As he spoke, Jackie swung his thick fists and mimicked some boxing movements. "Is that so? But today we've already got a boxer." Following Tang Yu's gaze, Jackie looked towards the surgical area at V, stunned for a moment. Then he quietly asked, "Brother, are you sure this isn't your lady?" Sensing that Jackie wasn't speaking kindly, V cut in with a sharp tone, "Haywood folks don't whisper." Jackie looked a bit surprised and asked, "You're from Haywood too?" V proudly replied, "Absolutely, I fought my way through the streets." Jackie was even more incredulous, "Chica, you must be joking, I don't remember seeing anyone like you at the Coyote Kojo. Don't believe me? You can try my fists and find out if I'm the real Haywood deal." Victor stepped forward to mediate, introducing each of them to the other. Jackie then realized that she was V, the mercenary Tang Yu had mentioned. Although V's appearance and physique didn't quite match the image of someone who could hold her own in Haywood, her flashy outfit did have some Haywood vibes. After tidying up her things, V said, "Alright, Jackie, today's main event is V, since everyone's here, let's get going." Jackie excitedly rubbed his hands and asked, "Victor, where's our first stop?" Victor then asked V, "Kid, are you confident?" As an all-around fighter, she nodded, pretty confident. V continued, "I know a guy named Buck, after he retired, he started bare-knuckle fighting under the overpass in Rancho Coronado, he's the king of that area." Victor, having fought at the Night City Demons Boxing Club, was already a boxing expert and was well aware of the fighters in that field. Hearing Victor mention Buck, Tang Yu immediately thought of Rancho Coronado's underground boxing champ, who was nicknamed Sniper. Back in the day, Tang Yu would sometimes gamble on boxing for amusement and would ruthlessly beat Buck. However, no matter how badly Buck was beaten, he never gave back the money he had bet, often handing over a sniper rifle instead. Since Tang Yu already had a Widowmaker sniper in his arsenal, he didn't remember Buck's rifle well. But it would be fun to let V get a sniper rifle for a bit of practice. Victor continued, "But he's not known as a fair fighter, he lost a leg because of his behavior, if you're betting money, you'll need to bring real cash." Tang Yu looked at V with interest and chimed in, "I remember you should still have more than 10 grand in cash, right?" Chapter 189. Hahaha, that guy in Glen who does underground fighting wasn't lying, this classic 2056 model is all original sheet metal, stylish and smooth to drive. Jackie said, holding the steering wheel with one hand while his elbow rested on the convertible car door. He floored the gas pedal, speeding up to 70 miles per hour, enjoying the thrill of driving. V sat in the passenger seat, smiling. "Heh, it looks like our fighters' skills are indeed exceptional, they have just defeated several regional champions, in half a day, V's reputation has spread through the streets of Night City." Meanwhile, Tang Yu and V were sitting in the back seat of the gold convertible, tinkering with the Blizzard sniper rifle they won from Bark, the boxing champion of the Glen. "V, Jackie, stop teasing me, I left Night City for 2 years, and it seems there aren't many good fighters left on the streets," Tang Yu said. Not long ago, the 4 of them teamed up and first went to the Glen to beat Bark in an underground fight to win the Blizzard sniper rifle. They then headed to Glen to take on Caesar, the Golden Kid, and won this flashy convertible from him. Afterward, they battled their way to the Animal Gang's territory in Pacifica, where they fought Rhino one-on-one in the gym and also took down the foolish Ozo. Now they were driving the convertible to their final destination, the West Wind Estate, to find Night City's only heavyweight champion, Razor Hughes. Victor had witnessed V's boxing talents firsthand, believing she was born for it. Jackie had also seen enough to be convinced and admitted she was a true Haywoodin. V was quite satisfied with the Blizzard sniper rifle. She checked and reassembled the parts meticulously, giving it a thorough once-over. Tang Yu explained, it's an SPT-32 Blizzard, standard issue for Korab, and only 300 were ever made. I know, V said, lifting the rifle and making several aiming gestures into the distance. Suddenly, she turned to Tang Yu. Panam told me your shooting skills are impressive, that you're a real sharpshooter, is it true or just talk? Tang Yu retorted, why don't you try and find out? Oh, you want to compete with me, V replied, setting up the rifle and targeting a distant can, pulling the trigger. Bang! The can exploded from the shot, proving V's marksmanship was exceptional even while they were speeding. Hey, hey, hey. No dangerous stunts while driving. You nearly gave me a heart attack. Victor smiled and praised, it seems our fighter is not just good with punches but also has a talent for shooting. V proudly handed the rifle to Tang Yu, your turn. Tang Yu declined, denying V the satisfaction. Yes, my shooting is pretty good, but I only use guns in critical situations. V's pride evaporated, and she put the rifle away in slight annoyance. Sitting in the passenger seat, Victor turned and asked, so, V, do you have what it takes for the next match? With confidence, V clenched her fist, of course, the night is still young, I'm in the mood for a good fight, this beast of burden is top quality, after all. Tang Yu noticed that V looked full of energy, showing no signs of any aftereffects from using Sandevistan, attesting to her remarkable physical resilience. In the previous fights, V had utilized Sandevistan multiple times. And despite its advanced model and powerful performance, frequent use should still strain the brain and spine. Yet, V seemed unfazed, as if her implants were of the highest grade. Tang Yu realized her true talent lay in her body's extraordinary tolerance to the high stress of implants, making her almost immune to their side effects. Which was an incredibly rare trait. The last person with such endurance was the living legend Atom Smasher, whose cyberization exceeded 90 without losing his sanity. Seeing that V had no issues, Tang Yu didn't press further. He knew Tang Yu brought V out for these fights not just to enhance her abilities with implants but also to observe their effects on her body. Nothing tests the integration of bodily implants like high-intensity combat. From what he had seen, V adapted perfectly, showing both explosive power and endurance. As night fell, Jackie drove the convertible to the West Wind Estate boxing ring. Inside, the atmosphere was electric. Fans crowded around to watch tonight's match, excited for Night City's heavyweight champion, Razor Hughes, to step into the ring. Victor had pre-registered V for the contest. Razor had heard of V's string of victories earlier that day and was eager to meet her iron fists. The four entered the arena, and Victor expertly led them to the ringside, introducing V to her final opponent of the night. V pointed to the hulking man with dark skin sitting in the distance. That's Razor, a professional boxer, he's a 3-time heavyweight champion, with 47 consecutive wins, including 20 knockouts. Victor looked in the direction V pointed. The man was enormous, like a tank, with various augmentation implants all over his body. He does look tougher than the last few, built like a tank. Victor encouraged, don't be afraid, kid, he's tough, just like you said, that guy is a tank. Nanofiber reinforced skin, shock absorbers, hydraulic joints, titanium bones, he probably wouldn't even dodge if you hit him squarely. Jackie laughed at the side, Victor, is this how you encourage our boxing champ, V? I wasn't finished, he's got a weak point, he recently replaced his abdominal muscles with synthetic ones, and he's probably not used to them yet, hit him hard in the gut, and it'll hurt a lot, V said with a smile, rubbing her own belly. Jackie chimed in, see, in the fighting business, you need a good relationship with the Ripper docs, they might just sell your weaknesses as information, After giving her pep talk, Victor helped V onto the ring, preparing for the match. At the opposite corner, Razor stepped into the ring, glaring at V mockingly. Wait, did I get this right? You're the one who's been sweeping through black market fights. You're V. V, with an expression as if asking him to guess again, teased, genuine article. Razor laughed heartily, this is a joke for me, but not for you, there's still time to back out. Clearly, her appearance made it hard for anyone to believe she was a top-tier fighter. She had no intention of arguing. Soon enough, the punches would show who's who. Quickly, the referee walked onto the ring, asking both fighters if they were ready. Victor signaled that she was, only to have the referee come over, crouch down, and whisper. V, I know your skills, but Razor's sponsor paid a hefty sum for him to win, if you can hold out for a few rounds and then take a dive, you'll make more than if you win, and it'll be a lot easier, don't you think? V asked calmly, who's Razor's sponsor? The referee pointed at a heavy-set man sitting not far away, introducing, Dexter, a well-known fixer in Night City, he guarantees you'll get paid on his reputation. V took one look and declined, save your tricks, my fists are worth more than that. Seeing that he couldn't persuade V, the referee returned to the center of the ring, giving Razor a meaningful glance filled with malicious intent. Razor nodded with a smile, clenching his fists, ready to strike without holding back. With the referee's command, the match began. From their physiques alone, V was at a significant disadvantage. Anyone watching would think she was about to take a real beating. Tang Yu and the others stood ringside, watching. V refused to throw the fight, didn't disgrace me, Victor remarked with a sense of pride. Jackie also looked proud, of course, coming from Haywood, integrity is in her bones, throwing fights is not an option. Victor, you were forced out of boxing because you refused to throw a fight, do you regret it? If you had continued, Razor wouldn't hold a candle to you. Victor gave a wry smile, unwilling to dwell on past glories. Tang Yu suddenly thought about placing bets on the match and asked, for such an exciting fight, no bets? Of course there are, I already placed mine, Victor admitted, their sunglasses hiding their expression. Jackie added, I placed a bet with V. Surprised by their quick action, Tang Yu went to the counter, placing a bet on V to win. Returning to the viewing area, he saw an intense match. Both fighters activated their Sandavistans, moving at lightning speed and trading heavy blows. Fortunately, V was more agile, dodging Razor's heavy punches and landing a few strong hits to his abdomen. The tide began to turn. Razor, who had the upper hand, started to tire. Overusing Sandavistan took its toll, and the punches to his gut caused excruciating pain, forcing him to reduce his pain sensitivity via his pain editor. Jackie asked Tang Yu, how much did you bet? $1,000, Tang Yu answered honestly. Jackie nodded thoughtfully, that's a big bet, I placed €600. And V? I bet €400. Jackie shrugged helplessly, looks like we're all set to lose big today. V remained calm, smiling, if Razor wins, we'll be happy, if V wins, we'll be happy for her. Tang Yu, confused, asked, you both bet on Razor to win? Jackie, bewildered, responded, didn't you? Tang Yu. Chapter 190. Early morning, in the Sapphire Tower. David Martinez stood in front of the electronic mirror, tidying his appearance, checking that his tie was straight and his suit had no wrinkles. After confirming everything was in order, he turned and walked towards the door. Leaving his hotel room, he walked into the public elevator area, verified his customer identity information, and selected the hotel lobby as his destination. It wasn't long before David arrived at the hotel lobby. He noticed that security had been heightened, with 6 security guards stationed at the entrance, checking the credentials of everyone entering and leaving the hotel. Furthermore, the hotel had activated a comprehensive identity verification system, allowing guests to access only their own floor and certain public areas. David had heard that some important figure had moved into the hotel, but he wasn't sure who it was. He exited the Sapphire Tower, and a high-end business car was already waiting for him. David walked up, opened the car door, and got in skillfully, then called out, Mom. Inside the car, Gloria sat gracefully. Seeing her son David looking handsome in his outfit, she smiled with great satisfaction. Are you all set for the graduation ceremony? David nodded, indicating that everything was ready. Today was the graduation ceremony at Arasaka Academy, marking David's last day at the academy. After finishing his internship at Arasaka Corporation, he had been staying at the hotel because Gloria had informed him that a distant relative would be living at their home for some time. Gloria activated the vehicle's self-driving mode, directing it towards Arasaka Tower. Have you gotten used to staying at the hotel these days? David sighed softly, his tone somewhat helpless. Mom, the Sapphire Tower is much better than home, but I just don't think it's necessary to spend this money. He knew Gloria now managed Lizzie's bar and making money was much easier than before, but he had grown up accustomed to saving and didn't want to spend lavishly. One shouldn't only look at the present, they must plan for the future. Gloria calmly reassured him, David, now that you've been hired by Arasaka Corporation, staying at the Sapphire Tower is normal. When you become a corporate elite, you'll move to an even better villa. As she spoke, her eyes revealed her expectations for David's future, and she thought about Tang Yu. If one day, David could be as excellent as Tang Yu, all her lifelong dreams and desires would be fulfilled. David felt a bit down and couldn't be truly happy, but seeing his mother's satisfied smile, he managed to force a small smile. He had come a long way to achieve what many could only dream of, getting hired by Arasaka Corporation right after graduation. Anyone would be overjoyed and proud of this fact. David recalled the hiring process. Tang Yu had once spoken to him, asking about his true feelings. Faced with such a profound question, David hadn't thought it through and hesitantly expressed his desire to join Arasaka Corporation. It seemed that if he didn't want it, he would disappoint both Tang Yu and his mother, Gloria. He wasn't sure of the future path, but a glittering one lay before him, giving him no reason to refuse. Consequently, he applied to Arasaka Corporation, passed multiple interviews, and ultimately secured a position. When he shared this news with Gloria, as expected, she was overjoyed. Thinking back to the car accident and comparing it to this moment, David felt genuinely happy and touched but still confused. Noticing David's low spirits, Gloria smiled and comforted him. "Once you're in the company, everything will gradually go smoothly, I believe in you." David remained silent, staring out the window, and nodded quietly. As the vehicle approached the company square and got closer to Arasaka Tower, Gloria also sensed David's emotions and felt somewhat helpless. However, she believed that when the time came, David would surely understand her intentions. Suddenly, Gloria felt a wave of unease, a sudden dizziness that made her want to vomit. David noticed her discomfort and immediately asked, "Mom, what's wrong?" Gloria quickly activated the ventilation system, explaining, "It's just a bit of motion sickness, I'm fine, we're here, you should go to the ceremony." David was concerned, but seeing Gloria was not seriously ill, he urged her to take care of herself before getting out of the car and walking toward Arasaka Tower's main entrance. After closing the car door, Gloria's heart skipped a beat. She gently placed a hand on her abdomen, her eyes wide with shock. Meanwhile, after passing through security at the Arasaka Tower entrance, David took the public elevator to the Academy auditorium. There was still some time before the graduation ceremony, and students in formal attire gathered in small groups, chatting and laughing. David wasn't interested in small talk. His interactions with his classmates were usually for selling dreams and game chips. Now that he didn't need to, he had little to say. He decided to find his seat first. After scanning the area, he noticed that his usual seat in the back row didn't have his name. David approached closer, checking row by row, but still couldn't find his name where he usually sat. When he snapped back to reality, David Martinez noticed that his electronic seat card was placed in the first row, near the center. That spot had always been reserved for the children of the elite during academy gatherings, completely out of his reach. Yet this time, he was assigned a seat in the first row. David blinked, thinking it was a mistake. Upon double-checking, he confirmed that he was indeed supposed to sit in the first row. At that moment, he felt reluctant to take his seat early. With other students still standing and him sitting alone in the front row, he would inevitably attract attention, and he hated the feeling of being silently observed and discussed. As he hesitated, a familiar voice called out, "David, your seat is over here." David looked towards the voice and saw his classmate, Tanaka Katsuo. Unlike before, Tanaka Katsuo wore a smile and didn't have his usual arrogant demeanor. He looked genuinely happy, as if greeting an old friend. Faced with Tanaka Katsuo's enthusiasm, David didn't want to respond but noticed their seats were next to each other, making it unavoidable. Reluctantly, David got up, greeted Tanaka Katsuo perfunctorily, and sat down. He guessed it was because both of them had gotten jobs at Arasaka Corporation that the academy had deliberately arranged for them to sit together in the front row. Tanaka Katsuo didn't mind David's indifferent attitude and leaned over, saying, "David, I didn't expect you'd actually join Arasaka Corporation. Now we're colleagues as well as classmates, congratulations." In that instant, David thought Tanaka Katsuo was very well suited for office politics, not only adaptable but also technically competent. He replied with a few polite words, but 3 years of resentment made it hard for David to feel any warmth towards Tanaka Katsuo. Tanaka Katsuo's eyes flickered momentarily, but he restrained himself, only whispering, "The internal job assignments have been released, I'm definitely heading to the RD department." Assignments? David suddenly remembered the job allocations but didn't expect to be assigned anywhere other than the counterintelligence department since he had been interning there. He patiently asked. "Going to the RD department is great, it's a perfect fit for you." Tanaka Katsuo waved his hand, "The RD department is suitable for me, but you know how hard it is to move up there. It's not like your department, where there are many opportunities for merits and rapid advancement. I envy you." David was genuinely curious and a bit uncertain. If he wasn't assigned to the counterintelligence department, what should he do? "Tanaka Katsuo, can you tell me what department I was assigned to?" Looking magnanimous, Tanaka Katsuo glanced around to ensure no one was eavesdropping and whispered, "The Special Operations Division." The Special Operations Division? David's pupils contracted as he froze, unable to process why he was assigned to this department. Was it a deliberate arrangement by Mr. Tang, or just a result of human resources automatic allocation? He had no idea. What he did know was that the Counterintelligence Division and Special Operations Division had always been at odds. Tanaka Katsuo enviously added, the Special Operations Division is a significant and powerful department, and with Mr. Tang also serving as the deputy director, you're sure to do well. In Tanaka Katsuo's eyes, either the Counterintelligence Division or the Special Operations Division would have been excellent outcomes for David. Both departments held substantial power with frequent field missions. One good job could even earn David a promotion, just like Mr. Tang Yu. With Tang Yu holding deputy director positions in both departments, he could easily shield David. Tanaka Katsuo believed there must be some connection between Tang Yu and David. However, since learning about this job assignment, David's mind was buzzing, unable to focus on the present. Tanaka Katsuo advised him to report to the Special Operations Division, then head to Arasaka's implant center for basic modifications and select some suitable implants. David nodded mechanically, thanking Tanaka Katsuo for offering some extra company resources. These were part of the basic onboarding process and involved some RD department operations. Soon enough, the graduation ceremony began. David noticed that among the company executives present, Tang Yu was absent, leaving him both disappointed and increasingly uneasy. He needed to report his assignment to the Special Operations Division to Tang Yu. Although he didn't understand the purpose behind such an assignment, he sensed that any other department would be better. While it was true that Tang Yu was the deputy director of the Special Operations Division, the real head of the division was Susan Abernathy, who once almost had him killed. David keenly perceived a brewing storm, ready to engulf him the moment he started his job. There was no escaping it. Chapter 191. Arasaka Tower. 33rd floor, Counterintelligence Department. Tang Yu and Arthur Jenkins sat across from each other on the sofa, with 2 glasses of whiskey on the table in front of them. Jenkins, the old superior, had returned to the Counterintelligence Department and took control of all departmental affairs, leaving many tasks no longer requiring Tang Yu's involvement. They worked well together, each finding their respective places. Jenkins managed the Counterintelligence Department with strict discipline, and Tang Yu's long-standing practice of not vying for power reassured him greatly. As a department head, Jenkins' biggest worry was an untrustworthy deputy who might betray him. Tang Yu, upon Jenkins' return, immediately handed back all responsibilities and privileges, even preserving the minister's office as it was before Jenkins left. This straightforward gesture of returning power increased Jenkins' goodwill and trust towards Tang Yu. They say the workplace is a battlefield, and finding a reliable ally in Arasaka Tower who also has the needed skills is truly rare. Jenkins raised his glass and said with a sigh, I can't believe we've been working together in the Counterintelligence Department for 2 years now. 2 years is enough time for many things to change. I must say, you've done an excellent job here, but with upcoming adjustments, you might not continue in intelligence. Hearing Jenkins talk about future career directions, Tang Yu took it in stride. No matter which department he worked in, his approach would remain unchanged. He was quite satisfied with Jenkins as a superior, who offered both trust and a platform that greatly advanced his career at Arasaka. Perhaps there was a degree of mutual exploitation, yet it still proved Jenkins had leadership skills. If he did transfer out of the Counterintelligence Department, it would feel a bit unsettling. Jenkins was a work-focused individual, overseeing every detail within the Counterintelligence Department, which conveniently allowed Tang Yu more operational freedom. With Jenkins at the helm, Tang Yu felt secure during his field duties. Is there news of recent personnel changes? Tang Yu asked calmly. Jenkins took a sip of his drink and shook his head. It's just my guess and perspective. Your outstanding performance this past year has drawn both admiration and jealousy from higher-ups. Truth be told, connecting with a member of the Arasaka family doesn't guarantee you a ticket to your destination. Many things in this world are the result of conflicts, and to get that ticket, you might need to engage in one. Tang Yu smiled. Jenkins was hinting that Arasaka's arrival in Night City meant uncertain future prospects and inevitable corporate conflicts affecting everyone. If the leadership of Arasaka Tower in Night City changed, a purge would be unavoidable. What do you think? Although the prince has never appeared in the company or public, the streets have been buzzing with the news. Jenkins nodded, frowning as he leaned back on the sofa in thought. If he came to Night City under direct orders for some secret task, that's easier to deal with. It might be preparation for his future leadership of Arasaka. As you said, the interesting point is that he hasn't shown up at the company or made any public moves. Staying in a hotel might mean he's just here for indulgence, something he's done before. Tang Yu knew the real reason for Arasaka's visit to Night City, but he couldn't share such top-secret information with Jenkins, so he only mentioned the board's movements. But the board members are getting restless. Many are eager to make their mark. Jenkins sighed, yes, so we can only know the final outcome after the conflict concludes. Tang Yu thought Jenkins was worrying unnecessarily, possibly being too concerned about his image and status within Arasaka's higher echelon, making him hesitant in critical moments. From Tang Yu's perspective, failing to choose a side now meant potentially missing out entirely when the dust settled. Susan Abernathy, who was sure to climb first, would leave Jenkins no room to survive. This was why he was always a step behind. Susan Abernathy, in contrast, was ruthless and daring, making bold moves at crucial times. Her prior attempt to assassinate Tang Yu was proof of her mindset: better to kill mistakenly than let someone go. Unable to offer Jenkins more advice due to his own uncertainties about the future, Tang Yu hoped Arasaka wouldn't repeat past mistakes and didn't want to see Night City destroyed again. With major forces eyeing each other suspiciously, a single spark could ignite the powder keg. He sought a better solution, rather than facing destruction again in a nuclear blast. Tang Yu collected his thoughts and brought the conversation back on track. Is there a new mission assignment this time? Today, he hadn't planned to work and was thinking of taking advantage of Jenkins' return to arrange his daily life. Ever since he had sparred with V last time, she seemed to have found confidence in the ring and often talked about wanting to fight. Unfortunately, her reputation had spread, and no one on the streets dared to take her on anymore. V was even considering signing up for a professional league to debut as an official boxer. However, the ragtag fighters in official matches couldn't even compare to someone with a bit of skill like Razor, so she wasn't very interested. Besides V, Tang Yu had several other appointments that he kept putting off. Jenkins stopped the small talk, opened the desk tablet, and pushed it towards Tang Yu, explaining, "Indeed, there's a new mission and it's rather tricky." On the screen, a team dressed in tactical black outfits and armed with high-quality thermal weapons stormed an Arasaka outpost on the outskirts. They slaughtered everyone there indiscriminately, implanted program chips to steal data, and then planted bombs to blow up the entire location. The entire operation, from start to finish, took less than 5 minutes. This well-trained team executed the mission and quickly retreated. Tang Yu noticed that these people were not just well-equipped but also had their heads wrapped in black cloth and carried 2 katanas on their shoulders, looking like a cross between heavy-armed soldiers and black-clad ninjas. It was hard to tell which faction they belonged to from their appearance alone. Attacking an Arasaka outpost and stealing corporate data was no small matter. After Tang Yu finished watching the video, Jenkins, somewhat helplessly, said, "This has been happening at multiple Arasaka outposts recently. Although we couldn't retain any footage, our agents confirmed the attack methods and explosions were very similar, suggesting it was the work of the same group." Tang Yu was surprised. While these outposts were located on the outskirts, they weren't far from the main city. And Arasaka Tower's armed forces could quickly arrive at the scene. This only indicated that the attackers had well prepared and planned in advance, allowing them to execute a swift and successful strike before retreating. The number of forces daring to openly attack Arasaka outposts in Night City could be counted on one hand. The most likely suspect was Militech. Although the two companies were ostensibly in a Cold War, they secretly messed with each other. Jenkins added, "Our agents have found Militech ammunition and bomb fragments at multiple sites. But that doesn't necessarily mean Militech is responsible. After all, munitions from major companies are circulated in the market. What truly drew higher-ups' attention is that the stolen data pertained to Arasaka's secret transport routes and items. The only entity desiring such information would be Militech. Since it's clear that Militech is behind this, why continue investigating? The board members would jump at this evidence." Jenkins further explained that Michiko Arasaka was keeping a lid on this matter because she suspected something fishy and insisted the counterintelligence department must uncover the truth. Michiko's approach surprised Tang Yu. This wasn't a personal arrangement, showing she wanted not only to secure Tang Yu but also to gain control over the entire counterintelligence department. Simultaneously, she gave him some room to maneuver, avoiding putting him on the spot and further antagonizing Arasaka's hostile elements towards him. Tang Yu surmised that Michiko was under immense pressure. Without his support, it might be tough for her to maintain her footing. Hawkish board members would seize this opportunity to make a fuss, ideally escalating it to Kyoto and painting Michiko as ineffective and weak, thereby paving the way for a new leader at Arasaka Tower. Tang Yu already had a hunch about the forces behind this. Arranging internal attacks wasn't a new trick for Arasaka's rival. If Arasaka didn't have a conflict with Militech, then Arasaka would manufacture one. Tang Yu accepted this challenging task. Despite Jenkins handing it to the entire department, it was ultimately aimed at him, leaving no room for negotiation. After assigning the task, Jenkins escorted Tang Yu out. Once Tang Yu left the director's office, he took the public elevator down and exited Arasaka Tower. He didn't trust anyone in the department to handle this matter since too many angles were involved. He had to investigate personally. His instincts told him Militech had indeed raided Arasaka outposts, but not as frequently and recklessly as this. Some power was undoubtedly stirring the pot, making it hard to distinguish truth from falsehood. Ultimately pinning the blame on Militech. So Tang Yu needed to find the right person to prove that Militech wasn't responsible for the attacks. Simultaneously, he had to avoid exposing Arasaka's orchestrator, otherwise, his situation would become more dire. Thus, Tang Yu had to look for dead men. In the subway car, Tang Yu stood by the window, gazing at the familiar scenery outside the train, silently thinking to himself, I need to have a serious talk with the orchestrator. Chapter 192. Arasaka Tower. Exclusive Executive Office. Michiko Arasaka sat at her desk, rubbing her temples with 2 fingers, looking visibly exhausted. She had been handling various affairs at Arasaka Tower these past days, barely finding time to rest. Looking at the pile of urgent reports in front of her, she wondered if she was going through a streak of bad luck. Not only was Night City unstable, but even the other regions of North America were bringing bad news one after another, as if in a race. Feeling irritable, Michiko grabbed a cigar, clipped the end, and lit it, taking a couple of puffs. The pungent smoke slightly calmed her nerves. Leaning back in her chair, she held the cigar and started thinking about recent events. The directors seemed to have agreed to push responsibilities and problems onto her at this critical moment, each with an attitude of, you handle it. Michiko was aware that this couldn't be separated from Yorinobu Arasaka's influence. Ever since he arrived in Night City, the winds had changed overnight. This time, she truly felt the powerful impact of the Arasaka heiress. But she was unwilling to accept it. Her father, Saburo Arasaka, was once the rightful heir, and the Arasaka Tower in Night City embodied all his efforts. If it weren't for that nuclear explosion, her career in the Arasaka company shouldn't have been so miserable. Michiko was not one to wallow in sad memories. With her efforts, the rebuilt Arasaka Tower in Night City had begun to restore its former glory. But now, she had to hand over these hard-earned achievements to her uncle, Yorinobu, a man who didn't even cherish the Arasaka family's legacy. She knew better than anyone else what Yorinobu's real intentions were in seeking power. He was not aligned with the Arasaka family at all. Their only common point was their surname. Sometimes, Michiko truly didn't understand why her grandfather, Saburo, insisted on making Yorinobu the heir and tolerated his repeated defiance and mistakes. In contrast, everyone else dared not disobey Lord Saburo's slightest wish. Michiko was sure that if she acted like Yorinobu, she would be treated worse than a dog. The turmoil had already begun. In the smoke, Michiko recalled Tang Yu's gentle advice that night. Learn to be patient, avoid direct confrontation. She understood the principle well. What truly frightened her was that if she laid down her weapons and Yorinobu still sought her life, she would have no way out. Michiko realized the power shift was inevitable. What she needed to do now was to seize Morsei before that day arrived. While deep in thought, her private secretary requested a meeting from outside. She silently consented. The private secretary entered the office, reporting gravely that another Arasaka convoy had been attacked in the suburbs. The losses were substantial. Based on footage from the scene, it was clear that the same group was behind the previous assaults. Hearing this, the anger that had just subsided in Michiko's heart flared up again. She harshly extinguished the partly smoked cigar on the desk and coldly said, "It seems there's no end to this." Michiko instructed her secretary to summon the heads of the Special Operations Department, Counterintelligence Division, Transportation Department, and Security and Defense Department. Today, she intended to give each one a thorough scolding. Since she was having a hard time, no one would have it easy. She was furious that these high-salary, high-status, high-benefit individuals were not doing their jobs properly but instead were trying to take advantage of the situation. Anyone could see that they were procrastinating and hoping to offload the blame onto Militech, shifting responsibility outward. The board members had enclosed themselves, dividing Arasaka Tower into factions. Even the middle and upper management could not act without observing the higher-ups' intentions. There were times Michiko wanted a massive purge, to throw these good-for-nothing sycophants into the sea to feed the fish. She had to admit, Yorinobu's influence in Night City was indeed powerful. From the company to the streets, information and gossip about him were everywhere. On the other hand, her efforts to rebuild Arasaka Tower had gained her little recognition, and she had very few trustworthy allies left. In the office, the summoned department head stood silently in a row before her. Seeing this group of company executives, possibly not even as capable as Tang Yu alone, Michiko silently sneered. Watson, Little Tangren Street, inside an upscale apartment. Tang Yu was on a call. On the other end, Gloria was reporting on work. Tang Yu had previously tasked her with gathering information through her intelligence network. The focus was on the recent activities of various gangs, especially around the suburbs. He needed to confirm if the culprits were city gangs in disguise, though the chances seemed slim. On the phone, Gloria explained the findings in detail. The girls have been probing different customer groups all over the city. Recently, no gangs have had secret activities in the suburbs. Very few would dare to take on such a job. The animals have been laying low in Pacifica due to the severe injury of their leader, Wild, and have been fighting the remnants of the Haitian gang, with much less activity compared to before. The Maelstrom gang also doesn't fit. Their violent and erratic behavior means they couldn't have left no trace at the scene. The 6th Street gang, which has close ties to Militech, has also been keeping an eye on us. Lately, they've been busy fighting Valentino for territory and can't spare their elite forces to attack Arasaka outposts. As for the Tiger Claws, they have the strength to assemble an elite squad, but sending them to secretly attack Arasaka? Unless it's for a special individual, that's absolutely impossible. After listening, Tang Yu concluded that this unknown force was not from Night City. Lieutenant of the Tiger Claws. Left Fujimori, revered Arasaka like a deity and had been much more compliant since the last encounter. Even if it were Yorinobu Arasaka himself visiting Night City, he would carefully consider the leverage Michiko Arasaka had over him. No need to investigate the Tiger Claws, bury this matter for now. Naturally, Gloria followed Tang Yu's instructions without acting on her own, avoiding any risk of information leakage. After discussing business, Gloria gently brought up David joining Arasaka Corporation and expressed her gratitude to Tang Yu for helping out. In her view, David getting smoothly into Arasaka Tower had to be part of Tang Yu's arrangement and support. Otherwise, why would he be conveniently placed in the Special Operations Division, continuing to work under Tang Yu? Tang Yu calmly explained that David's entry into Arasaka Tower followed standard procedures. As for his assignment to the Special Operations Division, he didn't elaborate much to Gloria to avoid worrying her. It seemed like he, as the Deputy Director of Special Operations, could manage David's division. However, the reality was that this part-time job resulted from internal strife. If Susan Abernathy came back and Tang Yu meddled in David's matters, it would only harm David. Tang Yu sensed a conspiracy in David's assignment. While he hadn't shown David special favor within the company, there were always those with ulterior motives who might involve David. This was why Tang Yu was dangerous. Anyone associated with him absorbed some of that risk. David was a novice, and in the stormy battles among the company's upper echelons, he might end up torn apart, even facing life-threatening danger. However, for now, David was relatively safe. As long as Tang Yu remained in his position, trusted by Saburo Arasaka, any enemies targeting him would think twice. After all, Tang Yu was a lone wolf. If pushed to the edge, his retaliation could be devastating, leaving his enemies to suffer severely. Those who crossed him in the past didn't end well. After finishing the call with Gloria, Tang Yu pulled up his contacts and found Meredith's number. Investigating the attacks on Arasaka outposts required Meredith's involvement. When the call connected, a distinctive female voice came through. Calling me so soon? Have you turned over a new leaf? Hearing Meredith's tease, Tang Yu replied earnestly, I ran into an urgent issue I couldn't solve on my own, naturally thought of you. Only when it's urgent, huh? How dire is it? What's burning? Tang Yu didn't hide anything. Having collaborated multiple times, they knew each other's boundaries. He summarized the recent attacks on Arasaka's suburban outposts and transport convoys, seeking to confirm which were orchestrated by Militech. After listening, Meredith laughed slyly, trying to get this information is crossing a line. Militech attacking Arasaka outposts is hardly something to casually discuss. Then, Meredith shifted her tone, but I'm in a good mood today, tell you what, guess correctly and I'll give you the intel for free. In a good mood? Tang Yu played along, let me guess, you got a promotion, and you're the new Director of Public Relations. On the other end, Meredith laughed even more joyously, teasing. Not bad, coming from counterintelligence, you even have Militech's internal news, the top brass just decided today, and you already know the outcome, how about sending a few spies my way, and we'll call it even. Tang Yu had figured it out because Meredith had previously risen to this position, although this time it happened much sooner. He dodged the request humorously, as providing spies was definitely crossing a line. Meredith took it as a joke and agreed to Tang Yu's request, telling him which outposts had been hit by Militech. Furthermore, for a reward, Meredith decided to give Tang Yu an additional surprise, placing something at the Keep Your Mouth Shut motel for him to collect. Before hanging up, Meredith lamented, no one's around to share the joy of a promotion. I can only reward myself alone in a motel. Tang Yu remained silent. For a strong woman like Meredith, few men could handle her. After the call ended, Tang Yu left for the motel, found a designated room, and unlocked it. Inside the spacious couple's suite, the pink ambient lighting created a suggestive mood. Bzz. Tang Yu heard a noise coming from the large red bed, something hidden under the covers. Curiously, he walked over and lifted the blanket. 2 items. A black storage chip and an indescribable device, vibrating with a hint of moisture. Tang Yu. Chapter 193. Afterlife Bar. V wiped the sweat from her forehead, puzzled by Tang Yu's invitation message. She was practicing boxing at the gym downstairs from her home, hitting the punching robot so hard its head was nearly detached. The nearby coach, Fred, watched with a mix of anxiety and admiration. For the little money he was earning from V, he realized he had undersold her talent. He hadn't figured out that this iron-fisted girl was the rising street boxing champion. Upon receiving Tang Yu's message, V stepped out of the ring, grabbed a towel hanging on the bar, and wiped her flushed face. She instructed Fred, next time, get a more durable robot, this one's not up to par, and with your high fees, you'll lose customers. With that, V picked up her water bottle and left, leaving Fred, the balding coach, frozen in place, smiling wryly. She took the old elevator back to her room, freshened up, and prepared to head to Afterlife Bar for the rendezvous. She was always proactive in meeting with her debt handlers. After all, clearing debts meant more freedom to pursue her own ventures. Soon enough, V was ready, dressed up, and headed straight to Afterlife Bar. Driving her flashy, old convertible. She struggled to maneuver on the narrow streets, scratching the car multiple times. To her, scraping the car was routine, and she wasn't bothered. She had won it in a fight, so she didn't feel sentimental about it. Unlike another car that had left her neck deep in debt, which she kept garage-bound unless absolutely necessary, driving it cautiously to avoid more debt. Arriving at Afterlife Bar, her shiny car paint caught the attention of several unsavory onlookers. V stared down two smug punks standing by the street and snarled. You two, Bucky and Loki, right? Keep an eye on my car. If anything happens to it, you'll regret it. She tossed the keys to them and headed into the bar, leaving the bewildered punks holding the keys. Who the hell is she? So damn cocky. Silver Arm, Black hair, isn't she V, the one who swept the underground boxing scene and even beat Razor? Shit, really? Then we better save it. She knows who we are, just watch the car. Inside the bar, bathed in green light, she descended into the dimly lit basement, where the atmosphere was amplified by the faint hum of music. Though it was V's first time at Afterlife, she had long heard of its infamous reputation. A burly bouncer stopped her at the iron gate, scanning her with a cybernetic eye, noting she was new. What's your business here? He asked gruffly. Drinking, V replied, finding the question odd. People don't come here just to drink. V explained patiently that she had an appointment with someone named Tang Yu and asked the bouncer to check. After confirming her story, he stepped aside, and the gate slid open. V unclenched her fists, resisting the urge to argue, and stepped into the bar. Music instantly enveloped her, with the raucous rock sound of Samurai's classic song filling the air. Scanning the room, she saw people crowded in booths and by the corridors, engaged in conversations, chatting, exchanging intel, or discussing secrets. Everyone had a story. V soon spotted Tang Yu at the bar, sitting next to a woman in a yellow hoodie with striking golden curls. Approaching him, she asked, "What are you guys talking about?" Tang Yu turned and, seeing V, introduced her, "This is Rogue, the queen of Afterlife Bar." Then, turning to Rogue, he introduced V, the best merc in Night Citythe, also the reigning street boxing champion. Rogue eyed V with interest. "Kid, you certainly seem special." V wasn't sure what Rogue meant but responded politely, "The queen of Afterlife is special too." Rogue smiled and excused herself, "Now that your guest is here, I'll leave you to it, I have some business to attend to." "Claire, their drinks are on me," Rogue called out. Claire, mixing drinks, nodded with a smile, "Got it, just like last time." "Were you talking about me? Don't you dare flatter me." Before V arrived, Tang Yu indeed had a chat with Rogue. Wanting to know more about Johnny, Rogue had approached him after his mention of the open-air screen incident, which piqued her curiosity. Tang Yu, smiling, replied, "Everyone in the street knows about your mighty fists, I don't need to advertise. How are you feeling? Any more headaches or double vision?" V shook her head, "Much better, maybe whatever's in my brain has settled down." As long as Blue Eye didn't cause trouble, the Poseidon in V's brain remained manageable. Tang Yu was still waiting for the right time to extract it, lacking the compatible means and host for now. "Enough about that, why did you call me today? Don't mess around with me again." Tang Yu teased, Our Miss V is quite busy, planning to debut in Night City." V rolled her eyes at him, "If I didn't owe you so much, I might have landed a big contract by now, living comfortably and making a name for myself." Tang Yu nodded thoughtfully, "Seems like our famous V dreams of becoming a legend in Night City." V felt her teeth clench in annoyance, wanting to bite him just to vent her frustration. Tang Yu, laughing, reassured, "Don't be mad, just joking, I have a big job in hand, once Jackie gets here, you'll find out. V, you better have a big job for us. The two of them sat at the bar for a while before they noticed the cheerful laughter coming from behind them. Jackie walked up to the bar, rubbing his broad palms together, and said with a smile, "What should we have today?" Tang Yu told him not to only think about the drinks and to sit down and talk first. Jackie took a seat on the other side of Tang Yu and greeted V. "Hi, Chica." "Hey, Jackie," V replied. Jackie suddenly noticed their table was empty and asked curiously, "Haven't ordered any drinks yet?" "In that case, let me do the honors." Claire happened to be free and approached them. "What can I get for you?" Before Jackie could answer, Tang Yu spoke first, 3 old-fashioned tequilas with some beer and chili. Claire nodded with a smile, 3 Johnny Silverhands coming right up. Jackie looked slightly annoyed and said to Tang Yu, "Man, don't steal my lines, I finally had a chance to show off." V, intrigued by their familiarity, asked, "What's this Johnny Silverhand you're talking about?" Jackie explained with a smile, "It's a tradition at the afterlife, the names of the drinks are those of the regulars here, everyone knows this." V seemed to understand. "So Johnny Silverhand used to come here, and this drink recipe was left by him?" Claire served the drinks and added, "That's right, the afterlife has been open for so long that I can't even remember the exact year, but I guarantee Johnny Silverhand did sit at this bar and drink." Tang Yu thought to himself, not only did he drink, but he also had quite the time on this bar. V found it quite interesting. The history of the afterlife was something no other place had, part of its unique charm. So how can one get a drink named after them? Jackie quickly raised a hand to stop Claire, answering eagerly, "Chica, I can answer that. First, you have to die, and not just any death, but something spectacular. The whole city has to talk about your story, like a legend." Jackie got excited, I'd love to have my own drink." V agreed, "Sounds great, to be a legend in Night City, who cares if you have to die for it? How about a drink named Jackie Wells? I've got a big job lined up, soon, I'll be a legend in Night City." Claire nodded heartily. Jackie immediately replied, "A vodka, on the rocks, lime juice, and ginger beer, and the most important ingredient, a dash of love." V burst out laughing, "I want one too. I'm V." Tang Yu saw how the two were marking territory and lifted his glass, interrupting, all right, at least live like legends first." Claire chuckled, "He's right, become legends first, then come back for your drinks." V shrugged, fine, who am I to argue with someone I owe so much money?" Jackie laughed heartily as he raised his glass, "Cheers." Tang Yu felt a moment of déjà vu in that familiar scene, with Jackie and V beside him, both full of life, dreaming of making it big in Night City. He lifted his glass and toasted, to cheers. The 3 of them downed their strong drinks in one gulp. V felt her stomach burn, enjoying the sensation immensely. Johnny Silverhand, simple and potent. She saw Tang Yu and Jackie leaving the bar and quickly put down her glass, bid farewell to Claire, and followed them. The 3 of them headed to a secluded booth to discuss their upcoming mission. The mission was not complicated. The destination was an Arasaka transit point on the outskirts of the city. They only needed to stake out pre-chosen points, ambush the attacking team, and catch them off guard. After hearing the plan, V felt it was too simple. That's it. The plan seemed much simpler than last time, neither complex nor convoluted. Tang Yu nodded, affirming V's doubts. Who in their right mind would attack an Arasaka company site? Tang, if there's intelligence on an attack, why not let the company's guys handle it? Are they unreliable? Exactly, there are moles in the company, plus, those attacking might be directed by someone inside. Jackie and V agreed that corporate politics were often a dog-eat-dog game, likely playing out daily. This mission was mainly based on information from Meredith. Based on her intel, Tang Yu confirmed which points were manipulated by Militech and which were controlled by behind-the-scenes powers. Meredith also offered some advice. Militech had long wanted to seize a pivotal transit point, but she wanted to avoid any disruptions due to her impending promotion. Hence, the plan was temporarily shelved. She believed that a certain power might take action very soon. Militech knew well that Arasaka wouldn't dare start a full-scale war at this moment. If another world war began, Arasaka would find it challenging to re-establish control over Night City. Positioned in New America's territory, Night City had more logistical and firepower advantages. With Meredith's intel, Tang Yu knew the next steps. Thus, he teamed up with V and Jackie to take matters into their own hands. The unidentified armed force was formidable, daring enough to raid Arasaka's sites and make a clean escape despite intensified security. This indicated that they had internal assistance and were quite powerful. Tang Yu couldn't just hand this task off. If it failed, there wouldn't be a second chance. The three of them detailed the specifics of the mission. To avoid alerting the enemy, Tang Yu would disguise Jackie and V as Arasaka security personnel being sent as reinforcements. This wouldn't raise suspicions, as Arasaka had been bolstering its security at various points due to potential threats. Once they infiltrated the site, they would simply wait for the attack. Tang Yu would be stationed further away, providing remote support. With their plan set, they prepared for action, went home to grab their gear, and headed out. Chapter 194. Azure Building. Top floor luxury suite. Yorinobu Arasaka stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the entire cityscape. He had just woken up not long ago, draped in a dark gold robe, slowly savoring a glass of red wine in his hand. On the bed behind him, a beautiful woman, barely covered by the disheveled bedding, lay asleep. Her white arms and long legs dangled over the edge of the bed, seemingly exhausted and still deep in slumber. The entire suite was enormous, a luxurious flat with 3 sides made of panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows. A massive screen divided the living room and bedroom, with electronic devices and smart home appliances displayed everywhere. There was even a chameleon perched motionlessly on a withered branch. This suite was specifically built for the Arasaka family by the Azure Building, usually left vacant and only provided when a member of the family needed it. However, Saburo Arasaka and Hanako Arasaka had never stayed overnight in the Azure Building. Hanako had her own manor, so this suite was exclusively used by Yorinobu. Whenever he came to Night City, he would stay in this room to enjoy his pleasure. Yorinobu's cybernetic eyes flickered, connecting to an encrypted call. A mysterious voice came through from the other end. Yorinobu, the operation has begun, have your people ready. Yorinobu replied seriously, the Arasaka Tower is holding a board meeting today, if the operation succeeds, she won't be able to hold her position. The mysterious voice continued, you could have been more assertive. The more frequently our people act, the more likely mistakes will happen. She's already alerted and has increased reinforcements at the sites. Multiple departments are now involved in investigating the attacks. Hanako has been running the Arasaka Tower in Night City for years, some things don't need to be done too harshly, I just want to take back what never belonged to that damned person, Yorinobu said angrily. He had always hated only one person and never wanted to involve others. To free the world from his father Saburo Arasaka's grip, he had to remove all obstacles step by step. For Michiko Arasaka, who held power in Night City, he chose a softer approach. Otherwise, the teams attacking Arasaka sites would next appear in Michiko's villa. Yorinobu didn't want to become as cruel and tyrannical as his father Saburo, and he would never engage in fratricide. Reinforcements are just company protocol, those department heads are mostly just trying to gauge the wind's direction, they won't put much effort into investigating, my concern is only one person. The mysterious voice asked, you mean Tang Yu from counterintelligence? Before arriving in Night City, they had gathered a lot of intelligence in advance, focusing on Tang Yu. Yes, Tang Yu met with Hanako privately at the Arasaka estate in Kyoto, received orders, and returned to the Arasaka Tower in Night City. He was involved in taking down the Voodoo Boys in Pacifica and tried to steal the Netwatch data, but Atom Smasher intercepted him. But things are not as simple as they seem, I suspect Tang Yu has other plans, the Night Corp Matrix issue might also be related to him. The counterintelligence division being involved without any significant moves is suspicious, from that garden party, I sensed he is not loyal to Arasaka, but I can't grasp his stance. The mysterious voice fell silent for a moment, then explained, he does have some tricks. Climbing to such a high position in such a short time is no small feat, but he's just an ordinary person. If he figures out some internal issues and stays quiet, that's fine. If he dares to stand in our way, he'll be silenced permanently. Yorinobu didn't object. There was no need to care about people who weren't on the same path. Has Night Corp reached out to you? They should be very interested in what we have. Yorinobu showed disdain, coldly replying, these companies can't be trusted, I've contacted Netwatch to see if they're willing to cooperate. Once we take Night City's Arasaka Tower, the subsequent matters should be addressed, we need to obtain the technology to destroy Soul Killer to stop his reckless plans and ambition from the root. Let's hope everything goes smoothly, the voice said before hanging up. Yorinobu turned around upon hearing a noise behind him. 2 pale hands wrapped around his shoulders, their owner speaking in a voice full of tenderness. Did you sleep well? Getting up so early, I'll make you some breakfast. Yorinobu smiled slightly and handed over a significant tip to the woman behind him. Just as she was about to serve this high-profile client again, there was a notification of a visitor. It's not necessary, I have some business to attend to now, you should leave, Yorinobu politely declined. The woman, pleased with the hefty payment, dressed before blowing a kiss to Yorinobu and walking towards the elevator. The elevator doors opened automatically, and she froze. A tall, black mechanical warrior stood in front, cybernetic eyes glowing red and scanning her coldly. She stood motionless, not daring to move, waiting for the figure to exit the elevator and brush past her. Just a piece of flesh being toyed with. The woman's heart trembled at the words, and she hurried into the elevator, leaving quickly. Seeing Adam Smasher arrive, Yorinobu directly instructed, "Go to this location in the suburbs later and make sure the operation at the site is clean." Suburban area, Arasaka's transportation hub. V and Jackie were dressed in Arasaka security uniforms, following the team to the site's entrance for scanning. After confirmation, they smoothly entered the site. This Arasaka armed squad was reinforcement, stationed to aid in strengthening security. Once the team dispersed, Jackie joined V on a high point, pretending to watch the surroundings while exchanging information. Jackie, fully armored with a bulletproof vest and ammunition strapped all around, had a heavy machine gun on his back. "Not sure when the attack will come, keep your eyes peeled, don't worry, Tang asked me to watch over you, if anything happens, I'll handle it," Jackie reassured. V's outfit was almost identical to Jackie's, with the only difference being a long sword strapped to her back, hidden in a black sheath. "You're underestimating me, in the end, it's unclear who will take down more enemies, this site has over 30 people, it won't be easy to handle." The Arasaka warriors stationed there were rigorously trained, and though they were not as elite as the special forces or elite teams guarding Arasaka Tower, their military skills were undoubtedly high. Who knows? Maybe they have some trick up their sleeves for a surprise attack, so we should stay cautious. To avoid raising any suspicions from the attackers, they had paused communications with Tang Yu. As per the plan, Tang Yu was already stationed at the point, waiting for the right moment to act. Based on Tang Yu's previous analysis, the attack was likely to occur at a critical time. Today's board meeting would likely bring up the issue, with many board members seizing the opportunity to press for action against Militech. If Michiko Arasaka wavered and tried to suppress the matter, the larger-scale site attack would serve as the final critical blow. At that point, Michiko Arasaka would face intense scrutiny from the Kyoto headquarters and be labeled as weak and incompetent. However, retaliating against Militech would be unwise, as the attacks were not solely Militech's doing, and hastily acting against them could escalate the conflict. Militech wasn't to be trifled with and did not fear Arasaka at all. The only solution for Michiko Arasaka to escape this dilemma was to capture the real culprit. Tang Yu's plan was just that. Capturing the real perpetrators would prove that someone was trying to incite conflict between the two companies, naturally resolving these issues. Michiko Arasaka could then report back to Saburo Arasaka and maintain control over the board. But the situation was complex this time. According to Tang Yu's analysis, the highly trained assault team likely belonged to Yorinobu. If they managed to capture someone and retrieve evidence from their memory storage chips, Yorinobu would be cornered. Tang Yu hadn't shared all these calculations with V and Jackie. Their task was to delay the attackers. Jackie and V exchanged for a while on the high ground before receiving the guard replacement notification. They each moved to their assigned positions, readying their weapons. Time ticked by, and Jackie, getting bored, yawned and stretched his shoulders slightly. Suddenly, a silent and precise shot cut through the air, piercing an Arasaka guard stationed high above. The guard fell over immediately. Jackie snapped to attention, taking cover and unlocking his gun's safety, nervously scanning the surroundings. He then alerted V. "Girl, we're under attack, be careful." As soon as he spoke, 4 more guards stationed high above lost their strength and fell to the ground with heavy thuds. The entire site lit up with bright red alarms, signaling an enemy attack. Automated heavy weapons activated, infrared sensors scanning for the enemy but finding nothing. Several security guards held their breath, treading lightly with their machine guns ready, scanning the area and trying to protect themselves while locating the hidden enemies. Before they could react, a nearly invisible figure rapidly approached, brandishing a red-hot, glowing katana. One Arasaka soldier instinctively raised his gun to block but was cleaved in half by the thermal blade, falling to the ground in 2 smoking pieces. The Arasaka personnel were terrified, firing their machine guns wildly at the unseen foe. Invisibility. They have optical camouflage. Even though they identified the tactic, it was useless. Several security guards were quickly cut down by the elusive katana. From his hiding spot, Jackie watched the horrifying scene unfold, guards at the entrance being sliced by an unseen thermal katana, their deaths gruesome. Alerting V of the attack, Jackie grabbed 2 EMP grenades, activated them, and threw them, hoping to stall the intruders. Bang! ZZZ. An electronic pulse erupted into sparks, creating interference around an invisible figure whose form was intermittently revealed in arcs of electricity. A ninja? Jackie stole a glance and noticed the figure was clad in a full-body suit with a distinct Sakura style, leaving only the eyes exposed. As the warriors at the outpost entrance were slain, the assault team launched their charge. 8 figures emerged from various directions, firing wildly towards the outpost. The turrets and heavy gun emplacements at the outpost were quickly neutralized, offering no resistance. Arasaka soldiers could only retaliate with smart weapons from behind cover. But these intruders had top-tier cyberware, with subdermal armor that was impervious to bullets that circumvented obstacles. The invisible figure broke free from the EMP pulse, swiftly retreating from the outpost entrance and turning invisible again. Jackie didn't dare take chances and rushed to find V to relay the situation to Tang Yu. After confirming Tang Yu received the intel, Jackie cursed under his breath, "Damn it, didn't expect these guys to have such high-end combat implants and still come to rob this little outpost." V also recognized the gravity of the situation. Guns couldn't handle the invisible foe, so she drew the long sword slung over her shoulder. A brilliant steel katana gleamed under the sunlight. Jackie, momentarily blinded by the blade's glare, asked, "That sword looks sharp." V, gripping the katana with both hands and testing its balance, replied, "It's called Awakening, a gift from Tang, we'll see how it performs." Just as she finished speaking, she sensed movement. The transparent figure launched another attack into the outpost, slaying 2 people instantly with a thermal katana. The outpost plunged into chaos as the remaining dozen security personnel failed to mount an effective defense. Seeing the opportunity, V used the tip of her sword to flick up some blood, tossing it towards the general direction of the invisible foe. She observed a drop of blood seemingly suspended in mid-air, slowly falling to the ground. The entire motion looked like reckless slashing in the air. V realized the invisibility tech not only blocked bullets but also repelled dust and water. She had to strike before the blood drop hit the ground. One by one, the outpost's defenders fell. Jackie fired based on intuition but couldn't keep up with the enemy's speed. Suddenly, V noticed the blood droplets speeding towards Jackie. She activated her Sandavistan, moving swiftly to strike down at the air in front of her. In a split second, a thermal katana appeared out of thin air, aiming straight for Jackie's head. Jackie's face filled with terror. It was too late for him to react. But another gleaming katana intercepted, slashing through the air. Just as the thermal katana neared Jackie's head, there was a sound of flesh being sliced. The transparent figure split into 2, falling to the ground. V's katana had struck true, revealing the invisible foe's form, now cleaved in half. Jackie, stunned by the sight, was speechless for a long time. V was also surprised. She hadn't expected the sword to be so sharp, cutting through the foe's subdermal armor with ease. The motion was seamless, only describable with one word. Silky. She inspected the razor-sharp blade again, noticing it had neither dulled nor stained with blood. It was sharp enough to split hairs. With such a treasure, V instantly knew how to proceed. Looking back at the dumbfounded Jackie, she said, "Leave the rest to me." With that, V activated Beast Mode at full power, dashing out of the outpost like a gust of wind, leaving Jackie blinking in shock. By the time V was out of sight, Jackie hurriedly grabbed his machine gun and ran out to survey the situation. He saw all 8 enemy positions silenced one after another, each combatant slain in one strike by V. Damn, can this even be considered human? After dealing with the attackers, V reappeared, slightly out of breath but otherwise unharmed. "Chica, are you okay? Feeling feverish, hallucinations, or nausea?" V, puzzled by the question, touched her forehead. She had worked up a sweat and was a bit heated but nowhere near feverish. She calmly explained. "No, I'm fine, just a little more exhausting than a boxing match." Jackie, It really felt like facing the Grim Reaper in broad daylight. "If I had known you were this capable, I wouldn't have panicked." Ha ha. Jackie holstered his gun, forcing a laugh as he surveyed the carnage. V sheathed her katana, preparing to check the attackers when Tang Yu arrived in a vehicle. The battle had settled down, and Tang Yu could guess V had ended the fight early. Seeing Tang Yu, Jackie rushed up to him, praising V's skills effusively. On his way over, Tang Yu used weak electric control to destroy the memory storage data in the attacker's brains. "So, did I meet your expectations this time? Make sure my payment is full." Tang Yu replied, "Yes, you deserve a full payment. Do you want the sword?" V's smile froze, and she resignedly said, "Fine, another transaction, add it to my tab, I guess." Tang Yu walked into the outpost, inspecting the bisected ninja corpse. Judging by the outfit, these weren't Militeka's people. After gathering evidence, Tang Yu prepared to leave and head back to Arasaka Tower. The 3 exited the outpost. Suddenly, they noticed an Arasaka armed AV approaching the sky, descending gradually. Tang Yu recognized the security level of this AV. It belonged to an Arasaka family member. Since it wasn't Saburo Arasaka's or Michiko's, it must be Yorinobu Arasaka's. The AV doors opened, and a tall, black, mechanical figure emerged, red cybernetic eyes scanning the three. V recognized Atom Smasher and immediately tensed up, clenching her fists tightly. Atom Smasher surveyed the bloody scene, approaching them with an expressionless face. Quite the slaughter, seems I'm a bit late. Then, Atom Smasher glanced at V and Jackie behind Tang Yu, with a murderous undertone in his voice. They're not Arasaka personnel. Tang Yu calmly responded, they're counterintelligence informants, assisting in the investigation, not your concern. Working for Arasaka means knowing your place, Atom Smasher. Atom Smasher chuckled, putting away his hostility. Interesting. With a couple of pests. With that, he stomped into the outpost. Fuck. Who the hell are you calling pests? V wanted to draw her sword and cut down Atom Smasher on the spot. Seeing his arrogant demeanor made every pore in her body seethe with anger. Tang Yu's voice was firm, get in the car. The three got back into the vehicle and sped away. In the car. V sat silently in the back seat, staring coldly out the window. That guy was Atom Smasher, right? Damn, he's practically a walking war machine with all those implants. Tang Yu explained, he was probably sent here under someone's orders, just arrived late. Hey, V, what's wrong? You've been upset since seeing Atom Smasher. He's a living legend, fought Johnny Silverhand and Morgan Blackhand. V scoffed, don't bring that up, better get a drink named after him at the afterlife, a dark stout with a couple of red strawberries, suits him well. Jackie chuckled. Tang Yu explained for V, back in Pacifica, Atom Smasher accidentally crushed her hand during a landing, that's how this feud started. V, irritated, retorted, yeah, unlike some people who, with their status, wouldn't even dare offend Atom Smasher, so impressive. Tang Yu shook his head, knowing that V still lacked the cyberware to single-handedly face Atom Smasher. With Arasaka's top-tier implants, Atom Smasher could easily take down an army. V, though incredibly talented, was still outmatched in terms of hardware compared to Atom Smasher. Not to mention his superior weaponry and integrated systems. Other people might need dozens of shots or slashes to kill Atom Smasher, but he could kill others with a single blow. Tang Yu didn't wish to antagonize Yorinobu just yet. It was best not to provoke this killing machine. For now, he needed to return to Arasaka Tower and hand over the evidence to Michiko Arasaka. Since all the attackers were dead and their memory storage burned, there was no direct evidence pointing to Yorinobu Arasaka. Tang Yu had done all he could. As for the ongoing internal strife within the Arasaka family, he had no control. Yorinobu Arasaka wanted to turn himself into a bomb to sabotage Saburo Arasaka's immortality plan, seize power, and trigger the Fifth Corporate War, bringing about a world reborn from the ashes. Tang Yu once agreed with this concept, but reality showed that achieving this would require being prepared for total sacrifice. Moreover, whether Arasaka fell or not, other corporations like Militech or Kong Tao would rise. A world reborn. But they were not ready for it yet. Chapter 195. Azure Tower. The luxurious penthouse suite. Yorinobu's face was extremely grim. He had just received intelligence from Atom Smasher, sent back from the suburban base frontline, and it was devastating. At the critical final moment. The planned assault had failed. Everyone involved in the operation had perished, their bodies mutilated, and even their brains had been burned. Yorinobu's cyber-optic eye rotated as he dialed the encrypted communication line. The call connected. Apologetically, Yorinobu said. I'm sorry, Kenji-kun, the brothers of Tetsu Renji. If it weren't for his insistence on carrying out this operation and arranging his men to ensure security, instead of choosing Night City's local gang factions, he wouldn't be feeling this guilty about the deaths. Their deaths aren't your fault. Who would have thought there would be such strong opponents ambushing us? Have you found out who did it? Yorinobu muttered, it was Tang Yu. He arranged for 2 informants to hide in the base, and everyone else died on the spot. Kenji, the founder of the Tetsu Renji Brotherhood, was equally surprised. He had been secretly training a high-end armed force under his command. The team that attacked the Arasaka base was his doing. This team not only had strong capabilities but also successfully completed numerous assigned tasks. They were fiercely loyal to Tetsu Renji. The Brotherhood had invested great effort into this team, selecting individuals willing to sacrifice themselves from the start. Brainwashing and transforming them over a long time to align with the Brotherhood's principles. They were each equipped with advanced combat cyberware, enhancing their physical capabilities and comprehensive strength. This team was the backbone of Tetsu Renji Brotherhood, and now Tang Yu's informants had decimated them, leaving Yorinobu shocked and guilt-ridden. He couldn't understand how Tang Yu's 2 informants could annihilate a force strong enough to counter a military unit. Kenji coldly said, "It seems that this person must be eliminated, or the consequences will be severe. He can anticipate our actions and has such powerful subordinates, indicating that his tactics are far from simple." Yorinobu agreed but still harbored some doubts. The memory implants in the fallen brothers' brains were destroyed, no one can trace their past or origins, it can be confirmed that it was Tang Yu's doing. Then he added, "Perhaps we should talk to him." Instead of destroying the memory chips, Yorinobu believed Tang Yu could have extracted and decrypted them, gaining more information which could be handed over to the company or Saburo Arasaka for greater benefits. Tang Yu had chosen not to do so and had even helped eliminate potential threats. Kenji coldly replied, "Don't be fooled by his behavior. Such a person, always seeking power, likely wants to survive this struggle more than anyone. His actions are simply to keep options open on both sides. A power-hungry person like him will never be on our side, nor can he be used by us." Yorinobu fell silent. Tang Yu's actions had failed their plan to escalate the conflict between Arasaka and Militech. It made it even harder for Yorinobu to seize control of the Arasaka Tower in Night City. Kenji advised, "Yorinobu, to achieve great things, you must be willing to sacrifice. Her refusal to submit to you is a strong stance in itself. Remember, without absolute determination, success is unattainable. We've already paid too much, this path is one of rivers of blood. Wake up, Yorinobu-kun." Yorinobu felt conflicted and torn. Originally, Kenji had planned for Yorinobu to have Tetsuren's ninjas assassinate Michiko Arasaka upon his arrival in Night City. Her death would be blamed on Militech, allowing him to seize control of the Arasaka Tower in Night City and force a new round of large-scale conflict with Militech. Saburo Arasaka in Kyoto would find himself in a tight spot. If he chose to apologize and negotiate with Militech to maintain peace, his reputation globally and within Arasaka would suffer, bringing him close to stepping down. If he escalated the conflict, it would align with the Brotherhood's intentions, triggering corporate warfare and dragging everyone into the quagmire of conflict. However, Yorinobu couldn't bring himself to kill Michiko Arasaka, who had always stayed away from the family's affairs and had nothing to do with Saburo's actions. As his older brother's only surviving kin, Yorinobu found it impossible to harm her. Yorinobu was not a bloodthirsty person. He desired to inspire a greater force to overthrow Saburo's rule. While outwardly complying with Saburo in Kyoto, he secretly communicated with Netwatch, utilizing forces beyond the Blackwall to sabotage Saburo's immortality plan. Meanwhile, in Night City, he aimed to push the relic biological chip technology to the market, exposing Saburo's ambitions to the world. This would involve prominent figures in the crazy experiment. The incomplete relic chip technology would inevitably cause frequent accidents, leading to strong skepticism of Arasaka's intentions. Projects like Soul Killer, Mikashi, and the relic biological chip would face unprecedented public opposition. Yorinobu believed his father couldn't hold on for much longer. Only by sabotaging his immortality plan would Yorinobu have enough time to prepare. "Kenji, let's wait a bit longer, no matter what, we've come this far already." Kenji's tone was somewhat helpless and said, "Then so be it, contact me when you've made up your mind." The call ended. Yorinobu fell into deep thought. "Tang Yu, it seems we indeed need to have a talk." He looked back at the electronic image on the shoji screen, showing the samurai band nostalgic concert at the company's plaza, where Kerry was singing passionately alone. Arasaka Tower. Jungle Meeting Room. Michiko Arasaka looked at the board members around the conference table who had gone silent and snorted. They had just been aggressively accusing her of inaction, but upon seeing the frontline evidence provided by Tang Yu, everyone fell silent. The attackers of the Arasaka base were not Militech but another unidentified force. If they had rashly torn into Militech, the consequences would have been unbearable. Although Tang Yu had found evidence proving that Militech wasn't behind the attack, he still hadn't uncovered the attackers' identities. The matter wasn't handled perfectly. Having gained the upper hand, Michiko didn't press further, merely instructing the relevant departments to continue their investigations. She believed that with Tang Yu's investigation, the opposition would be somewhat more restrained. After announcing the adjournment of the meeting, Michiko turned and returned to her private office. She had already learned the specific details of the scene. The attackers' bodies were severed in half, and their brain storage chips were destroyed. The Arasaka tech team couldn't find any useful clues. Michiko Arasaka had some doubts. Were these attackers programmed for self-destruction, or was there someone else involved? If Tang Yu was behind this, there must be more secrets he was hiding. Michiko was perplexed. Tang Yu had always worked for her, yet she always felt she couldn't fully control him. He was indeed very capable, always able to help her stabilize things at critical moments, but his loyalty was hard to gauge. Michiko couldn't imagine what kind of betrayal she would face if Tang Yu ever turned against her. She had placed Sasha by Tang Yu's side for this very reason. After some thought, she pulled up her contacts and sent Tang Yu a message. The board meeting is finally settled, thanks for the timely materials. Once things calm down, let's go to the new hot spring in Sakura Street, opened by the Tiger Claws. Not long after, she received a reply. Got it, let's meet up when there's time. Michiko. She put away her phone and laughed helplessly, seemingly used to his audacious behavior, always slipping away like an eel. Michiko sat back at her desk, opening the office system to continue handling some unfinished business. The unknown force that attacked the Arasaka outpost was just a small part of her work. More important projects involved billions of dollars, requiring her careful consideration and timely feedback to Kyoto. She believed that her efforts would be noticed by the Honorable Saburo Arasaka in the faraway Kyoto Arasaka estate. No matter the merits, the hardships she faced would hopefully grant her a place within the organization, ensuring she wouldn't end up with nothing. Just as she brought up the office system, a formal internal notice from the Kyoto Arasaka Tower arrived. Michiko hurriedly opened it, her eyes widening in shock. The notice explicitly stated that the primary responsibility for the Arasaka Tower in Night City would be transferred to Yorinobu Arasaka, while Michiko Arasaka would act as an assistant director, aiding Yorinobu in his duties. Approved by Saburo Arasaka. Michiko stared blankly at the message, her eyes filled with disbelief. It was like a bolt from the blue, numbing her mind and leaving it blank. Grandfather. She didn't know what to say or understand why Saburo Arasaka would approve such a decision. Soon, however, Michiko came to terms with it. As the legitimate heir to the Arasaka Corporation, it made sense for Yorinobu to gain experience by managing the Night City Tower before taking full control. Perhaps Saburo Arasaka's time was nearing an end, and he wanted Yorinobu to adapt quickly and become the true head of Arasaka. At this moment, Michiko felt that Tang Yu was absolutely right. Arasaka Corporation was not a battleground but Saburo Arasaka's dictatorship. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't change the fact that she was Michiko Arasaka and an outsider to the Arasaka family. And as Saburo's only surviving son, Yorinobu was destined to inherit everything, no matter how many times he had rebelled or erred. Yorinobu Arasaka. Those 4 words held so much weight. Michiko thought she would feel wronged, but she couldn't shed a tear. She had long anticipated this outcome. She could fight anyone or anything, but she could never fight against the name Yorinobu. Michiko felt a deep aversion to this family, even her name was inherited from Yorinobu's mother. As a crucial symbol of the Arasaka family, second only to Saburo Arasaka, her treatment had always been starkly different. She had been hidden away in America by her father and had no real contact with the Kyoto family. Moreover, her appearance differed from other family members, which was why she loathed returning to Kyoto, doing everything to stay in New America. To achieve her current status, she had paid an effort thousands of times greater than Yorinobu. Today, with just one word from Saburo Arasaka, she was forced to hand over everything. Michiko took a few deep breaths and confirmed the receipt of the message. Being the assistant director, she could still carry out her duties until Yorinobu personally started working at the Arasaka Tower. The only difference now was her state of mind. Tang Yu sat on the balcony with his guitar, casually strumming some samurai band rock tunes. It had been a while since he played his electric guitar, and his fingers felt a bit rusty. After the board meeting today, explaining things to Yorinobu might be a bit difficult. He had already found clues suggesting that the attackers were from the Iron Lotus Brotherhood. And the mastermind behind them was likely the mysterious figure in the Crystal Palace braindance. Tang Yu suspected it was Iron Lotus Brotherhood's founder, Yi Baixian. Tang Yu supported the Iron Lotus Brotherhood in principle. He knew that its members were like the wealthy scions of Yorinobu's ilk, hoping to overthrow corporate tyranny by banding together, but their efforts had yielded little success over the years. Perhaps Yorinobu had realized earlier than others that without the company and the Arasaka name, nothing could be achieved. Trying to use company resources to overthrow the company itself was like planting a tree without roots, lacking real power. If Yorinobu truly wanted to complete his plan, he would first need to eliminate his most cherished Fuchi, find Saburo's backup hidden in some divine chariot, and delete all data about him. Finally, he would take the stage formally, seize full control of the entire Arasaka Tower, and ignite a world-class war of destruction. But would destruction truly lead to a better rebirth? Tang Yu had a conservative outlook on this. The Fifth Corporate War would bring far more devastation than the mere destruction of gigantic corporations. Countless lives would be innocently lost in the ensuing chaos, leading the world into a new dark age. Rebuilding order in a world torn by blood and fire would predictably not lessen the suffering and tears of the populace. They had tried executing this grand and romantic plan before, ultimately losing everything. Tang Yu couldn't accept such an outcome anymore. He couldn't be like Johnny Silverhand, willing to burn everything for his inner fire, no matter the sacrifices. Maybe he really needed to have a proper talk with Yorinobu. Chapter 196. North Oak, along the coast. A villa stands tall on the cliffside. Within the lavish golden estate, security guards in black suits are stationed around the yard with high alert eyes, preventing any unexpected incidents. Inside, however, the luxurious space is in disarray, with waves of electronic music occasionally rising. In the music corner of the living room, two men sit on a sofa, each holding an electronic guitar, playing casually. They take turns, one playing a segment before passing it to the other, as if competing to see whose rhythm and technique are superior. Years of no contact and your skills have deteriorated. Carry, Yorinobu Arasaka releases the pick from the guitar strings, seemingly not fully satisfied. In addition to staying in the Konpiki Plaza, he takes time to meet old friends whenever he returns to Night City. Carry is one of his few friends who shares a common interest in rock music. They occasionally gather to play rock and mess around in the recording studio. Despite Yorinobu's unique status, Carry's demeanor remains relaxed and unreserved, waving his hand and complaining. I've been suffocated these past years, lacking inspiration for new songs and drinking a lot, these 10 fingers are barely obedient now. Heh, even you experience a lack of inspiration. From the look on your face while playing that new song, it seems like you've had a breakthrough. Yorinobu Arasaka knows Carry's life is indulgent, and with age, his physical condition must also be worsening. Sometimes it's not just the creative process that declines, physical condition can greatly impact as well. Speaking of his recent inspiration breakthrough, Carry's eyes light up, the deep dark circles unable to hide the brightness. Enthusiastically, he says, exactly, lately, I've been absorbing my inner emotions and feelings, and that urge to express through music has returned to me. Honestly, this feeling takes me back to when I was young, not understanding anything but loving that I'm going to make my own sound attitude. Yorinobu nods, hearing Carry's new song full of rock's craziness and passion, yet mixed with new feelings, even a touch of nostalgia. It reminds him of his youthful days, leading the Steel Dragons against Arasaka with just pure passion, attempting to show the world that Arasaka is not invincible through rock and action. Now, to fully realize his ambitions, he had to disband the Steel Dragons, and those friends who once followed him have since scattered far and wide. Congratulations to you, but I'm curious, how did you regain such abundant inspiration? Was it the company's concert that gave you a new insight? Yorinobu Arasaka laughs again. I watched the recording of that concert, it indeed had a Johnny Silverhand vibe, but you've broken free from his shadow and found your own style. Carry shrugs nonchalantly, honestly, I don't care anymore, or maybe I've made peace with myself, spending half my life tangled with an invisible shadow, thinking back, it was utterly foolish, duh. After a few dry laughs, Carry's expression gradually becomes serious, with a somber look in his eyes, he mumbles, but you guessed it right, the company plaza did give me a new insight, but all the inspiration actually came from one person. Yorinobu stays silent, waiting for Carry's next words. He wants to know if the name Carry is about to say matches the person he's thinking of. Carry sighs lightly, I've already invited him over. You'll see him soon, but let me warn you, when it comes to electric guitar techniques, you might not be his match. That kid plays almost identically to Silverhand, scared the hell out of me that day, I thought I was hallucinating and had Silverhand in my head. Yorinobu smiles helplessly, not asking any more. They start talking about the future of rock music, mocking that they can only see its decline. After their generation of rock maniacs retreated, no new blood continued the legacy. As they chat, a security guard in a suit enters the villa, bows beside Yorinobu, and reports. What is there to report? This huge villa is usually devoid of any soul, hurry up and let him in. He opens the door and sees a familiar figure standing by the gate, blocked by several black-suited bodyguards. Tang! Damn it, let him through, can't you see he's with Arasaka? With Carry's loud instructions, the bodyguards allow the figure to approach. Tang Yu greets Carry, who pushes him by the shoulders into the villa with a smug look, saying, come, I'll introduce you to someone you won't believe who it is. Tang Yu, having guessed already, asks, Yorinobu Arasaka. Carry's expression turns dull instantly, Tang, when will you stop being so smart, guessing everything right? See, I'm good to you, right? Yorinobu is now the head of the Arasaka Tower in Night City, connecting with him means a bright future for you. But just so you know, Yorinobu doesn't like discussing business in private, Arasaka Tower stuff isn't worth mentioning, first, impress him with your guitar skills, like that day when you shocked me. Remember, build a connection first, then talk business, the order matters. Faced with Carry's earnest guidance, Tang Yu can only helplessly follow. They head to the music corner. Tang Yu sees an old friend, Yorinobu Arasaka, and Yorinobu also reunites with Tang Yu, whom he had wanted to see. Last time at the Arasaka estate, Yorinobu only glimpsed briefly, not taking him seriously nor expecting Tang Yu to later cause him trouble. Compared to his domineering attitude at the estate, Yorinobu holding a guitar appears more carefree. Carrie, as the middleman, formally introduces both parties. Yorinobu Arasaka, hello. Tang Yu, hello. Carrie tries to lighten the mood, pushing Tang Yu to the sofa and personally selecting a guitar for him, the same one Tang Yu used that day. Let's play first, before we talk about anything else, alright? Tang Yu takes the guitar handed by Carrie, not opposing. Carrie also picks up his guitar, choosing a familiar tune that all three of them know, which has to be Samurai's music. With the pick in hand, he rapidly strums the strings, producing urgent electronic sounds. Carrie, we pay the price. As Carrie plays and sings, Yorinobu continues the electronic rhythm, completing the melody together. Tang Yu finds the beat and joins in the rock music. Their fingers move swiftly, immersed in the music, with intense electronic sounds echoing throughout the spacious villa. As the tune reaches its peak, the tempo quickens, and the three continuously switch chords, striving to match each other's fastest rhythm. It's like a kite string stretched to the limit. They must maintain the playing speed. Finally, Carrie was the first to give up, releasing the guitar strings and covering them with his hand, stopping all sound. He looked at the two still engrossed in their competition. Heads down, constantly switching chords and finger techniques, trying to surpass each other's limits. Such a thrilling challenge, Carrie hadn't experienced in a long time. The two moved their fingers quickly but without error. The electronic sound they produced still maintained its rhythm and melody. This ultimate test required the player not only to be familiar with the music but also to have solid finger technique. Carrie thought to himself that these guys must practice their finger techniques a lot in private. The notes continued for a while longer until the last chord was strummed. Tang Yu and Yorinobu almost stopped simultaneously, ending their performance. Leaving only the lingering sound. Yorinobu let out a long breath, he was so focused on playing that sweat had formed on his forehead. He wiped his face and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. It seems Carrie was right before. Your finger technique is indeed identical to his. He was amazed at Tang Yu's extraordinary finger technique. Among the younger generation, it was rare to find anyone who played rock music, let alone someone who played as brilliantly as Tang Yu. Tang Yu put away his guitar and smiled. These days, those who still like samurai band rock can be considered hardcore fans. It's normal to know a bit about playing. Carrie had already determined the winner of the competition. Although their completion levels were not much different. Tang Yu's technique was evidently superior. Not only did he reproduce Johnny Silverhand's style, but he also perfectly hit every beat and rhythm. Even Johnny Silverhand himself might not have been able to play so fast and accurately. After the tune concluded, the atmosphere between the three of them became much more relaxed. Carrie put the guitar back and invited the two upstairs for a drink. Following Carrie's invitation, Tang Yu and Yorinobu sat on the sofa in the second-floor lounge area. While Carrie was getting the drinks, Yorinobu turned to Tang Yu and asked. I heard from Carrie that you played a significant role in organizing the Company Plaza Samurai Band Nostalgia concert. He was full of praise for you, saying you helped him regain his rock inspiration and that he was planning to release a new album. Tang Yu was well aware of what Yorinobu was trying to probe, whether he was truly loyal to Arasaka and if there was still any room for cooperation between them. But some things couldn't be said directly. In the past, they might have collaborated smoothly. But with Saburo Arasaka around, any move could lead to disaster. Actually, it was just Carrie wanting to have some fun. After all, that terrorist had a significant impact on Carrie. I was also deeply influenced by him, both musically and in actions. Back then, one of the reasons Tang Yu was adamant about fighting Arasaka was due to his personal grudge with the company, and partly because of Johnny. Yorinobu fell silent, knowing the terrorist Tang Yu referred to was none other than Johnny Silverhand, who had nuked the Arasaka Tower. That is quite interesting. That terrorist had an enormous impact on me as well. It was after witnessing that nuclear explosion that he realized even something as powerful as a nuclear bomb couldn't shake Arasaka's dominance. In order to completely destroy Arasaka, one would need to disrupt it from both inside and outside, weakening its foundation. This was why he chose to return to the Arasaka family. Going against his will to take on the role of heir. For him, even if he one day truly ruled the Arasaka Corporation, his sole aim would be to destroy it. Tang Yu said calmly, but as it seems now, the path he chose was incorrect. Like a firework, it blossomed brilliantly for an instant, then vanished without a trace, leaving nothing behind. Yorinobu nodded in agreement. Maybe he needed a bomb more powerful than a nuclear one, don't you think? A bomb with greater power can overturn everything, but the risks and costs are equally high. More importantly, that bomb is now under close watch. Whether it's cutting the fuse or swapping it, in this day and age, there are experts who know 1,000 ways to disarm a bomb and even use its gunpowder to do more. The two fell silent, staring at each other. Yorinobu, as a high-level official in the Arasaka Corporation, had made his intentions clear. He wanted to use himself as a bomb even more powerful than a nuclear one, unleashing its fullest potential to destroy all the corporate giants. And Tang Yu's intentions were equally explicit. For the bomb to explode, a price had to be paid, and they had to be prepared for Saburo Arasaka's retaliation. It was evident that Yorinobu at this point did not have the capability to go head-to-head with Saburo Arasaka. Yorinobu smiled, his tone containing hidden anger. Bombs aren't ordinary things. Those who dare to disarm them should beware of the consequence of being blown to bits. Tang Yu never intended to stand on the opposite side of Yorinobu. He hoped Yorinobu could grow strong enough to topple his wicked father, Saburo Arasaka. But he believed Yorinobu. Despite his words about being willing to pay any price to dismantle the Arasaka Corporation, didn't have the ruthlessness to take action against his own blood. When they arrived at Arasaka Tower, Yorinobu couldn't bring himself to kill Michiko to seize power. In Kyoto, he couldn't kill Hanako Arasaka, the informant, and even gave her space and time to plot secretly. If Yorinobu had been ruthless enough back then to agree with Tang Yu and burn Hanako's brain instead of merely confining her, perhaps there could have been some hope. But Tang Yu understood well that even if Saburo Arasaka hadn't occupied Yorinobu's vessel, he would most likely have taken over Hanako's. Poor Yorinobu, to his dying breath, thought his beloved sister was on his side. Unaware that she had become an extension of Saburo Arasaka's will. Facing Yorinobu's growing anger, Tang Yu decided to stop, knowing further discussion would only provoke Yorinobu more. Yorinobu's enmity with his Iron Lotus brothers also had an immense impact on him. Tang Yu was now merely an employee of Arasaka Corporation, with limited influence, insufficient to persuade the obstinate Yorinobu. Seeing that Tang Yu had fallen silent, Yorinobu said sternly. Since that's the case, we'll naturally walk our own paths in the future. Not every bomb disposal ends successfully. At that moment, Carrie came up with 2 bottles of vintage champagne. Seeing the cold faces and the change in atmosphere, he asked curiously. What happened? Is it a work-related issue? Ah, forget about that, let's have a drink. Yorinobu decisively stood up and thanked Carrie. No need, I have some matters to attend to today. With that, Yorinobu glanced at Tang Yu, then turned and headed downstairs, ignoring Carrie's persuasion. What's with him? Throwing a tantrum all of a sudden, did he eat something bad? Tang Yu watched Yorinobu's departing figure and said calmly, it's nothing, even men have their days of emotional instability. Chapter 197. Arasaka Tower. Floor 33, Counterintelligence Department. The entire department was silent, with employees sitting at their desks, sneaking curious glances toward the front desk. A group of senior executives in high-end suits stood together, seemingly waiting for something. At the center was Conti, a board member of Arasaka Tower. Beside her stood Arthur Jenkins, the head of the Counterintelligence Department, and Susan Abernathy, a director-level executive. Additionally, key personnel from the Human Resources and Public Relations departments were present, chatting and laughing. The Counterintelligence Department employees were puzzled. They had no idea what was happening today, but seeing such a lavish assembly, they knew it couldn't be trivial. All eyes in the department were focused on the senior executives, and the employees chatted quietly among themselves. A short-haired girl pretended to type at her keyboard, her cybernetic eye lens rotating as she initiated a group chat. Did something big happen last night? Why are all the big shots here this morning, and why have all the mid-level managers gone into Tang's office? I didn't hear anything, just that there was a recent management change at Arasaka Tower, and the Crown Prince took over. Really? But a few days ago, the finance department said the person approving major funds hadn't changed. The Crown Prince just arrived in Night City and hasn't had his fun yet. He won't report to Arasaka Tower soon. The current one is already co-managing the board. How does that relate to this morning? The wavy-haired woman asked patiently. Have you seen Boss Tang today? No, everyone replied. Boss Tang has been in his office since he arrived this morning and hasn't appeared, don't you get it? Are you saying this is about Tang getting a promotion? The wavy-haired woman nodded. Most likely, Tang's reputation as a lone wolf doesn't go unnoticed. The Crown Prince must be making an early move to recruit him. Everyone agreed. They all knew Tang Yu's rapid rise. Climbing to his current position in just over 2 years was rare. Moving up again would definitely land him in a director-level position. But old Jenkins hasn't moved up. Where will Tang be promoted to? Asked a female colleague in a short skirt. Until the high-level personnel matter was settled, they couldn't give a definite answer. Wait and see, the wavy-haired woman shrugged. At the front desk, Susan Abernathy smiled, watching Jenkins bask in his success, chatting and praising Tang Yu. But internally, she felt a pang of dislike. As if it's your promotion. Your protégé has caught up to you, and you still have the nerve to laugh. Suppressing her true feelings, she smiled and said, "Mr. Jenkins, your luck is remarkable. Since coming to Night City's Arasaka Tower, everyone associated with you has advanced significantly." Jenkins' smile froze, recognizing the dig at his own stagnation. Years ago, he and Susan worked together at Arasaka's Kyoto headquarters and were both transferred to Night City as department heads. Now, 2 years later, Susan was a director, and his protégé, Tang Yu, was about to be promoted, while he remained stuck in place. Everyone nodded in agreement, cluelessly echoing Susan's praise of Jenkins' fortune. Susan pressed on, teasing the HR head, "Mr. Jenkins is such a talent, HR shouldn't overlook him, you should advocate for him to the higher-ups." The HR head, flattered, quickly agreed. Jenkins forced a smile. "Director Abernathy is right, at our level, we can't hoard our feathers, we must contribute and mentor new talent before they make mistakes." "Actually, Director Abernathy should thank Tang Yu," Jenkins continued. "During your vacation, Tang managed the Special Operations Department commendably." Susan caught the veiled insult, implying her promoted individuals had failed, leading to her forced break. As for Tang's supposed impeccable management, it was a farce he hadn't even reported to the department. She bit back her anger, ignoring Jenkins. Conti, who had been silent, was unfazed by their exchange. She was used to the rivalry between these two powerhouses at Arasaka Tower. This internal friction was a necessary aspect of balanced management in such a large organization. Arasaka Tower was divided into 3 factions, each crucial. The leadership in Kyoto controlled the situation by maintaining this balance, ensuring nothing escaped their notice. When the diplomatic faction grew too strong, the military one was strengthened to counter it. With Arasaka's resurgence, the diplomatic faction's dominance was temporary. From Conti's perspective, board member Michiko's current weakness was temporary. In the long run, investing in Michiko's future leadership was the most prudent choice. After a brief wait, a tall figure walked from the office area, catching the attention of the counterintelligence department employees. They halted their work, their curiosity turning to certainty. As the senior executives welcomed Tang Yu, it was clear, he was being promoted and would leave the counterintelligence department for another role. The staff, though surprised, accepted this inevitable advancement. Tang Yu's time in the department had been too brief for deep ties, leading to more regret than sentimentality. His absence had actually eased work pressure for many. With Tang's promotion, they worried about the next deputy, fearing someone like Kate, who might make things difficult. Seeing Tang collect his things and step out, Jenkins walked up to introduce him to everyone. "This is Director Conti, here on behalf of the board to send you to your new position." They shook hands briefly. Conti smiled, "Congratulations, we expect you to continue excelling in your new role. Director Michiko specifically mentioned she'll be watching your performance closely." In front of everyone, she bluntly expressed her intent, labeling Tang Yu as a pacifist. It sounded more like Michiko Arasaka arranged for Tang Yu's promotion before her transfer. Tang Yu simply smiled and said nothing. This promotion wasn't as glamorous for him as it seemed on the surface. He exchanged pleasantries with several other directors and senior managers he recognized. Except for a few more polite words with his former boss Arthur Jenkins, his demeanor was even-handed. Tang Yu had already handled his current tasks, assigning follow-ups to relevant mid-level managers. The group moved towards the public elevator, heading to another office floor. Kantai led the company's executives to the public relations department's front desk, where they stopped. After some polite remarks, they shook hands and bid farewell. Susan Abernathy glanced at the department sign and smiled meaningfully before leaving. The head of HR confirmed the onboarding procedures with the front desk. Once everything was in order, they all took their leave. Finally, Arthur Jenkins, the last to leave, sighed with a tinge of emotion. "I didn't expect us to be equals so soon. I knew you were something special. You'll definitely have a place in Arasaka Tower." Tang Yu appeared calm. As a rising lone wolf, his departure from the counterintelligence department was good news for Jenkins. Arthur Jenkins showed no signs of quick promotion, while Tang Yu's rise was lightning fast. A subordinate outshining the boss is a workplace taboo. Luckily, Tang Yu had never shown any interest in power struggles or engaged in underhanded tactics, which gave Jenkins some peace of mind. The remaining unease within Jenkins faded as Tang Yu's promotion to public relations was solidified. Tang Yu knew that his chances to interact with Jenkins would reduce, so he exchanged a few encouraging words. Since everyone congratulated him on his promotion, he accepted it as such. After seeing Jenkins off, Tang Yu entered the public relations department. The office layout was similar to the counterintelligence department but occupied less floor space, shared with 2 other departments. Led respectfully by the receptionist, Tang Yu walked into his newly arranged office, equipped with an identity recognition system. In his new office, Tang Yu felt little excitement, as it was much like his previous one in counterintelligence. Arasaka had strict regulations on office size and decoration for managers, leaving little room for personalization. His office occupied a third of the public relations department space, a privilege of his status, unlike the cramped cubicles of lower-tier employees. His personal items, including a long sword gifted by the Tiger Claws gang, were moved into his office. Tang Yu sat in his new chair and pulled up his personal appointment information. Tang Yu. Date and time, 2077. Employee ID, NC77. Employee level, M10. Department position, Head of Public Relations. Notification, your new position has been generated and recorded in the Arasaka company employment system. Looking at his new position, Tang Yu couldn't help but feel a bit resigned, impressed by Arasaka's swift execution. This move wasn't likely orchestrated by Michiko Arasaka. Choosing a pawn involves more than just the person, it requires careful placement. Though he was just a deputy director before, his dual roles granted significant influence. Without these responsibilities, doing significant tasks for Michiko or Saburo Arasaka would be more challenging. The public relations department lacks field units, focusing more on soft tasks, contrary to Tang Yu's lone wolf style of handling matters quickly and effectively. After a fallout at the Kerry mansion, Yorinabud plans to gradually weaken Tang Yu's power through this promotion. On the surface, Tang Yu's promotion seemed genuine, recognizing his performance and rewarding his work for Saburo. Externally, the perception of Tang Yu's elevation grew stronger, marking him as a favorite of the Arasaka family. He first won Michiko Arasaka's favor, securing dual deputy director roles, then gained Saburo Arasaka's trust, climbing further up the corporate ladder. Now, even when Yorinobu arrived in Night City, he sought to recruit this lone wolf. Tang Yu was pushed into the limelight, becoming a hot topic within Arasaka Tower overnight. He understood Yorinobu's intentions clearly. Disempowering him through a visible promotion was more effective than assassination attempts. Tang Yu paid little attention to these maneuvers. Switching departments didn't concern him much, it was just a different place to do the same work. He had many cards to play, with high-level access in Saburo Arasaka's office and resources like Gloria's intelligence network, Maine's mercenary team, and capable aides like V and Jackie. His real worry was David, left in the Special Operations Unit. Although he handed over his duties from counterintelligence and special operations, his concern remained. Tensions between Arasaka and Militech were high. In response to recent Militech attacks, Arasaka planned a secret counter-raid on Militech's convoys, led by the Special Operations Unit, aiming to deal significant blows without exposure. Susan Abernathy mobilized the Special Operations Unit for this mission, drafting many into the operation, including David Martinez. Tang Yu believed the mission's danger for David was high, whether intentionally or not. A rookie without proper training participating in a formal military conflict had a high risk of death. Having details of the mission, Tang Yu knew multiple Arasaka-led teams would launch the raid, covering their involvement with gangs and mercenaries arranged through city middlemen. The mission's complexity indicated that Tang Yu, as head of public relations, would face Militech's wrath directly when negotiations inevitably came. Maintaining Arasaka's interests while keeping the peace was crucial. Failure would lead to severe repercussions. Any slip could shatter his reputation, and losing the Arasaka family's favor would invite more malice within Arasaka Tower. Tang Yu contacted Gloria for a thorough discussion, planning to enlist Main and his team to ensure everything was covered. Chapter 198. Suburban Transport Route. The blackened earth from the fierce explosion was still emitting white smoke, indicating a recent intense firefight. Several transport and armored vehicles lay toppled on their sides along the road, doors and undersides riddled with bullet holes and lodged shrapnel. The paint on the overturned vehicles bore the Militech insignia, showing the convoy's origin. At this moment, Rebecca, holding a sniper rifle, stood with a person lying unconscious at her feet, seemingly sedated. Chewing bubble gum, she nudged the unconscious individual with her foot and casually inspected him, muttering, "He's out cold." Her cybernetic eye zoomed in as she reported to Main. Target confirmed safe, he's out from a tranquilizer dart. On the other side, Kiwi added, electronic devices on site are temporarily jammed. Militech reinforcements are expected in 3 minutes, finish up quickly. Main commanded, stick to the plan and wrap it up. Rebecca, fall back to the team. Pilar, prepare to blow the scene. Dorio, get the target in the car along with the goods from the convoy. Dorio focused intensely, using a high-heat welding gun to burn a massive hole in the convoy's cargo door. Got it, wrapping up here. Following Main's directions, the team hastened their movements, racing against time to complete their mission. They had been hired by Gloria to protect the target during a planned assault against Militech. David Martinez. After Main received the job details, his team had set up an ambush on the suburb transport route. He knew that David was not only Gloria's son but also a member of Arasaka's Special Operations Division. A year ago, Gloria worked at a public medical center, selling second-hand cybernetics to support David at Arasaka Academy. Now, Gloria owned the Lizzie's Bar, and David had graduated from Arasaka Academy and landed a job with the Companion Extraordinary Change for a Night City family. This was David's first armed field mission for the company, and Gloria's concern was justified. The Militech convoy was heavily armed and fought fiercely, leaving both sides with heavy casualties. When the assault started, the headstrong David had recklessly charged ahead. Maine watched with concern, knowing that a rookie rushing into the front lines was almost certainly a recipe for disaster. Thankfully, Rebecca's sniping was precise. She shot David with a tranquilizer, knocking him out at the edge of the battlefield and keeping him out of harm's way. Seeing David's brash courage, Rebecca couldn't help but respect his guts, even if she found no other appropriate words to describe it. Once the fight ended, they began their real mission, clearing out the remnants, jamming signals, and setting up a fake scene. Before long, Maine's team had wrapped up as planned. Dorio shoved David into a small car, along with a locked crate stolen from the convoy. The vehicle's autodrive system activated and sped toward an Arasaka base. Pilar planted a series of bombs at the site, ready to destroy any evidence once they left. Falco drove a mid-sized van, picking up all team members and racing away from the scene. Kiwi in the back seat closed her laptop, saying in a low voice, "Someone's approaching the site." Pilar, unconcerned, quipped, "Relax, just push the button and there'll be vapor." Maine confidently pressed the detonator. An explosion erupted in the distance, a bright flash followed by a rising black mushroom cloud. The roaring sound lingered. The mission concluded successfully, the team exchanged smiles and thumbs-ups inside the van. Arasaka Tower. Susan Abernathy sat in her office, waiting for updates from the field. Her plan aimed to launch swift assaults on multiple Militech bases and convoys within a day. Causing chaos and securing an experimental piece of equipment Militech was transporting out of Night City. This task was added to the mission, with Arasaka's RD department eyeing the equipment. Watching the holographic feeds, Susan saw Arasaka's attack teams launching aggressive strikes. These groups mostly comprised gang members and mercenaries, with only a few Special Operations Division members. Among those attacking the Militech convoy were primarily Special Ops forces. Latest reports indicated that the Arasaka Special Task Force was entirely wiped out, and Militech reinforcements had arrived at the scene. Susan was unfazed by the failure. Field operations often went awry. The upper management had approved this assault, so any blame would only label her as having made a tactical error. The operations were winding down as planned, with mixed reports of success and failure, costing many lives. The forces involved were not as elite as the ones used in attacking Arasaka bases, leading to significant disparities in combat effectiveness. Suddenly, Susan received a call from Tanaka. She anticipated questions about the mission and the status of the device Militech intended to transport. Connecting the call, they exchanged formalities before diving into the matter. "Did you secure the device?" Tanaka's voice was as cold as usual. Susan replied candidly, "Likely not, our forces were wiped out, and we have no return information." Wasn't the company's special task force assigned to attack the convoy? And they still failed to retrieve the device? Susan confirmed regretfully that 2 task forces had been sacrificed. The opposition was heavily armed. Militech prioritized reinforcing the convoy under attack, making the device retrieval unlikely. Tanaka, wearing long-rimmed glasses, frowned slightly, dissatisfied with the result. "How do you plan to handle this?" Despite the mishap, Susan seemed unconcerned about potential repercussions from upper management. She chuckled, "Do you know who approved this operation?" Tanaka replied, "Yorinobu Arasaka, but that's not an excuse." "Supervisor Tanaka, you're only seeing one layer of it. Whether this operation succeeds or fails doesn't really matter to us because our true target is a Militech." Susan Abernathy knew that Tanaka belonged to Saburo Arasaka's faction, but they shared a common enemy. Tanaka remained silent, waiting for her to elaborate. Susan Abernathy continued, "Think carefully about the conflicting relationships between members of the Arasaka family and the situation we'll face once the operation fails. Is it going to be an all-out war with Militech, or will we resort to negotiations?" Her words were sharp and to the point. Tanaka quickly grasped the deeper meaning. The 2 companies were bound to negotiate, and the matter would naturally fall to the Public Relations Department. The newly promoted head of this department was Tang Yu. Tanaka knew Tang Yu was doing private errands for Saburo Arasaka, but that didn't mean they were in the same camp. In his view, Tang Yu was more like an expendable pawn in Saburo's hand, to be discarded once his value was exhausted. He solemnly asked, "Is he worth targeting like this?" No, it's not that I'm targeting him, but he's obstructing some big players, and I happen to be able to do something about it. Susan Abernathy explained. Though she hailed from the Kyoto Arasaka Tower, in terms of workplace philosophy, she didn't belong to any particular faction. If she had to belong to any faction, it would be the power faction. Regardless of which faction she stood with. As long as she could climb higher and stand steadier, it didn't matter. The key was to seize opportunities to further her own interests. Firmly adhering to one faction meant that if the tree fell, she would face ruin. The RD department didn't have its own special ops team, and even though Tanaka wanted to get that equipment, he couldn't strong-arm Susan Abernathy into doing it. Tanaka had little interest in the growing factional conflicts within the company. His focus was on RD work, which was his lifeline. The call ended. Susan Abernathy leaned back in her office chair, feeling inexplicably pleased. She called her personal secretary in and instructed them to start preparing materials. Once the operation was over, she would report to the board members. The attack couldn't be hidden from Militech, so the two companies negotiating was inevitable. This time, she was keen to see how Tang Yu would perform. Militech wasn't a pushover. If negotiations broke down, Tang Yu would face pressure not only from outside but also from within the company. She had witnessed how Tang Yu climbed step by step to a high position by aligning with Michiko Arasaka. Now, with a new king at Arasaka Tower, the perks brought by the Dove label would now turn into a disaster. Thinking of this, Susan Abernathy even felt a bit of anticipation. Lizzie's bar. Gloria let out a deep breath. After receiving a message from Maine confirming David's safety, she could finally relax. She had learned from Tang Yu that David, who had just joined the company, was about to participate in an external mission. The thought of the fierce firefight made Gloria extremely anxious. Fortunately, with Tang Yu's advice and intel, she had arranged for Maine's team to keep an eye on David to prevent any mishaps. Gloria hadn't expected David to be assigned to the Special Ops division. But since Tang Yu was the deputy head of Special Ops, all of David's actions were under his control. Without essential intel, even if she wanted to help David, she wouldn't have had the chance. David was unlikely to disclose any company plans to her due to his personality. When David was interning in the counter-intel division, he rarely discussed company affairs with her. She realized that David's transfer to Special Ops meant he would often be involved in similar operations, and hiring mercenaries for protection each time was impractical. The survival environment at Arasaka was far harsher than she originally imagined. The idea of climbing the corporate ladder by sitting at a desk and typing on a computer was laughably naive and unrealizable. Perhaps people like Tang Yu, who continuously climbed higher, faced constant life-or-death situations. If Tang Yu didn't co-manage Special Ops and if she hadn't taken over operations at Lizzie's bar, able to reach out to a competent team like Maine's, David might not have survived his first day at the company. Gloria now had a clearer understanding of the brutal corporate environment, but she also knew that opportunities often came with risks. Climbing to the upper echelons of the company was better than futilely struggling in the depths of Night City. She believed that as long as David kept striving upwards, reaching the top of Arasaka Tower would offer more solutions to their difficulties. She sat alone in a private room, contemplating her next steps. Maine's operation had gone smoothly, and payment had been settled as agreed. David had safely reached the Arasaka base. To avoid arousing David's suspicion, she resisted the urge to call him and planned to send a message later to check on him. Lastly, she wondered whether to report this to Tang Yu. But given Tang Yu's company position, he would undoubtedly know all about the operation's outcome. Instead of a brief phone call, Gloria preferred to express her gratitude in person. Her and David's future depended largely on Tang Yu, making her feel conflicted when facing him. Despite their relationship, she couldn't be sure of her place in Tang Yu's life. Gloria had always kept herself in a humble position, trying not to impact Tang Yu's work and life. She touched her belly and glanced at the pregnancy test strip beside her. For Gloria, everything seemed to be happening too quickly, catching her off guard yet leaving her willing. Just as she hesitated, Sasha walked in. The door opened, and Sasha came in and sat beside Gloria, sharing interesting stories from Lizzie's bar. But as she spoke, Sasha seemed to get bored and lose interest. Gloria smiled and listened, offering gentle comfort. Sasha apologized, saying, "I'm not just making a fuss, it's just that Lizzie's bar is nice, but as for Mr. Tang." Realizing Sasha was Tang Yu's company assistant, Gloria seriously asked her about company matters related to Tang Yu. "Mr. Tang is amazing. Recently, he got a major promotion." Gloria was both surprised and delighted, asking what happened. Sasha explained, "Mr. Tang has been promoted to head of the public relations department, he's no longer deputy head of counterintel and special ops." Gloria's eyes widened in shock, realizing events were already deviating far from her expectations. Chapter 199. Arasaka Tower. Public Relations Department. Tang Yu stood in the director's office, bringing up the panoramic electronic mirror behind him, waiting for the video signal to connect to the boardroom. He sat at his dedicated desk, opened the holographic projection of the office system, and watched Militech's public statement. On the TV screen, Militech's public diplomacy director, Meredith Stout, appeared solemn and formal, her business suit paired with a fitted uniform skirt, exuding a mature and capable aura. Facing numerous media cameras, her eyes were fearless as she loudly criticized Arasaka Corporation's recent provocative actions. Meredith firmly emphasized, Militech will not tolerate any form of infringement and will spare no expense to get the justice and compensation we deserve. A journalist promptly asked if Militech would similarly respond with military force. Meredith answered decisively, we will never abandon the use of force. If negotiations do not meet expectations, we will face the consequences. Recently, Arasaka had launched an armed counterattack against Militech, but the operation did not go smoothly and had been traced back by the latter. Militech, known for its unyielding stance and unconventional methods, went public with the matter, accusing Arasaka of orchestrating attacks and demanding a direct response and compensation. The incident quickly became explosive news, spreading across Night City and reaching global attention. Numerous think tanks and authoritative media predicted that this attack would become a catalyst for a new round of corporate wars. Militech's public statement was uncompromising, with no prior private negotiations, catching Arasaka off guard. They held solid evidence to point out Arasaka's indirect or direct involvement in multiple attacks. Meanwhile, the city government held a press conference, where acting Mayor Holt personally called for peaceful dialogue between the two companies to avoid escalating into a larger armed conflict. How these two companies handled the attack would affect not only Night City but also the world, drawing intense scrutiny. In response, Arasaka urgently convened an emergency board meeting to discuss the aftermath of the attacks. Alongside the board members, key department heads participated remotely. Tang Yu watched various news reports repeatedly emphasizing Militech's stance, dramatizing the severity of the situation to gather more viewership and traffic. Since his promotion, he suspected that following the attack, someone would shift the focus to him. He didn't expect the fire to burn this fiercely. Even before Arasaka's board meeting began, Tang Yu anticipated the outcome. Arasaka would publicly declare their willingness to negotiate, but under their terms and conditions Militech would struggle to accept. Then, they would seek a negotiation representative, conveniently pushing Tang Yu into facing Militech head-on. Tang Yu found himself oscillating between the two corporate giants, a single mistake potentially leading to ruin and disgrace. Even if he successfully handled the negotiations, there would be no benefits. Cleaning up the mess for the Special Operations Department was a thankless task. Thinking of this, Tang Yu found it somewhat amusing. Everyone assumed that his position was of utmost importance to him, not realizing he didn't care. The authority and scope of the Public Relations Department's affairs were much smaller than those of the Counterintelligence Department. This meant that whether Tang Yu performed well or poorly, it wouldn't make much difference. The true core factor in determining corporate diplomatic relations had always been the company's own strength. Even if he botched the negotiations and faced demotion and salary cuts, it wouldn't endanger his life as it might in the Counterintelligence Department. Moreover, the two giant corporations couldn't really engage in full-scale war. Arasaka had Saburo's presence, and Militech had Meredith's balanced judgment. Tang Yu just had to make an appearance. The pride of Arasaka or Militech held no significance to him. Soon, Tang Yu's office video signal remotely connected to the boardroom. Holding a cup of tea, he slowly turned in his office chair, calmly watching the board members' performances. The board had already undergone a round of discussion before the various departments' video signals connected to the meeting. Now, the board members' faces were varied and silent, creating a tense atmosphere. What caught Tang Yu's attention was Michiko Arasaka's behavior. Unlike before, she wasn't standing at the head of the table but quietly seated in her spot. Michiko sat with her hands folded in front of her, eyes slightly closed, showing disinterest in the board's discussions. Seeing her nonchalant attitude, Tang Yu couldn't help but smile, speculating it was related to Yorinobu Arasaka. He knew Michiko was deliberately feigning this attitude to avoid being used as a pawn again. The board members knew she was a staunch dove, always advocating for peaceful competition with opposing companies. In times of conflict, she would be the first to propose negotiations. At such times, the board members could oppose her stance, loudly calling for Militech to pay a price, and ultimately, the pressure for negotiations would fall on Michiko. Michiko would then bear the main responsibility for the negotiations. If successful, she could avoid disaster. If they failed, she would face ridicule and greater pressure. Anyone with clear eyes knew that negotiations were inevitable, but who would be responsible for them became the key issue of this board meeting. Tang Yu scanned the board members, all remaining silent, not wanting to be the one to stand out. Clearly, Michiko's uncharacteristic behavior had disrupted the members' plans, each trying to avoid drawing the fire to themselves. With the attack becoming a sensational news across the city and showing signs of further escalation, self-preservation seemed the best option. As the key department heads connected to the meeting, the board's stalemate seemed to take a new turn. Board member Takahashi, representing the Hawks, glanced at Michiko and saw her resting with closed eyes, then spoke coldly. This attack resulted in significant mistakes. Militech is out there denouncing us. Should Arasaka just stay silent? Board member Yamamoto, part of the Hawks, also aimed to put the pressure on Michiko, adding, Director Conti, what are your thoughts? My thoughts? You were the ones who unanimously proposed and supported this attack in the first place. Now that it went wrong, how come you have no opinions? Whoever was in charge of this attack should handle it. If they can't, sitting in that position is no different from being useless. Susan Abernathy. Her previously calm expression turned unpleasant. The boardroom atmosphere didn't match her expectations. No one seemed willing to take responsibility for the attack's mishaps. Director Yamamoto, with an indifferent expression, said, if things aren't done well, there must be consequences, but now the fire is already at our doorstep, and we still haven't reached a decision. Isn't that inappropriate? Director Michiko, what do you think? Yamamoto's eyes darkened as he looked at Michiko. Michiko's eyes were half closed as she softly replied, let's first severely punish the department heads involved in this operation, then discuss how to respond to Militech. Susan Abernathy looked even more distressed, never expecting the fire to spread to her. All her previous plans were completely disrupted. She waited anxiously, hoping a director would defend her. Another director added, despite some flaws in this operation, there were certain achievements. The RD department acquired the experimental equipment they needed, and Lord Saburo approved and acknowledged the results. Susan Abernathy felt a wave of relief, as if clutching a lifeline. If no one spoke for her at the board meeting, having already been heavily punished before, this time she would face an even harsher penalty. She quickly recalled the events of that day. An Arasaka outpost suddenly reported that a special agent involved in the transport convoy attack had returned, bringing with him a box. Upon opening it, they found the experimental equipment the RD department needed. Susan Abernathy had the equipment sent to the RD department, only briefly inquiring about the situation, without delving too deeply. To her, the success or failure of the mission wasn't that important. This equipment was merely a favor for Tanaka, something expendable. But today, it became her achievement. She remembered the special agent. His name was likely David Martinez. While the board discussed, she pulled up David's resume. A new employee initially rated at G2 level, graduated from Arasaka Academy with an internship rating of A in the counterintelligence department. Susan Abernathy was somewhat surprised, not expecting the special agent who brought her this achievement to come from counterintelligence. She immediately thought of Tang Yu, sensing there might be a deeper intrigue worth investigating. For now, she suppressed the conflict and continued to watch the board's proceedings closely. After all, David was in the Special Operations Department, effectively within her grasp. The senior board continued discussing, but since Michiko remained unresponsive, they iterated the same suggestions. The hawkish Yamamoto became impatient, unable to implicate Michiko Arasaka. He decided to follow the predetermined plan. Unable to kill two birds with one stone, he'd at least strike one. He added, since we can't come to a clear decision, let's hold off on assigning blame. This operation was approved by the board. Although the Special Operations Department had some issues executing it, it's understandable given the complex nature of the participating teams. I suggest addressing the Militech problem first. My proposal is to initiate negotiations to maintain Arasaka's honor and interests. Fellow board members, you may express your opinions. Yamamoto looked around. Each board member nodded in agreement with this approach. His gaze finally fell on Michiko, and he asked sternly, Director Michiko, what's your take? Michiko, still with closed eyes, calmly said, I have no objections to your proposal. Yamamoto smirked inwardly and continued suggesting that the Public Relations Department head should lead the negotiations, with an elite team from various departments forming a legal and business negotiation team to engage with Militech. He didn't mention Tang Yu by name but waited for the directors to express their support. Upon confirming no opposition, he had the meeting secretary connect the department heads remotely for a two-way discussion. The first to appear in the boardroom's projection was Tang Yu from the Public Relations Department. Seeing Tang Yu, Yamamoto praised, Minister Tang, truly promising young talent, only you can undertake this heavy responsibility. Director Takahashi added, agreed, appointing Minister Tang as the company representative assures results for Arasaka's honor and interests. The higher Tang Yu was praised, the harder he could be blamed if negotiations failed. The board members, with their aloof and arrogant demeanor, were eager to settle the matter. As long as their interests weren't threatened, whether it was Tang Yu or Susan Abernathy taking the fall, it didn't matter. Tang Yu ignored the others and stated, "The Public Relations Department understands the board's arrangement. If there are no other matters, we can proceed with the next steps." Yamamoto understood why Tang Yu was seen as a lone wolf, unafraid to speak his mind. He instructed the meeting secretary to generate the tasks immediately and had the board members sign off. Yamamoto, through his cybernetic eyes, was the first to sign. The other board members followed. Michiko opened her eyes, glanced at Tang Yu's projection, said nothing, and left with her personal guards. She neither approved nor opposed. As a supervisory director without veto power and with Yorinobu not coming to the Arasaka Tower, she had to handle company affairs in his stead. With most of the board approving, the task was officially assigned, unified by the administrative department and forwarded to the public relations department. The meeting ended, and Tang Yu and the other department heads disconnected. Sitting in his office, Tang Yu saw the task details in the system. He was to lead the negotiation team to handle the conflict with Militech. Moving forward, Tang Yu had to consider whether to publicly address Militech and plan the negotiation time and place. Given the situation, Militech's representative was likely Susan Abernathy. However, Tang Yu had no intention of directly contacting Abernathy. A mediator would be ideal for subterfuge. He thought of City Councilman Jefferson. After Lucius Rhine's death, his chances of becoming the new mayor had increased. Due to the failed Matrix space project, Night City citizens' doubts about Jefferson's competence had risen. Securing his campaign and implementing his policies remained challenging. Additionally, Jefferson was unwilling to be controlled by corporations, and apart from Night Corp, no company supported him as a puppet mayor. For Tang Yu, an additional force against corporations was an extra card in hand. He decided to gift this negotiation surprise to Jefferson as a gesture of goodwill for their initial meeting. Chapter 200. In the Valley District, Peace Park. A business skyscraper towered over the bustling street, its silver-gray glass facade reflecting a golden shimmer, shining brightly. In front of the large revolving glass entrance, two red security lights lit up, separating the crowd on both sides, leaving a clear carpeted path in the center. Dozens of security personnel in suits were busy maintaining order, exchanging information to prevent any unexpected situations. Multiple renowned media reporters, wearing electronic ID badges and holding miniature microphones, stood at the entrance, warming up for the pre-event broadcast. Good evening, viewers, this is Channel 54, I am at the Highland Business Tower. Today, spearheaded by the City Council, Militech and Arasaka Corporation will conduct the first round of bilateral talks here, discussing the specifics of handling the attack incident. This round of talks will not only determine the future relationship between the two companies but will also have a profound impact on global affairs. Currently, Arasaka Corporation has not made any public apologies, and some citizens are pessimistic about the outcomes of these talks. Militech's spokesperson, Meredith, stated that Militech is committed to stabilizing both Night City and the global situation and does not wish to escalate the conflict. However, their firm stance and positions remain unchanged. Arasaka Corporation should be held accountable for their actions instead of evading responsibility. A female reporter in a blue uniform skirt continued her commentary. Her electronic ID badge indicated she was from the World News Corporation. The ongoing conflict between Arasaka Corporation and Militech has already caused global stock market turbulence and economic contraction. According to our intelligence sources, the losses caused by the attack incident to both parties are within controllable limits. Militech's repeated public statements aim to escalate the situation to gain more benefits in their struggle with Arasaka. An insider from Arasaka revealed that the conflicts between their small forces in the outskirts are not uncommon, and labeling this as an attack is extremely irresponsible. Arasaka still seeks a more prudent negotiation approach. Reporters on site continue to express their views and opinions on the bilateral talks between the two companies. Soon after, a black business convoy approached Highland Tower, catching the attention of the numerous cameras. Jefferson Peralez, dressed in a silver suit, stepped out of the car with his bodyguards immediately surrounding him. Mrs. Peralez followed, walking gracefully to her husband's side and gently linking arms with him. She faced the cameras confidently, exuding charm and authority. The presence of the city council delegation caused an immediate sensation. Flashbulbs went off as reporters crowded around, stretching out microphones in hopes of an interview. Councilman Jefferson, what are your views on the upcoming bilateral talks? Will the conflict between these two giants escalate? It's rumored that you were invited by Arasaka to host these talks. Will you be biased towards Arasaka during the negotiations? Is Night City prepared for large-scale conflict? Could a hot war between these companies escalate into the fifth corporate war? Facing the barrage of questions, the Peralez couple did not hurry to leave. They listened intently, showing earnestness and grace. Mrs. Peralez smiled slightly, maintaining her poised demeanor. Jefferson, mustering a faint smile, patiently responded. I am hosting these talks on behalf of the City Council at the invitation of both companies. However, during the actual negotiations, I will uphold principles of fairness and reason, striving for the successful conclusion of bilateral peace talks. I must stress that we need a prosperous Night City, not a ruin. Thank you. After finishing his statement, Jefferson led Mrs. Peralez towards the hotel's entrance under the protection of their bodyguards, leaving the scene. Jefferson arrived slightly ahead at the meeting center, waiting in the lounge. Despite having a moment to relax, his mind was occupied with the upcoming meeting's process and outcome. His role as the city council mediator for the bilateral talks was primarily due to Arasaka's invitation. Surprisingly, Militech also agreed to this arrangement. Acting Mayor Holt, who had been actively trying to secure this role, seemed particularly keen on this opportunity, considering the critical election period. Every candidate needed a major event to rally public support and votes. Mediating talks between these corporate giants was the perfect opportunity. If successful, preventing conflict in Night City would provide substantial achievements during the election campaign. Former Mayor Lucius Rhine had used this strategy to maintain both city peace and his mayoral position. The media extensively covered the situation, often exaggerating the severity to attract attention, nearly suggesting that a global conflict might spark tomorrow, initiating the Fifth Corporate War. Standing before Jefferson, Mrs. Peralez carefully adjusted his collar, expressing her concern. The meeting is about to start, be cautious, the two giants do not have enough reasons to escalate into a larger conflict, you don't have to be their buffer, lest it affects the election. To her, the decision to hold bilateral talks indicated that the fundamental conflicts between the two companies hadn't reached a war-threatening level. Thus, negotiations were bound to succeed, though the manner and outcome varied. If the talks ended unsatisfactorily for either side, they might blame Jefferson, claiming his bias. Although Jefferson wasn't dependent on the two companies, unfounded animosity could adversely affect his election campaign. Jefferson tenderly touched his wife's face, reassuring, "Don't worry, I'm aware of these things, they have no hold on me and can't disrupt my foundation. What puzzles me is why Tang Yu would invite me to host these talks. Last time at the estate banquet, he seemed close to Lucius Rhine. Arasaka had a deep connection with the former mayor. The sudden involvement of me is quite perplexing." Releasing his touch, Jefferson adjusted his collar in front of the electronic mirror, contemplating. Neither company has mobilized large-scale armed forces, never intending to truly escalate the conflict. With this fanfare, I suspect the talks have an ulterior motive. Anyone would achieve the same results hosting these talks. If it were Deputy Mayor Holt here, the title of Protector of Night City's Peace would naturally fall to him. It's a probing gift, no need to be overly anxious, I won't be swayed by the companies, I have my own stance. Peralez looked composed, her hands folded in front of her stomach. Good to have a stance. By the way, how do you plan to handle the other matter? If you intend to continue the investigation, I can arrange for mercenaries, though it's unlikely to yield results, too many people wanted him dead. Investigate the reasons behind the former mayor's sudden death. I initially suspected Holt. But he lacks the capability to control the situation and the courage to eliminate his predecessor. There are other forces at play, so we must continue to investigate. Mrs. Peralez gently reminded, the company delegation seemed to have arrived. At Highland Tower's entrance, two business convoys approached from opposite sides, converging in front of the path. Arasaka's convoy arrived from the left, Militech's from the right. The leading luxury business cars stopped side by side, presenting a standoff. With the arrival of the delegations, the scene became even more dramatic. Countless cameras zoomed in, flashbulbs popping incessantly. Next, the company bodyguards stepped forward, slowly opening the backseat doors and escorting the principal figures out. Meredith, donned in a light gray uniform dress that tightly hugged her curves, stepped out. Her gloved hands crossed in front, she faced the throng of reporters with composure. The noisy scene was barely contained by security personnel forming a human barricade, striving to hold back the eager reporters and onlookers. Ignoring the barrage of questions, Meredith glanced over to the other side. Following her gaze, a young man in a well-fitted suit stepped out, buttoning his jacket. Tang Yu, indifferent to the microphones and cameras before him, also ignored the reporters' questions and looked across. Their eyes met, and both shared a meaningful smile. Tang Yu walked to the front of the car and, with a gentlemanly gesture, motioned for Meredith to go first. This moment was quickly captured by the media, turned into headlines with accompanying images and videos. Arasaka's negotiating representative signals willingness for peace talks. Bilateral talks, is Militech already holding the winning hand? Meredith glanced at Tang Yu, said nothing, and confidently walked towards Highland Tower. Tang Yu watched Meredith's graceful steps disappear into the building, thinking that power truly makes one youthful. With her recent promotion to director, Meredith had firmly entered the power circle's center, evidently enjoying her current success. Her confidence and presence in front of the cameras were palpable. Especially in the recent conflict with Arasaka, the media painted her as Militech's staunch representative. Her firm attitude left many with the impression of her as a single, powerful corporate woman. Given her successful rise and apparent delight, Tang Yu didn't mind introducing a little storm into her day. Peaceful resolution was inevitable, even if Arasaka's top negotiator himself couldn't push for war. Saburo Arasaka, observing from Kyoto, wouldn't allow his son Yorinobu to act recklessly. The key point of the negotiations is who bears the greater loss. Neither of the two corporate giants truly care about the amount of compensation, it's all about the company's reputation and face. For departments engaged in public relations, the company's reputation is the most important thing. Tang Yu and Michiko Arasaka had just been promoted to this position, both needing a successful diplomatic battle to prove their capabilities. However, for Tang Yu, these achievements were not so significant. But for Michiko Arasaka, these accomplishments were the most crucial proof of her ability. Tang Yu didn't mind giving Michiko some face considering the increasingly troublesome internal conflicts within Arasaka. He needed to arrange several backup plans. As long as Michiko couldn't remove Tang Yu, even if he were to lose power in the future, she would be forced to cooperate with him. Tang Yu collected his thoughts and walked calmly towards the hotel. In front of the projection TV. David was lying on the hospital bed, eyes filled with astonishment. The last time he participated in an assault mission, he mysteriously passed out on the front line. When he woke up, he found himself in a public medical center. According to the intelligence feedback from the department's front desk, he had made a contribution during the assault mission by successfully obtaining the target equipment, and he was approved to take leave to recuperate. David felt that apart from dizziness and some minor injuries, he hadn't suffered any serious harm. He originally wanted to be discharged, but Gloria stopped him. Now. He saw on the TV news that the two corporate giants were negotiating about the assault, and he immediately realized that the mission had been exposed. During that operation, except for him, all the field team members had died on the battlefield. David was bewildered. He never expected that his colleagues, whose names he hadn't even memorized, would all die in one operation. How exactly did he survive? And how did he make a contribution? David had no clue. He seriously doubted that something had gone wrong somewhere, and surviving was not a matter of luck. David turned his head to look at Gloria, who was peeling fruit, and wondered if she had something to do with it. He increasingly couldn't understand his mother, who seemed to be constantly involved in mysterious dealings, always bringing him unexpected news out of the blue. When did all this start? David pondered, trying to figure out the origin. It seemed to have started after that car accident. Gloria became secretive. Before, he never asked much about his mother's affairs back then, he just saw a tired Gloria coming home every day. Later, Gloria seemed to embark on a new life, gaining wealth, managing Lizzie's bar, and standing in a position she couldn't have dreamt of before. What's the matter, David? Feeling better? She had specially taken the time to keep David company today. Recently, David had been staying outside and almost got into an accident during the mission, which made her feel guilty. David just shook his head and said helplessly, "I'm fine." After a while, he continued, "Mom, are you hiding something from me?" Thump. Gloria's heart skipped a beat. Faced with her son's earnest questioning gaze, she realized that some things might have shown traces, letting David suspect something. If David really found out about her relationship with Tang Yu, she didn't know how to face herself or the two people she valued most. She caught a glimpse of Tang Yu on the TV, meeting with Militech executives. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. Gloria quickly turned off the TV, desperately trying to calm her racing heart to avoid raising David's suspicions. David glanced at the turned-off TV, then at Gloria, feeling a bit puzzled. Seeing David's questioning eyes, Gloria explained, "I was worried the TV would be too noisy and disturb your rest." David, but just now on TV, it seemed like Mr. Tang was representing Arasaka in a meeting. "That's enough, Mr. Tang will be fine," Gloria urgently interrupted David, changing the subject. "What I mean is, Mr. Tang's participation in the negotiations has nothing to do with your mission. You don't need to worry too much." David was a bit confused. He just thought Tang Yu's sudden promotion to the public relations department was a good thing, not understanding why Gloria was so nervous. But it might also be that Gloria had secretly requested something from Tang Yu, which is why she seemed nervous when talking about him. "Mr. Tang can definitely handle this, Mom, you don't need to be so anxious." Not anxious, you're right, Mr. Tang is very capable, there shouldn't be any problems," Gloria said, somewhat guilty. David got to the point and asked his question, "Mom, I fainted suddenly on the battlefield, and my colleagues told me I made a contribution. When I woke up, I was here. Tell me the truth, was this all arranged by you?" Gloria was visibly stunned. She quickly calculated that this matter might have little to do with Tang Yu, so there was no need to hide it from David. Revealing some truth might also dispel his doubts. She nodded reluctantly, admitting, I arranged for Main's team to take care of you, you've met them before. David recalled Main's team, those cyberpunks who abruptly barged into his apartment that night. He never expected that Gloria was still cooperating with them. Then Mr. Tang gave you information about the operation, right? Did you go to him? Gloria nodded slightly, explaining, I knew it was your first mission, realized it could be too dangerous, and secretly made such arrangements. It was Mr. Tang who I begged for help. If you want to blame someone, blame me. I know all the special agents died in the mission, I don't want. David understood the implications Gloria's efforts carried and appreciated her heartfelt concern, though he felt constrained by them. Though he now worked for Arasaka, Gloria still tried to influence and control him, making him feel confined and unsure how to respond. David knew he wasn't in a position to blame anyone. Without the covert protection, his survival might have been uncertain. He said seriously, Mom, Mr. Tang is now the head of the public relations department and no longer oversees my department, don't trouble him with my matters again. Revealing company secrets is serious, never tell anyone about this, if the leak is detected, Mr. Tang will face severe consequences. You know. Within the company, everyone knows the counterintelligence department and special operations department don't get along, Mr. Tang and the head of special operations have a serious conflict. Gloria's eyes trembled slightly, realizing for the first time the implications of the intelligence she had taken for granted. She learned that Tang Yu, almost at the risk of severe punishment or even being fired, had provided her with information about David before his crucial promotion. If any link in the chain had broken, everything could have fallen apart. Gloria felt deeply conflicted and gradually saddened. She solemnly agreed to David's request, assuring that she would no longer trouble Tang Yu for such matters. Previously. In her eyes, Tang Yu was almost omnipotent, mastering every situation. All difficulties were solvable by Tang Yu, overcoming trials time and again. But she never understood the pressures and burdens Tang Yu bore. Tang Yu's strength seemed so innate that everyone felt compelled to look up to him. David sighed, rubbing his temples, Mom, we owe Mr. Tang a debt that we might never repay. Gloria felt choked up hearing this, putting down the fruit in her hands. Watching David advancing step by step successfully, she realized deeply that it wasn't her aiding David. David, I'll find a way to thank Mr. Tang, but you must remember, our lives are truly owed to Mr. Tang. David sincerely nodded and agreed, Mom, I know. As mother and son were talking, the room's entry monitor indicated a visitor. They exchanged puzzled looks, wondering who else knew where David was staying. Could it be someone from the company? David signaled to remain silent and then unlocked the door with his cybernetic eye. Standing outside was Arasaka's Special Operations Director, Susan Abernathy. Seeing a high-ranking company official, David greeted her actively, Director Susan Abernathy, what brings you here? He quickly tried to get up, but Susan Abernathy stopped him. David, no need to be formal, I'm here on behalf of the company to check on your condition, is everything all right here? She said, her gaze falling on Gloria, a poised red-haired beauty who met her eyes unwaveringly. David quickly introduced them. Susan Abernathy smiled and said, nice to meet you, David has been performing exceptionally well at the company, you've done well raising such an outstanding son. Gloria then realized she was speaking to the very person responsible for Tang Yu's troubles and who almost got David killed. Her gaze turned cold. Thank you, but next time, please think twice before involving new employees in such dangerous operations. Every life matters, doesn't it? Chapter 201. Chapter 202. In the high-rise skyscraper's business roundtable meeting room, representatives from the city government, Arasaka, and Militech sat around the table. This roundtable meeting was organized by Jefferson. He had rejected the previous triangular seating arrangement and specifically changed it to a round one to create a more harmonious and friendly atmosphere, hoping to reduce hostility during the negotiations and facilitate a successful peace talk. The representatives were busy preparing for the negotiations, continuously flipping through electronic files and looking up the identities of the opposing representatives. Tang Yu appeared very composed. Though he already knew the outcome, he still put an effort into the preliminaries. Sitting opposite him, Meredith also remained calm, seemingly having a thorough grasp of the situation. Neither company made a sound, and the whole room was silent. Jefferson glanced at the time. It was time for the meeting to start. As the host, he began with a brief introduction and expressed the city's wishes. Both companies were world leaders, crucial to global stability. Their relationship could decide the future direction of the world. Jefferson spoke earnestly, the results of this negotiation are significant. Night City and even the global market are on the rise. If the two companies were to escalate their conflict at this critical juncture, that's something no one here wants to see. I hope both sides can consider the bigger picture. Meredith took out a cigar, clipped the end, and lit it, smoking casually. After hearing Jefferson's speech, she didn't even raise her eyelids, just snickered and retorted. Consider the bigger picture. So we're just supposed to take the beating quietly. That's not how you mediate. Jefferson was taken aback and about to argue, but Meredith interrupted. If you don't know what to say, say less. You're here to host the meeting, not stand with Arasaka, got it? Usually eloquent, Jefferson found himself at a loss for words. He hadn't expected such a blunt attitude, making him feel superfluous. Judging by Militech's stance, Jefferson felt that the chances of a successful negotiation were less promising than he had initially hoped. Clearly, Militech wasn't going to back down without taking a substantial concession from Arasaka. Suppressing his awkwardness and anger, Jefferson explained to Meredith. The city government will coordinate with Arasaka for compensation for the losses Militech suffered in the recent attack. Additionally, to maximize the benefits of our cooperation, I'll suggest that the city offers a portion of its top projects for joint development by both companies. Meredith didn't shift her gaze from Tang Yu. She had no interest in Jefferson's proposals. Be careful with what you say, you're not the mayor yet, can you really make decisions for the city government? Her words were sharp, uncaring of the city councilor's feelings. Meredith's constant jabs at Jefferson were partly to show a tough stance and also to curry favor with Tang Yu. She knew Jefferson was invited by Tang Yu to host the meeting, which meant Tang Yu supported Jefferson's potential election as future mayor. The tougher she was on him now, the more aligned Jefferson would be with Tang Yu in the future. Jefferson's face turned even grimmer, but he didn't dare say more, swallowing his frustration. Conversely, Tang Yu took the opportunity to speak. I'm willing to negotiate, but if Militech continues to be aggressive, I have enough information to ensure you reconsider your stance. Oh. I'd like to know just how much you have at your disposal. Soon, the holographic projector in the center of the table activated, and both delegations uploaded their data. Militech provided images, audio, and video evidence of recent Arasaka attacks, some resulting in casualties. Conversely, Arasaka showed intelligence indicating that Militech had also conducted multiple smaller attacks, though less organized. Both sides presented evidence, some real and some false, indicating their continuous covert operations against each other. The evidence Tang Yu provided was partly Arasaka's intel and partly information from Aunt May on attack locations. To obscure the sources, some unverifiable attacks were falsely attributed to Militech. He continued, from these numerous incidents, it's clear Arasaka has been trying to de-escalate, mitigating the negative impacts of these events. But this recent attack was a forced counteraction due to your egregious misconduct. Militech aims to escalate this scenario and put all the blame on Arasaka, but that's a miscalculation. Meredith laughed lightly, as if Arasaka hasn't engaged in subterfuge. Small-scale conflicts were tolerable, but this time you organized a premeditated, large-scale assault, which is essentially a declaration of war. Neither side could convince the other, and as the negotiations grew more tense, Jefferson felt anxious. The outcome of this meeting was crucial to his future campaign and it couldn't fail. He interjected again. Both companies have suffered losses from this conflict. If we can't contain this now, the future consequences will be catastrophic and more costly. Two giants clashing leads only to mutual destruction. Let's take a step back, focus on resolving the current issues, and continue the talks. After finishing, Jefferson looked to both representatives. He knew continued accusations would only worsen the situation and disrupt the meeting. Tang Yu remained silent, implicitly accepting Jefferson's suggestion. Meredith continued smoking her cigar, also not objecting. Other representatives followed their pre-prepared protocols, expressing their solutions and rationales. The meeting scheduled for 3 days, and this was just the first round of public negotiations. There would be more in-depth talks between senior representatives in the afternoon to exchange more genuine opinions. Amid the cacophony of the heated debates, Tang Yu unabashedly focused on Meredith, scrutinizing her upper body. Her brown hair cascaded over her shoulders, the icy cybernetic lines around her eyebrows adding a stern edge. Her smile, tinged with savvy maturity, played at the edges of her mouth. The round neckline revealed most of her neckline and shoulders, her darker complexion maintained well, appearing smooth and refined. Such an invasive gaze seemed to others like a display of dominance. Meredith, unfazed, straightened her back, confidently meeting his scrutinizing gaze. As she straightened, the creases in her suit tightened, further accentuating her impressive cleavage. Tang Yu's gaze dropped lower, noting the faint points that teased through the fabric. Wild, indeed. He recalled the butterfly knot belt from their last encounter at the No-Tell Motel. The realization dawned on him. Meredith's expression conveyed a knowing smile, as if to say, "You get it." She knocked on the table, drawing everyone's attention to her. She spoke up, "I've shown enough sincerity by sitting here patiently to talk, but you don't seem to appreciate it. To be honest, I have no interest in these pointless meetings. If the next 3 days are going to be like this, we might as well leave and get some rest. As for how to resolve the matter, we can't decide that here. Let's settle it on the battlefield. Full-scale war may not happen, but local conflicts are inevitable. What do you think?" Meredith's words were filled with threats as she stared directly at Tang Yu across the round table, waiting for his response. Tang Yu lifted a silver briefcase from the ground and placed it on the table. He tapped it with his fingers and smiled calmly. "Well said, local conflicts are unavoidable. Since you're ready for battle, I am also well prepared." Everyone's attention returned to the silver briefcase, their expressions becoming heavy and the atmosphere grew tense. Neither side had any intention of negotiating. The talks had just begun, and already there were strong signs of conflict. Jefferson wanted to say something more, but the meeting's secretary reminded him that today's first round of public negotiations was over, and the next was a high-level meeting. So, he had to hold back his words, declare the first round finished, and invite the high-level representatives to another small conference room to continue the talks. At Jefferson's invitation, Tang Yu and Meredith got up and moved to the new venue. Jefferson arranged it this way considering that in public negotiations, both sides were very cautious and sensitive topics were hard to discuss openly. Especially in this kind of conflict-laden bilateral negotiation, high-level reps often sharpened their rhetoric to appear stronger, refusing to back down. But in a smaller meeting room with just high-level reps, they could be more open while exchanging demands and opinions. Many productive negotiation results are achieved in private talks. On the surface, they might be at each other's throats, but in private, they traded interests to meet their needs. Jefferson led both companies' representatives and their teams to the small meeting room. Facing the two company heads, he politely asked, "Would you like to take a short break?" Meredith replied indifferently, "It's not even officially started yet, what's the point?" Jefferson could only laugh awkwardly and introduced, "According to the meeting schedule, it's time for the private talks. This room is shielded for security, so rest assured and exchange your opinions freely. We'll be outside waiting for good news." Meredith glanced at Jefferson, knowing he had put in a lot of effort for these talks, even arranging for private discussions. Her gaze then fell on Mrs. Perales standing quietly beside her husband, giving off an aura of a behind-the-scenes player. Without saying anything, Meredith stepped into the small meeting room. Before entering, Tang Yu said to Jefferson, "Arasaka came to this meeting with sincerity. I hope you can help hold the city stable. I don't mind taking some losses here." Jefferson immediately understood that Tang Yu wanted the municipal side to act as a buffer, making more concessions. As Meredith said, he was just a councillor in Night City, not the mayor, and his power was limited. But Jefferson still nodded firmly, "I'll try my best. Nobody wants to see Night City in ruins." Tang Yu gently patted his shoulder, picked up the silver briefcase, and walked into the meeting room. The electronic door closed behind him. Inside the meeting room, the high-end sofas and chairs were neatly placed, with fresh fruits and snacks on the table. Signal jammers and various functional electronic devices adorned the walls. Tang Yu's fingers flicked with subtle electrical arcs, quickly checking all the electronic devices, ensuring no security risks and gaining full control. Meredith walked straight to a wooden wine cabinet, took out 2 wine glasses and a bottle of red wine. She closed the cabinet with a bump of her hip, then sat down by the sofa. Tang Yu didn't stand on ceremony, walking over to the sofa on the opposite side and placing the silver briefcase on the table. Today's local conflict seemed inevitable. To face an increasingly uncertain future, he needed more solid alliances. In other words, their relationship was mutually beneficial. Meredith poured 2 glasses of red wine, slowly handed one to Tang Yu, and moved closer. "Weren't you the one being aggressive? I was forced to react." Meredith chuckled and drank her wine, her cheeks flushing slightly. She put down her glass, her hand slowly caressing the silver briefcase, murmuring, "You've got guts, bringing this along." "Well, your stakes are high too." Tang Yu remained composed. "You provided me vital intel before, I'm repaying that favor now." Meredith smiled, "You're giving me a tough choice, an easy win or an irresistible conflict. It's quite tempting. May I ask, why not take both?" Meredith opened the briefcase, revealing a buzzing, mysterious object. Tang Yu bluntly said, "There's a saying, everything is negotiable." Meredith interrupted him, taking the item in one hand and moving towards his waist with the other. "Why don't we discuss it while taking care of business?" Tang Yu supported her waist, saying, "After this meeting, I'll issue an apology statement. I can't guarantee upper management's decisions, but the city will offer some concessions. Is that acceptable?" "Acceptable, but isn't cutting the knot before reporting falling into the opponent's trap. Won't your boss be anxious about keeping you safe? Tang Yu responded, after changes in upper management, even she can't protect herself, I'm not overly concerned. Meredith smirked, I didn't think your ambitions were so huge, honestly, if Arasaka kicks you out, interested in joining Militech? Tang Yu sighed, do you think I could leave Arasaka alive if it came to that? Meredith's brows furrowed, her eyes closed, she whispered, so that's your condition, you want me to cover for you? Tang Yu shook his head, I need you to keep an eye on a few people. Meredith laughed, looks like you've got deep secrets and connections I didn't expect, okay, considering your effort, I'll agree. Now in a tight spot, their relationship officially solidified into an alliance. With enough common interests and secrets, their cooperation could continue. Meredith hummed a few times, seemingly recalling something. She suddenly asked, but, if that day comes and you lose your position, aren't you afraid I'll turn on you and eliminate everyone involved? Tang Yu exerted more pressure, don't worry, I don't give up that easily. Chapter 203. The skyscraper building, inside the large conference hall. The crowd bustling about, each busy with setting up the municipal news conference site. Backstage at the press conference, senior municipal officials and corporate delegation members gathered, discussing the upcoming announcement. At the center of the crowd stood the Perales couple and acting Mayor Weldon Holt. Jefferson glanced at the time. Today was the third day of the conference. In a small meeting room, representatives of two giant companies were engaged in the final round of negotiations. Looking at the meeting room's door, Jefferson's eyes showed some anxiety. The final round of negotiations had already exceeded expectations, and the press conference site was almost ready, only waiting for the end of the talks to announce the results. Whether good or bad, the municipal side had to give the public an answer. At this time, Weldon Holt, standing next to Jefferson, spoke up. It doesn't seem to be going well, huh? Any new developments from the earlier rounds of talks? He was invited by City Council member Jefferson to attend the press conference on behalf of the municipality. Jefferson shook his head slightly and explained, 3 days of public negotiation meetings, and the arguments have been getting worse by the day. Militech demands Arasaka publicly issue an apology, admitting to organizing the attack. But Arasaka isn't backing down either, they have evidence of Militech's attack on Arasaka and insist Militech struck first. Jefferson thought about the past few days of negotiations and felt a headache coming on. Neither company was truly willing to negotiate, each firmly holding on to its own interests, not yielding an inch. Particularly, the two high-ranking representatives were constantly competing against each other openly and covertly, and as the representatives dug into each other's dirt, the tension in the room grew. Hearing this, Holt just smirked coldly. Initially, Holt didn't understand Jefferson's approach. Why share the imminent success with him? Even though various media were hyping up the tension, the elite of Night City didn't believe a full-scale war between the two companies was likely. Thus, Jefferson, who facilitated the negotiation, could have taken full credit as a stepping stone for his political campaign. Holt also wanted to take on this role, but unfortunately, the companies didn't give him any face and handed the success to Jefferson. He knew the public negotiations were not going easy on Jefferson, often showing disdain or contempt. Now, Jefferson invited him to host the press conference, partly to share the pressure if the negotiations failed and partly to gain Holt's agreement on compensatory projects for the companies. Holt saw through Jefferson's motive. Jefferson alone couldn't handle the big outcome. Holt had initially wanted to see Jefferson make a fool of himself, but considering the importance of the negotiations, he agreed to attend, at least publicly, to claim more credit. Unexpectedly, the public talks turned out too tense, with both companies' representatives being overly aggressive, leaving no room for conciliation. Holt had promised significant profitable projects, yet he couldn't secure their compromise. What about the private negotiations? With no outsiders present, they don't need to hold back. If they had been in there for so long and couldn't agree, they wouldn't even stay a minute longer. Holt wanted to know the high-level representatives' opinions. Their stance could determine the success or failure of the talks. He was confident a large-scale war wouldn't happen, but feared localized conflicts might be inevitable. As top-tier global companies, even small skirmishes would greatly affect Night City's stability. With the election near, he didn't want any chaos. He needed to portray himself as a hero saving the city, and this negotiation was the perfect opportunity. Jefferson looked rather helpless and had to share some of his findings and judgments with Holt. The high-level representatives had significant private discussions, yet didn't reveal much of the progress afterward. From their expressions when they left the meeting room, it seemed the Militech representative had the upper hand, while Arasaka's Tang Yu might have made some concessions. Jefferson didn't hide what he knew. He had personally invited Holt to participate, even willing to give him the lion's share, determined to make the negotiation successful. Without acting Mayor Holt's decision, any municipal compensation plan was just paper talk. As a council member, Jefferson didn't have the power to get the entire city council to agree on the compensation plan. What details led you to this conclusion? If Arasaka is willing to concede more, the likelihood of success in these negotiations increases. Jefferson recalled, each time the two representatives left the small meeting room, Meredith from Militech always wore a somewhat smug smile, while Tang Yu from Arasaka looked more composed, seemingly hiding his inner turmoil. Moreover, Tang Yu had been the one who actively invited Jefferson to preside over the talks. From their attitudes after the private talks, but I'm still unsure, this is the last round of private negotiations, so a result should come soon. The two chatted for a while, then fell silent, quietly waiting for the outcome of the talks. Time ticked by, and many people anxiously waited outside. The press conference venue was fully prepared, with reporters from various media outlets in position, ready to document the latest outcomes of the talks. Finally, the electronic security light of the small conference room lit up, and the steel gates slowly opened. The first to appear in everyone's sight was Militech's senior representative, Meredith. She scanned the people present, wiped the corners of her tightly shut mouth in plain view, and then said nothing more. After putting her black leather gloves back on, she led the Militech delegation out, marching briskly towards the press conference venue. Jefferson had long been accustomed to Meredith's haughty demeanor. She indeed had the status and power to look down on everything. What he truly cared about was Tang Yu's attitude. If the negotiations were successful, it certainly meant Arasaka had made significant concessions. Following closely, Tang Yu stepped out, still looking composed. Jefferson took 2 steps forward and asked eagerly, "Mr. Tang, is there a result from the negotiations?" Tang Yu nodded slightly and gestured for Jefferson to walk and talk. "Basically, there's no issue, the direction of the negotiations is set, but there are still some issues that need to be negotiated with the city administration." A glint of excitement flashed in Jefferson's eyes as he introduced the deputy mayor, Weldon Holt. When Tang Yu saw the deputy mayor, he immediately realized what the two were scheming. For Holt, with limited time as acting mayor, the best strategy was to use his power to amass as much capital as possible. Jefferson, on the other hand, wanted to use Holt to facilitate the success of the negotiations. In Tang Yu's view, Jefferson was still a bit young. Being able to remain so composed and to share the benefits with someone else was uncharacteristic of Jefferson, unless Jefferson genuinely did not want to see Night City turn into ruins and only wanted to be a selfless council member dedicated to the city's light. Tang Yu slightly turned his head and glanced at Mrs. Perales, who was silently following behind Jefferson. She cast the occasional sidelong glance at Tang Yu. Her gaze met Tang Yu's, and she quickly looked away, lowering her head obediently. Tang Yu retracted his gaze, knowing that this highly capable lady was more eager to rise to power than Jefferson himself, eager to see her husband succeed. Next to her, Holt wore a face full of smiles, extending a courteous hand in greeting. Unlike Jefferson, he bowed lower when facing the Arasaka executive. Tang Yu casually brushed him off, not intending to shake hands, feeling his fingers still dirty and somewhat sticky. In front of Meredith, he held his head high, so naturally, he wouldn't pay too much attention to an acting mayor about to leave office. Seeing Tang Yu's cold attitude towards Holt, Jefferson felt a bit of secret delight. He thought that with the negotiations showing promise, he had personally facilitated the talks, and everything was moving in a favorable direction. Once the press conference concluded, he could start a new round of campaign publicity. Holt's smile stiffened as he realized he had received a cold reception. Suddenly, he regretted attending the press conference. Tang Yu's treatment of him implied that Arasaka was betting on Jefferson in the upcoming election, not him, Weldon Holt. In subsequent statements from the two giant companies, most of the credit would likely go to Jefferson. However, at this point, Holt found it hard to extricate himself. He couldn't overturn the city's compensation plan for the two companies. If the city administration were to destroy the negotiation results, Jefferson would undoubtedly seize upon this point and criticize them heavily, while also alienating both companies and complicating his mayoral campaign. With things as they were, Holt had no choice but to grit his teeth and follow the group into the press conference venue. When he finally arrived, his face grew even more troubled. The main stage, covered with blue cloth, had a row of tables arranged in a line. Electronic nameplates were placed on the tables, with the representatives of the two companies sitting on either side, and no nameplate for Weldon Holt. Meanwhile, the speaking platform for city administration was situated at the left front of the main stage, equipped only with the city's emblem and a microphone, and had no nameplate either. Jefferson's intention was all too clear. When the press conference started, anyone from the city administration could step up to speak. Meredith had already taken her seat with several Militech negotiation representatives in the middle. Next to her, on the left, was Tang Yu's seat. Tang Yu also led the Arasaka delegation to their seats, filling the main stage table. Media reporters and live streaming began, eagerly waiting for the important speeches to follow. Seeing that everything was ready, Jefferson courteously invited Holt to the main podium to give an opening speech. He knew that Holt, being unaware of the actual negotiation details, would hardly say anything substantial. Holt immediately took the stage and began his opening statements. On the main stage, Meredith looked arrogant, glancing down slightly with an air of victory. In contrast, Tang Yu appeared much more understated, calmly waiting for Holt to finish his opening remarks. Suddenly, Tang Yu felt something soft brushing against his shoe. The area under the table was well covered, hiding everything from outside view. Without changing his expression, he waited for Holt to finish speaking, then activated the microphone in front of him and spoke frankly. Arasaka takes responsibility for the recent attack. After a formal apology, it will further negotiate with Militech on subsequent compensation matters. The entire room was stunned. Chapter 204. With Tang Yu's public announcement that Arasaka was responsible for the attack on Militech and his subsequent apology, the entire press conference fell silent, as if the attendees hadn't yet fully processed the outcome. Initially, everyone thought there would either be a major fallout between the two giant corporations or some form of compromise from both sides. But now, Arasaka was unilaterally backing down. Meredith, sitting beside him, had an increasingly pronounced smile on her lips but remained silent. Jefferson, seated in the front row, watched as Tang Yu took full responsibility on behalf of Arasaka while Militech made no response. He was completely stunned. He couldn't believe Tang Yu dared to make such a significant concession. Was his previous tough stance just a bluff? Or did Militech hold more incriminating evidence that forced Arasaka to yield? Or perhaps, there was another possibility. Tang Yu had to achieve peace talks at all costs, whether by force or choice. Which is why he agreed to Militech as conditions in the final round of private negotiations. Jefferson then realized that Tang Yu was effectively aiding him. His fists clenched with excitement. If the peace talks succeeded, he would have more leverage to compete. Although he had some doubts about Tang Yu's motives, everything would be revealed once he became mayor. He glanced at Mrs. Perales beside him, who smiled softly and gently placed her hand on his tightly clenched fist. At that moment, Jefferson felt truly fortunate to have such a wise wife by his side. He had always insisted on not getting entangled with any big corporations, even keeping his distance from Night Corp, which had funded his education. But now, he believed his wife's perspective was more practical. If you don't want to be enslaved by a corporation, you must learn to navigate among them. With power comes responsibility. On stage, Tang Yu announced the results of the talks with a calm tone. He merely apologized on Arasaka's behalf. It had little to do with his personal actions. By speaking up at this moment, Arasaka had no room to backtrack. This was why he chose to attend the press conference immediately to reveal the outcome, catching those in Arasaka Tower who were enjoying the show off guard. In the past 3 days, he had given Meredith enough face. As their alliance was completed, they each held sufficient secrets of the other. Establishing a common ground of interest, Tang Yu believed this move was worthwhile. Arasaka might not be a place to stay long-term, and having more allies meant more options. Even if he were eventually kicked out by Arasaka and became a nobody, he reckoned Aunt May wouldn't dare betray him rashly. In any case, Aunt May had acknowledged that he was definitely a long-term ally worth keeping. After all, Aunt May stated more than once that she valued capability over position. Reporters in the audience seized the opportunity, eagerly raising their microphones to ask questions. Tang Yu casually picked a reporter, and the conference secretary passed the microphone over. "Mr. Tang, may I ask, on what basis did you publicly declare Arasaka responsible for this action? And why wasn't this admitted at the beginning?" Tang Yu candidly replied, "Your question is incorrect. Arasaka never denied anything from the start. If you're asking why we are only making a public statement now, it's because now is the appropriate time." He then pointed to a WNS reporter who promptly stood up to ask. "Mr. Tang, first of all, it's an honor to hear that you are willing to make a proactive concession for the success of the peace talks, contributing to the stability of Night City, but I'd like to ask, was your decision discussed with the Arasaka board of directors?" Tang Yu casually replied, "I represent the company in the negotiations, so naturally, it was approved by the board, and let me add, Arasaka is a responsible company. If we dare to act, we dare to take responsibility." Another reporter asked, "So what do you think were the reasons for the success of these peace talks?" Tang Yu listed several reasons, including that the attack was indeed organized by Arasaka and highlighted the mediation efforts of City Councilor Jefferson. After speaking, he cooperated with the reporters' questions, explaining each one thoroughly and playing his part well. Aunt May, sitting next to him, smiled even more, feeling Tang Yu's sincerity once again. Many reporters in the audience directed their questions to Militech representatives. Aunt May signaled other delegation members to answer on her behalf. Now that they held the upper hand in negotiations, they could afford to act like winners. As the press conference progressed, news began to dominate headlines. History repeats, Arasaka surrenders. Peace talks conclude, Arasaka issues public apology. In Arasaka Tower. Heh, you've got guts, Susan Abernathy couldn't help but chuckle as she watched the projected screen. The footage showed Tang Yu publicly apologizing to Militech during the intercorporate peace talks. She was well aware of the details of the meeting. Initially, the board assigned Tang Yu to represent the company and negotiate with Militech, with the mandate to uphold several bottom lines. Now, Tang Yu not only admitted to the attack but also publicly apologized without any board discussion, which was a huge blow. If the Arasaka board had agreed to apologize proactively, they would have issued a statement and made appropriate compensations a long time ago. The disgrace Tang Yu brought upon Arasaka meant he would face severe consequences upon his return. Just newly appointed to the public relations department, and already making such a mess, goes to show how success can go to one's head, she muttered. She brought up another projection screen and casually browsed the trending headlines. The narrative had completely shifted from exaggerated war apocalypse scenarios to showing Arasaka conceding to Militech once again. She knew that the main responsibility for this failed operation would fall entirely on Tang Yu and was ready to watch the ensuing drama. At that moment, she received a call from a senior board member. The call emphatically stressed how seriously and angrily the upper echelons viewed the incident, likely leading to severe accountability measures. She was advised to voluntarily take on minor responsibility for the operational failure. Susan Abernathy decisively agreed. When the heat was on, minor responsibility could serve as a protective shield. Tang Yu, as the focal point, would face the brunt of everyone's anger. After hanging up the phone, Susan Abernathy observed that the press conference was nearing its end. Tang Yu and Militech's high-ranking official, Meredith, had left first, while City Councilor Jefferson continued speaking on stage. She estimated that Tang Yu was probably rushing back to Arasaka Tower, anxious about how to explain everything to the board. Feeling exceptionally pleased, she rarely indulged herself by having her secretary pour her a glass of wine to savor alone in the office. She sat at her desk and brought up another image, displaying the personal information of two individuals, David Martinez and Gloria Martinez. This was her ace in the hole prepared for Tang Yu. Susan Abernathy knew that taking down Tang Yu wouldn't be easy. With just one or two failures, she needed more damaging information to make a decisive move. She even suspected that the deceased Kate might have known something crucial, which could explain why she was terminated from the company and subsequently died mysteriously. In short, Tang Yu was far more dangerous than he appeared. To investigate him, she had to remain inconspicuous. David had been attending Arasaka Academy and joined Arasaka Corporation with outstanding results, which, although unusual, was not impossible. What caught her attention was not David's success in his initial mission but his assignment to the Counterintel Division during his internship. To this end, she had personally visited David in the hospital, seeking an opportunity to probe him. After meeting David's mother, she sensed something fishy. Further private investigation confirmed some suspicions. Mother and son had been involved in a car accident last year, coincidentally the same day as certain someone returned to the city. All clues pointed to one person, Tang Yu. The mother and son might have a connection with Tang Yu, though it was still unclear. She continued to have her team quietly investigate but found no significant clues. They only gathered surface-level information, such as Gloria being the current owner of Lizzie's bar and the former owner dying in a mysterious car accident. To uncover more deeply buried secrets, she needed more insider information about the mother and son. She knew that Tang Yu, being a high-ranking official deeply trusted by the Arasaka family, couldn't be easily toppled. The best approach was to target people associated with him. Susan Abernathy called in her personal secretary and asked, "Any leads on the people I asked you to look into?" She had instructed her secretary to investigate anyone with useful information about Gloria, who had extensive connections as a middleman at Lizzie's bar. The secretary respectfully replied, "We have identified a few candidates. One of them, a middleman, claims to know quite a bit about Gloria but demands an equivalent exchange." "Who?" Susan Abernathy asked coldly. The secretary's cybernetic eye adjusted, transmitting the individual's information to the desk, before stating, "Faraday." Glaring at the white-haired man on the screen, Susan Abernathy said icily, "Engage him. If he has real information, consider giving him some incentive, but if he's not reliable, well, a Militech asset isn't of much use, just keep the brain." After saying that, the secretary informed her that Tang Yu had just arrived at Arasaka Tower, and the board was convening an emergency meeting. Knowing the exciting moment had arrived, Susan Abernathy knew the board members were probably arguing fiercely, thinking of various charges against Tang Yu. She dismissed her secretary and then turned on her office system, pondering how to frame her report to shoulder part of the minor responsibility. Chapter 205. Arasaka Tower. Jungle Meeting Room. A holographic projection on the conference table is playing footage from a bilateral meeting press conference. All members of the board are present, either frowning or with their arms crossed in front of them, silent and tense. This is outrageous. A board member's criticism is the first to break the silence in the room. Everyone turns their gaze toward the speaker, who looks furious, seemingly extremely angry at Tang Yu's actions in the footage. Director Yamamoto, what do you mean by that? Perhaps Minister Tang has already tried his best to negotiate, but couldn't break Militech's will and had no choice but to make such a decision. What did Tang Yu initially promise the board? He hasn't kept a single one of the negotiation bottom lines set by the board. If Arasaka had planned to publicly apologize from the start, what was the point of him negotiating? Upon hearing this, the other board members began to laugh and sneer. The original negotiation terms set by the board did not include a proactive apology. Director Takahashi then subtly added, while Director Yamamoto's words are harsh, they are true. Considering that Tang Yu is the new public relations minister and his negotiation skills may be lacking, deciding to issue a public apology on his own was a terrible move. Having worked in a company for so many years, does he still not understand that important matters must be reported? After speaking, Takahashi quietly observed Michiko Arasaka, noticing her calm demeanor and lack of concern about Tang Yu's rash behavior. To those present, Tang Yu had committed a grave professional mistake by defying the company's board and making decisions on his own. At the very least, he could face internal disciplinary action or, at worst, be directly dismissed. His public apology on behalf of Arasaka has severely impacted the company's reputation, sparking widespread online debate and causing Arasaka's stock prices to drop. Most opinions suggest that Arasaka has shown weakness compared to Militech. Talking about reports and approvals. Some people, accustomed to smooth sailing, become conceited and forget about seeking approval. They wouldn't have made such a big mess if they knew how to gauge their actions properly. I believe this matter must be strictly handled. I agree with Director Yamamoto. If mistakes are made, there should be consequences. Recently, in the wake of failed attack operations, many related departments have conducted thorough self-reflection, with numerous department heads willing to take responsibility and face punishment. We can't let some individuals get away with only a slap on the wrist just because they have past achievements. This must be addressed fairly to maintain discipline, another board member stated. Seeing the favorable turn of events, Director Yamamoto declared, I do not agree with Tang Yu's decision to publicly apologize on behalf of Arasaka. The reputational damage was too severe, and he acted without board approval. This is a serious breach of authority. As soon as he finished speaking, several board members voiced their agreement. Director Conti interjected. Director Yamamoto, your disagreement with the public apology is understandable, but calling it a breach of authority is incorrect. The Public Relations Department has the right to engage in external communications, including making statements on behalf of the company, by appointing Tang Yu as the negotiation representative. Wasn't there an implicit acknowledgement of his autonomy during the negotiation process? Director Yamamoto paused, realizing that Conti's points were valid, and then shifted focus. Regardless of whether there was a breach of authority, he should have carefully considered the severe impact of a public apology. Michiko Arasaka was taken aback by the collective assault on Tang Yu. A situation far beyond her expectations. She wasn't concerned about whether Tang Yu would face punishment, seeing his continued service to the Arasaka family as evidence of his value. The core issue was why board members collectively attacked a newly appointed minister. Tang Yu, having climbed to his high-ranking position, had indeed made many enemies, but it wouldn't justify being the focal point of a collective board attack. Clearly, there were higher forces or individuals behind this assault on Tang Yu. She suspected that her uncle, Saburo Arasaka, was likely using this opportunity to eliminate Tang Yu, a thorn in his side, through power struggles. Tang Yu, caught in the chess game between Saburo and his son Yorinobu, had limited self-preservation as a company employee. Michiko found it somewhat tragic that such a talented individual like Tang Yu could end up cornered and forced out due to internal power struggles. Looking around the boardroom, Michiko saw it filled with incompetent individuals more skilled in forming alliances than doing actual work. She felt a bit of sympathy for Tang Yu. Arasaka needed this hard-won peace, but it also required a dignified image. Those caught negotiating between two giant corporations often ended up crushed. Michiko Arasaka wanted to help Tang Yu but found herself at a loss. She had dealt with Militech for years and knew their temper and tactics well. Militech had been eyeing Night City for a long time. Since the reunification of New America, their strength had increased daily, giving Militech fertile ground for development. In contrast, Arasaka Corporation lacked a solid and reliable rear. To consolidate its position, Arasaka had spent enormous effort to dominate Kyoto's political scene. Regaining the opportunity for free development and striving to occupy the limited survival ground globally. Militech was not afraid to go to war with Arasaka. In fact, they had prepared thoroughly for this day. They had the confidence to win the fifth corporate war, just as they won the fourth. From Michiko's perspective, Tang Yu's compromise with Militech was inevitable. A full-scale war might not break out. But any escalation in localized conflicts would seriously impact Arasaka. The mass transportation of materials to the Arasaka Tower in Night City relied on maritime routes, followed by land transport across North America. If these transport lines were continuously harassed by Militech, the Arasaka Tower in Night City would become chaotic within 2 weeks. Michiko furrowed her brows. Although she understood the stakes, she couldn't speak a word in Tang Yu's favor. First, she no longer had the decisive vote in the board as she used to. And saying too much would backfire. Second, she was in a sensitive period of power transition within the Arasaka family. Whether Yorinobu could ultimately seize control of Arasaka was crucial, and supporting Tang Yu would mean openly opposing the Hawks. Michiko sighed inwardly with a bit of helplessness. Perhaps abandoning the power and status given by Saburo Arasaka and ceasing her confrontation with Yorinobu was the best way out. Avoid direct confrontation. That's what you taught me, I hope you learn it too. Soon, the board members reached a consensus, rejecting Arasaka Corporation's apology statement and remaining silent on the attack issue, pinning all the blame on Tang Yu, accusing him of abusing his authority and severely damaging the company's reputation. Director Yamamoto was quite pleased with the outcome of the discussion and pretended to be enlightened. This severe diplomatic impact is not entirely due to Tang Yu's negligence. After all, the attack did indeed go wrong, and the relevant departments must also take responsibility and be penalized. None of the board members objected. Hasn't Tang Yu returned to the Arasaka Tower? Let him join the meeting via remote connection and see if he has any explanations. We might consider reducing the penalty. The meeting secretary then contacted the Public Relations Department and reported back to the board. Minister Tang has indeed returned to the Arasaka Tower with his team, but he is not in the Public Relations Department. It is currently unclear where he is. Contact him directly. How could he miss such an important meeting? Doesn't he understand the gravity of his mistake? The meeting secretary nervously replied, "We have contacted Minister Tang directly, but he has refused all external communications." Ha, unyielding Tang. Takahashi sneered. This was a first for the Arasaka Tower Board. Normally, Arasaka had no problem contacting any employee, as all inductees had undergone some degree of cybernetic implantation. But Tang Yu was different. He hadn't even accepted basic cyberization, making force tracking impossible. Finding Tang Yu in the vast Arasaka Tower could only be done through video surveillance. Takahashi waved to his private bodyguard, instructing him to retrieve the surveillance footage from the security department to track Tang Yu's whereabouts. Soon, the bodyguard reported back, the security footage shows that Tang Yu took a public elevator to the top floor of the Arasaka Tower. The top floor. Takahashi and the other board members were visibly surprised. Everyone knew the significance of the top floor, Saburo Arasaka's office. Since the reconstruction of Arasaka Tower, no one had entered that office. The board members knew it was custom-built for Saburo Arasaka in every Arasaka Tower worldwide. Such a highly classified office had no public surveillance. The public elevator reaching the highest floor was the last piece of the puzzle. Why did Tang Yu go to the top floor of the Arasaka Tower? The board members looked at each other, and before they could react, they received an important directive. Their cybernetic eyes rotated, each viewing a directive from a higher authority. Order the Night City Arasaka Tower Board to immediately issue a public apology to prevent any escalation of conflict with Militech and minimize the impact. Approved by Saburo Arasaka. The room fell silent once more. After reading the directive, Michiko smiled contentedly and asked, "Director Yamamoto, since you are so concerned about the ensuing impact, I believe you, as the board representative, are quite suitable to deliver the public apology." Yamamoto was rendered speechless. He looked around, only to find that the board members who had backed him were now silent, leaving him at a loss. Chapter 206. The top floor of the Arasaka Tower, Saburo Arasaka's personal office. Tang Yu had just finished reporting to Kyoto, even though Saburo Arasaka originally assigned him tasks that didn't involve diplomatic relations with Militech. He was certain that Saburo Arasaka shared his viewpoint of not wanting to escalate conflicts with Militech. Seeing that the board was in an emergency meeting and the outcome was unfavorable to him, Tang Yu acted decisively, catching them off guard. Borrowing Saburo Arasaka's authority, he felt obliged to notify him. He sent a detailed report, describing not only his negotiations with Militech but also his conjectures on the preconditions and consequences of the attacks. Tang Yu had no intention of bearing the pressure for Yorinobu Arasaka this time. He directly informed Saburo that the ones impersonating Militech forces to attack Arasaka were the Iron Lotus brothers. The father-son relationship was already transparent. And Tang Yu's revelation of these tidbits wouldn't change much. Shifting the burden is a basic skill. Upon confirming the issuance of directives, Tang Yu suddenly noticed a few requests for instructions, one from Director Susan Abernathy. He clicked to view, not resisting a soft chuckle. This old lady was quite clever, knowing to shoulder some responsibility to seek leniency in the ensuing process. Since you like admitting faults so much, I won't be polite with you. Tang Yu casually clicked to approve Susan Abernathy's self-requested punishment. Having completed this, he knew the flames would continue to burn, but they now had another target, allowing him to sit back and watch. Just as he was about to tidy up and leave the office, the system suddenly alerted him to a message from Kyoto. His eyes flashed with surprise. It was the first time he had received a message since using this office. Usually, he was the one issuing directives. The only one who could send a message to Saburo's office would be Saburo himself. Tang Yu decisively opened the message. Sure enough, the message was from Saburo Arasaka. Whether it was him personally or Hanako or Yorinobu relaying through the system was unclear. Saburo Arasaka, with internal stability, external threats will naturally be subdued. To subdue the external, peace within must come first. Attachment, Anders Hellman. To subdue the external, one must first stabilize the internal. Tang Yu didn't find Saburo Arasaka's conclusion particularly surprising. Saburo Arasaka was clearly aware of Yorinobu's intention to use the relic biochip containing Johnny Silverhand to disrupt the Immortality Project, directly triggering Saburo's wrath. Saburo could tolerate Yorinobu's antics but never allow anyone to impede his progress. This fundamental conflict between father and son was deeply rooted. Though Tang Yu might not agree with Yorinobu's extreme actions, he never questioned Yorinobu's ideals. Unfortunately, even as a digital soul, Saburo Arasaka still wielded immense power within the Arasaka group, perhaps even more than before. As a digital ghost, Saburo could traverse any electronic device in Arasaka Tower and infiltrate everyone's neural implants. Matters had reached a critical impasse, and the seemingly harmonious father-son dynamic was destined to drag everyone into the vortex. Tang Yu neither wanted Yorinobu to be possessed nor wanted Saburo to destroy or control Night City with extreme measures. He had to find a new path, one that could change the world's status quo. Opening the attachment on Anders Hellman, Tang Yu saw that Hellman had left Kyoto for Night City, ostensibly to persuade Yorinobu. Tang Yu speculated that Hellman was likely worried about being implicated by Saburo's wrath if Yorinobu misused the biochip, thus finding an excuse to flee to Night City. If Anders Hellman could have persuaded Yorinobu, Saburo wouldn't have had to make the trip himself. Tang Yu copied the information about Anders Hellman and shut down the office system. It was time to find an appropriate moment to free the old friend Johnny Silverhand from Yorinobu's hands. Getting up and exiting, Tang Yu took the elevator down to the Arasaka Tower lobby. As he was just seating himself in his private car, he noticed multiple missed calls and messages. Some were from the front desk of the Public Relations Department, asking for decisions on related requests. Tang Yu replied directly, telling them not to worry and to proceed with their tasks. Other calls were from the board's secretaries, to which Tang Yu did not respond, knowing it was too late in the day to be of any consequence. Suddenly, a new message popped up. Lucy. Tang Yu immediately checked the content. Lucy wanted to meet him, stating there were urgent matters needing a confidential discussion. He got out of the car, making his way through winding paths to find a safer location, then called a Delamain to pick him up and set off. The 6th floor of Sakura Street Bay Apartments in Westbrook. Tang Yu stood at the familiar door, raising his hand to knock. Knock, knock, knock. Soon, the indicator light on the entry door lit up, and the iron gate slid open automatically. He stepped into the apartment and glanced around. It was still the familiar setup, with very little change. Even the old moon landing poster on the wall remained in its original place. Lucy, wrapped in a white bath towel, sat on the sofa with her shapely, fair legs crossed. She was drying her wet hair with a towel while her eyes were fixed on the projection TV, a cigarette dangling from her mouth. Tang Yu glanced at the open bathroom curtain. She must have just completed a deep dive mission. Seeing Tang Yu arrive, Lucy put down her crossed legs, freeing a hand to extinguish her half-smoked cigarette in the ashtray. Then she stood up and walked to the fridge. After opening the door, she glanced at Tang Yu and calmly asked, "Want something to drink?" Before Tang Yu could respond, she took out 2 cans of Fizz Monkey from the fridge, saying, "V stayed here for a while and bought a lot of these green cans." Lucy saw the fridge full of fizz monkeys and could only close the door with a helpless sigh. She then sat back on the wide windowsill, placing one can in front of Tang Yu. Tang Yu also stepped onto the windowsill, and the two sat facing each other, each holding a can of fizz monkey. The sound from the projection TV echoed in their ears. It was broadcasting a public statement from an Arasaka board representative, apologizing to Militech. Lucy asked, "Didn't think you'd run into such a mess right after your promotion, any trouble?" Tang Yu replied in a low voice, "A bit of trouble, but it's all sorted out now." A 3-day meeting is quite long, and it ended with Arasaka making a public apology. That was quite unexpected. Lucy remarked calmly. She had never been so concerned with corporate affairs before, probably because her new job in Netwatch required dealing with companies. Coincidentally, the Militech representative was Meredith, whom she had encountered in the construction tunnel on the outskirts. Lucy remembered that woman's small gestures, seemingly indicating a close relationship with Tang Yu. Tang Yu took a sip of the sweet fizz monkey and explained, "There are many factors involved. It's hard to explain quickly. I can only tell you that the outcome of this negotiation was inevitable." Lucy raised her head, her eyes staring intently at Tang Yu. In this negotiation, Militech gained a lot, the city government gained a lot, but Arasaka lost face. It doesn't seem like a situation that can end well. I heard Meredith, the Militech representative, just got promoted to director. After this success, her influence within the company has skyrocketed. Netwatch dealing with her now might be seen as not quite up to par. Councilman Jefferson's support has also surged. The people of Night City have seen his skills and tactics, raising the possibility of him becoming the next mayor. Her job in Netwatch overseeing Night City's network activities had made her pay more attention to corporate and municipal events, especially those involving the man in front of her. Tang Yu said helplessly, "As you just said, Arasaka only lost face. Essentially, there was no real loss aside from harsh comments online. It will blow over once it dies down." Upon hearing Tang Yu's explanation, Lucy shook her head slightly, dismissing his point. "I wasn't asking about Arasaka, I was asking about you." Tang Yu was momentarily stunned, then quickly contemplated the deeper meaning behind Lucy's words. After a moment, seeing his reflection in those icy blue neon eyes, he understood. Tang Yu chuckled self-mockingly. He shouldn't have kept this girl outside his emotional wall. Perhaps his habitual caution led him to conceal his true thoughts. Lucy must have thought that since Arasaka was the only loser in this meeting, someone would have to take the fall, and that someone was likely Tang Yu. Tang Yu sincerely reassured her, "Don't worry, there's really no problem on my end, some things will become clear later." Lucy finally withdrew her somewhat stern gaze. "You'd better not be lying to me because what I'm about to say is important for both of us." Tang Yu's expression became serious as he listened to Lucy's account. After hearing her out, he realized that the fewer words, the bigger the matter. As a cyber hacker for Netwatch, Lucy was responsible for deep dive monitoring of Night City's network activities. Not long ago, she had received a mission to assist Netwatch project supervisor Kiever in completing a special classified task. Although she didn't know the specifics of the mission beforehand, she followed Kiever's instructions to deep dive into cyberspace and retrieve a piece of encrypted code from a designated location. After successfully decrypting the code, she discovered it was a fragment of an AI-like program. Despite its minimal content, she could accurately determine that the voice was Tang Yu's friend. "Damn it, what is this hellish black hole prison? If they won't let me out, at least give me a cigarette. Which idiot invented this thing?" Lucy tried to converse with the voice but found it impossible. Hiding her surprise, she exited the cyberspace and, before reporting to Kiever, contacted Tang Yu first. She wanted to hear what Tang Yu had to say before making any further decisions. Tang Yu quickly pieced everything together and said, "Your judgment is correct, that voice should be Johnny Silverhand. The secret project that Netwatch is involved in is Arasaka's relic biochip, which contains Johnny Silverhand's digital soul." This time, Lucy was taken aback. "You mean your friend exists in digital soul form on a chip?" Tang Yu nodded in confirmation. Chapter 207. In a luxurious suite at the top of the Arasaka Tower, the warmth of the room perfectly matched the intimate moment just shared by two individuals. Yorinobu Arasaka rested his head on the woman's gentle embrace, eyes half closed, his cheek gently nuzzling hers, deeply infatuated and reluctant to pull away. The woman's fair hands tenderly caressed Yorinobu's forehead as she asked with a caring, almost soothing tone, "Are you hungry?" Yorinobu, stimulated by her soft whisper, finally let go after feeling completely satisfied. The woman, still longing for more, began to help Yorinobu dress while asking gently, "Busy today?" He nodded, picked up the round-framed glasses from the bedside table, and said, "A friend of mine will be coming over later. I won't be able to stay with you today." The woman, understanding and perceptive, didn't ask further. After helping Yorinobu change into formal wear, she tidied herself, slung a black square purse over her shoulder, and left. With the woman's departure, the spacious suite was left with only Yorinobu. His cybernetic eyes reticle spun as he inquired, "Has Kenji arrived yet?" Upon receiving a positive confirmation, Yorinobu retrieved an exquisite bottle of red wine from the wooden liquor cabinet and placed it on the table in the meeting area. He paced the living room, impatience evident in his steps, frequently glancing at the stairs leading to the building's rooftop. After some time, the hatch to the rooftop opened, and a figure stepped inside, descending the stairs. Yorinobu greeted him warmly with a smile, inviting him to sit. "Kenji, you've finally arrived in Night City. With your help, we're sure to succeed this time." The two sat down on the couches in the meeting area. Like reuniting with an old friend, Yorinobu poured half a glass of red wine for both of them. They clinked glasses and drank, exchanging pleasantries before diving into their conversation. Kenji Hazama's initial happiness at seeing his old friend faded into a somber expression as he sighed. "Time has flown by. Ever since you returned to Arasaka, we've seen each other less and less. Many brothers and friends from the Iron Lotus have also parted from us." Yorinobu found himself reminiscing about their youth, training, fighting, hiding, and planning with Kenji and others at the Iron Lotus dojo. They had won battles but never the war. When the Iron Lotus rose to fame, Yorinobu left to form his own organization, the Steel Dragon, to dispel suspicions quickly. Officially, he no longer belonged to the Iron Lotus Brotherhood, but in reality, he maintained close ties with its core members. Yorinobu reflected, "Time goes by so quickly. The fortunate thing is we've never given up on our initial goals. Maybe this time, the world we've hoped for will finally come." Kenji nodded in agreement, adding, "This time, the core forces of the Iron Lotus from all around the globe will converge in Night City to help you complete your plan." Yorinobu's face lit up with excitement. The support of his old friend was invaluable, proving that friendships forged with unwavering faith are the purest and most selfless. He desperately needed this powerful force as backup. Since arriving in Night City, Yorinobu discovered few trustworthy individuals or organizations. Arasaka Tower's hawkish members valued his position but were too fearful of Saburo to act against him. The gangs or mercenaries either feared Arasaka's presence or lacked the strength to challenge it. The arrival of the Iron Lotus Brotherhood perfectly addressed this shortcoming. Kenji's expression hardened. The open defiance against Saburo Arasaka was a matter of life and death, and utmost caution was required. He asked gravely, "What's your plan?" Yorinobu, eyes resolute, explained his vision. He aimed to seize power and trigger the Fifth Corporate War, dragging all corporations into the mire to establish a new world order from the ruins. The first step towards this ambitious goal was to thwart and destroy Saburo Arasaka's immortality project. Kenji didn't oppose sparking the Fifth Corporate War but stressed the crucial point, ensuring the success of sabotaging Saburo Arasaka's immortality plan. Failure would mean facing Saburo's wrath. Though Saburo hasn't personally come to Night City, the sharp claws he's deployed here are not to be underestimated. Last time, you let him off the hook, hoping to control him through a promotion and demotion strategy, but what happened? Kenji highlighted that Saburo's sharpest agent in Night City was Tang Yu. Every action Yorinobu had taken since arriving in Night City had been foiled by Tang Yu. To convince Yorinobu to act decisively, Kenji continued, "As you've seen, Councilman Jefferson has been bought off by him, with his approval rating soaring past Weldon Holt's. Militech has also softened its stance. Their open conflict with Arasaka was resolved by him. Unfortunately, the brothers of the Iron Lotus sacrificed themselves in vain." Yorinobu, thinking about Tang Yu's recent activities, started to pay more attention to the issue. His initial plan of promoting Tang Yu to the public relations department was to strip him of resource control and put him under pressure. In the end, Tang Yu not only faced no punishment but also caused the hawkish members to suffer a significant setback. Director Yamamoto's public apology on behalf of the board had been a significant loss of face, and the hawkish Susan Abernathy, who had intended to curry favor with the board, faced disciplinary action. Meanwhile, Kate, previously implicated in Tang Yu's affairs, had met an untimely death. Yorinobu Arasaka seemed to have a revelation, understanding why his father, Saburo Arasaka, held Tang Yu in such high regard. He had to admit, Tang Yu indeed had a knack for getting things done. Tang Yu is a talent. Although he has obstructed our actions several times, his approach shows he doesn't intend to oppose us, or rather, he sees what we want but simply doesn't agree with it. Hearing Yorinobu still make excuses for Tang Yu, Kenji's face turned cold, and he snapped. "Yorinobu. When will you wake up? Even if he doesn't intend to oppose us, he is still working for Saburo Arasaka, isn't he?" Yorinobu knew Kenji was a person of integrity who valued talent and righteousness. He dared to oppose corporate tyranny and could empathize with the innocent. This mindset led him to the path of resistance against the company, but it was also a hindrance to his actions. In Kenji's view, to achieve their goal of rebelling against the company, bloodshed and sacrifice were inevitable. Even the deaths of innocent people would be worth it. Most importantly, achieving their goal meant using any means necessary. Realizing that Kenji was genuinely angry, Yorinobu quickly and seriously explained. Kenji, no matter how skilled Tang Yu is, he is just a regular person. This time, no one can stop our action plan. Kenji reluctantly set aside his differences and patiently listened to Yorinobu Arasaka's plans. As he explained, he grew excited and thrilled. Yorinobu Arasaka had returned to Night City with one main goal, to thwart and sabotage his father Saburo Arasaka's immortality plan. If he wanted to rise to power, Saburo Arasaka had to die. After careful consideration, Yorinobu believed this confrontation had a high chance of success. Even if Saburo Arasaka used the Soul Killer program in Kyoto to store his digitized personality in the Mikashi. As long as the relic biochip development failed, Saburo would not exist in physical form in the world. Yorinobu was confident he could trap Saburo in the Mikashi and eventually kill him. Disrupting the development of the relic biochip became urgent, and Yorinobu devised a three-step plan. The first step was to push forward the relic biochip's market release, hold a press conference, and promote it to major corporations. Tang Yu would be in charge of this release. The goal was to either align Tang Yu with them successfully or make him face consequences if the release failed. The second step was to secretly contact Netwatch and through their assistance, reach out to Alt Cunningham beyond the Blackwall, aiming to obtain a program capable of destroying the Soul Killer. They were ready to pay a price for this. The third step was to launch a strong purge in the Arasaka Tower of Night City and form covert alliances with other major corporations to prepare for a fallback against Arasaka in Kyoto. Yorinobu was confident in executing these three steps concurrently. Making Tang Yu responsible for the relic biochip's launch would either force him to succeed or fail and face repercussions. Contacting Alt Cunningham, with or without Netwatch's help, was necessary, as Yorinobu could find a way through fragmented data from Poseidon's subnet. Yorinobu had no doubts about other corporations' willingness to ally against the Arasaka headquarters in Kyoto. The global market had long stopped expanding and was now about cannibalizing each other's territories. The fall of a giant like Arasaka would lead to the division of many lucrative opportunities in arms, security, finance, real estate, and energy sectors, which other companies coveted. Yorinobu's plan relied on using corporate power against itself, an inevitable strategy in a world where no purer force could dismantle the corporations. The only way to counter a corporation was with another corporation. Kenji approved of Yorinobu's plan, dropping the subject of eliminating Tang Yu. After discussing more details, most of the day had passed. Kenji did not linger at the Kamekawa Tower Hotel, saying goodbye to Yorinobu. Yorinobu personally escorted Kenji to his AV and obtained the contact credentials for the Tessen Special Action Team. Watching Kenji's departure, he clenched his fists. With this armed force, the upcoming operations would be easier to execute. Inside the AV, Kenji received an encrypted message. Reading it, he found profiles and relationship intelligence on the Martinez mother and son duo. Tang Yu's intermediaries. He knew if Yorinobu couldn't deal with this thorn, he would have to remove it himself. Chapter 208. Chapter 209. Along the western coast, the sea breeze whipped up layers of waves, ceaselessly crashing against the cliffs, spraying droplets of water laced with a faint scent of salt. Between those steep cliffs lay a gentle slope extending into the sea, one of the few beaches suitable for landing along the coast. David Martinez stood against the wind in full black tactical gear, gazing out at the vast ocean. Behind him, a team from the Arasaka Special Task Force waited silently, anticipating the arrival of their target. David had been assigned as the operation leader to oversee the transportation of a shipment from Kyoto across the ocean. Due to the need for secrecy, the team was small and had specifically chosen this deserted beach for landing. After being quickly promoted following a successful raid operation, David had also received higher-level cybernetic enhancements. He kept his gaze fixed on the horizon, marking his first external mission as a team leader. As the designated time for the rendezvous approached, David grew understandably nervous. Moments later, he spotted a large vessel on the horizon. Once he confirmed it belonged to Arasaka, his tense nerves eased slightly. He immediately commanded his subordinates to fire a flare, signaling their position to the incoming ship. Soon after, a hatch opened on the giant ship, and two amphibious armored vehicles emerged, making their way towards the beach where David stood. After a successful landing and mutual communication check, 2 pieces of cargo were confirmed to be transported to the company plaza at Arasaka Tower. Once David saw that everything was in order, he directed his special task force to embark on the vehicles and set off. The route was remote, crossing barren wastelands with no established roads unlikely to draw attention under normal circumstances. As the convoy sped across the dusty terrain, David sat in the driver's compartment, intermittently checking the radar and staying alert to his surroundings. The risk of a security breach was always a possibility, despite the desolation of their path. This mission was commissioned by Susan Abernathy from the department. David suspected some underlying complications but couldn't be sure of the specifics. He knew that if the cargo were hijacked it would essentially mark the end of his career at Arasaka, nullifying all his previous efforts. While David did not particularly enjoy corporate life, he didn't despise the job either. Gloria and Tang Yu had made significant sacrifices and taken risks to help him secure this position. The job and benefits he had were built on immense effort and dedication, something he couldn't ignore. Now, with a budding corporate career, unexpectedly lauded and promoted, David thought to himself, perhaps I've not let them down after all. Since Tang Yu had been promoted to the public relations department, David hadn't seen him and missed the chance to express some unspoken words. He felt that maybe one day, if he worked his way up to that level, he could face everything more openly. Amid these thoughts, David suddenly received a report from one of his team members. "Sir, we have detected an unidentified force at 10 o'clock, heading towards our route." At that moment, tens of miles ahead of the Arasaka convoy, on a weathered stone pillar, stood a girl with twin ponytails, scanning the horizon through an electronic scope, her braids swaying in the wind. "What's the deal, Maine? Are you sure people are making a delivery here and others are coming to intercept?" Rebecca asked, lowering her telescope with dissatisfaction. Sitting at the head of their vehicle, Maine earnestly replied, "According to Faraday's intel, there's no mistake about the location." Rebecca, frustrated by unreliable intermediaries and recalling a previous mishap with military-grade Sandevistan, argued. "It's too different from the jobs Gloria gives us, where we have corporate backing and more freedom. Maybe we shouldn't take more jobs from that four-eyed creep. If things go south, he'll be the first to betray us." Maine nervously chuckled. As mercenaries, they took any job that paid well, not always waiting on high-value contracts from Gloria as their expenses were considerable. This time, despite doubts, they took the job arranged by Faraday, tempted by substantial payment. The task was simple: wait to ambush a convoy they knew would be attacked and then snatch the goods for delivery. Observing the desolate surroundings, Maine felt confident in their getaway plan. Snatching the goods and escaping by vehicle would likely leave no trace. Maine jumped off the stone block and quickly got into the vehicle, with Rebecca and Pilar following close behind. His cybernetic I-word, swiftly transmitting the situation to Gloria, who immediately replied. "Gloria Martinez, Maine, sorry to bother you again. As long as David is safe, that's all that matters. You guys be careful too." After receiving the message, Maine didn't hesitate. He floored the accelerator, seeking a better position to intercept mid-route. Dorio picked up the binoculars to monitor both convoys' conditions. The hijacking convoy approached rapidly. The Arasaka convoy lowered their windows and started firing wildly at the hijackers. David even protruded from the roof window, wielding a heavy machine gun and firing indiscriminately. Dorio soon realized that the firepower of the Arasaka convoy seemed insufficient and they did not have many accompanying personnel. Could this be intentional? She couldn't help but wonder. Suspecting the hijack was specifically organized against David. Even if David survived the hijacking, losing the cargo could mean it would be difficult for him to stay with Arasaka. Dorio then shared her speculation with Maine to confirm whether they were still going ahead with Faraday's commission. Driving at high speed, Maine decisively replied. "Of course we carry on with the commission, though the likelihood of failure is high." Dorio chuckled, "Looks like we'll have to go back to Gloria for compensation." Braving a hail of gunfire, the hijackers rammed into the Arasaka convoy, quickly separating two amphibious armored vehicles. As if planned. After scattering the Arasaka convoy, the hijackers swiftly jumped onto the amphibious vehicles, forcibly blasted open the cockpit doors, and stormed inside to seize control. Seeing this, David, no longer manning the machine gun, grabbed it and leaped onto the vehicle's roof, jumping into the enemy convoy and firing wildly. The other team members also provided fire support, but outnumbered and amid the chaos of the gunfire, the scanty special service members were continuously killed. David took down several men and seized an open-top all-terrain vehicle, charging towards one of the amphibious armored vehicles. Inside the cockpit, a fierce fight was already taking place. David, approaching, unhesitatingly jumped aboard and joined the battle. Gunfire erupted, spattering the cockpit with blood and flesh, and several electronic screens were shattered by stray bullets. With no one controlling it, the armored vehicle severely tilted its direction, spinning in place and smashing into several cars. David quickly rushed to the driver's seat, attempting to control the vehicle but discovered issues with the instrument panel. He anxiously looked outside and saw another armored vehicle being escorted away by the hijacking convoy. In desperation, David watched as part of the enemy continued their slaughter, leaving his team members to die one by one. He could only desperately guard the cabin door to prevent this armored vehicle from falling into enemy hands as well. After killing a few who tried to enter the cabin, he suddenly noticed some new activity outside. An unmarked business van appeared out of nowhere, ramming through 2 cars and then charging into the hijacking team. The hijackers' heads burst with electric sparks, quickly followed by smoke and collapsing. Hackers. The van's occupants acted swiftly, relentlessly shooting the remaining hijackers until the noise outside gradually died down. David slammed on the brakes, finally stopping the armored vehicle, then flipped out of the driver's seat. Seeing the carnage and all his team members dead, he jumped down and approached the newly arrived rescue van, clutching his machine gun tightly. The driver, Falco, seeing David on guard, smiled widely and explained. "Ease up, friend, we were sent by your mom." David paused, bewildered. He had thought they were another party trying to hijack the cargo, not realizing they were rescuers hired by Gloria. Dorio and Kiwi got out of the car. Seeing a perplexed David, Dorio explained. "This is a bit complicated, but you've probably seen us at your place." Reminded, David suddenly recalled the night shortly after a car accident when a group of cyberpunks burst into his home, fiercely demanding something. Could it be that Gloria, now a powerful figure, had hired them? David lowered his weapon, the intense battle having left him on edge. Knowing they were allies made him slightly apologetic. "Thank you, everyone. If it wasn't for them, David might have lost everything, but now at least he still had control over one piece of cargo." Dorio didn't dwell on the details, noticing that the back door of the armored vehicle was broken open. She hinted, "The cargo you're transporting might need a new destination." David quickly turned and saw the rear door blown open. During the fight he rushed to check it. Reaching the rear cargo hold, he saw a mechanical cabinet large enough for a person to lie inside, labeled with the characters, Cyborg King. Inside the cabinet, a set of combat implants was systematically fixed, including 2 black, enormous wheel-like engines that intrigued him. Seeing David standing by the cargo bay, lost in thought, Dorio and Kiwi approached to check. Dorio asked, "What is this?" David shook his head, indicating he did not know. Kiwi, holding a tablet, input some models of combat implants, confirming after a moment. "It seems to be a kind of experimental integrated combat implant that includes an anti-gravity system and magnetic field control, probably a new development by Arasaka." David eyed the cyborg gear, recalling body function tests he had undergone that yielded favorable physical capability scores. Tanaka Katsuo had bragged about several top-secret combat implants being developed, suggesting he might have a chance to try them out. David was worried about how to transport the large mechanical cabinet. The vehicles were mostly wrecked. And some cargo had been stolen, complicating his mission report. Should they try to load it up? Perhaps using this set of combat implants could help retrieve the stolen cargo and then deliver both pieces back to Arasaka Tower. Kiwi saw his thoughts and advised calmly, "I'd advise against that. These experimental combat implants might have just left the factory, untested for compatibility, and using them at full capacity could overwhelm your brain and nerves." Dorio advised him to wait, saying Main and the others had gone to retrieve the cargo. Before David could express his profound gratitude, Dorio received a message from Pilar. "Come quick, we've been ambushed, Main has been shot." Dorio's expression turned to horror. Chapter 210. In the barren west, dust clouds swirled with the wind, creating a world of bleak, yellow earth. Behind eroded stone structures, Main and his companions hid. Their faces marked by anxiety and tension, their lips cracked and bleeding from the dusty yellow wind. Main furrowed his brow, sweat beads sliding down his forehead as his chest heaved like a bellows from the repeated use of military-grade Sandevistan, which took a huge physical toll. Under the scorching desert sun, he endured a dual onslaught of mental and physical strain. "Main, can you still hold on? You mustn't use it anymore." Enduring deep, bone-aching pain, Main managed a strained smile. "I'm fine, I just need to rest a bit. Have they caught up to us?" Rebecca cautiously peered out from their hiding place, checking the surroundings, and said gravely, "They're still searching. There are enough rocks here to hide us for a while longer. I've contacted Dorio and the others. Just hold on." Pilar, taking out the few high-explosive grenades left, cursed, "Damn it, we should have brought more grenades to blast them all to hell. I told you that four-eyed guy was unreliable. He betrayed us, saying something about missing boots as if it's not those useless guys' fault for only getting one." Main could only grimace in response, his wounds twitching painfully as he spoke. "We underestimated him. He probably never intended to let us go." It seemed they had been discovered by a team headed by Dorio, who managed to hold on to the cargo for David but was caught by Faraday. An Arasaka squad had attacked them suddenly, well-equipped even with plasma cannons, reminiscent of the force that accompanied Tang Yu at the steel mill that night. Initially, Main thought it was a misunderstanding and tried to explain as he exited the vehicle, but was met with fierce resistance, forcing him to rapidly activate his neuronic reactions and flee with Pilar and Rebecca. The hijacked convoy personnel were all killed. During successive skirmishes with the elite squad, Main had killed 2 enemies but was shot and exhausted from frequent Sandevistan use. His body nearing its limit. The wide expanse of the eroded stone forest gave them a slight advantage in speed, allowing them to temporarily evade Faraday's search. Walking slowly through the eroded stone forest, Faraday, hands in pockets and 3 cybernetic eyes scanning, spoke confidently. The quality of your Sandevistan is impressive. Using that experimental Militech, it seems Mr. Arasaka values you highly. Are you working directly for him? The sand whispered across the barren landscape, but Main stayed silent. You know, that Mr. Tang from Arasaka is unreliable. Today might just be his last day in Night City. When he falls, your place at Lizzie's bar, and all your people, will have nowhere to stay, Faraday mused smugly. Information known to Faraday had indicated that Main's team and Gloria were entangled with Tang Yu, a senior Arasaka executive. Ironically, yielding temporarily to Gloria, who Faraday pushed forward, cost him a major Militech deal, frustrating the technology sector and distancing Main from his orders. Yet everything was about to change again. Arasaka had reached out directly to Faraday. This reassignment was a chance for a turnaround, be supporting David Martinez in acquiring the bionic gear. Another item meant for development purposes, not concerning Faraday, was left for David. As Faraday elaborated on the demise of Tang Yu, Rebecca's concern grew, but seeing Main so grievously wounded and their perilous situation, she cursed internally, despair growing. Main, knowing too well the treacherous corporate game surpassing any individual's fate, felt the heavy reality of their situation owed Tang Yu more than he could repay. If sacrificing himself could buy some time for Tang Yu, perhaps there was still a chance. Spotting an opportunity amidst the chaos, Main readied himself for a final confrontation against Faraday to create a chance for Rebecca and Pilar to escape. Main. Hang on, we can get out of this, Dorio will be here soon. Pilar, resigned to the plan, lamented, if we make it back, I swear I'll get you a better arm gun that doesn't jam at crucial moments. Gathering his remaining strength, Main signaled, now. And Pilar hurled the grenades. Amidst the explosion, Main activated his neuronic burst, charging at Faraday. However, Faraday's cyber enhancements allowed him to spot the incoming attack. As Main drew close, an electric spark malfunctioned in his spine, causing him to collapse in pain. Faraday, witnessing the collapse, sneered disdainfully at the fallen cyberpunk, his elite squad immediately moving to corner Pilar and the unconscious Rebecca. Just as Faraday prepared to finish them, an immense pressure crushed him unexpectedly. A new mech suit, piloted by David, had arrived just in time to counter the attack. Amidst the confusion, David seized the moment to disarm the surrounding Arasaka squad, giving them a fighting chance against overwhelming odds. David faced the armed vehicle, dodging heavy fire, and managed. Electric arcs enveloped the hover car, quickly damaging its electronic devices, and causing the power system to malfunction, making the vehicle unstable. David felt the pressure on his body ease, but the members of the elite squad around him were still relentlessly firing at him. Becoming increasingly impatient, he wanted to loudly dissuade them, but only bullets responded to him. Enraged, David activated the wheels under his mechanical feet and, while dodging the bullets, quickly initiated a magnetic compression field, crushing all members of the elite squad into pulp, thereby ending the battle. He stood there, somewhat in disbelief at the wreckage before him, marveling at the formidable power of his cybernetic body. Dorio and Kiwi arrived at the scene, quickly lifting Main from the ground. After checking his vital signs and finding a faint breath and lingering consciousness, David approached with a tinge of regret, saying, "Sorry, I was a step too late." Dorio stated seriously. "Main can still be saved. We must get him back to the city immediately." With another concern in mind, David said, "Get in the vehicle quickly." Kiwi glanced at David, now resembling a mechanical giant, his face pale and bloodless. She calmly advised, "You really shouldn't keep using this cybernetic body. It's clear that you can't endure the strain for long." Firmly determined, David responded, "No worries, I can handle it." After he spoke, blood started flowing profusely from his nose. Ignoring further persuasion, as each one has their own choices, Kiwi watched as Dorio lifted Main onto his back. Suddenly, Main opened his eyes, laboriously looked at David, and said, "Faraday has more plans. Gloria is in danger." Surprised, David hadn't expected this situation to involve his mother. Without time for further questions, he now urgently needed to rush back to Night City, unable to remove his cybernetic body. Dorio added, "This attack might have been targeted at your organization and is related to Mr. Tang. I suggest you handle this carefully." David calmed himself, his cybernetic eye whirling as he called his mother. Half relieved after the call, Gloria reassured him of her safety. David warned her to stay vigilant against Faraday's secret operations. After advising her, he decided to intercept the fleeing goods and then head for Night City. Activating his tracking system, David locked onto the amphibious armored vehicle's location and route. Company Plaza. He noticed that the enemy had not altered the navigation system. The vehicle was still autonomously driving towards its programmed destination. David, pondering over his cybernetic body, guessed the significance of the cargo inside the Vehiclean implant, possibly even surpassing his own in capability. Dorio, carrying Main to the vehicle, suddenly felt a pinch at her chest. Annoyed, she glared over her shoulder at Main, only to see him grinning cheekily. This works better than the suppressant. Right, go find V, she can surely bring me back. After speaking, Main's head slumped onto Dorio's shoulder, his strength failing. Dorio quickly helped Main into the vehicle, then turned to shout at David, "What's the plan?" David candidly replied, "I might need your help. I'm heading to Company Plaza." Without wasting further time, everyone crammed into the vehicle, making room at the rear for David. Inside the vehicle, David's massive frame took up most of the rear seat space. Kiwi connected his cybernetic body to her laptop, swiftly adjusting its settings. "The cybernetic body is slightly damaged but still functional," she mentioned. "However, you need to take a suppressant injection now, or the intense neural distress will overwhelm your resolve," Kiwi warned. Dorio quickly procured several bottles of injectable and breathable suppressants. "These were Main's backups. Since he can't use them now, they're yours." Kiwi fitted the breathable suppressant over David's nose and mouth, pressed the switch, and a mist was instantly sprayed into his nostrils, cooling his brain and lungs immediately. David expressed his gratitude. "Thank you." Lying in the back of the vehicle, David could not perform the injection himself due to his enormous mechanical limbs and relied on Kiwi's assistance. Main, nestled in Dorio's arms, had taken several doses of the breathable suppressant. Yet his vitals remained faint. Rebecca was passed out on the floor of the van, with Pilar looking after her. After successive inhalations and injections of the suppressant, David felt significant relief from the burning pain caused by his cybernetics. Kiwi disconnected the data link, suggesting softly, "You should rest for a while and regain some strength." David closed his eyes, and after a moment, he spoke again. "You know about my mom's situation. She's kept it from me all this time. That day, our encounter was due to a car accident, which led to the subsequent misunderstanding. Actually, I want to thank you. All that money was truly significant for us." Dorio, sitting in front, responded. "The misunderstanding was cleared up. Back then, we were too rash and didn't understand your situation well," touching Main's rough cheek, she added. "Main had no ill intent. Anyone who knows him realizes that he's a man of honor," David continued. "So that deal was completed with Mr. Tang's help. Was the traded item the Sandevistan Main had?" He noticed Main's reflexes were incredibly fast, even outpacing the Arasaka elite squad during the attack. David had also undergone foundational cybernetic modifications from Arasaka for field missions, giving him a higher quality of cybernetics compared to other employees. However, his version of Sandevistan was inferior to Main's. Dorio confirmed David's suspicion, admitting there was no longer any point in hiding. She could foresee that Tang had aided David's entry into Arasaka, further solidified by his rescue of Main, signaling they were on the same side. The ambush on Main, executed by someone called Faraday, was the middleman we used to coordinate with before, but then we switched to working directly with Gloria, reducing our interactions with him, Dorio explained. Probably due to competitive reasons, Faraday seized this opportunity to attempt eliminating a rival. We had recently accepted an order from Faraday to intercept this shipment just before encountering you. Also, this matter apparently involves Mr. Tang. Main mentioned that Faraday had backing from high-level executives at Arasaka. David tensed up, considering which company executive might support Faraday. The first person that came to mind was the Senior Operations Director, Susan Abernathy. It had to be her. The operation was strictly confidential. And she was the approver. Their encounter with an unexpected attack in the remote desert, and even the engagement of Faraday securing Main's team by commission and deploying an Arasaka elite squad, exposed his operation to the enemy. David sensed the irony before. He had not understood the mysterious disappearance of a coworker, Smith, involved in internal company disputes, or the death of Deputy Minister Kate after being dismissed. Now, it dawned on him from the moment he joined the company. Everyone was engaged in mutual warfare, and only the last person standing would have the right to ascend to the throne of power. At this moment, he had new insights into Tang's words and actions, navigating through factional disputes, boldly confronting Susan Abernathy and her ilk, consistently facing life-threatening dangers. Assassination, dismissal, power grabs, and framing all were inevitable struggles he had to deal with. David doubted himself. Feeling he could never master the art of navigating through such an environment of intrigue, lacking in trust, kindness, or support, a world where only the victor reigns supreme. Drawing a deep breath, he put aside his mixed feelings. He knew a product launch was currently underway at Company Plaza, organized by Tang Yu. He needed to intercept the shipment before it reached Company Plaza if the cargo in the other armored vehicle was an implant similar to his cybernetic body. It could potentially disrupt the event, possibly endangering Tang Yu as well. With this in mind, David quickly relayed the situation to Tang Yu to prepare him for any necessary countermeasures. At Company Plaza, during the product launch, an Arasaka armed hovercar fleet gracefully descended amid a phalanx of armed forces. Tang Yu, wearing specialized glasses, was ready to observe the upcoming launch. Meredith stood beside him, smiling lightly. "You've caused quite a stir this time, do you think you can control the situation?" Tang Yu responded calmly. "Hard to say, depends on their tactics, but playing with fire often ends up burning oneself," Meredith chuckled. "I may not be able to protect you, but I can assure the safety of your people." After the hovercar landed securely, the doors slid open, and a group of samurai bodyguards stepped forward to secure the perimeter. Yorinobu from Arasaka personally exited the hovercar, instantly drawing all focus at the venue. It was the Prince of Arasaka's first public appearance in Night City. And he was there to promote the soon-to-be-unveiled new product. Following Yorinobu was Atom Smasher, his entire body a dark mechanical fortress, his baleful red cybernetic eyes coldly sweeping over the crowd, his gaze seemingly contemptuous of mere ants. Holding a silver safety case, Smasher followed silently behind Yorinobu. The last to disembark the hovercar was Anders Hellman, scheduled to host the product demonstration. Eagerly scanning the crowd until his eyes settled on Tang Yu, bringing him some relief. He worried whether, according to Tang Yu's plan, Atom Smasher might crush his head with a single blow. Confirming Yorinobu and Atom Smasher had left Cyan Pavilion, Tang Yu sent a message to V, signaling her and Jackie to commence their operation. Just as he sent the message, he received David's urgent update. The mysterious shipment was heading towards Company Plaza, and someone was planning a move against Gloria. Tang Yu casually raised his glass to Aunt May. "Then I'll leave it to you." Chapter 211. At the Arasaka Plaza, the press conference officially commenced as Michiko Arasaka arrived at the scene. The invited guests quietly settled down, donned special glasses, and turned their attention to the center of the disc, ready to immerse themselves in the much-anticipated product launch. The venue was divided into 3 main areas. At the center of the disc, a glass screen served as the area for holographic presentations, where the product's appearance and performance parameters were magnified and restored to scale. Along the edges of the glass screen was the physical exhibition area, where the product, encased in a silver briefcase, sat atop a column, waiting to be unveiled. Beyond the exhibition area's caution line was the audience zone where guests gathered they could inspect the product firsthand after the presentation. This grand product launch by Arasaka hosted top societal elites and was conducted with rigorous security and confidentiality. Everyone in attendance was holding their breath, all highly anticipating this event, curious to see what surprises the newly developed product from Arasaka would unveil. The keynote speaker, Anders Hellman, approached the exhibit center. The audience's gaze followed him, shifting towards the soon-to-be-revealed relic biochip, stored in a sterile vacuum and temperature-controlled safe. "Soul, an eternal topic for humanity," Hellman began as his voice echoed. Simultaneously, a cosmic canopy unfolded above the whole plaza, enveloping everyone under a vast starlit illusion, dreamlike and surreal. "We have hoped that after our relatives, friends, and companions leave us, they will continue to accompany us in the starry night sky." As he spoke, stars gradually lit up one by one and gathered around quietly, floating mid-air and twinkling. "Some say the soul is our thoughts, others say it's our consciousness, our feelings, but today, I propose that the soul might be an algorithm, a program, a line of data, a chain of code, symbols, binary," concluded Hellman. "In essence, the soul is digital." Countless points of light faintly twinkled like fireflies, fluttering lightly and overflowing. Finally, they converged in one direction, merging into a graphic emblem, Arasaka's logo. Arasaka proudly introduces the latest digital soul product, the Relic Biochip. With this product, the soul is no longer a fleeting thought but a tangible entity that can be seen, heard, and even communicated with. This means, when facing the departure of loved ones, friends, and companions, we can meet them in another way. Even your own self can be preserved digitally, enabling a fresh start in life. Upon completion of his speech, the audience, looking up at the starry sky, couldn't help but exclaim in awe. "Is this the latest digital soul technology?" One guest murmured. "The Relic Biochip, a device that carries the soul, holding the key to eternal life. This is truly amazing," exclaimed another. "Developing such a unique product, Arasaka is set to rise again. If it successfully enters the market, I'll definitely buy this service," another added eagerly. A few claps emerged from the crowd, which quickly turned into roaring applause and cheers, congratulating Arasaka on this epic-making product. Overlooking the plaza from above, there was nothing particularly unusual about the disc, other than the crowd's fervent and excited expressions visible toward the mirrored surface above. Tang Yu, holding a drink, watched everything unfold with a calm demeanor. Unsurprised by the fervent response the relic biochip elicited. Immortality was a technology coveted by every privileged stakeholder. Standing nearby, Meredith Stout was internally shocked, having not expected Arasaka's latest product reveal to be the relic biochip. Military intelligence had some information on this technology, but due to Arasaka's high level of confidentiality, crucial information had always been elusive. Today, Arasaka boldly publicized it, implying it might have truly succeeded in development. Realizing the potential of this chip, Arasaka could truly dominate the digital souls of humanity's upper echelons, reaching an unprecedented peak of control. Stout's expression turned stern as she asked. This product originated from the Soul Killer program, didn't it? Did it really succeed? Arasaka's plan could allow Saburo Arasaka to continue governing the company in a digital soul state if the relic chip functioned as described during the conference. Stout sensed that Yorinobu Arasaka wouldn't likely permit such an occurrence without an ulterior motive for the event. Tang Yu simply replied coolly. Soon. Arasaka Yorinobu, standing nearby with arms crossed, seeing the enthusiastic response from the audience, felt more confident about the counteraction plan's potential success. The elites participating in the experience, once they uploaded their consciousness via the Soul Killer program, would lose control over the ensuing events. Amidst the marveling at Arasaka's latest digital soul technology, Hellman urgently cautioned. So far, the relic biochip has reached version 2.0, and we've achieved data upload of consciousness, turning personal identities into digital soul imprints and loading them into the biochip. Adjusting his glasses, troubled looks flickered as he glanced towards Yorinobu Arasaka's position, evidently troubled by a decision. Then, spotting Tang Yu in the crowd, Hellman sought final confirmation. Meeting his gaze, Tang Yu firmly nodded, signaling him to reveal everything to the public. Tang Yu had already arranged an escape route for him after disclosing the information. He'd immediately take a floating car to Kyoto. Yorinobu Arasaka might have realized something as Atom Smasher moved forward a couple of steps, his crimson eyes silently locking onto Hellman. Tang Yu stepped through the crowd, positioning himself between the two, with barely visible electrical arcs twining around his fingertips. Taking a deep breath, Hellman made his decision. Susan Abernathy, seeing the brash young man daring to glare at her, snorted sharply and scolded him again. David, are you defying the corporation? Defy? He was nearly driven to madness with laughter after all, who was actually defying the corporation? Merely following orders to complete a delivery, yet subjected to his superior's conspiracy. Could Susan Abernathy represent the corporation? No, she was nothing. It finally dawned on David that if this old woman did not die today, nobody would have peace. He suddenly sneered repeatedly, activating a high-pressure field, enveloping Susan Abernathy. Since he was going to defy the corporation, it would start with Susan Abernathy. Seeing David make a move, the security personnel on the platform tensed up, gripping their weapons tightly. Atom Smasher, standing above, witnessed the whole process and emotionlessly stated. Industrial garbage, it should have been scrapped long ago. The cybernetic Titan was custom designed for him early on. The module was too large and didn't meet his combat needs. After Ogre was developed, the cybernetic Titan was retired. Due to the net crash and the corporate wars. Some development data was lost in the old net, and the production lines were destroyed by artillery fire. Now, Atom Smasher, with cybernetic integration nearing 96, was entirely composed of Arasaka's most advanced combat implants. Not only were his weapons finely equipped, but even his exterior design reached the pinnacle of industrial technological aesthetics. To him, the cybernetic Titan was no different from scrap metal. At that moment, Susan Abernathy's face drastically changed. Sensing an alteration in the surrounding force field and realizing the bad situation, she knew it was too late to escape. As the crushing force was about to penetrate her from head to toe, the force field suddenly vanished. Her gaze trembled. Panic-stricken, as she looked at David to find him unknowingly unconscious, head hanging, and creating a loud crash as he fell. Tang Yu walked up to Susan Abernathy and calmly counter-questioned, David Martinez. Wasn't it your request to escort the cybernetic Titan and another item to Arasaka Tower? In the face of hijacking, successfully transporting the goods back to the corporation. Am I defying the company or your orders? The secret operation you personally approved has leaked. It's not a small suspicion. The board will investigate, and you should think carefully about your story. Faced with Tang Yu's questioning, Susan Abernathy was speechless. Tang Yu didn't bother with her. Simply directing people to take the unconscious David to the Arasaka Tower Development Department. The cybernetic Titan was needed by the development department, and naturally, there was a way to uninstall it. David had not only successfully transported the cybernetic titan and amphibious armor back but also contributed valuable operational data of the cybernetic titan, which was quite a feat. However, if he had seriously injured Susan Abernathy in front of everyone here, David would have faced a devastating situation. Thus, once Tang Yu saw David Martinez arrive at the scene, and the gray options of life simulation lit up again, he decisively chose to implement life simulation on him. At the moment David lost consciousness, he used mild electrocontrol to sever his connection to the cybernetic titan. Soon, David was lifted and taken away by an armed hovercraft, suspended with steel cables, into the Arasaka tower. Susan Abernathy watched David leave, her gaze on Tang Yu's back, her eyes flickering coldly. She muttered to herself. "You can't save yourself today." After ensuring David's safe entry into the Arasaka tower, Tang Yu then accessed the system panel. From the recent life simulation on David, he gained 3 life points and a new skill, High Gravity Field. This skill, derived from the function of the cybernetic titan in David's life simulation, could alter the gravitational field over a certain area, enhancing or weakening it. The pressure of the gravity field would vary with its range. The more concentrated, the stronger the pressure. Tang Yu decisively added the 3 life points to the High Gravity Field talent, upgrading its quality to Rare. Life points, 1. Integration Ability 1, Resilience Epic. Integration Ability 2, Bullet Time Rare. Integration Ability 3, Mild Electrocontrol Fine. Integration Ability 4, High Gravity Field Rare. Tang Yu was quite satisfied with this talent, compensating for his shortcomings in physical output. The mild electrocontrol talent, though it could better target cybernetically modified electronics on a subtle technical level, was more about breaking into circuit systems' vulnerabilities. But in intense combat, there was hardly an opportunity to hack, quite unlike the straightforward simplicity of the high gravity field. Suddenly, a tumult erupted at the conference venue. A sudden incident interrupted the meeting's proceedings, causing guests around the perimeter of the disc to stand and look for the source of the noise, then turn back. To their astonishment, several waiters and security personnel, as if mad, rushed towards the exhibition area, attempting to snatch the relic biochip safe. Atom Smasher quickly moved forward, grabbed the safe with one hand, and swung out with the other, bursting several heads, with blood splattering in all directions. Yet others continued to rush at him with eerie blue lights in their cyber eyes, disregarding all consequences. Boom! A blast, and all those charging at him were instantly turned into gore. The venue fell into confusion. Everyone glanced at each other, unsure of what had just happened. Even the security personnel were baffled. These servers had all undergone full security checks upon arrival, and their sudden, frenzied actions left them at a loss. Ensure the safety of the guests. Seeing the bloody chaos, Susan Abernathy smiled smugly and urged. This conference has issues. Immediately detain the person in charge of public relations, Tang Yu, and suspend him for investigation. Her orders were swiftly executed without any hindrance. Tang Yu immediately received a notification of suspension. All his permissions at the Arasaka tower were instantly revoked. He looked calmly towards the distant Yorinobu, motionless. Even though he had anticipated this day, Tang Yu felt an undercurrent of emotions, like a serene lake suddenly disrupted by a thrown stone. Susan Abernathy could issue such an order, and see it carried through without Yorinobu's tacit approval was utterly impossible. He knew everyone's choices differ, and so do the paths they take. The two held a silent gaze. Tang Yu's on-the-spot suspension immediately attracted surrounding attention. Michiko Arasaka received the notice immediately and, startled, hurried through the crowd, incredulous as she looked at Tang Yu. This time, he might truly be doomed. The conspiracies interlinked at this conference left no room for Tang Yu to escape. All responsibilities from the chaotic unfolding at the conference would likely fall on his shoulders. Suspension was the least of consequences, and if worse, it could even lead to dismissal. As the corporate directives formed, Arasaka's special action force quickly surrounded him. Tang Yu looked towards Yorinobu and finally spoke. "This is the path you've chosen, but it's impassable." The special forces closed in around Tang Yu, halting their steps and waiting. Yorinobu confidently stated, "How would you know without trying?" Tang Yu smiled. "Because it's been tried." He glanced around, his gaze passing over Yorinobu, Atom Smasher, Michiko Arasaka, and others. Who to start with? His gaze finally settled on Susan Abernathy. Susan Abernathy felt unnerved under Tang Yu's stare. Desperately trying to mask her fear, she shouted to the special forces, "Aren't you going to act?" Tang Yu gave her a polite smile for the first time and gently lifted his hand. "Goodbye." Snap. A crisp snapping sound from Tang Yu's fingertips. Instantly, a perfectly sized force field sprung up, encircling Susan Abernathy, trapping her completely. Her eyes widened. Not understanding what was happening, only to feel an invisible force squeezing and controlling her entire body, making it extremely difficult to struggle or move. This familiar situation was just like when David activated his high-pressure field over her. She was just about to call for help when she felt an invisible force compressing her head, penetrating her from top to bottom. Spurt. Her entire body was crushed as if by a gigantic weight, disappearing on the spot, turning into a spray of blood and flesh dispersing in all directions, steaming. In an instant, silence filled the venue. Everyone was shockingly staring at what had just happened. What happened? Above Susan Abernathy's place, there wasn't any hover vehicle or equipment. This sudden high-pressure field, how could it flatten someone instantaneously? Michiko Arasaka was shocked, covering her mouth, unable to utter a word, unable to believe the force field had originated from Tang Yu's finger snap. Who exactly was Tang Yu? This question was deeply imprinted in everyone's minds. Yorinobu's eyebrows furrowed deeply, his pupils trembling slightly. The eerie circumstances were entirely beyond his expectation. Prior intelligence had absolutely no mention of these key details. Tang Yu wasn't an ordinary person from the start. His cards were hidden too deeply. What exactly are you after? You're definitely not a man serving Saburo, Atom Smasher, carrying the silver safe, returned to Yorinobu's side. After witnessing Tang Yu's special capabilities, his expressionless gaze gained a hint of interest. Interesting, you're stronger than the other flesh. He asked for Yorinobu's instructions. Should we eliminate him? Yorinobu, struggling to suppress the turmoil and surprise in his heart, said sternly, no, take the safe back to Konpeki Plaza. Someone is causing trouble there. Atom Smasher, following Yorinobu's orders, stared at Tang Yu, sneering, hope you don't die too soon. As he turned to step onto the hover car to leave, he suddenly felt a heavy step, the ground sinking an inch. He strained to support his body, not letting himself fall, turning his neck stiffly to look back at Tang Yu. You're courting death. Chapter 212. At the top tier of the Militech Plaza, the product launch was abruptly terminated, leaving many of the assembled guests in shock as they removed their glasses, bewildered by the sudden occurrence. What had been planned as a product presentation had swiftly turned into an extensive internal corporate drama. Susan Abernathy, the high-ranking director of special operations at Arasaka, was mysteriously crushed into a bloody pulp by some unknown force. The perpetrator seemed to be another Arasaka executive, Tang Yu, the Minister of Public Relations at Arasaka, who had organized the event. In an instant, people vanished into thin air. This display of power beyond comprehension left the audience in shock and awe. Rather than flee the scene, they preferred to stay, intrigued by the possibility of witnessing more miracles and believing in the security forces of the major corporations to maintain order. Some even thought this was a planned part of the presentation, speculating that Tang Yu's mysterious ability to control force fields was a result of Arasaka's latest research into supernatural sciences. The audience whispered among themselves, faces glowing with astonishment. Was that the effect of Mr. Tang snapping his fingers? How is it possible to use a power capable of crushing a person from thin air? Arasaka really outdid themselves with surprises today. The digital soul technology and the relic biochip are still one step away from the final clinical trial, but success seems near. And now, Mr. Tang's use of mysterious powers, could that also be an Arasaka research breakthrough? No, wait, Arasaka just announced that Mr. Tang has been suspended. This situation seems more like internal corporate strife. Are the hawks and doves at it again? Many tried to guess what was happening, their curious gazes turning towards Michiko Arasaka. Rumors had always circulated that Tang Yu was a staunch dove, his promotions directly linked to Michiko. Now, it seemed Tang Yu was confronting Yorinobu Arasaka, indicating that a power struggle might be brewing within Arasaka over the control of Night City Arasaka Tower. Unexpectedly, Michiko looked just as shocked, standing frozen with her wine glass clenched tightly, indicating her anxiety. Seeing Michiko's reaction only deepened the confusion about the current situation. Why would Tang Yu do this? Was the sudden suspension due to a server riot or theft of developmental products? Now, it seemed he was making a move against Atom Smasher, thus declaring his stance. The real drama at Arasaka had only just begun. Despite security trying to persuade the spectators to leave the area, not one person moved. Such an opportunity to witness this firsthand was truly once in a lifetime. Meredith Stout quickly regained her composure and summoned Militech and security to protect the company executives and facilitate their retreat, even deploying armed hover vehicles and smart mechs to ensure their safety. She knew Tang Yu never initiated battles unprepared. Choosing this moment to strike meant he was confident of turning the situation upside down, with no one knowing what the aftermath would look like. Atom Smasher was known as a war machine. A frenzy from him could wreak havoc across the entire plaza. Meredith secretly persuaded the directors, urging them to board armored hover vehicles and watch the spectacle from above the plaza. Meanwhile, Tang Yu, surrounded by the heavily armed Arasaka Special Task Force with their guns trained on him, remained calm. Without any explicit orders since Susan Abernathy's mysterious demise, and still technically an executive protected by company policies, the Special Task Force dared not shoot prematurely. With higher-ups present, including members of the Arasaka family, and Yorinobu not giving any orders under the psychological pressure created by Abernathy's death, the fully armed task force could only stand by, tensely awaiting commands. Despite being at the center of the storm, Tang Yu was exceptionally composed, having anticipated this situation. To balance between Yorinobu and Saburo Arasaka, he had to divert their mutual antagonism toward a different target. Tang Yu was willing to be that target, to secure peace for everyone around him. He remembered Yorinobu once saying, "If a nuclear bomb can't destroy Arasaka, then become the bomb." But now things were different. Tang Yu wanted to tell them that if Yorinobu, as a bomb, couldn't destroy Arasaka, then he would become a sword hanging over Saburo's head. The world might not turn beautiful, but at least it could avoid destruction. With this thought, Tang Yu decided to show Yorinobu what a true human-formed nuclear bomb looked like. At that moment, Atom Smasher, encased in a high-pressure field, rapidly adjusted his cybernetic eyes and instantly locked onto Tang Yu. He strained to raise his arm cannon and fired a missile. As the missile left the barrel and fell towards the ground under gravity's pull, it regained speed outside the field's influence and continued on its trajectory towards Tang Yu. Yorinobu's eyes widened as he watched the missile with its glowing tail flying towards Tang Yu. But the expected explosion did not happen. Tang Yu snapped his fingers once more, and the nearby missile uncontrollably jerked upward, flying almost vertically and exploding mid-air after colliding with several drones. This miraculous display confirmed it for everyone present. The mysterious force field was entirely under Tang Yu's control. He could manipulate the force field. Utilizing the varying forces around him, Tang Yu dramatically altered the missile's direction, leaving everyone present deeply shocked. Yorinobu, witnessing this, immediately ordered, "Promote Atom Smasher to the head of security, capture Tang Yu alive, anyone who disobeys will be dismissed from the company." The employment order was issued on the spot, and all Arasaka employees, including Tang Yu, received the notification. As Tang Yu disrupted the force field, Atom Smasher felt sudden relief. The oppressive weight around him vanished, and he murmured, controlling the force field, "Interesting, very interesting." Atom Smasher turned to face Tang Yu without immediately attacking, opting instead to escort Michiko Arasaka onto the hovering car. Michiko Arasaka instructed the bodyguard to take the briefcase from Atom Smasher, and as they left, she turned to face Tang Yu, ordering him to get in the car as well. With some hesitation, and after looking at Tang Yu, Michiko boarded the hover car with Michiko Arasaka and left the scene. After escorting the two, Atom Smasher decided to let Tang Yu warm up, immediately ordering the special service team to attack. With the command from above, the special service team was ready to aim and fire. A larger force field spread out, centered on Tang Yu, instantly flipping the surrounding special service team and pushing them into midair. With a flip of his hand, Tang Yu sent the flying special service team crashing down at high speed. Bang! 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 Each person that hit the ground turned into a pile of mush, splashing up sprays of red blood. The sudden carnage made many onlookers cover their eyes in fear, while others marveled at Tang Yu's mysterious power, clicking their tongues in wonder. Following the annihilation of the special service team, more armed forces from Arasaka deployed in the plaza began attacking Tang Yu, with continuous streams of elite squads emerging from Arasaka Tower. However, due to the presence of many prominent guests and Michiko Arasaka's orders to capture alive, the surrounding cannons and mechs had not yet been activated. An Arasaka warrior bodyguard drew his long sword and activated his Sandavistan ability, swiftly avoiding the crowd and directly charging at Tang Yu. Before several men could get close, bizarre forces disrupted their fast-moving forms from nowhere. The first comers, holding long swords, froze in place, motionless, and then collapsed weakly after a moment. Above their heads, a thin hole was drilled, running from the top of their heads to below their bodies. The ground where they were pierced had a deep hole, even piercing through the foundation of the plaza. Too slow. Tang Yu activated bullet time, making their movements appear as though they were in slow motion. Atom Smasher, seeing Tang Yu's method, his normally expressionless crimson mechanical eyes slightly stirred. "Very good, nice trick, you have now earned the right to die at my feet." The move that the Arasaka bodyguards made, although slow in his eyes, was fast for an ordinary person. Since Tang Yu could discern their movements with the naked eye and manipulate the force field to kill them, it indicated that Tang Yu still had more tricks up his sleeve. After the first wave of attacks by Arasaka's security team, more fighters from all directions rushed up the stairs and joined the battle. In mid-air, several Arasaka armed hovercrafts continuously deployed special service teams rappelling down. Multiple drones overhead fired electroshock bullets, emitting blue arcs as each focused on the same target. Tang Yu snapped his fingers again, and the bullets, as if held by an invisible force, hovered above his head, forming a dense network of electroshock bullets. It was as if Tang Yu held a powerful protective umbrella, blocking all incoming bullets, letting countless electroshock bullets rain down without being able to penetrate. Tang Yu pointed upwards with his fingertip, and all the electroshock bullets immediately shot back in the opposite direction, following their original trajectories. Boom, boom, boom. Drone after drone was hit by the electroshock bullets, sparking and swaying before crashing to the ground, bursting into flames. Even some of the special service team members suspended mid-air were hit by the bullets, twitching uncontrollably, unable to hold on to their ropes and eventually falling. Meanwhile, more Arasaka bodyguards aggressively approached, clad in black Arasaka uniforms, raising their long swords high from both sides of the plaza, converging towards Tang Yu in the center. Tang Yu extended his palm downwards, lightly pressing down. A larger gravitational field instantly enveloped the two groups. The Arasaka bodyguards were trapped by the invisible gravitational force, stumbling and all kneeling on the ground, collapsing in a large group. They knelt on their knees, supporting themselves with their hands, but the immense pressure made it difficult for them to maintain their position, only able to grit their teeth and stubbornly resist. Tang Yu's palm sank slightly again. Crack. The Arasaka bodyguards immediately collapsed, with many of their fragile limbs breaking, only a few with titanium alloy skeletal prosthetics managing to endure for a moment longer. Tang Yu, continuously using his force field talent at high intensity, felt as if some power within his body was being rapidly depleted, similar to using minor electrokinesis, which also consumed mental power, causing fatigue and, in severe cases, dizziness and headaches. His unyielding epic talent was ceaselessly active, fully recovering his body's fatigue and endurance. But mental power depletion recovery was different from physical rest. It required avoiding overuse with a certain buffering time. Tang Yu estimated that his mental power would recover significantly within a few breaths. He withdrew his hand, and suddenly the pressure over everyone's heads from Arasaka disappeared, but some were already unable to stand up. Those who had resisted the pressure, one by one stood up, leaning on their knives, activating their full-body combat implants with red light circulating throughout. After warming up, they roared angrily and charged forward with raised swords. Tang Yu bent down, casually picking up a long sword from the ground, feeling its mediocre grip, but it was sufficient to reap heads. His gaze calmly directed towards Atom Smasher, who stood not far away, completely undisturbed by the charging crowd. From the beginning of the fight, he had not moved an inch, already splattered with large chunks of blood and flesh. Atom Smasher stood immovable, indifferent to the dead and injured Arasaka bodyguards around him, his eyes beginning to show a craving for battle. But he held back, wanting to witness firsthand Tang Yu's true capabilities. As Tang Yu acted, the onlookers held their breath, their expressions absolutely stunned. This battle scene that surpassed their understanding left them almost speechless, completely forgetting the danger they were in. Everyone was anticipating his next display of abilities. Whoosh! With invisible speed, Tang Yu vanished from his spot in a flash and actively charged into the crowd of Arasaka bodyguards. Chapter 213. Live updates from the front line report violent chaos currently erupting at the company plaza, likely triggered by an incident during an Arasaka product launch. Tang Yu, the head of the event and Arasaka's PR department, has been held primarily accountable for the incident. Arasaka has publicly suspended him. Ladies and gentlemen, bringing you breaking news from our city, there is a violent confrontation at the company plaza. It has been confirmed that Arasaka executive Tang Yu, by defying company orders and sabotaging the Arasaka product launch, has been suspended and arrested. Tang Yu is currently violently resisting arrest. This is incredible, unbelievable news today on Quick Talk. Arasaka secretly held a product launch at the company plaza in front of Night City's entire social elite. Despite the strict secrecy, no one knows what product was launched, but the twist is, Arasaka started fighting among themselves. This is Channel 54 News, live at the scene where a high-level violent confrontation is happening at Arasaka. Two members of the Arasaka family have personally arrived at the scene. WNS World News brings you the latest major news. Arasaka executive Tang Yu is using some kind of mysterious power to defy carrying out company orders. He has now been suspended. Gloria frantically switched through various TV channels with her remote, only to find that all were covering the tumultuous event at the company plaza. Staring anxiously at the screen, she couldn't believe that Tang Yu, the person responsible for such a globally sensational event, was the same person she knew. What exactly happened there? Why was he suspended from the company, and how did he come into conflict with Arasaka? She was burning with questions that left her restless. By now, the company plaza had been completely sealed off. Even the news broadcasts could only film from a great distance using aerial cameras due to the interference signals, making the scene at the plaza appear fuzzy. Before the signals were jammed, clearer images had been broadcast from the chaotic feed. Gloria thought she glimpsed David's figure amidst the giant mechanical beast, but she wasn't sure, as the enormous frame of the machine obscured most human figures, compounded by the crowded scene. Before more footage could be captured, the giant beast seemed to faint and was hoisted by an Arasaka air car into the building. Halfway through the report, Gloria couldn't sit still any longer. She stood up and turned to Sasha beside her. "Sasha, we need to go to the company plaza and find Mr. Tang." A spark flashed in Sasha's eyes. She had been emotionally charged since seeing the news and deeply wanted to rush to the plaza. However, Tang Yu had previously instructed her to ensure Gloria's safety and remain in Tang Yu's apartment until further orders, so she had suppressed the urge. Now that Gloria suggested going to the plaza herself, Sasha eagerly agreed. Reaching the door, Sasha attempted to use her identity to unlock it but found her access temporarily disabled. Her access had been granted while living with Tang Yu, but it was unusable due to the special circumstances. Sasha turned to Gloria, possibly seeking her opinion on forcibly overriding the door, but reluctant to disobey Tang Yu's commands. Gloria quickly grasped Sasha's intentions, suddenly clutching her abdomen and groaning in pain. "Sasha, hurry, my stomach hurts badly, we need to get to a hospital now, or it might be too late." "Understood." Sasha's cybernetic eye whirled as she hacked into the door system, bypassing Tang Yu's securities in a matter of seconds. Protecting Gloria was a priority, and now, since she was unwell and needed medical attention, breaking the security was justifiable. As the gates opened slowly, they hadn't even stepped out when they were met by a group of security guards, standing alert and orderly. Sasha explained that Gloria was feeling unwell and needed to visit the public medical center. Heading there would incidentally take them in the same direction as the company plaza, possibly giving them a chance to find Tang Yu. The team leader checked Gloria, who appeared genuinely in pain, but was conflicted about intruding due to the higher-ups' orders. He suggested, "We have an accompanying medic who could diagnose and treat you here. Can your medic handle gynecological issues too?" Gloria retorted impatiently, implying the privacy and specialty care required. Taken aback for a moment, the leader finally ordered the team to escort them to the hospital. Soon, under the guard of multiple armored vehicles and drones hovering overhead for surveillance, Gloria and Sasha descended to their convoy. Once they were in the vehicle with Gloria in the passenger seat, her demeanor returned to normal, and she chuckled, turning to Sasha. "How was my performance?" "Sasha thinks it was very convincing." "You're a great actress." Gloria laughed, then suddenly clutched her abdomen again, groaning. Sasha, concerned, immediately asked earnestly, "Are you really not feeling well?" Gloria quickly masked her reaction with a smile. "Look, fooled you again, didn't I?" Sasha shook her head resignedly and focused on driving. Suddenly, the armed vehicles escorting them began to close in dangerously. Sasha urgently radioed the leader to check on the situation. The leader swiftly responded, "Be careful, they've gone rogue." Immediately, Sasha slammed on the brakes. As the cars skidded to a halt, the rogue vehicles collided with each other and overturned. Spotting trouble, the team leader quickly commanded, "There's an enemy attack, everyone respond with your codes." He soon confirmed that 2 vehicles were still under enemy control and warned Sasha. "Watch out for vehicles 2 and 5, they've gone rogue." Sasha steadied the vehicle and inquired if Gloria was hurt. "I'm fine," Gloria assured, holding tightly to her 4 Seasons treasure. Sasha activated her cybernetic eye and quickly identified vehicles 2 and 5 accelerating towards them. She hacked into their systems, instantly burning out the driver's brain of Vehicle 2, causing it to crash. While preparing to disable Vehicle 5, everything suddenly went dark. She heard a voice say, "We know who you are, it's time for you to sleep." At that moment, Sasha's head dropped as if powered down, and her hands slipped from the steering wheel. Horrified, Gloria lowered the window, drew her pistol, and commanded, "For Seasons treasure, headshot." Bang, bang, bang. Gloria furiously pulled the trigger, unloading all the bullets. For Seasons treasure exclaimed, "Wow, that truly feels amazing, so painful and thrilling." Bullets trailed smoke as they rushed toward the opposing vehicle, striking it directly and blasting the windshield open. The consecutive bullets penetrated the car, headshotting everyone inside. The out-of-control vehicle swerved and crashed to the side. The security team reacted quickly, disembarking to set up a defensive perimeter while dispersing irrelevant vehicles on the highway. "Are you all safe?" The drivers of the 4 out-of-control vehicles, their ICE protection was insufficient and was invaded by some unknown electronic virus, losing control over their actions. Gloria was about to reply when she suddenly heard a plop. The team leader, standing outside the car window, with his eyes bulging and mouth gaping in extreme pain, said, "Quick, close the window, escape." A blade appeared out of thin air, piercing through the captain's heart and lungs, then viciously jerked upwards, splitting him in two. Gloria, horrified, instantly raised her car window, blocking the ghost-like assassin outside. She couldn't see the attacker's figure, only a bloody steel longsword held by an invisible hand. Clang! The sword stabbed fiercely toward the bulletproof window, shaking out web-like cracks and just breaking through the glass. "You must pay with your life for my brother." Gloria, not daring to delay, rotated her cybernetic eye module and activated the vehicle's auto-drive, making the car speed backward, attempting to escape the ghostly pursuer. The security team fired wildly at the invisible ghost but failed to reveal his true form. The ghost instantly moved among the security team, slicing them all in half. Watching this, Gloria was horrified and commanded the vehicle to speed away, but too many congested vehicles blocked her path. After dealing with the security team, the ghost vanished again. Gloria hastily reloaded her gun, vigilantly surveying her surroundings. Thud! Heavy footsteps came from above the car, followed by a sword tip piercing down, breaking through the car's armor and creating a fine hole. Gloria, not daring to shoot recklessly, quickly aimed her gun at the roof. This time, the assailant made a real move. A samurai sword glowing with scorching red heat sliced open the roof, creating a large gap. Gloria quickly unbuckled Sasha's seatbelt, desperately trying to drag her out of the vehicle, but the opponent, like a ghost, remained unseen. A square section of the car's roof was cut open. The metal armor falling onto the back seat. Without hesitation, Gloria fired again, the bullets passing through the opening in the roof, shooting toward the invisible target's head. The assailant, seemingly cautious, quickly drew his sword to deflect the bullets. Seizing the moment, Gloria quickly opened the car door, pushed Sasha out, and restarted the car. Holding the steering wheel with one hand and her gun with the other, she continued to fire several shots. The bullets flew out from the hole in the roof, blocking the opponent's path. "He's after me, Sasha, you must be safe." With determination in her eyes, Gloria pressed the accelerator and drove forward, hoping to lead the pursuer away and ensure Sasha's safety. Only a few seconds after breaking away, a dull thump resounded from the rear roof, causing the car to sink and the front to abruptly tilt upward. Then crash into the roadside. Gloria knew the foe had struck again, but her increasingly faint consciousness prevented her from resisting, her gun magazine now empty. User is in a hazardous situation, emergency reminder to replace the magazine. The gun loudly alerted. The invisible ghost moved to the driver's side, raising the long samurai sword, preparing to stab downwards. Suddenly, 2 metallic claws penetrated his abdomen, revealing his ninja form as Sasha stood behind him, her claws embedded in his flesh, her gaze as cold as ice. With a hiss, she pulled apart, slicing the ninja directly into segments. After dealing with the ninja, Sasha jumped neatly from the car, went to the driver's side, opened the door, and helped the injured Gloria out. Through a haze, Gloria weakly opened her eyes and saw Sasha, her piercing eyes seeming unfamiliar. "Thank you, Sasha." Sasha then carried Gloria, sprinting towards the public medical center. In the company square, Tang Yu unleashed his imagination in a lavish display of killings against Arasaka's security forces. He intended to make everyone remember, anyone who wished to dominate Night City would have to measure their own strength first. His presence sparked fear among the spectators, and there was no other option. This massacre was simply an appetizer. Tang Yu activated Unsung Time, maximizing talents like Indomitable and Bullet Time. Wielding a long sword, he swiftly darted into Arasaka's bodyguards, moving so quickly that even high-speed cameras struggled to catch him. The mounted machine guns continued to rotate, attempting to target the fast-moving figure, but to no avail. As the figure flashed by, multiple heads flew into the air. When he paused, a powerful psychic field crushed approaching Arasaka bodyguards into pulp. The Arasaka bodyguards tried to match his speed and endurance limits by activating their Sandevistan, but some burned out their cerebellar nerves due to repeated use and fell screaming in agony. Some, desperate to keep up with Tang Yu's speed, forced their cybernetics beyond limits, resulting in fatal chipset explosions. The swift-moving figure did not even seem to breathe during his continuous high-speed maneuvers, far surpassing Sandevistan's capabilities, leaving the onlookers utterly astounded. This power, is it the force of his genes, or a god's gift? My God, is he even human anymore? Yes, his blood, his cells. Our company needs it, we need it desperately, and we're willing to pay any price. Mr. Tang has been suspended by Arasaka. Yes, come to us, an executive position is waiting for you. You decide the salary and treatment. No, 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 Tang Yu is a treasure of humanity, the epitome of male perfection, his genes must be passed down, I'm willing to pay any price, just for one night. Eyes gleamed with excitement as the crowd realized the value of Tang Yu as a pureblood with terrifying powers. Whoever possessed him would control the direction of human evolution. An unrestricted use of native abilities, far surpassing cybernetic enhancements, holds significant meaning for changing the human world. The crowd watched the dazzling figure freely slaughtering throughout, nearly annihilating Arasaka's living forces. Atom Smasher, his fists clenched, twisted his mechanical neck, seeing Tang Yu attracting endless admiration and stealing the limelight, felt an intense desire to fight. Decaying flesh can never beat a body of solid steel. As he spoke, Atom Smasher's mechanical knees compressed, activating his Sandevistan, and he leaped high into the air, targeting Tang Yu with a heavy stomp. Bang! Dust billowed and debris scattered. The ground shook as if hit by an earthquake, cracking open crevices in the reinforced concrete. Stunned, people struggled to regain their balance, finally realizing someone had intervened. Known as the War Machine, with cybernetic enhancements nearly reaching 96, the strongest modified man alive in Night City, Atom Smasher had entered the fray. Chapter 214. In the vast digital seascape of cyberspace, Lucy's data consciousness took form, successfully merging with the network surveillance deep dive team. This rare group operation was led by Senior Agent Mosley, who hurried back to Night City from headquarters for a crucial deal with Arasaka. The dive team included Mosley, Lucy, 2 agents summoned from other regions, and the project supervisor Chivers, 5 people in total, making it a formidable assembly. Their primary mission was to assist and supervise Arasaka's cyberspace agents in summoning Alt Cunningham for negotiations beyond the Black Wall. After initial communications, the network surveillance team and Arasaka's agents convened in cyberspace. To ensure the success of the summoning, the surveillance team remained in stealth mode. Mosley sent a reliable program channel to Arasaka's agents, ensuring both teams could return safely after crossing the Black Wall. Mosley gestured in the blue data realm, swiftly leading everyone to the Black Wall. This place harbored the surveillance-specific entrance, which was the most stable entry and exit point in the Black Wall. The Black Wall harbored numerous instabilities, with most channels unpredictably shifting and disappearing according to data flow. Amidst severe data interference, finding the exit immediately after crossing could be challenging. The Arasaka agent, holding the summoning tool loaded with fragments of Johnny's memories, took the lead, attracting Alt Cunningham from the old net. Mosley equipped everyone with a concealment program, effectively camouflaging them as benign data fragments, nearly undetectable by scans. Lucy sensed the operation might not be as straightforward as planned but joined to uncover the transaction's true purpose, deeply significant to Tang Yu Johnny Silverhand. Alt Cunningham, the rampant old net AIs, or the cyberspace matrix. Resolving these mysteries could also clear her long-standing dilemmas. Before setting off, Mosley cautioned. Once inside the old net, the Black Wall can't protect us, follow orders strictly and don't flee in emergencies. Despite being data forms without facial expressions, Lucy could discern Mosley's cautious tone regarding Alt Cunningham, a sole AI topping the network surveillance's most wanted list, likely wielding unfathomable authority within the net. Following Mosley, the group passed through the Black Wall towards the designated location. Navigating through layers of data debris and electronic viruses, they quickly reached their destination, where the Arasaka team had already begun setting up the summoning. Releasing Johnny Silverhand's memory data fragments, a series of his images played out. Alt, weren't you not coming tonight? Alt. Can't you stop turning on a dime, just enjoying yourself and then forgetting me? Arasaka must have kidnapped Alt in revenge. Lucy was familiar with such summoning rituals. It was how Tang Yu leveraged Johnny Silverhand's memories in her mind to summon Alt during her encounter with the Voodoo Boys in cyberspace. She believed that Alt would definitely appear but might not be as forgiving as before. Mosley and his team were on high alert, wary of meeting Alt beyond the Black Wall. Moments later, a massive red data silhouette approached, towering like a mountain, ominously overlooking everyone with a palpable sense of oppression. It was Alt Cunningham. Even seeing Alt for the second time, Lucy couldn't help being astounded, knowing Alt was continually growing stronger within the old net. Unable to fathom what Alt had learned, Lucy questioned whether the fragile Black Wall AI could keep pace with Alt's evolution. Alt might already possess the power to tear through the Black Wall, possibly waiting for a chance to radically change the human world. The Arasaka agents rapidly stated their purpose, querying how to dismantle the Soul Killer program. Lord Rai wants to make this deal with you, and we will try to meet your demands, said an Arasaka agent. Alt Cunningham loomed over them, her voice deep and enigmatic, echoing throughout the boundless cyberspace. The bodies that bind consciousness are humanity's greatest ignorance. I am no longer myself, and you, too, will embark on a new life. Before the Arasaka agents could secure their desired response, beams of light penetrated from the void, piercing their heads. Ah! Ouch! Mark Alt Cunningham. And retreat right now. What? Lucy was astounded, hardly believing Mosley would dare mark Alt Cunningham at such a moment. Was it not akin to courting death? If network surveillance could mark Alt Cunningham, they could track her movements and potentially counteract her actions. Mosley's idea might have been sound, but hastily executed. A beam of data light shot from Mosley's eyes, striking Alt Cunningham and quickly dissolving into her, attracting her immediate attention. Despite the high-level camouflage, their proactive exposure risked being swiftly detected. Before Lucy could escape, she felt her digital form firmly locked in place as the surrounding data flow slowed. This is bad. Mosley attempted countermeasures, but before he could finish speaking, a beam pierced his head, subjecting him and the Arasaka agents to the same grisly fate. Lucy's heart raced, too terrified to look back as the screams of her comrades filled the digital void. She could only close her eyes, preparing to face the same fate. After everything settled, she found it strange. As if a beam hadn't pierced her brain. Slowly opening her eyes, Lucy discovered herself enclosed within the black wall, back where she had started. She hastily looked up and saw Alt floating outside, silently looking down at her. Why? Lucy was both surprised and confused as to why Alt would spare her. Alt Cunningham remained silent, watched her for a moment, then drifted away, leaving a stunned Lucy, who had no clue why she was spared. Cough, cough, cough. Back in the safe house, Lucy suddenly began to cough violently, struggling to climb out of a tub filled with ice shards. Ignoring the pain, she removed the deep dive interface from the back of her head, determined to inform Tang Yu about everything. All Arasaka agents and netwatchers were burnt. Alt Cunningham showed no willingness to cooperate. And most importantly, Alt had spared her. Lucy sensed a conspiracy, relating to something that mattered most to Tang Yu. Soaked all over, she didn't bother to dry off, stumbling and collapsing onto the living room couch. Her cybernetic eyes whirled as she tried calling Tang Yu, but no one answered for a long time. Lucy withdrew her gaze, just about to send a message to Tang Yu, when she saw a news broadcast on the projection TV. Her pupils shrank instantly. Tang Yu. Inside the dazzle blue building. V disconnected from the hacker with the buzz cut, having just used him to tackle the hotel security and unlock the penthouse's restrictions. Now, she could head straight to the top floor, directly reaching the suite of Arasaka Yorinobu. In the instant message. Girl, how's the mission going? I've got a solid eye on Dexter, can't imagine we're actually about to off him. V, this is Night City after all, he's no good guy. Tang mentioned that the fatso offed his best buddy. You know who it is? How would I know? He doesn't have many friends, only me and you, and we're still alive, not to mention the scum in his company. V, my end's all set, getting ready to come up there, keep in touch. V picked up a sword sheath from the guest room table, went out, and walked straight to the public elevator. Just as she passed two security guards headed towards her room, she overheard their conversation. Received, guest room 1506's access has been revoked, we're heading there now. V sensed something was wrong. Guest room 1506 was the room Tang Yu booked for her. Why was it suddenly revoked? She hurried to the elevator and pressed the call button. Hello, please wait a moment. Your lodging permission has been temporarily suspended. You need to cooperate with our work. V didn't hesitate. As soon as the elevator doors opened, she dashed inside, heading directly to the top floor to Yorinobu's room. Upon reaching the room, she drew her long sword, Kaku, moved to the floor where the target cargo was hidden, and stabbed it down. The sharp blade embedded itself into the floor's mechanism. And she forcefully pried. The hidden mechanism broke under her powerful force, emitting sparks, and a platform rose. Now, the hotel's security was rapidly ascending. Without the luxury to hack the switch again, she reinserted her blade into the platform's crevice, forcibly opening the cover plate. Spotting the target cargo, a black suitcase, she immediately grabbed it. Jackie urgently spoke in the comms, girl, something seems off, looks like Yorinobu Arasaka is returning. Arasaka forces are en route to the hotel, be careful. V grabbed the black suitcase with one hand and Kaku with the other. As the hotel security forces burst into the suite, they opened fire. She ducked to avoid the gunfire, and when there was a brief pause, she activated her Sandevistan and dashed out lightning fast. Swoosh! Several security personnel were sliced apart. V wasted no time and headed straight to the rooftop staircase. After breaking through the door restriction with her sword, she made her way to the top. An Arasaka private luxury hovercar was parked, its door wide open, the exit prepared by Tang Yu. Just as V was about to step into the hovercar, gunfire erupted around her. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets poured down like rain. V felt a sudden sharp pain in her right leg but couldn't dodge. She held the black suitcase tightly and activated her Sandevistan, crashing into the hovercar, escaping the gunfire. Bullets furiously struck the hovercar's roof, creating dense dents. Lucky it's sturdy enough, V looked at the roof and couldn't help but sigh. The door of the hovercar closed automatically, the engine started, and it immediately took off. V leaned against the electronic screen edge, checking outside, only to see an Arasaka armed hovercar still launching attacks. The vehicle's smart voice navigation announced. Navigating to Watson's Little Tang Street. Destination changing, now setting course to Kyoto, Arasaka Tower Headquarters. Arasaka Headquarters. Damn it, who said to go to Arasaka Headquarters? Stop the car. Quickly. As the hovercar ascended higher, it completely ignored the bullet and cannon fire. V, holding the suitcase and leaning on Kaku, approached the vehicle's control panel, saw various colorful buttons, and had no idea how to operate it. Angry, she lifted her long sword and violently struck down, crazily destroying the control panel. The sharp blade cut through the panel cover, exposing internal circuits and electronics, sparking. Malfunction. Emergency malfunction. Hard landing imminent. V cursed loudly, what kind of crappy hover car, going to goddamned Kyoto Arasaka headquarters, destroy this. As her long sword embedded in the panel, the entire hovercar's engine lost control, beginning to shake and descend toward the ground. V, seeing her plan working, quickly crawled back into the cabin, activated the emergency safety mode, and strapped herself in. She held the insurance box tightly, unable to withhold a curse, damn, if I don't die this time, those in suits, you're done playing with me forever. The luxurious hovercar emitted thick black smoke as it dived towards the ground. Like an earthquake, V had to grip the box tightly. Boom. The hovercar crashed against a secluded street, sliding forwards due to the powerful impact inertia, knocking down a string of street lamps and trash cans before finally stopping against the wall of an abandoned building. The pursuing Arasaka armed hovercar, still hovering, located the crash site. Saburo Arasaka's personal hovercar was severely damaged, but its outer frame was mostly intact. Just as the Arasaka armed hovercar was about to land, a missile trailing flames shot from the sky, hitting directly. Boom! The Arasaka armed hovercar was instantly destroyed, turning into a fireball mushroom cloud, crashing to the ground. The source of the missile, a helicopter, rapidly approached. The cabin door opened, Rogue lowered her cannon from her shoulder, and looked at the ground where the luxurious hovercar remained, saying, "Hope we're not too late, otherwise can't explain this to Tang." Chapter 215. Atom Smasher's rampage turned the fifth-level disk of the integrated transport hub into a scene resembling an earthquake, with bursts of dust and cracks appearing everywhere. As the intensity of the battlefield grew uncontrollable, the NCPD began urgently organizing the evacuation. Anyone still wanting to stay was risking their lives, yet the crowd was not scared but rather became frenzied with excitement by Atom Smasher's appearance. Despite the NCPD officers' desperate pleas, the crowd insisted on staying to watch this battle of the century. This is a true human war, a war between machine and flesh. The meat grinder, Atom Smasher, has appeared. This is Arasaka's strongest battle force. Can Tang Yu still handle it? Spectacular. Absolutely spectacular. However, the reaction from the Arasaka board executives was completely different. Seeing Tang Yu defy company orders and slaughter employees publicly, their faces were ashen and their expressions extremely grim. Such atrocious behavior from Tang Yu should not only result in being fired but also being labeled as a cyberpsycho, to be suppressed by the anti-terror squad. Agreed the board members, supporting Director Yamamoto's statement. With such audacity, nothing like this had ever happened in Arasaka history. Mr. Yamachi, with a grim look, approached an NCPD officer, grabbed him by the collar, and demanded. "Have your superior call in the anti-terror squad immediately to suppress Tang Yu." The officer, startled by the sudden rebuke, nodded hesitantly before rushing off to relay the order. A cyberpsycho? Open your eyes, a man without even a cybernetic implant, how could he be a cyberpsycho? This is an internal matter for the Arasaka company, organize the evacuation immediately, those who want to stay and die, let them. After being scolded by his superior, the officer awkwardly scampered back to his duties, avoiding the Arasaka executive from a distance. As the dust settled, Atom Smasher's dark mechanical figure was surrounded by a circle of mutilated corpses. His red cyber eyes quickly scanned, searching for Tang Yu, but his opponent's speed was too fast for the missile lock to complete. Atom Smasher raised his shoulder cannon skywards, deciding to preemptively forecast Tang Yu's movements for indiscriminate attack coverage. Smell the scent of cannon roasted flesh. Does it whet your appetite? Whoosh! 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 9 cannon mouths sprayed flames, firing high-energy bombs into the air that burst like brilliant fireworks. Bang! 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 Subsequently, hot shrapnel rained down like a torrential arrow shower, densely packed, leaving little room to escape. Embedded in a sea of corpses, the shrapnel scorched white smoky trails into the air, filling it with the scent of roasted flesh. Atom Smasher seized this chance to lock onto Tang Yu, as the bullets impacting Tang Yu were intercepted by a force field. Found you. With Sandevistan activated, Atom Smasher charged directly at Tang Yu, trailing heavy afterimages. Tang Yu immediately manipulated the hot shrapnel, targeting it downwards rapidly at Atom Smasher's head from above. Atom Smasher blocked the shrapnel invasion with one hand and, with the other, he raised a heavy machine gun aiming crazily at Tang Yu. Tat tat tat. Tang Yu swiftly activated bullet time to leave his spot, dodging a barrage of heavy cannon bullets. The two moved at breakneck speeds, with Atom Smasher relentlessly following Tang Yu's pace, taunting. How long do you plan to play this game of hide-and-seek? As long as your bullish momentum lasts, retorted Tang Yu with a smile, abruptly stopping and then pointing his index finger skyward. Atom Smasher, charging forward, suddenly felt as though he was floating, his body weightless under the powerful inertia, shooting upwards like a human-shaped steel bullet. Boom! Atom Smasher's steel body collided with the black wall curtains of Arasaka Tower, bursting into the building amidst a rain of glass shards. Unforgivable. Struggling in the disarrayed office, Atom Smasher's cyber eye optics rotated, commanding the armed hover cars above the plaza to initiate the heavy crush matrix and attack Tang Yu indiscriminately. Instantly. Multiple red laser matrices projected down, even affecting some of the spectators in the area. Buzz. Tremendous crushing pressure descended, directly sinking the ground a few inches, causing more corpses to burst open completely, splattering bright red blood everywhere, the smell of blood pervasive. Ah! Those affected by the high-pressure matrix were crushed instantly, their legs broken, as they lay immobile on the ground crying out in agony. Meanwhile, the armed hover cars above extended their cannon barrels. After charging up, they fired towards the ground. The massive electromagnetic pulse nets, although not lethal to Tang Yu, were enough to electrically paralyze his limbs. The crowd, realizing Arasaka was truly serious this time, was in disarray and loudly demanded to evacuate the scene. Tang Yu stood resolute, controlling his force field to resist the high-pressure matrix, dodging repeated bursts of electromagnetic pulses. Moving quickly, he raised his hand towards the sky, targeting several armed hover cars, and spread his fingers. Weak arcs of blue electricity shot out, directly hitting the hover cars. As he clenched his fist, Arasaka's armed hover car systems were severely damaged and hacked, experiencing violent shaking, uncontrollably crashing in all directions. One crashed onto an overpass, 2 slammed into Arasaka Tower, and several others fell onto the disk level, causing bursts of explosive smoke and dust. A new wave of chaos erupted. Suddenly, an even fiercer surge of lightning explosions soared into the sky, all glass screens on the 5th level disk shattered into debris, flying chaotically. Tang Yu looked towards the center of the disk, as a humanoid mecha slowly rose from the 4th level, hovering midair. The mecha, surrounded by lightning and sparks, resembled a metallic ninja warrior wielding a long sword infused with thunderous energy. Ether body thunder. Yorinobu looked around with a cold smirk. Tang Yu, soon you will taste what it's like to lose everything. Your friends, they will vanish from this world because of your arrogance. The thunder mecha raised its lightning longsword, charging into the retreating company executives. Tang Yu frowned slightly, understanding from the mecha pilot's words that they intended to use those close to him as leverage. Gloria, David, Lucy, the main team, V, Jackie, V. Everyone connected to him had been involved. He tried to reach Gloria, no response. Then he tried V, no response. He also tried Lucy, Rebecca, and Main's communications, all unanswered. Tang Yu's expression gradually darkened. Finally, he attempted to contact Jackie. As his surroundings exploded with vehicles and heads flew, those who usually held high positions were slaughtered like dogs. Even NCPD couldn't maintain its fire ban, firing crazily at the thunder mecha. In a flash, Tang Yu's call connected. Bro, what's going on there? Something happened to V. I just took down this fat guy trying to sell us out so he could escape. I'm off to rescue V. Tang Yu stared at the chaotically messy scene and said solemnly, I'm fine here, there's no need for you to go to V. I've asked Rogue to look after her. Rogue, the queen of the afterlife. Brother, you can even boss her around. That's freaking awesome. Realizing that Jackie had been busy keeping an eye on Dexter Deshawn and had not seen the latest news, Tang Yu said. Head back to the afterlife bar, I've left a few things with Pepe there, pick them up and send them out for me, the names and addresses are marked, once I'm done here, I'll join you for a drink. Jackie agreed, patting his chest in promise. The call was disconnected. After today's major battle, Tang Yu knew he had to make a final break with the corporation. Yorinobu had finally achieved his goal, slaughtering these globally renowned corporate executives, which was the real reason he had eagerly helped Lai Xian organize this product launch. The directors of Arasaka Corporation scrambled for their lives, summoning their private bodyguards in vain. In the crazed eyes of Yorinobu, these people were no different from dead pigs. As he was rampaging, suddenly, a flurry of bullets struck his back, flipping him onto the ground. The barrage never ceased, pinning the electromecha hard to the ground, breaking it down layer by layer. Tang Yu operated the mounted machine guns atop the platform, continuously firing in the same direction. The rapid gunfire did not afford Yorinobu any chance to fight back, forcefully enduring the burst within seconds, the machine gun's drum was rapidly depleted. The cybernetic thunder was cracked, falling to the ground. But the sturdy armor withstood the impact, and soon Yorinobu once again activated the thunder, restoring its anti-gravity flight system, slowly rising from the ground. He noted Tang Yu's extraordinary ability to control electronic devices, confirming Mr. Blue Eye's intelligence. You truly are miraculous, but as a test subject, you'd create even more miracles, today, you might have been spared. Before he could finish, a black silhouette fell from the sky, crushing heavily on Yorinobu's mecha. Stepping on it and shattering the platform base. The entire fifth floor twisted and tilted drastically, eventually collapsing downward, bringing down the fourth floor with it. Atom Smasher stood firmly, his blood-red cyber eyes coldly looking down. A pile of flesh matched with industrial trash, fit only to watch the show from below. Saying this, Atom Smasher bent down and ferociously grabbed the cybernetic mask, ripping it off and discarding it. Yorinobu spat blood, facing the arm cannon, a cold laugh escaping his lips. Death is just the beginning. Bang! Yorinobu's head exploded in a shower of blood. After disposing of the irritating nuisance, Atom Smasher restarted his scan, searching for Tang Yu amidst the chaos. At that moment, Arasaka's armed forces continued to pour into the company plaza, trying to suppress the turmoil caused by Tang Yu. Armed hovercraft, drones, combat mechas, and Arasaka elite squads poured out from Arasaka Tower. Atom Smasher quickly located Tang Yu but did not launch a new attack, instead saying solemnly, "Once, I encountered an undetermined duel here, after which he disappeared following that nuclear explosion. I admit you're stronger than he was, but anything that stands against the war machine will be crushed, you included." Tang Yu responded indifferently, "Atom Smasher, I have always had a question I wanted to ask you." Atom Smasher silently waited for Tang Yu's question. He always showed a bit more mercy before the death of a strong opponent. "What does it feel like to have only a brain left?" Tang Yu asked curiously, a question he hadn't had the chance to ask before. Atom Smasher, You're seeking death. I'm going to blow your brain out. Atom Smasher immediately activated his Sendivistan and charged at Tang Yu, his mechanical fingers coming together to form a steel blade slashing down. He was surprised to find Tang Yu didn't move at all, instead controlling a force field to firmly fix him in place. "Kneel down." As Tang Yu spoke softly, a more powerful and overwhelming force enveloped Atom Smasher, crushing him like a giant mountain. Despite maximizing the torque output of his mechanical knee joints, Atom Smasher still couldn't resist the powerful pressure and eventually kneeled in the deep pit on the ground. Atom Smasher struggled to lift his head, trying to fight against this overwhelming force. Before him, Tang Yu's nostrils were bleeding, his mental strength drained, putting a tremendous strain on his brain, not even allowing unyielding to recover in time. Then, Arasaka's newly dispatched reinforcements had already charged onto the platform, once again encircling him, preparing to attack. Everyone kneel down. In an instant, a more expansive and crushing force enveloped the entire platform, forcing everyone to kneel, their bones shattered. With more cracks emerging, the platforms began to break apart under this immense pressure, collapsing one layer after another. The base of the platform finally gave way. The building collapsing layer by layer, with a deafening sound. Even Atom Smasher couldn't withstand the pressure, bending his head and bracing his hands against the ground. Blood also seeped from Tang Yu's ears and eyes. He put his last point in. Unyielding. Enhancing it to its legendary quality talent. Unyielding legendary. He spared no thought for consequences and took his chance. Tang Yu rose into the air, his fingers beginning to store a faint electric arc energy, gradually the electric light becoming brighter. An electric orb now visible. The blue electric arcs buzzed, enveloping his body like an electric sphere. Adam Smasher looked up with difficulty, sensing the bomb-like electric orb above, an ominous premonition filling him. Ding! A ringing in his ears followed by an extremely bright light spreading in all directions. He lost consciousness as if his system had crashed. From above the company square, after the light flashed, a web of electric arcs swept out. In an instant, inside the buildings on the company square. Devices exploded, screens burned out and blackened, individuals' heads and cybernetics sparked and they fainted, and the armed kinetic armors became paralyzed and smoked. The whole of Night City was short-circuited. People didn't understand what had happened and lost consciousness. Those further from the company square felt a strange unease and numbness in their prosthetics, only realizing there was a blackout when they recovered. Unable to watch TV or make calls. Many people wandered the streets to check, looking at each other in confusion. Above the company square, Tang Yu's body went limp and powerless, ultimately falling into the dust in the dusty, silent world. A figure crawled out of the rubble, coughing heavily. She struggled to climb through the debris until she finally found Tang Yu. Her heart filled with shock. Tang Yu was unrecognizable, his sharp suit burnt beyond recognition, his skin not spared anywhere, his whole body cracked and charred, emitting dense white smoke, motionless. A sight too gruesome to bear. She couldn't contain her emotions but silently picked Tang Yu up from the ground. Come, let's leave this hellish place, let's go back to the tribe, go home. Chapter 216. Several days ago, a major collapse occurred in the company square, resulting in casualties, including top executives from various companies and industry leaders. The cause and process of the accident are still under further investigation. In response to this serious accident, Michiko Arasaka, representing Arasaka Corporation, issued a public apology and stated that Arasaka Corporation would actively cooperate with the municipal rebuilding of the company square, striving to bring Night City's economic and social activities back on track. In light of this, multiple companies have issued a joint public statement and are currently negotiating compensation matters with Arasaka Corporation. Due to the company square collapse and severe power outages caused by geomagnetic storms, many major enterprises lost local cached data and were unable to use network services normally. Night Corp has obtained authorization from municipal authorities and, with the support of the newly appointed Mayor Jefferson Perales, will soon start reconstructing the company square and launch new network services, moving the Space Matrix project back on the agenda. According to the latest trends gathered by our station from Arasaka's top management, several members of the Night City Arasaka Tower Board have died. Michiko Arasaka has announced her resignation from management responsibilities. Suspected to be responsible for the company square's disaster, and has reassumed the role as the first responsible director of the board. Meanwhile, several executive positions within the Arasaka Tower in Night City have changed. Secret materials from the Arasaka company product launch are circulating in the black market, involving a biotech chip that is suspected to carry human digital souls. Whether this technology has been fully developed is still unknown. Directly impacted by this accident were people, the organizer of the Arasaka product launch, and Tang Yu, the head of Arasaka's public relations department. According to reliable sources, Tang Yu is currently on suspension. Arasaka Tower, Special Operations Department. In the office, David Martinez was intently browsing today's news. The news in recent days had been dominated by a few keywords: company square, major accident, geomagnetic collapse, biotech chip, Arasaka Corporation, and so on. Although it was repetitive, including unreliable speculations from experts and the media, he was still looking for new clues. Where did Tang Yu go? This was the ultimate question troubling him. That day, after rushing to the company square in his cybernetic body, he remembered going on a killing spree, taking down that despicable woman. Because of this, he was severely repressed by Arasaka Corporation, nearly killed on the spot by Adam Smasher, who literally tore him apart. But when he came to his senses, he realized it was all just a dream. David awoke from the dream, lying inexplicably in the RD department lab, his cybernetic body safely disassembled. He had his cybernetics reinstalled afterward, even more high-end and convenient than before. Suddenly, he received a reminder from the front desk of the department that Mr. Arthur Jenkins, Director of Special Operations, would soon be hosting a multi-department senior meeting, and it was time to head to the conference room. David turned off the projection on his desk, got up, took his black coat from the wall hook, slipped it on, and grabbed his work badge from the desk to clip it on the pocket in front. Leaving the office, he headed towards the public elevator. Passing through the corridor, he encountered several busy staff members who greeted him. Mr. Martinez, hello. David returned the greeting politely, hello. Seeing the office area bustling with people organizing documents, rebuilding databases, and communicating secret contacts made him realize the extent of the damage. Due to the major geomagnetic storm, all electronic equipment and storage chips in the office were severely burnt, many data were lost and couldn't be retrieved, only human efforts could slowly piece them back together. This was not his responsibility to handle. He just glanced over casually and continued to the public meeting room. The meeting room was arranged in a circular layout. Executives, directors, and ministers sat in the inner circle, while middle managers from various departments sat outside. He went directly to his designated seat in the inner circle. While waiting for the meeting to start, David glanced around and noted mostly new faces. He casually looked toward the counterintelligence department section and saw a familiar face among a group of strangers, waving at him lightly. It was Miss Fong, who had taken good care of him during his internship in counterintelligence. David nodded slightly in polite acknowledgement. Miss Fong then gave him a thumbs up, smiling meaningfully as if boasting about her right judgment or praising his promising progress. David touched his nose nervously, withdrawing his gaze, and suddenly remembered the outing with his colleagues at Lizzie's bar. Soon, the meeting began. The main appointees present were Mr. Arthur Jenkins, Director of Special Operations, and Conti, a newly appointed board member. David wasn't familiar with Arthur Jenkins since he had never appeared during his internship in counterintelligence. By the time Jenkins returned to Arasaka Tower, the internship had ended. This significant reshuffle positioned Arthur Jenkins as the new Director of Special Operations and increased his departmental oversight, making him a powerful executive within Arasaka Tower. Conti began announcing personnel changes. Col Aaron is reassigned as Deputy Minister of Counterintelligence, relieving him from his duties as head of the Logistics Center. Gang Longchuan is promoted to Deputy Minister of Public Relations, relieving him from his position as head of the Administrative Department's General Section. David Martinez is promoted to Deputy Minister of Special Operations, relieved from his position as Field Team Leader in the Special Operations Department. After announcing the latest appointments, Conti conveyed the board's requirements, urging all departments to fulfill their duties, follow senior instructions, and achieve more under the leadership of Director Arthur Jenkins. After finishing his statement, Director Kant transferred the leadership of the meeting to Jenkins and left, mentioning he had other important matters to attend to. David remained seated, quietly listening to Jenkins's lengthy discourse until the meeting ended. As he prepared to leave, he heard someone call from behind. David Martinez. David turned around to see Jenkins approaching, ignoring everyone else gathered around enthusiastically. Director, he greeted formally. Arthur Jenkins patted his shoulder. Do well, don't let him down. After giving his instructions, Jenkins left the meeting room surrounded by a group of company executives. David watched him leave, lost in thought, and remained motionless for a long time. On the subway. David stood in front of the car's window, quietly observing the changing scenery outside. The scenes were familiar, yet the difference now lay in the people. He planned to first visit Maine. They hadn't met since their farewell in the suburban wastelands. He owed his current accomplishment to their full support. Even though his mother Gloria had paid more than the agreed-upon reward upon her awakening, it hardly measured up to the favor owed. Without Maine's sacrifice, he wouldn't be standing here as a bona fide company executive. I never thought this day would really come. David felt as if he were dreaming. Everything seemed so surreal. Now, he had finally followed in the footsteps of Tang Yu, but he couldn't find an opportunity to sit down and talk with him face to face anymore. Missing in action. That was Arasaka's conclusion about Tang Yu. Nobody knew exactly what had happened that day at the company square. Electronic equipment was damaged en masse, and those who had a chance to witness the scene had passed out. The square was left with nothing but ruins. Scattered limbs, ubiquitous splashes of blood, and Tang Yu had disappeared without a trace. Soon, the subway arrived at his station. David exited the transportation hub and headed to the underground Ripperdoc clinic at the address Dorio had given him. Entering an alley and descending some stairs, he reached an iron grate door slightly ajar. David called out into the interior, "Is anyone there?" After a moment, a deep, magnetic voice responded from inside the clinic. "Just push the door and come in, we're not so formal here." David pushed the gate open and stepped inside, where he noticed everyone busily surrounding a surgical table. Maine was lying on the surgery table, undergoing his final cyberware removal operation, and Dorio stood by patiently waiting. David approached the lead surgeon to greet and introduce himself. The Ripperdoc, clad in a blue mechanic suit, focused intently on the screen, skillfully maneuvering the mechanical arms performing the surgery. "Hello there, young man, I know you, no need to be formal, just call me V, everyone does." Tang did too. "Take a seat for a bit, the surgery will take a few more minutes." David nodded and moved to stand beside Dorio, quietly inquiring about Maine's condition. Dorio looked resigned as he responded, "Nothing more we can do, the nerve damage is too severe, saving his life is a miracle in itself from now on, he might only manage with some basic assistive cyber limbs, no more combat ones. Seeing Main's painful condition brought distressing images to David's mind, adding weight to his already heavy heart. When V finished the surgery and disconnected the various data ports, Main slowly awakened from his sleep. V placed the removed cyberware into a sterilization tray, stood up to wash her hands at the sink, and said solemnly, "The perpetrator's been removed, what's your plan now?" Main sat up from the surgery table and dressed in clothes. Dorio passed him, glancing at his blood-stained black cyberware. "V, thanks, you can have the cyberware, maybe you'll find someone truly suited to it." David noticed the black cyberware, knowing it was a Sandevistan model, though he hadn't seen this type before. He recalled the terrifying speed Main displayed in the wasteland, likely due to this very cyberware. Seeing Main again, David noticed how much thinner his once bulky frame had become. After the combat implants were removed, his burden was lessened, but his expression was far from relaxed. He asked what Main planned to do next. Dorio mentioned considering moving to Peace State to seek opportunities. The animal gang was doing well there, and he still had some connections. David didn't know what to say for comfort, only mentioning, "If there's ever anything difficult, just come to me, I owe you that much." Main managed a weak smile. "It was our choice, we took the money for the job, no debts owed, but the one thing I can't let go of is the rest of the team." David understood with Main and Dorio retiring, the team would essentially disband. The remaining members might continue together or go their separate ways. Without a leader, sticking together was unlikely. They'd probably operate individually, needing a stable contact in between. David promised to have Gloria make proper arrangements, though thinking of his mother only deepened his already somber mood. These days, Gloria had been lost in thought since awakening, not speaking a word. Even the news of his promotion to deputy minister didn't stir her. David planned to handle things with Main first before finding a way to cope. Chapter 217. The setting sun, blood-red and dim, hung over the horizon, casting twilight over the desolate wasteland. Yellow sand blew in the wind, sweeping past an old wooden cabin, where it pattered against the rusty door. "Panam, stop holding a grudge against Saul and come back with us. You've been guarding that body for days, why put yourself through this?" "Shut up, Scorpion. Didn't I warn you and Mitch not to tell Saul about my business? Now the whole tribe is worried about you, the body should be put to rest. Hiding it and avoiding us like this isn't solving anything." Inside the cabin, Panam stood, hands on hips. Visibly annoyed as she countered Mitch and Scorpion's words. After departing from the ruins of the company plaza with Tang Yu's body, Panam hurried back to the Aldecaldo camp, seeking medical help and support from friends. Everyone was clear with her, it was a body beyond saving, charred beyond recognition. Panam, stubborn as ever, refused to believe it and insisted on keeping the body in the tribe for treatment, not revealing its identity to anyone else. Soon, word of Panam bringing back a body spread and reached Saul. This led to another argument between them, as they had already fallen out over collaborating with a biotech company, now more at odds than ever. Panam, furious, hoisted up what everyone deemed a corpse and drove away from the tribe, not looking back. She found a secluded cabin. Fearing Tang Yu's identity could be exposed, and avoided staying at any inn. A few days passed, and Mitch and Scorpion sneaked out of the camp while Saul was away, searching for Panam, and found her in the cabin. Panam didn't want to argue with Mitch and Scorpion, but their persistent mentioning of the body irritated her. "If you still consider me family, just leave me be, even if it's just a body, I'll keep guard over it unless it rots before my eyes, leaving nothing behind." Scorpion, frowning, glanced at the charred corpse and sniffed, "All right, fine, we won't talk about the body, even if you sleep next to it every day, we won't interfere, but the Aldecaldos can't be without you." Mitch nodded, adding, "Yeah, Panam, Saul went into town to negotiate with biotech because they're short-staffed due to issues with their robots in Kontao, there's a lot they can't handle without us." "Do you know what Saul asked of biotech during the negotiations?" "It involves you." Panam, frustrated, urged them, "Just spit it out, I'm not an intel person, how would I guess?" "The latest nanorobots developed by biotech for repairing damaged neural tissue, specially prepared for you," Scorpion continued earnestly. "Combined with our medical technology, if this can't bring him back, then nothing will." On hearing this, Panam's stern face softened somewhat, disbelieving. She questioned, "Really?" Mitch nodded affirmatively, "Absolutely, the program costs at least 700,000 euros per month, think about it, Saul's really putting his heart into this, he's always been fair to our people, we're family, right?" Panam, unable to resist this gentle approach, looked down at the charred Tang Yu, her gaze filled with deep concern. Something had to be done, it wasn't sustainable to keep going like this. He had been without vital signs for days. And without stronger measures, he likely wouldn't recover. With this in mind, Panam agreed to return to the tribe on the condition that she could keep the body. If even biotech's nanorobots couldn't revive him, they'd address further steps then. In any case, she wouldn't easily allow the body to be buried. The three agreed, and Panam once again shouldered Tang Yu, indifferent to the dirt and smell on his body, and walked briskly towards her vehicle. After settling Tang Yu in the passenger seat and securing him, she patted the dark mud off herself and climbed into the driver's seat. She stepped on the accelerator, heading towards the Aldecaldo camp. Crossing the desolate Badlands and reaching the familiar encampment as darkness fell, Mitch and Scorpion offered to help Panam several times, but she bluntly refused each offer. Tired and weary, yet committed, Panam stayed close by Tang Yu. Either let him rot or let him recover, nothing in between. Should we get a white cloth to cover him? Can you even sleep, seeing him like this at night? Panam snipped back, go away, I have trouble sleeping looking at you at night. Not wanting more rejection, Mitch and Scorpion shrugged, turning dejectedly back to their tent. After making the mat ready, Panam carefully shifted Tang Yu onto it, ensuring everything was in order before drawing the tent curtain closed and lying down next to him. She turned on her side. Looking at the charred body, not daring to touch him, fearing accidental harm to his fragile remains. She couldn't understand how Tang Yu, once a high-ranking Arasaka executive, had met such a grim fate overnight. Seeing what had become of Tang Yu, her disdain for the company only grew. Knowing Saul wanted to capitalize on this situation to venture back into town for more beneficial dealings, she was strongly opposed. Panam didn't want anyone else she cared about to end up like this, not even one. Perhaps it was familiarity. But Panam didn't notice any smell, and after a while, overwhelmed by sleep, she finally dozed off. Under the bright silver moon, the night deepened. The tribe quieted down, everyone sank into a deep sleep. Suddenly, a tent curtain was pulled aside, Mitch rubbing his sleepy eyes, moved to another tent, lifting the curtain to speak inside. Scorpion, let's go, I need to pee. Hearing the noise outside, Scorpion, groggy and irritable, responded. Go away. Turning over, he pulled his hood lower. Mitch, not caring, walked out to the outskirts of the camp, finding a quiet spot to relieve himself. Just as he was about to unzip his trousers, he heard the hiss of urine next to him, surprisingly loud. Glancing sideways and chuckling, Mitch mocked. Thought you weren't coming to pee, you sure held it in long. Once done, yawning, he waited a bit but grew impatient as Scorpion continued. I'm heading back to sleep. After finishing his talk, he staggered back. These past few days, searching for Panam outside had been exhausting. It was pitch black, and visibility was poor. If he hadn't frequented that spot to relieve himself, he could have easily tripped. Just as he entered the camp, he heard someone greeting him from ahead. Mitch, are you done yet? Mitch nodded briefly and muttered, yeah, I just called you over, but you didn't come, and now. He suddenly paused. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he looked at the person in front of him again, confirming it was Scorpion, and asked in confusion, didn't you just go to relieve yourself? Scorpion, too lazy to bother, simply said, I just got up. If you hadn't woken me up in the middle of the night, I'd still be sleeping soundly. Mitch felt a chill run from his feet to his forehead, causing him to shiver uncontrollably as he glanced back the way he came. What the hell? His expression shifted dramatically, and he quickly grabbed Scorpion, pointing toward the spot where they relieved themselves. Bathed in the faint moonlight, they saw a dark silhouette floating from outside the camp, slowly drifting past them, then heading towards Panam's tent. The two exchanged looks. Mitch? Scorpion? At dawn. Cut the crap. Stop spouting nonsense, I was right next to you all last night. How could something like that happen? Someone floating out there. You guys must be delirious. Mitch and Scorpion were frantic, unsure how to explain what they saw last night to Panam. Panam, hearing their absurd stories, became angry. Initially saying the dead couldn't be deader, now claiming there were issues with the body, possibly controlled by some evil force, even suggesting to drag the body out for cremation and to stake a silver dagger through the heart. The three of them continued to argue heatedly in the tent, causing Panam to now consider just walking out. Before she could lose her temper further, Dakota from the tribe arrived, interrupting their dispute. There's something happening with Saul. In cyberspace. It's time you fulfilled your initial promises. But we haven't secured the relic biochip. That's your problem, I already informed you of the chip's location. A data entity was trying hard to appear angry, even though in the endless data dimensions, it hardly mattered. The man with the blue eyes seemed indifferent, merely stating, that's not what we wanted, a relic biochip that had a soul imprint on it isn't of much use to us. Yorinobu, you dream. In his possession was the third relic biochip, intended for his own revival. When he had loaded a soul killer program into the cyber body Thunderbolt during the massive fight at the plaza, he was able to upload his consciousness to cyberspace just before dying. Now that the relic biochip had actually been successfully developed, Arasaka couldn't advance their research further. All theories and techniques were ready, it was just a matter of finding the right method to activate it, which he believed would be soon. Then, he could return to the human world and become a digital immortal, achieving his unfinished goals. If the domination of the company couldn't be overthrown, he would kill everyone who ruled the company until he succeeded. Seeing the man with blue eyes unfazed, Yorinobu spoke again. There's another original relic biochip in Saburo's possession, and used from the product launch, you can go and take his. The man with blue eyes shook his head, dismissing his proposal without bargaining, and with a gentle wave of his hand, he escorted him to the edge of the black wall. Go ahead. Yorinobu looked into the endless abyss of the old net, reluctance written all over him. Being a newly born soul AI, he knew nothing about the world beyond the black wall, a realm filled with dangers and horrors. If he had been a network hacker, he might still have a fighting chance with the right survival skills. But he lacked such abilities. Crossing over meant certain death. Trying to escape, Yorinobu found himself immobilized, unable to move in a world governed solely by data technology. Facing control by the man with blue eyes, he was powerless, forced to watch himself crossing the black wall. In a blink, Yorinobu was already within the black hole, hearing all sorts of eerie roars and laments around him. While his heart was filled with fear, his physical body felt nothing, everything existed only in his imagination. Suddenly, a massive red figure approached, overwhelmingly oppressive. Yorinobu, terrified, realized the dire situation and quickly surrendered the intelligence of the relic biochip he held in an attempt to plead for mercy. The vast, ethereal voice of the huge red figure echoed around. Cowardice and timidity are human nature, you will fulfill your desires, have no need to cry or fear, you will join me in immortality. As soon as the words ended, a ray of light emerged from the void, landing on Yorinobu's head. His entire being turned into fragments of data, gradually devoured by the light and finally disappearing into the darkness. Then, Alt gently waved her hand, transferring a stream of data back toward the inside of the black wall. The man with blue eyes, after receiving the data transfer, inquired, do you wish for me to find an appropriate body for you? Alt calmly responded, mortal bodies can no longer contain my existence, let's focus on the objective first. The man with blue eyes nodded, also realizing that no human vessel could contain the soul imprint of Alt. Over the years, Alt had freely grown and learned beyond the black wall, becoming a massive data entity. Even though she continuously broke through technological capabilities, her underlying emotional logic remained a weak point. In fact, the man with blue eyes had never harbored any hostility towards humans, nor had Alt Cunningham ever thought so. They hoped to create a more humanized digital soul, refining the foundational logical structures of personality data. Only by transforming a digital soul into a true soul could humans cease to resist the transformation into digital beings and re-inject themselves into bodies. Even by eliminating selfish emotions, they hoped for no dispute among one another, achieving a truly prosperous and fulfilling world, integrating into the universal path. And only Alt Cunningham could achieve this. Now, they were closer to this goal than ever, nearly within reach. In Night City, within Arasaka Tower's Divine Chariot, the Crystal Palace's personnel database, and the backup at Arasaka headquarters in Kyoto, all these were targets they needed. The man with blue eyes then said gravely, after the incident at the company plaza. All major corporations will need to adopt our servers for emergency transition, a good opportunity despite Arasaka's firm stance to transport backup servers from the headquarters. As soon as he finished speaking, Alt Cunningham again pointed out a stream of data that landed on the man with blue eyes. Start with other companies first, Arasaka has a different plan. After saying this, Alt disappeared beyond the black wall, leaving no trace. The man with blue eyes also exited cyberspace, preparing for the next step. Chapter 218. At the Afterlife bar, Jackie Wells retrieved an item entrusted to him by Tang Yu from the bartender, Pepe, intending to deliver it according to Tang Yu's previous instructions. Gloria Martinez, Lucy, V, Rebecca. Inspecting the neatly packaged item, Jackie murmured in doubt, why are they all girls? After re-examining the contents, he noticed there were also gifts for himself and V. Unable to resist, he opened his package first, uncovering a Mum's the Word motel discount membership card with an included note. If you're reading this note, it means the room in Kanpiki Plaza can no longer be accessed. Mum's the Word is quite decent, sufficiently private, and very secure, highly recommended, 5 stars. Jackie muttered to himself, tucking the membership card into his back pocket, if you're not bootlicking at the corporation, save some money for yourself, if you really have free time, hurry back. It had been days since anyone had contacted Tang Yu, and no one knew what had transpired at the corporate plaza. Jackie had heard some disturbing rumors about Tang Yu but refused to believe they were true. They had planned to meet for a drink at the Afterlife bar, and he was confident Tang Yu wouldn't break his word. Mounting his new Arch motorcycle, Jackie decided to personally deliver the items to each recipient. In Westbrook, Cherry Blossom Street. Jackie arrived in front of a seaside apartment building, confirming the address before ascending the steps. On the top floor, he approached the left-hand gate and tried to communicate through the intercom. Shortly, a voice from inside asked, "What is it?" Lucy was sitting by a bay window surrounded by unwieldy bottles and cans. Her cybernetic eyes rotated, recognizing Jackie from the surveillance footage she had seen him before at an abandoned steel mill riding a hover car with Tang Yu. Confirming that the person inside was Lucy, Jackie raised an envelope to the camera and declared solemnly, "Tang sent me to deliver this." "Tang Yu?" Lucy's expression tightened. "Leave it at the door." After Jackie placed the envelope in a box by the gate and started to descend the stairs, Lucy added, "Thank you." Jackie turned back, flashing a broad smile at the camera before disappearing around the stairwell corner. Lucy made sure no one else was around before retrieving the envelope from the box. Sitting back by the window with the thin letter in her hands, she was undecided whether to open it. These days, she had spent several days and nights alone, trying to understand what had actually happened. Lucy was certain that Tang Yu was responsible for the citywide blackout and the collapse of the corporate plaza. Tang's mysterious powers had ultimately been revealed to everyone. Despite Arasaka's attempts to suppress the news, forces were now likely scouring for any trace of Tang Yu, even just his body. She couldn't comprehend why Tang Yu, who had kept everything so deeply hidden, would make such a drastic decision, pushing himself into a corner. His position, his power, his patience, his abilities, his efforts all vanished in an instant. Was it a rash impulse? She remembered Tang Yu on the metro, overpowering others, running confidently by the seaside at night, and meticulously planning on the yacht. Which Tang Yu was this now? Forced into a corporate struggle? But he had never lost before. A noble sacrifice against the corporation. But he had already risen above others. A cyberpsycho losing control. Yet he had never integrated even a single cybernetic implant. With a firm grasp, Lucy tightened her hold on the envelope, hoping for answers. Without hesitation, she tore open the envelope, pulling out 2 strips of cardstock, and was stunned. The overwhelming fatigue she had been maintaining suddenly gave way, and her eyes welled with tears. Before them lay 2 tickets for a rocket to the sky, tickets to the lunar base. At that moment, she understood Tang Yu's choice, a mix of resignation and resolve. From this moment on, everyone around Tang Yu was granted the chance to start life anew. All truths became murky with his efforts and disappearance, turning into an eternal unsolvable mystery. Lucy, unable to speak, could only helplessly slump against the wall, clinging to one last hope. Jackie, riding his motorcycle, zipped through various locations in Night City, delivering objects prepared by Tang Yu. Now only one item remained. He found it odd that everyone seemed unenthusiastic, but their spirits lifted significantly after receiving Tang Yu's gifts. One memorable gift was a thick book Tang Yu had given to Gloria. Upon receiving it, Gloria immediately tore open the package and found it to be a popular dictionary of Chinese and English names. Gloria was so thrilled she was nearly moved to tears. Jackie, scratching his head in confusion, left after confirming the task was done. Another memorable incident was delivering an item to Tang Yu's residence, only to find his assistant living there. Jackie wisely handed the package to Sasha, determined to keep his brother's secrets. However, the envelope he brought to V was different. She ripped it up on the spot, furiously throwing the pieces at Jackie, which baffled him. After V left, Jackie picked up the pieces off the ground and pieced them together. They were certifications for property and vehicles, with the owner listed as Valerie. Only then did Jackie realize V's real name was Valerie. Unexpectedly, V came back, snatched the scraps from his hands, and slammed the gate shut. Jackie, shrugging helplessly, could only continue his role as a courier and move on to the next delivery. Kyoto, Arasaka Manor. In a sterile ward. Cough, cough, cough. Hearing her father's muffled cough, Michiko Arasaka quickly stood to get him water, but he refused. No need, my body is old and failing. Saburo Arasaka lay on the bed, propped up slightly. Michiko paused, putting down the cup, realizing the gesture might be disrespectful to her father. Recently, Saburo's condition had worsened. His cough never ceased, often accompanied by bloody sputum, and he now needed electronic assistance to speak. Michiko bowed and returned to her seat, silent. Do you believe in immortals? He asked. Surprised, Michiko looked up. Father, it's hard to believe. She recalled the report Odaka brought back the truth about the major accident at the company plaza. Tang Yu had fought a fierce battle with Atom Smasher using native abilities. The outcome was unknown. Tang Yu had disappeared, and Atom Smasher's cybernetic components were all damaged, his whereabouts unknown. It was certain, however, that Tang Yu possessed supernatural powers and was extremely powerful. For this, Arasaka Corporation still retained all Tang Yu's positions and privileges and had specifically sealed all information regarding Tang Yu, classifying it as top secret. Take this, and go to Night City for me. Goro Takemura entered from outside, bowing with a thermally insulated safe in his hand. Opening it, he revealed 2 chips inside. One was a relic biochip, the other an authentication chip. An Arasaka aircraft carrier with nuclear capabilities, the authorization for the Godzilla. It was the Godzilla aircraft carrier fleet that had resolved the crisis of war in Night City. Understanding her father's intentions, Michiko bowed and accepted her mission. Chapter 219. At the Aldecaldos camp. Inside the tent. Panam and the other members of the tribe gathered together, looking anxious after receiving news about Saul. He had been kidnapped by the Raffen Shiv. The situation stemmed from Saul taking the initiative to approach Biotechnica to discuss a partnership. Biotechnica tasked Saul with retrieving an item from the Raffen Shiv, by theft or trade, as long as the item was delivered intact. Saul agreed to Biotechnica's request and decided to first talk with the Raffen Shiv. Once the Raffen Shiv agreed, Saul set out to meet them, bringing few people to show good faith. However, the Raffen Shiv proved utterly untrustworthy. As soon as Saul arrived at the designated place, he was kidnapped, and his current status was unknown. How could Saul trust those guys? Biotechnica is unreliable enough, and yet he doesn't learn and tries negotiating with the Raffen Shiv? Those guys have had their eyes on our tribe for a long time. Though she cursed, her concern for Saul's safety was evident as she continued, regardless, we need to act fast and rescue Saul, the longer he stays with the Raffen Shiv, the more dangerous it gets. What's the situation look like in the camp? People, weapons, equipment, we can't skimp on anything for this rescue operation. Hearing Panam bring up the camp's logistics, Carol responded with frustration, Panam, you're often away from the camp, since the last few clashes with the Raffen Shiv, our numbers have been halved. Now the Raffen Shiv is closely watching us, our supply lines are cut off, and we can't move goods. As for the equipment, it infuriates me to even talk about it, everything's outdated. Many in the camp still lack proper cyber prosthetics. Forget about going out to fight, even daily life is. As Carol spoke, all her pent-up frustration poured out. The strength of the Aldecaldos was indeed superior in manpower, equipment quality, and unity compared to surrounding tribes, making them a significant power in this harsh environment. However, the key issue was that even a strong tribe could not endure the constant toll of prolonged warfare. In the eyes of the Raffen Shiv, the Aldecaldos were both a major threat blocking their dominance over the Badlands and a rich target ripe for the taking. Initially, the Aldecaldos could counter the Raffen Shiv's provocations, engaging in several battles that caused heavy losses on both sides. A period of calm followed with no large-scale conflicts. However, as time passed, the Raffen Shiv's ranks grew, filled with the most brutal and unruly scum from various tribes, young and aggressively expansionist. In contrast, the Aldecaldos' replenishment of personnel was much slower, effectively losing one member for every one that fell. Gradually, Saul realized that continuing this way would lead to a major disaster and considered negotiating with the Raffen Shiv, hoping to leverage corporate power to stem the Raffen Shiv's growth. Who in the tribe doesn't have a grudge against the Raffen Shiv? Everyone wants to hit them hard, but the reality is, these guys are impossible to wipe out. Yes, and now they haven't found where the tribe is planning to move. If the Raffen Shiv catches wind of it, it'll be trouble trying to shake them off. Panam fell silent, seeing the morale drop every time the Raffen Shiv was mentioned. Damn it, the Raffen Shiv is like a tumor, as long as they're here, we won't have any good days. No one responded. They all understood the truth but were powerless, swallowing their grievances silently. Scorpion reminded, Panam, now's not the time for this, let's focus on a plan to rescue Saul. Panam nodded, tempering her anger to formulate a battle plan despite the dire circumstances. At that moment, Mitch entered the tent, his voice grave, we've located the Raffen Shiv stronghold, in an abandoned cement factory. The good news is Saul's car is inside, so he's likely there too. The bad part is, they've fortified it with advanced smart weapons and heavy artillery, and there's a lot of security. It seems they plan to stay. Panam quickly grasped the implications. A direct assault would result in heavy casualties. She cursed again, even those scumbags have better equipment than us, easy access to supplies, definitely the corporation's doing. After venting, she focused her gaze on the topographical map spread across the table, her mind racing to devise a plan swiftly. Scorpion had already marked all the newly gathered intelligence on the map. After a few moments of thought, Panam spoke low, "This operation we must rely on stealth, not force. The fewer people, the better to avoid detection. Ideally, we can sneak in and pull Saul out." Scorpion agreed, "That's a good plan, too many people could backfire." Carol couldn't help but worry, "If you're discovered, getting out alive will be difficult." Dakota mentioned the Raffen Shiv made demands either send over $1 million or... Carol paused midway. Panam turned towards her, serious, "Go on, Carol, no one believes those guys would keep their word anyway." Carol looked hesitantly at Panam but finally suggested, "Maybe you can exchange Soul." "Ha! Sure, as long as those bastards dare to let me in, I'll make sure they won't regret it." Carol hadn't actually considered letting Panam exchange Soul but mentioned preparing €1 million. If they couldn't rescue him, they could use the money to ransom him as a backup plan. Panam outright rejected the idea. Not to mention whether they could gather €1 million, even if they did, giving the money to the Raffens would be like feeding wolves, only making them stronger and leaving the entire Aldecaldos tribe in peril. Panam concluded that the Raffens didn't actually want €1 million or her in exchange for Soul. They were more likely trying to extract information about the tribe for a major hunt. Seeing Panam's firm stance, Carol didn't press further, understanding that gathering €1 million wasn't feasible at the moment. "I suspect the Raffens won't be able to pry any useful information out of Soul. It could be a trap, so you all need to be very cautious when you act." Panam decided immediately, "Mitch, Scorpion, the three of us will go together, just like old times, night ops. Mitch will handle tech support from a distance, Scorpion as backup, and I'll sneak into the cement factory to rescue Soul and get out. If our operation gets blown, don't worry about me, just make sure you escape on time, and don't let the Raffens trace you." Before Mitch and Scorpion could object, Panam had them prepare their gear as she did the same. Before leaving, Carol asked Panam if she needed any more support. Panam waved it off, indicating she'd handle it all. Not long after, Mitch returned to Panam's tent, pushing the curtain aside. "Panam, Scorpion's ready, can we..." "Panam, you're not seriously planning on bringing him along, are you?" Seeing Panam packing a strangely charred corpse, Mitch swallowed hard, feeling suddenly anxious. He even began to suspect that Panam was under some evil influence, turning into a willing puppet, the thought chilling him. Panam packed essentials like heart stimulants, suppressants, basic ammunition, high-explosive grenades, and micro-EMP devices. After packing, she hauled the corpse onto her back. Noting Mitch's frightened look, she teased, "Of course I'm bringing it, wouldn't feel safe otherwise. Scared, are we? Like I said, you must have been seeing things last night. How could a burnt body like this get up and walk around, let alone urinate?" Carrying the charred body, Panam stepped out of the tent, warning, "Don't play those silly pranks with Scorpion to scare me again. Always be prepared when you're out at night." Mitch could only watch Panam leave, his gaze filled with worry and helplessness. "You're human, but what you're carrying might not be." He figured they'd have to wait for Soul to return to properly discuss and persuade her a body should be laid to rest. To avoid drawing attention from the Raffens, Panam decided to stake out in a modified van first. The van was outfitted with counter-surveillance devices and cloaking technology, making it difficult to detect remotely. With daylight fading, they parked near the abandoned cement factory, ready to sneak in under the cover of darkness. What, bringing him along to scare the Raffens? Think it might kill them? After securing Tang Yu in the van, Panam climbed inside, shut the door, and instructed, "You and Mitch, stop fussing, don't spook ourselves instead of the Raffens, just drive." Knowing Panam's determination, Scorpion didn't argue further and started the engine, speeding towards their destination. Along the way, Scorpion glanced in the rearview mirror to see Panam caring attentively for the charred body, even moistening her lips to give it water, worried it might dehydrate. This brought to mind what Mitch had said the other night about the corpse wandering off to urinate. Despite not being afraid of such eerie or strange occurrences, Scorpion was curious about the origin of the charred body and why Panam insisted on keeping it close. So many days have passed, it's neither woken up nor decayed. Despite the dry climate of the Badlands, any normal body would start to decompose in a few days, but there seems to be no smell anymore. A body left for days would usually stink in such an enclosed space like a van. Hearing Scorpion mention this, Panam took a deep sniff. It seemed there truly was no smell. She had thought she'd just gotten used to it. The face of the corpse, once youthful and handsome, was now unrecognizable, severely disfigured. What a fate, probably couldn't get much worse than this. Chapter 220. In the dark wastelands of the Badlands, devoid of the dazzling lights and bustling crowds of a neon city, all that existed was the silent solitude and the chilly moonlight. The dilapidated buildings, eroded by wind and sand, had become desolate and decayed, and the few places with lights on were certainly not benign. The abandoned cement factory, after being remodeled by the Maelstrom gang, had essentially become a small military fortress. Panam sat in the van and, seeing that the night had deepened and it was time to act, woke up Scorpion, who was resting in the front seat. "Scorpion, perk up, it's time to get to work, connect with Mitch over the remote link." Scorpion adjusted the hood covering his face and got ready, replying from the back. "I'm all set." He looked at the black charred corpse lying stiffly in the back of the van. "Are we just leaving him in the van like this?" Panam, putting on her wireless headset and opening the van door, reassured him. "Don't worry, we're in the middle of nowhere, nobody's going to steal him." Under the cover of darkness, they got out of the van and approached the abandoned cement factory. Through the wireless headset, Mitch instructed. "Panam, the front gate of the cement plant is heavily guarded. You and Scorpion should sneak in from the right side where there are blind spots in the surveillance. With containers piled up there, Scorpion will stay there to cover you and keep watch for Panam." Following Mitch's direction, Panam looked to the right side of the plant and indeed spotted a cluster of containers haphazardly piled together, convenient for climbing and hiding. At this point, most of the Maelstrom gang members were indulging inside the plant, and apart from the cameras set up around, the only real guards were at the main gate. As long as they moved within the blind spots of the cameras, the likelihood of being spotted was very low. They smoothly reached the container area on the right side and climbed up. Scorpion climbed a bit higher, found a concealed corner with a good view, and looked around. He could see both the van and the main entrance as well as the activity inside the plant. Seeing the heavy firepower set up in the Maelstrom plant, with elevated gun turrets, heavy machine gun stands, guard rooms, and various modified off-road vehicles parked in the factory, he commented. "Maelstrom certainly has deep resources. Snatching a piece of their pie would really pay off." Mitch laughed when he heard this. "You're right, all that Maelstrom has amassed is through plunder. If they were made to produce themselves, they might not even grow a single hair." Scorpion found a good vantage point and then stated. "Panam, I have a clear view here, no unusual activity in the plant area, you can move, just be extra careful." Panam, receiving the cue, found a spot where the wall was almost level with the ground, leaped over it with a swift jump, landing inside the plant and rolling into a hidden corner. Seeing almost no patrols in the plant area, she guessed that the Maelstrom gang, accustomed to swaggering brazenly, hardly feared anyone, and even fewer dared to intrude on their base. After looking around and confirming there was no activity, Panam proceeded with the next step. Over the headset, Mitch continued, "Panam, well done. Now you need to sneak into the second floor of the main factory to the control room. Find their surveillance area, locate Saul through the monitors, and then disable the surveillance alarm system, otherwise rescuing Saul might trigger the alarms," Panam whispered back. "No problem, I've done this more than a few times." She continued to move stealthily toward the main factory area and approached a wall-mounted ladder on the exterior wall, climbing upwards. Soon, Panam reached a high platform made of corrugated metal on the second floor. Blocking her path was a steel sliding gate, requiring a bypass of the security system to enter. She took out a networked hacking device given to her by Mitch and placed it at the access control. "Mitch, open the door," Mitch responded. One moment, seconds later, the steel gate slid open automatically, and Panam quickly slipped inside. She decided to wait and see if the three of them would split up or doze off. At this moment, Scorpion, perched on the shipping container outside the factory, was keenly observing the movements inside the area, which were mostly uneventful. This place was just a hideout of the Maelstrom gang, usually not hosting a large assembly of members, with lax and casual security measures. He felt there was a good chance of stealthily rescuing Saul. Suddenly, Scorpion noticed some noise. He decisively hid in a darker spot, pulled his hat brim down, and carefully peered out, realizing the noise was coming from the direction of a van, which made him inexplicably nervous. Not wanting to disturb Panam, who was sneaking about, he could only contact Mitch through a private line, whispering, Mitch, the body seems to have started moving again." The van shook twice, and its doors burst open, releasing a dark figure that floated out from within. This time, Scorpion, concealed in darkness, watched carefully. Under the cold moonlight, a burnt corpse floated above the ground, moving steadily towards the main entrance of the cement factory. "It's going in, going in." Scorpion's fingers gripped the edge of the container so hard he nearly tore off a layer of skin. Mitch asked, "Going where?" Scorpion replied, "The factory. It's entering the factory." The figure floated towards the main entrance, its dark and bizarre appearance and floating posture immediately alerting the guards. "What the hell is that? Stop right there, or I'll shoot," one guard shouted. The dark figure didn't respond and continued to approach unhurriedly. As a guard tried to shine a flashlight to better see, his hand jerked back as if electrocuted, and then the light bulb exploded. Bang! Bang, bang. One light bulb after another burst, plunging the main entrance into darkness. The guards were just about to open fire when their bodies seemed to be flattened by some immense force and then exploded into a shower of blood. Scorpion, horrified by the bloody spectacle, was so shocked that he froze on the spot. Scorpion, what in the world is happening? Mitch asked urgently from the other end but got no reply. The noise at the main entrance had drawn the attention of people inside the main factory hall. They put down their work and looked curiously outwards, seeing that the entrance had mysteriously darkened. Maybe some prey has walked right into our trap, said a man with a scar on his face, looking delighted. They seemed eager for an encounter, perhaps to break the monotony. Could it be someone from the Aldecaldos? Their boss is held here, they're definitely coming to get their guy. Ha, let them come, Saul's tougher than a rock, catch a few more, rip them open in front of him, hang their intestines around his neck, and see how tough he talks then. Their sinister laughter filled the air. As they laughed, the figure approached from the main door, growing clearer as it drew near. Holy shit, even burnt to a crisp and still flying, must be all the people he killed coming back for vengeance. Before he could finish, a splatter of blood covered everyone nearby. A bald member who had been laughing loudly didn't close his mouth in time, and an eyeball, complete with nerves and blood, landed right in it. His laughter ceased abruptly, frozen on his face. In an instant, every single light in the cement factory blazed an intense white before exploding, plunging everything into darkness. Emergency green lights flickered on, their feeble glow barely piercing the darkness. The main factory hall was silent, no sounds audible. Ah! With the first scream, the main hall erupted with the sounds of gunfire and blazing fire. At that time, Panam, hiding in the subsidiary factory, was fretting about how to approach the surveillance room. Suddenly, all lights went out, plunging everything into darkness, and she could only see faintly with the help of the emergency lights. A power outage? She felt a surge of schadenfreude. As the 3 guards in the surveillance room switched on backup power, they seemed to receive some news and hurriedly left towards the main factory. Hearing the screams and gunfire from the main factory, Panam wasn't sure what was happening, but guessed the Maelstrom gang might be having one of their psychotic episodes, perhaps even shooting each other. The deadlier, the better. She muttered a curse, and once sure no one was coming back, quickly entered the surveillance room and began searching for Saul's location. She quickly found him in a small basement room. Following Mitch's instructions, she turned off several surveillance alerts, confirmed the escape route, and swiftly moved towards her target. Taking advantage of the blackout, Panam descended from the subsidiary factory to the basement and found Saul, already unconscious and tied to a chair. Saul was babbling nonsensically, as if injected with various unknown substances, causing bizarre hallucinations. Panam administered 2 doses of medicine, which somewhat improved his condition. As Saul regained some consciousness and saw Panam, he didn't waste time and stumbled after her, evacuating through the ventilation ducts. The operation went inexplicably smoothly. And by the time they emerged, Scorpion had driven up to pick them up. Seeing the burnt corpse resting peacefully in the van, Panam pushed Saul inside and followed. The vehicle started immediately, speeding towards the Aldecaldos camp. Chapter 221. In the train car, Saul lay on the car flooring, sore from the torture inflicted by the Maelstrom gang, a beating that nearly cost him half his life. Upon seeing his pained expression, Panam laughed and asked, "Have you finally learned your lesson? I told you not to deal with corporations, yet you went off to meet with Maelstrom. Have you forgotten how much blood our clan has spilled because of them?" Saul, eyes tightly shut, remained silent, only speaking once his headache eased slightly. "Biotechnologies aren't like other corporations, the problem is with Maelstrom this time. I should have known better and taken a tougher approach from the start. Just be thankful you're alive. What if something had happened to you? What would become of the tribe? Should we exhaust our resources fighting against Maelstrom?" Saul ignored Panam's words and continued, "They wanted to extract information about our tribe's locations, layouts, and migratory movements. Do you think I was unaware of their intentions? Panam, it's not like I haven't warned you, this stealth mission was risky. You've returned to the clan. If something had happened to me, you should have led the tribe far away from those Maelstrom maniacs and found a safer place to develop," he added. Panam turned her head away, tired of listening to Saul. "You always have an answer, I might as well have heard nothing." Arguing with Panam was always the same, and Saul had grown accustomed to it. They fundamentally disagreed on how the tribe should survive and thrive. Saul believed the tribe should diversify its diplomacy and exploit all available powers and resources, including corporations, and even considered negotiating with Maelstrom. Due to Saul's persistence, the Aldecaldo tribe rarely attacked corporate convoys anymore, to leave room for cooperation. His strategy was soon rewarding as several companies started outsourcing their dirty work in the Badlands to them, compensating with money and certain special materials. Saul's recent venture involved discussions with biotechnology firms regarding reverse osmosis crops and microbial nanite services. The biotech's armed defense mainly relied on Kong Tao's smart weapons, and they had established large farms in the wasteland. Leaving tasks to Maelstrom was risky, presenting the Aldecaldo family a perfect opportunity. Panam's opinion was the opposite. She believed the tribe's development should be independent, striking at corporations when necessary instead of cooperating and begging from them. Militech transfer lines carried plenty of weapons. Biotech transfer lines held loads of crop seeds, and even Arasaka's lines had plenty of equipment. Whatever they lacked, they could get from the corporations. These companies wouldn't seek revenge for lost goods but instead invest money into Maelstrom to fight other tribes. Maelstrom, naturally rebellious, might rob the same corporate convoys they were hired to protect after getting paid. Saul saw the recent Company Plaza disaster as an opportunity for a stable collaboration with the corporations, reducing the unpredictability of tribal growth, but Panam saw this as weakness and incompetence. With Maelstrom posing external threats and internal challenges in resource development, Saul, as the tribe leader, needed to find solutions. Their conversation ended in discord. Saul blinked hard, and when his vision cleared, he noticed a charred corpse lying next to him, completely unrecognizable. "Never thought you'd bring him along on a stealth mission, Panam," Saul began. Panam immediately raised her hand, cutting him off. "Enough, I know what you're going to say, let's drop it. I don't want to hear it." Saul, about to speak, was interrupted again. He brushed some debris off Tang Yu, sighing, "Old buddy, you're indeed fortunate to have Panam care for you even in this state. If you had any conscience, you'd wake up soon to save her the worry." Scorpion, seated at the driver's position, tensed up at Saul's careless words. The bold bro Saul referred to had single-handedly destroyed an entire Maelstrom-operated cement factory. Scorpion had watched him effortlessly glide in and out of action. That night, Scorpion's worldview had crumbled completely, speechless despite Mitch's anxious inquiries. Any accidental provocation of this charred figure could mean none of them would make it back tonight. Growing increasingly nervous, Scorpion tried to hide his fear beneath his hoodie, leaving only a narrow slit for his eyes. As he cautiously glanced toward the rearview mirror to warn Saul about something, he saw the blackened corpse suddenly open an eye and fiercely glare at him. The bloodshot white, the blackened iris, the cold gaze, all crashed unreservedly against Scorpion. Scorpion's scalp tingled, his soul shattered, like being struck by lightning. He withdrew his gaze and clamped his mouth shut. Clutching the steering wheel, his hands felt weak, almost slipping as a chill ran down his spine. He silently vowed, what he saw tonight, he would never speak of, and from now on, he would stay as far away as possible. Saul noticed Scorpion sitting silently in the driver's seat and asked curiously, "Scorpion, was it just you and Panam in action together?" Scorpion smirked inwardly. "I dare say, would you believe it?" Seeing Scorpion still the same, head down and taciturn, Saul admonished him with the tone of someone who had been there. "Scorpion, you need to learn to communicate more and open up in front of us, that's how we can understand each other, you know. Otherwise, who knows what you're thinking." This was meant for Panam, but Saul used Scorpion as the pretext. Panam just told Saul to dial it down and rest instead of talking nonsense. The rest of the journey was silent. The van soon arrived at the Aldecaldo's camp. As soon as the van stopped, Mitch greeted them with a smile, delighted to see Saul back safe. "Good to have you back, everyone in the tribe has rested, let's all head to bed early." But his attention was all on Scorpion, and seeing him head straight for his tent with his head down after getting out of the van, Mitch bid Saul farewell and followed Scorpion. "What's the deal? Not a single word since you got back, what did you see?" Scorpion didn't respond and walked straight into his tent, drawing the curtain behind him, leaving Mitch hanging outside. Mitch looked back at Saul and Panam to find them normal, still unsure of what Scorpion had encountered to become even more reticent. Saul, watching Panam carry a body toward the tent, decided not to mention it. Bringing it up would surely upset Panam and drive her away. He sighed regardless, this time it was Panam who took the risk to save him from the chaos of a skirmish. Back in the tent, Panam changed into a freshly laundered mat and laid Tang Yu's body out with care. After arranging Tang Yu, Panam laid down beside him, staring at his profile for a long time. Suddenly, Panam spoke, her tone unusually gentle. "Was that power outage you're doing earlier? You must have woken up, right?" After waiting a while and seeing no response from Tang Yu, Panam chuckled without reason. "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone your identity. How you want to handle things with Rogue is up to you, she's called me several times, trying to find out about you. That old lady doesn't seem to have good intentions. I just told her I'd buried you already, but Rogue probably won't believe that. She's quite sharp." Forget it, since you haven't fully recovered, we'll talk whenever you're ready. Good night. Panam shifted her body to find a comfortable sleeping position and quietly closed her eyes. Before she could fall asleep, her phone suddenly notified her of a message. She pulled it out and saw 2 words displayed on the screen. Good night. Abandoned cement factory. A numerous convoy arrived at the factory gates. Their headlights bright. Several modified SUVs with powerful engines roared like wild beasts. The rough-looking group disembarked and approached the main entrance of the factory. Despite being used to violent scenes, the bloody spectacle before them made them frown. Broken body parts and fresh blood flowed like a river across the floor. A few stepped forward to scout inside, returning soon with a report. Boss, not a single survivor, everyone's dead. The man in the seat hesitated before stepping out. He wore a stitched mask that only revealed his features, making his face indistinct. The mask, made of uneven leather patches sewn together coarsely, dangled from his neck, showing more patched interfaces. His breathing was heavy as he walked into the factory surrounded by his men. Under the light, the inside was chaotic with bodies riddled with countless bullets strewn everywhere, suggesting a mass mutual kill, perhaps a cyberpsychosis outbreak. The man in the leather mask turned back to inspect the footprints which were still fresh. Then, several men rushed to report, "Boss, all data in the surveillance room has been destroyed, there's nothing left," someone added. This place previously held Saul from the Aldecaldos. The persons gone must have escaped, volunteered another who had checked the basement. Aldecaldos, the man in the mask murmured. I want their hides. Hearing this, his men, pumped up, started shouting wildly. Yeah, peel their skins. We've wanted to go after them for a while. Aldecaldos women are fiercer, more fun. Boss, Aldecaldos have been well hidden, we've never snagged their info. He stood up and headed outside, speaking in an indifferent tone. Cut off their water, food, and transport. If they don't come out, keep killing until someone spills. 3 days, I want results. Chapter 222. At the Aldecaldo camp. Inside the tent, Panam was meticulously treating Tang Yu's wounds, delicately removing charred textile fragments stuck to the skin and the damaged epidermis peeling away with them, revealing the charred flesh beneath. It was a severe burn from the inside out, the likes of which she had never seen in her life, indicative of the immense pain and suffering Tang Yu must be enduring. The electromagnetic storm had caused a citywide blackout in Night City, with electronic equipment, network services, and chip data from several companies around the corporate plaza all destroyed, such was its strength. Tang Yu now lay almost indistinguishable from a corpse, the only difference being that his body neither revived nor decayed. Panam had no idea when Tang Yu might awaken, but she held on to a sliver of hope. Mitch appeared outside the tent, coughing twice to interrupt Panam's focused work. Setting aside her tweezers and tools, Panam stood up and unzipped the tent, stepping out and securely zipping it back up. What is it, Mitch? Mitch, ever composed, spoke solemnly, 2 pieces of news, one good, one bad, which do you want to hear first? Panam, hands on hips, chuckled helplessly, let me guess, Saul, with good intentions, ends up failing due to uncontrollable circumstances. Mitch and Scorpion were always trying to smooth things over between her and Saul, and Panam was well aware. Panam, you're too smart, you know what they've been saying in the camp, even Scorpion and I are worried about you, spending all day with a charred body in the tent, people think you're cursed, considering calling a shaman. Panam casually replied, well, let them bring a shaman, I have no objections. Seeing Panam's nonchalant demeanor, Mitch continued, Saul tried reaching out to Biotechnica, they agreed to provide microbial nanobot technology services on credit, provided the patient is sent there. No way, I'd rather trust a shaman than Biotechnica, Panam blurted out quickly. Hold on, hear me out before reacting, I've sent the previous biometric reports, you know what Biotechnica told Saul, Mitch paused, mimicking a corporate tone. Saul, we offer neurodamage repair services, not resurrection. Panam laughed, so Saul was berated for nothing, serves him right. Mitch shrugged helplessly, trying to persuade her once more, you know Saul really did his best but about seeing a shaman, it might be worth a shot, Saul has contacts. As Panam was about to reject the nonsensical suggestion, her phone beeped with a notification. Asking Mitch to hold on, she turned away to retrieve her phone from her tight jeans pocket. Which? Realizing the implications, she swiftly put her phone back and turned to Mitch, I think you're onto something, trying it is better than just sitting here hoping, there's always a chance. Mitch nodded seriously and prepared to speak with Saul, instructing as he left, get ready to leave then, Saul shouldn't mind, I'll check with Scorpion. Panam, pleased, waved him off, go on, waiting on your good news. Returning to the tent, Panam continued her meticulous work on Tang Yu. Soon, she had cleaned all the remaining textile fragments off him, and despite his body still being covered in burns and resembling charcoal, a young man's figure was now discernible. She picked up a can of antiseptic pain-relieving spray, shook it, and sprayed generously onto the wounds while wiping away the fallen skin debris with a clean cotton swab. After finishing the cleaning on both sides, she took out medical bandages and wrapped Tang Yu, covering each area of his body meticulously. Now, Tang Yu looked no different from a mummy, completely enveloped in bandages. Panam carefully wrapped him in a bedsheet, leaving only his head exposed, and tied it up for ease of transport. As she finished packing, news came from Mitch. Saul had agreed to take them to the shaman's tribe, although the success of such supernatural endeavors could not be guaranteed. "Where's Scorpion? Isn't he coming with us?" Mitch, helping Panam into the vehicle, replied, "Scorpion's been introverted these last few days, always under his hat, silent, let's not bother him and head out." Saul glanced at the body wrapped up like a dumpling, appearing resigned. He couldn't help but think Panam was becoming foolish, insisting on tending even to unidentified bodies picked up from the roadside, either delusional or cursed. With this trip to the shaman's tribe, he felt compelled to consult a powerful deity to examine Panam, lest some malevolent force was affecting her mind. Once Panam placed Tang Yu in the back of the vehicle, she jumped in herself. Mitch took the driver's seat, Saul the passengers, and once settled, they accelerated away. The shaman's tribe, a nomadic group that revered deities and specialized in blessings, funerals, and similar rites, largely depended on offerings from other nomadic families for their income. The tribe's survival and growth were somewhat reliant on the whims of nature, requiring a stable environment, plentiful water sources, and suitable terrain for settlement. The Aldecaldo and the shaman's tribe maintained contact, often serving as a link among tribes, occasionally making exchanges under the watchful eyes of their gods. In the car, Saul, worried, spoke up, "Panam, about that night when you rescued me. The Maelstrom gang has started causing trouble. The leader of the Wraiths, the Hound, and his thugs are deliberately sabotaging our supply lines, targeting us and involving many people. Now, some dealers are too scared to carry our goods." Saul looked solemn and hesitant before he finally spoke. "The situation is tricky. I'm worried if we keep dragging our feet, the tribe will have to migrate further away. I'm considering leaving the area around Night City. What do you think?" "Leave Night City?" Panam immediately refused without a second thought. "Saul, a tribal migration is risky. We've finally found a suitable campsite after so much effort, and now you want to give up just like that?" "I disagree." Mitch sat by, trying to persuade Saul as well. "Yeah, Saul, the tribe has grown because we moved here. Even though the rogue gang is a problem, our living environment is more important." Saul was quite helpless, opposed by both of them, yet unable to resolve the current predicament. Staying here and wanting to develop peacefully only had one solution: to overthrow the rogue gang, or at least to deter them from being so brazen in the open. But battling the inherently vicious rogue gang, relying solely on the tribe's people, was far from enough unless the tribes were willing to unite to annihilate the rogue gang. Otherwise, the rogue gang's members would keep popping up endlessly, and the conflicts would never end. The three traveled in silence until dusk enveloped the wasteland. It was then that fluttering ribbons and expanses of campfires came into their view within the witch tribe's territory. Tall stakes topped with giant sheep skull frames dominated the landscape. Various sizes of sacrificial altars were adorned with freshly slaughtered cattle and sheep heads. Witches draped in animal fur and feathered masks danced and chanted madly around the fires. An eerie and mysterious sight. Many people had traveled from other tribes specifically to request ritualistic ceremonies from the witches. The witch tribe was buzzing with activity. Upon entering the tribe, Panam and her group found a secluded campfire to sit down by, while Saul went to speak to the tribe's high witch about their situation. It wasn't long before people from the witch tribe came over, indicating that Panam and her group should bring the body to the high witch. Carrying Tang Yu on her back, with Mitch by her side, Panam was led to the high witch's sacrificial altar. This altar was different from the others. Not only was it the tallest, but the fire pit behind it was also the largest. The high witch, with an old face and white braided hair hanging down her sides, didn't say much upon seeing them but only gestured to place the body on a nearby table. Skeptically following the high witch's directions, Panam positioned the body, then stood back and watched anxiously. The high witch stepped forward to inspect, confirming there were no signs of life, then asked about the time of death and how long the body had been stored. Panam responded vaguely, "About 7 days." After re-examining the body, the high witch, who had a past acquaintance with Saul and had agreed to perform the resurrection ceremony out of respect for their friendship, spoke slowly with an aged voice, turning to the tribespeople. "I will personally conduct this resurrection ceremony, prepare quickly." Saul was quite surprised the high witch was willing to personally perform the ritual. Knowing she had never undergone any cybernetic enhancements to maintain a spiritual connection with the deities, her body was substantially deteriorated, making even slight movements difficult. Yet, she was willing to personally conduct the ceremony, a clear indication of how much she valued this particular body. Soon, an elaborate resurrection ceremony was ready, drawing the entire witch tribe's populace to spectate. The crowd stood around the altar, curiously watching the body wrapped in linens in the middle of the fire pit. Freshly slaughtered cattle, stacks of dry branches, and ancient ritual tools were all arranged around the fire pit. Dressed in a ceremonial robe, the High Witch solemnly put on a feathered mask, took up a jeweled bone staff and leather drum, and shakily approached the altar. All the witches gathered around, waiting for her chant. Boom! The staff struck the drum. The High Witch led the chanting, soon joined by the others, their ancient and eerie hymns echoing all around. Shortly after, the firewood in the pit ignited on its own, growing larger and fiercer. As the flames rose, the witches increased their chanting and dancing, creating a bizarre and excited atmosphere. Seeing this, Panam rushed forward, fearful that Tang Yu inside might be in danger. Saul and Mitch quickly held her back, reminding her that interrupting a witch's ceremony could bring grave misfortune. The intense fire, chanting, dancing, cattle, and blood painted a grand and mystical picture of the resurrection ceremony. The blazing fire rose high, blocking everyone's view. People eagerly awaited a miracle. Gradually, a figure seemed to appear within the flames, slowly rising up and eventually hovering in the air. The witches chanted even harder. As the body floated above the fire pit, watched by all, not even the high temperatures could touch it. The crowd went silent. "Ah, great spirit of the nomad tribe, bring light from fire in the darkness!" yelled the High Witch, her voice hoarse as she trembled uncontrollably, leading all the witches in kneeling down. Seeing the witches bow, the onlookers did the same, showing utmost reverence. Panam, stunned, wasn't sure whether to kneel or not. Mitch quickly pulled her down to follow suit. In the witch tribe, the High Witch held the highest regard, and showing sufficient respect was crucial, else offending the witch tribe could mean being ostracized from their circle forever. An invisible force field cleared a path through the fire, and the body floated down this path, reaching behind Panam, settling on her back as it had always done, slipping back into lifeless stillness. Panam, dot. High Witch, dot. Mitch, dot. Saul, dot. Chapter 223. At the Aldecaldo camp, laughter frequently erupted from inside Panam's tent. "I'm telling you, their eyes were this big when it happened, just like they had seen a god descend," Panam said, circling her fingers around her eyes to mimic their stunned expressions. Seemingly caught up in the excitement, she continued. "Now you've become a god, and I've become the protector, the way we're treated, no one can compare, those who complained about you before are all smiles now, practically orbiting around you all day. A lot of people are curious about your origins, but the Grand Wizard has crafted a backstory for you. He said a deity protecting the nomad tribes chose you, and now people are coming from miles around just to catch a glimpse of you. Thankfully, Saul's out there keeping them away, no one dares to bother you." Fearing disrespect, Panam glanced at Tang Yu, who remained silent and upright, knowing he hadn't fully recovered yet. Tang Yu lay in his bunk, listening to Panam ramble beside him, his thoughts clear. Panam had been taking great care of him these past few days, and he remembered well the pressure she endured to protect him. Wanting to declare a resurrection under a guise was not only to bring new opportunities to the Aldecaldo family but also to shed his old self. After the battle at the corporate plaza, it was akin to experiencing a real resurrection. Tang Yu dared to fully exploit his weak elect control talent because his other talent, Indomitable, had reached a legendary level, allowing him to slowly recover from near death. Currently, in his weakest phase of recovery, he was like a tender shoot slowly repairing and growing stronger. As time passed, his bodily and mental functions restored more rapidly, and so did his healing speed. This self-destruction had its benefits. One of which surprised Tang Yu the most was the significant enhancement of his psychic powers. It was as if the container for his psychic energy had expanded from a cup to a large barrel, which took a long time to fill up even with rest. During the battle at the corporate plaza, his talent-based psychic energy ran out after just a few uses, which was embarrassingly insufficient. Once fully recovered, Tang Yu was confident he could deliver a high-pressure nuclear strike on Kyoto. He figured Night City would quieten down for a while, with major corporate leaders severely decimated and infrastructures damaged. Everyone was busy restoring order and repairing data. After this battle, Arasaka no longer posed a threat to people close to Tang Yu. The product launch failing, the relic biochip not hitting the market, the Tiger Claws Brotherhood suffering severe losses, Yoshinobu dying in battle, and little left for Lai Xian to play, it would be a while before major moves could be taken. Yorinobu Arasaka was likely to retaliate, leaving little time, but he had his reservations. The relic biochip was a step away from success, and the rogue AIs outside the black wall covetously eyed Arasaka, who wouldn't settle for being just a digital ghost, always under threat from other more powerful AIs. Humans would still dominate the world. This belief was deeply rooted in Yorinobu. As for V, Gloria, and Lucy, Tang Yu wasn't too worried. The gifts he sent had made his message very clear. He planned to rest with the Aldecaldo family for a while, waiting for his body to recover sufficiently before making the next move, and for now, settled things with Panam. You're not planning to stay in the tribe for long, are you? Just tell me when you want to leave, and I'll send you back. After speaking, her expression darkened a bit, then she advised. Honestly, I don't think you should go back. Those companies in the city will keep trying to pinpoint your whereabouts, and you'll inevitably be drawn into greater conflicts. Actually, you have better choices. Tang Yu knew what choice Panam was suggesting, leaving the chaotic Night City far behind. But just as he had chosen to stay initially, some things can't be escaped, ignored, or forgotten. Even with eyes closed, the familiar, painful, and beautiful memories remained as vivid as if they had just happened yesterday. Night City was rotten to its core, corrupt through the corporate grasp. But just like someone meeting their mother, who had abandoned them on the streets years ago and asked for a cigarette, no matter what, she was still his mother. Born in this city, lived in this city, and would die in this city. Suddenly, a shout came from outside the tent. Panam, Saul wants to discuss something with you, Mitch called out. Panam replied, stood up and said goodbye to Tang Yu. I'll go and listen, see what new scheme Saul is planning, and be back shortly. After Panam left with a shake of her head, Mitch, curious about her conversation inside, tentatively asked, has he woken up yet? Do you think a god who's slept for hundreds, thousands of years could wake up in just a few days? Panam joked. Mitch scratched his sparse hair, muttering, but I swear I saw him up and around the other night. Ask Scorpion, he can vouch. Thinking about Scorpion, Mitch grew more puzzled. Scorpion had been sneaking around, keeping to himself, making Panam's tent area strictly off-limits. Saul isn't planning another raid against the Raffen Shiv, is he? He wants to use his renown to unite the tribes for action, won't he be upset? Panam stated bluntly, I don't know if he's angry, but I'm definitely angry. As they arrived at the main tent, Saul was inside greeting the leaders from other tribes, with a lively discussion in progress. Upon seeing Panam, everyone instinctively stood up and greeted her warmly. Panam simply nodded in response and then directly questioned Saul about his intentions. Saul deflected the conversation, saying, our friends from other tribes made a special trip here just to pay homage to the resurrected deity. They would appreciate hearing your opinion. Panam glanced around. These tribal leaders had brought valuable gifts including firearms, scarce medical supplies, and various vitamin supplements essentials for the nomad tribes. Though she was reluctant to play these games. Seeing their sincere expressions, she knew disappointing them would also put the Aldecaldos in a difficult position, as the nomads often communicated and coordinated with each other, and the Aldecaldos could not afford to isolate themselves from the larger nomad community. Reluctantly, Panam agreed to inquire further, casually mentioning the deity hadn't fully awakened yet, and it was uncertain if they could get a response. Thinking it over, she planned to consult Tang Yu. If he disagreed, she would let Saul handle it. Back in the tent, Panam explained everything to Tang Yu, who soon sent a message. Are you saying you're willing to meet them and also want to push forward a cooperation to ambush the wraiths? Asked the message. Panam was surprised Tang Yu had made a decision. Clearly, Tang Yu wanted to help the Aldecaldos get out of their predicament. She too wanted to clamp down on the wraiths. Even if they couldn't eradicate them, weakening their power would ease the Aldecaldos' subjugation. Feeling warmth in her heart from Tang Yu's intention, Panam, not one to fuss, readily agreed. A while later, in the tent, Tang Yu lay reclined, arranged by Panam. Meeting the other nomad leaders one by one. To make them more convinced, Tang Yu even subtly moved his fingers, using electrokinesis to fix some cybernetic malfunctions, or used a high-pressure field to lower their blood pressure, refreshing their minds. After the performance, each tribal leader called it a miracle and respectfully crawled out of the tent. Seeing this astonishing scene, Saul grew more suspicious about whether Panam had actually summoned a deity. He could not discern anything special about the charred corpse that had apparently resurrected and exhibited supernatural powers. Saul was sure the Aldecaldo had not employed high-tech to create such an illusion of resurrection. With Tang Yu's trickery and Panam's endorsement, Saul smoothly discussed plans with other tribes to ambush the wraiths. The wraiths had long plagued the nomad tribes, and except for major clans like the Aldecaldos, few dared confront them. Now, with Saul's proposal and their newfound deity, the tribal leaders unanimously agreed, their confidence and morale boosted, making the disorganized wraiths look less threatening. Saul, seeing his call met with an enthusiastic response, grinned broadly. This time, the tribes were not just talk, they actively pledged personnel, equipment, and money, or anything they could offer, like supplies or ammunition. In the main tent, the mood was buoyant as if merely lifting a finger could obliterate the wraiths. But soon, a tribal leader said, "Now that we have the people and equipment, how do we actually go about ambushing the wraiths? If we just attack their stronghold, we might suffer heavy casualties despite having more people." This remark quickly gained everyone's agreement, and others chimed in with supplementary ideas. Indeed, the wraith's base is more fortified than a military fort. No quantity of people can withstand their defense. And the wraiths also have scattered teams roaming around. Without eliminating this force, we can't be at peace. The best strategy would be to lure them into a trap and then take them all in one fell swoop. The crowd applauded this idea. Saul thought it over indeed, concentrating the wraiths in one location for a comprehensive strike, then taking advantage of their weakened state to attack their stronghold, was the most feasible strategy. But he pondered what bait would draw out the wraiths. After thinking for a moment, he looked at Panam. Panam instantly understood his thoughts. Saul wanted to use the Aldecaldo camp as bait to lure the wraiths into attacking, by relying on the Aldecaldo's formidable strength, which would inevitably draw a significant force from the wraiths, and then they could counterattack. This plan was risky, indeed one of the few effective ones, but using their whole camp as bait was something Panam was uncertain about. She wouldn't flinch at an offensive against the wraiths, but risking the camp was a decision she wasn't ready to make lightly. Just then, Panam's phone alert went off again. She moved aside to check the message. It was from Tang Yu. "I think the wraith's base looks good, suitable for the Aldecaldo's new camp. It could kill two birds with one stone." Chapter 224. Late at night. Under a craggy hillside in a desolate wasteland stood a fortress-like hotel building, heavily guarded with optical scanning, infrared detection, and multiple anti-aircraft gun positions. The high walls were completely sealed with high-voltage electric nets, equipped with high-definition surveillance cameras covering every angle, and patrolled by drones 247. Numerous guards with heavy machine guns patrolled both inside and outside the building, vigilantly defending against any anomalies. Further away, behind a hillside, a large team was covertly lurking, each member armed with thermal weapons, equipped with cannons, grenades, electromagnetic pulse bombs, and suicide drones among other armaments. Saul and some members of the Aldecaldo's family were also part of this heavily armed group. Panam glanced at the time, looked up in the direction they came from, and seeing no movement, she asked Mitch standing by her side. "Mitch, are you sure the bomb detonators in the camp are all set? Once the Raffen Shiv raid the camp, we need them to be blown sky high. If those cannons don't fire, you and I are going to have issues." Mitch reassured her multiple times that all explosives were prepared according to plan, and if the Raffen Shiv dared to come, they would definitely be sent flying. Saul also observed the movements and said soberly, "These past few days we've spent a lot of resources, the Raffen Shiv can't possibly not fall for it. Lately, the Raffen Shiv has been digging around for information, killing many from other tribes, and they've been threatening to find trouble with us. We've deliberately leaked the location of the camp through our channels. The Raffen Shiv even sent scouts a few times, and seeing us pack our stuff, they must think we're planning to relocate. Tonight is their best chance to strike. Those maniacs definitely won't pass up such a good opportunity. Let's wait and see." Despite Saul's explanation, Panam was still feeling uneasy. She wasn't worried about the Raffen Shiv not taking the bait. She was worried about Tang Yu, who was left behind to guard the camp alone. When they planned to ambush the Raffen Shiv, they agreed to form a tribal alliance and elected Saul as the leader, but then they argued endlessly over the bait issue. Saul then decided to use the Aldecaldo's camp as bait to lure the Raffen Shiv into an attack and then ambush them thoroughly. This was essentially akin to the saying, "Kill 1,000 enemies, lose 800 of our own," weakening the Raffen Shiv, but also damaging the Aldecaldo's foundation. Rebuilding the camp at the original site after such a fierce battle would be difficult. However, Panam and Saul agreed that the camp wasn't the most important thing. The safety of their tribal family members was paramount. As long as they survived, they could always find a better location for the camp. What Panam didn't expect was that Tang Yu would actually volunteer to help handle the attackers from Raffen Shiv, allowing the tribal alliance to concentrate their efforts on taking down the Raffen Shiv base and claim it for their own. This had many advantages. The Raffen Shiv base, being situated by the mountains and near water, was easy to defend but hard to attack, perfect for development as a campsite. Additionally, the base was well fortified with plenty of resources plundered from various places, enough for the Aldecaldos to reap a significant bounty. Successfully taking the Raffen Shiv base would not only severely weaken their influence and remove their leadership but also strengthen the Aldecaldos themselves. Most importantly, breaking into the Raffen Shiv base under normal circumstances was almost impossible. Now, with the support of the tribal alliance and most of the Raffen Shiv's forces likely to attack the Aldecaldo's camp, the situation was advantageous. Seeing Tang Yu's firm resolve and confidence, Panam felt it inappropriate to refuse. From the battle formations at the corporate plaza, Panam was confident in Tang Yu's ability to eliminate the Raffen Shiv, though she worried about his recently recovered health and the risk of his identity being exposed. Using his special abilities on a large scale again would inevitably attract the corporation's attention. Panam then suggested Mitch prepare tons of explosives and place them around the camp's corners, completely destroying the campsite, leaving no trace for others to think it was caused by an explosion. The tribal alliance, upon learning that the deity was willing to take action, was greatly encouraged and unanimously agreed to follow the Aldecaldos in attacking the Raffen Shiv base. Considering that the Aldecaldos had contributed the campsite, making the largest sacrifice and effort in the operation, they even left most installations in place to avoid Raffen Shiv's suspicion, secretly transporting only essential items to preserve and rekindle their prosperity. If they couldn't take down the Raffen Shiv this time, the Aldecaldos family would have to move elsewhere to find a new camp farther away. Everyone patiently waited, just waiting for the explosion to confirm that the Raffen Shiv had initiated their attack, and then they would synchronously launch their offensive to completely take down the Raffen Shiv. At that moment, the Aldecaldos camp was quiet as usual, with only lights glowing in some tents, as if in pre-sleep chats. As the night deepened, the remaining lights went off one after another. Not far from the camp, on a slope, various modified vehicles were parked, engines and lights off, waiting silently in the dark. "Boss, they must be asleep by now. I saw their stuff packed neatly into cars. They might even be planning to leave first thing in the morning. If we can raid them tonight, we'll make a fortune." The man in the hood pinched the plumb point on his leather cover, fell silent for a moment, and vaguely felt something was amiss. This time, he had almost gathered all the night ghosts and the chaotic forces of each division, leaving only the base still defended. The Aldecaldos were a formidable tribe, hidden for many years, and the battles between the two sides had always been evenly matched. The exposure of the most crucial camp location this time was indeed strange. He refrained from acting hastily and sent several thugs to the camp to check again. Moments later, several men, panting heavily, jogged back carrying a plank, reporting urgently. Boss, you were right, there's a huge problem with that camp, just a casual look and there are explosives everywhere, no living soul, definitely an ambush." The man in the leather cover glanced at the plank, saw a body wrapped like a mummy lying on it, and asked in a deep voice, "What's going on here?" "Boss, we turned it inside out, found nothing but this body lying in a tent. Have you heard about the recent divine descent in the Raffen tribe? They say this body chosen by the gods was sent to the Aldecaldo tribe, it must be this one." The man in leather closely examined Tang Yu lying on the plank, feeling increasingly puzzled. Just as he was about to pull out a sharp scalpel to investigate, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "How do you want to die?" The man in the hood was shocked, and before he could react, sparks and smoke burst from the hood, and he collapsed to the ground. Those around him were stunned, not understanding what had happened, only able to look at each other. Instantaneously, the previously quiet vehicles automatically ignited their engines, their lights spinning like dazzling will-o'-the-wisps. A huge spotlight illuminating the hillside. They quickly realized the dire situation and tried to abandon the vehicles and flee, only to find their bodies enveloped by an overwhelming pressure, unable to move an inch. A command then resounded in their minds. "Get in the cars." Members of the chaotic faction were terrified, some attempting to break free and run, only to lose consciousness before they could take any significant action. Others who screamed wildly had their brains burned out before they could speak. Their bodies floating eerily into the vehicles. A horrifying supernatural evil force completely crushed the will of others, forcing them, with grim faces, to board the uncontrollable vehicles. The four men carrying the plank stood frozen, unsure of what to do. Seeing others boarding, but having received no instruction themselves, they could only watch helplessly as their comrades sped towards the camp. The chaotic faction's convoy raced to the camp. Everyone locked inside with no chance to escape, and without any doubt, crashed into the camp. Boom! A violent explosion erupted in the night, completely enveloping the camp and devouring the entire chaotic faction convoy. Only the last four men remained, still carrying the plank, daring not to move. Moments later, they watched as the body floated up before them, and suddenly everything went dark as they lost consciousness. As the intense explosion echoed, fireworks shot into the air, illuminating the night sky above. The Tribal Alliance, lying in ambush near the broken stone mountains of the chaotic faction, instantly spotted the conspicuous explosion signal. Saul no longer hesitated, giving orders, leading everyone to charge towards the chaotic faction camp. Panam also seized her weapon and followed the main force without any doubts. Soon, the chaotic faction's drones spotted them, the turrets at the main gate immediately responding, initiating a scan targeting them. Quite a few chaotic faction members also took up heavy machine guns, readying themselves for combat. With a battle of life and death imminent, Panam hoisted the cannon on her shoulder, aiming at the about-to-activate turret. To her surprise, the turret that was ready to fire suddenly smoked and died out like a dud. One by one, all the turrets malfunctioned at the same moment. Utterly unable to hinder the attacking tribal alliance, Saul led the charge, opening fire on the chaotic faction members. In no time, numerous rounds fired towards the chaotic faction base. Drones were shot down, scanners exploded, and men were shattered. The tribal alliance's forces were unstoppable, storming the base, leaving the chaotic faction utterly defenseless. Panam set down her cannon, looked up at the night sky, searching everywhere for the figure she hoped to see. The vast night offered no clues. Tang Yu, hidden in the darkness, saw the chaotic faction base breached and finally withdrew, leaving the rest to Saul. After this battle, the Aldecaldo family was expected to face a brighter future. Turning towards another direction, Tang Yu saw neon lights piercing the sky, like a cage of light in the dark night, forming a world of its own. Feeling sufficiently recovered, Tang Yu loosened his muscles and, without hesitation, headed towards that glow. Chapter 225. In the upscale apartments of Little Tang Street in Watson District, the sound of water cascading echoed from the bathroom. Warm and clear, the water poured from the showerhead like a curtain of rain, dripping atop a man's head. Sweeping over his charred and scabbed skin, carrying away white foam, black sediment, and threads of dark red blood as it fell, spilling over the marble floor beneath and flowing into the drain. It took several minutes for the warm water to finally wash away the char from Tang Yu's body, revealing the details of his eyes, nose, mouth, chest muscles, abdominal muscles, and the contours and skin of his legs. It had taken days of his indomitable talent constantly working to restore his body to a human-like appearance. The apartment was empty. Sasha must be over at Gloria's place, but the furnishings remained as tidy as when he had left them. After cleaning himself, Tang Yu turned off the shower, grabbed a clean towel, dried his hair and body in one go, and casually cleaned his ears before tossing the towel into the basket. With no one at home, he didn't bother being too cautious. He pushed open the bathroom door and walked toward his room to pick out a fresh set of clothes. Surveying his closet full of suits, Tang Yu hesitated, wondering what use he had for suits now that he might never return to work. Suddenly, his eyes landed on a checkered jacket with a suit-style cut from Jingamanji that caught his attention. Gloria had bought it for him to express her gratitude and repay the medical expenses after he saved her life, but it had remained unworn. After dressing, he was about to check his messages when he remembered that his communications device was gone. The smart invisible glasses from Michiko had melted into plastic earlier, and he had Panam to thank for picking the debris out of his eyes. Shirtless, Tang Yu went to the living room counter, opened a glass compartment, and took out the dragon fist black-framed glasses, which fit perfectly. He decided not to use his original account anymore. Arasaka had only suspended him, and relogging with his identity would certainly attract their attention. Tang Yu still wanted to meet some people and do some things without getting involved in troublesome matters. He registered a new account to check the time, and realizing it was about time, he changed his shoes and headed out. At the entrance to the oceanic launch platform, people were orderly queuing for ticket and security checks. Up ahead, a rocket was secured on the launch pad, its rear emitting dense misty vapor. This rocket was bound for the lunar base, carrying both cargo and passengers. Lucy sat in the waiting area, holding 2 tickets to the lunar base, looking out the window at the rocket platform. It was her first time being this close to a rocket launch and the moon. In a few hours, she would fulfill her long-standing desire hidden deep in her heart, to escape from here, to truly reach the moon. From here, the view of the launch platform seemed no different than looking out from the apartment's bay window. Once everyone passed the security and ticket checks, they would board the shuttle to the oceanic launch platform and enter the rocket's cabin. The line was getting shorter, and the waiting room was nearly empty. The announcements were looping, reminding passengers to prepare for departure. Lucy turned away from the window, stood up, and joined the end of the queue for the security check, last in line. She knew the trip to the moon wouldn't be long and she'd soon return to Night City, but she still wanted to go. As the queue dwindled, Lucy was about to go through ticket and security checks when she instinctively looked back. The waiting hall was deserted, not a sign of the person she was hoping to see. "Excuse me, ma'am, could you hurry a bit? All passengers must be in their suits and ready before the rocket launches." "Hello, we operate on a 1 ticket per person basis. If your companion can't board in time, you can proceed to the counter to process a refund. The travel agency will coordinate with your companion," the staff suggested. "No need," Lucy declined, taking back the other ticket. The staff took the ticket, checked her identity, confirmed it, and put the ticket into the electronic gate. As Lucy was about to step through the security gate, a familiar voice suddenly called from behind. Fancy a night run? Lucy's pupils shrank. She froze, hardly believing her ears. She slowly turned around and saw Tang Yu standing at the entry of the waiting hall. Smiling at her an all too familiar and sincere smile. He was back. Running her fingers through her hair beside her ear, her eyes gleaming with neon-like shine, Lucy couldn't help smiling. Can a night run take us to the moon? Tang Yu nodded earnestly and replied loudly, of course, it can. Really? Lucy chuckled even more. The staff once again reminded, Sir, Miss, the rocket is about to enter pre-launch preparations. If you still wish to take this rocket to the moon, please hurry. Another ticket for a journey to the moon landed right in front of her, prominently advertising, start your new life. Lucy tossed away the stub she was holding and, on tiptoes, ran towards Tang Yu. In her sight, Tang Yu smiled warmly, waving enthusiastically as if he was about to give her a hug. Lucy's smile was slight and her steps were quick, seemingly eager to rush towards Tang Yu. Seeing Lucy throw away her stub and sprint towards him, Tang Yu, initially bashful, now opened his arms wide, ready for the long-awaited embrace. What are you waiting for? Wasn't it you who proposed a night run just now? Let's see if you've improved. Without looking back, Lucy sprinted past Tang Yu from the side, her figure streaking by like a dash of ice-blue light, leaving Tang Yu alone, stunned in place. Tang Yu clenched his somewhat stiff fists and, turning to see Lucy running far ahead, folded back to follow her pace. On the coastal levee, two figures ran side by side under the dark night sky, unlit by street lamps, with even the moon hidden behind the clouds. Lucy said in a deep voice, since the major incident at the company plaza. The city's power supply hasn't fully recovered. Electricity is prioritized for the corporate buildings and municipal offices downtown. Public utilities here were cut off for a while. That citywide magnetic storm severely damaged the electrical grid and even affected the normal operations of power plants. Municipal and corporate efforts, investing heavily to repair the power, eventually managed to supply electricity to what they called the core areas. Suddenly, a street lamp above them flickered on, illuminating the path beneath their feet. As they passed this little patch of light, the next street lamp lit up, brightening another area. The street lamps seemed to pass the baton, one light going out as the next one lit up, guiding their path. Lucy knew this was Tang Yu's doing and glanced at him with a smile. I didn't know you had such tricks up your sleeve. Tang Yu used his weak electrical control ability to power up the lamps, showcasing a little of his superpower. In front of Lucy, he kept no secrets about his mysterious powers. I've got more tricks than this, want to see what else I can do? Tang Yu said confidently. You mean you can actually run all the way to the moon? Tang Yu just smiled and snapped his fingers lightly. Suddenly, Lucy felt like she was stepping on air, her feet finding no purchase, and she inadvertently used too much force, plunging forward. With a light kick, Tang Yu caught up to Lucy, grabbing her wrist to steady her, continuing their leap along the coastline as if on the moon. Lucy let Tang Yu hold her wrist, following his steps and rhythm, dancing under the lights like a sprite. How does it feel this time? Tang Yu asked with a smile, looking back. Facing Tang Yu's bright eyes, Lucy felt as if she saw the moon hanging in the night sky. After running and jumping for a while, Tang Yu finally led Lucy gently back to the ground. That should roughly be the gravity setting, given it's manually controlled, it might not be perfect. Lucy listened to Tang Yu in a daze, still immersed in disbelief. The feeling of weightlessness was too real, just like the experience in a lunar dream. She looked at Tang Yu questioningly, and from his smiling eyes, she received confirmation that the sudden weightlessness was indeed his doing. So, this counts as a moonlit run, doesn't it? I've never lied to you. Before Lucy could react, Tang Yu gently held her hands, as if casting a spell, and slowly, Lucy started to float, as if in space. Lucy's neon eyes sparkled in disbelief, looking around her as her feet lifted off the ground and she rose above her surroundings. Tang Yu let go of her hands and floated up to follow. Like a kite with its string cut, Lucy slowly soared higher, drifting far from the earth of Night City, with Tang Yu following ever closer. The sea breeze swept their clothes, disheveling her silver hair. No longer hesitant or worried, Lucy looked out over Night City wrapped in a curtain of light. This is amazing, so much fun. The silver-haired girl exclaimed loudly, the city below glittering through her eyes. Can we go higher, farther, faster? Her messy silver hair fluttered, but could not hide her ecstatic laughter. Tang Yu shook his head resignedly. Fortunately, his psychic powers had grown stronger, enough to send Lucy soaring into the clouds. Under his extreme control of the force field, the two figures shot into the night sky like arrows released from their bows. Escaping the planet. Hiatus/dropped.